To speak candidly, good news and bad news are akin to exits, differing by merely a single word. Thus, when the Sorting Hat bellowed the name Slytherin, Lostt felt that she was but a word away from fortune, especially as she beheld the completely scowling visage of the old bat of a headmaster. Her conviction reached a zenith. Indeed, she was merely a good away from luck. Much later, Professor Snape, with a furrowed brow, could not help but inquire of his student, "What on earth led to your allocation in Slytherin?" "I'm uncertain, Professor Snape. The Sorting Hat initially intended for me to be placed in Ravenclaw, but I declared, if Ravenclaw's points are insufficient by the year's end, I shall detonate the scorekeeper." It then abruptly proclaimed Slytherin, as you can see. Lostt responded with an air of nonchalance. Chapter 1. The Acceptance Letter. It was yet another splendid day. The azure sky bore not a single cloud, and sunlight cascaded upon the earth, bringing warmth and vitality. Every passerby wore a smile, and crossing the street, one would encounter a seemingly incongruous open space. There stood a magnificent two-story mansion, yet the throngs of pedestrians scarcely glanced in its direction, as if the house were non-existent and the vacant lot inconspicuous. On the steps before the mansion sat a petite girl with black hair. Her stature was modest, and her slender arms cradled a face that was somewhat dusty and disheveled. Nevertheless, this could not obscure the girl's undeniably charming features. Her blue eyes squinted skyward. The sun's blinding rays compelled her to lower her gaze after a brief interval. Yet even so, she persisted in gazing into the distance, as if awaiting something. Ultimately, it was the call of the house elf from within that prompted the little girl to rise. "Miss Lostt, lunch is ready," announced Hogwarts. Thus, the young lady of the Krakow family brushed off the dust from her attire and, with hands clasped behind her back, skipped into the house, the door closing automatically behind her. Several house elves flitted about the interior. Dishes laden with food floated in midair before gracefully descending onto the dining table. And as Lostt stepped inside, Hogwarts snapped his fingers, banishing the dust from her face and clothes. Lostt exclaimed, "Thank you, Hogwarts. I truly cannot fathom what I would do without you." She twirled joyfully, expressing her gratitude to the little elf who was bowing before her. Hogwarts replied, "It is my honor, Miss Lostt." Ultimately, Lostt approached the dining table to relish her lunch. She was Lostt Krakow, the last heir of the Krakow family. This marked her 11th year in the Krakow household, and she awaited the arrival of that owl. Lostt had known since childhood that her luck was rather dismal. To be precise, in the context of her current life, it was exceedingly poor. At the tender age of 5, her mother was compelled to announce the end of her life, leaving the direct bloodline of the Krakow family with her as its sole survivor. Since then, Lostt has been nurtured by 2 house elves named Hailsin and Heshian, who diligently cared for her upbringing. However, she does not truly recall those events. In the year following her mother's death, Lostt suffered a high fever that rendered her nearly oblivious to all that existed in this world, and that fever ultimately left her with a few sheets of paper inscribed with a multitude of dubious prophecies. These papers, scrawled in hasty handwriting, encapsulated the 7 years of a school known as Hogwarts, with the protagonist being a boy named Harry Potter. Lostt later attempted to inquire with Hailsin about the veracity of those tales, but in the elf's eyes, the papers bore nothing but a chaotic assortment of symbols that could scarcely be deemed letters, and Heshian too struggled to discern any meaning from them. When she endeavored to recount those stories, Lostt was astonished to discover that she could not utter even a single syllable. Uncertain of the story's authenticity, she nonetheless cherished the only possessions she had and endeavored to commit their contents to memory. Subsequently, through the efforts of Hailsin and Heshian, although she did not recall them, Lostt came to learn about the Krakow family and the tales of this world. This was a realm where magic truly existed. Her parents, or rather, her lineage, were wizards. The Krakow family was not a pure-blood lineage. They intermingled with wizards without regard for their origins, being a family that prioritized power above all. It may sound incredible, yet it seemed rather formidable. However, the power-centric Krakow family became the unfortunate chicken meant to serve as a warning after they chose not to ally with the Dark Lord, suffering significant losses during the First War. In the aftermath, the Krakow family gradually approached extinction, and by the time of Lostt, only these 2 house elves and the estate remained. Yet even after Merlin had closed all doors, he at least remembered to leave a window ajar, through which young Lostt glimpsed a more wondrous and resplendent world: magic. Young Lostt first wielded magic at the age of 8, when a book that almost struck her head simply hovered in midair. Hailson leapt for joy, for his young mistress possessed the gift of magic, undoubtedly a blessing from the Krakow family. With this revelation, Lostt learned from Hailson about the enchanting place known as Hogwarts, a name that also appeared in the prophecies she had penned. It was the epicenter of everything, both the beginning and the end. Thus began her anticipation for the owl, the letter of acceptance, and the adventures that awaited her. Lostt possessed a spirit of adventure that filled Hailson and Heshian with concern. The young lady seemed utterly unconcerned with danger, unafraid of injury, perhaps even fearless of death. Otherwise, why else would she slide down the banister to descend the stairs? The worries of Hailson and Heshian were not unfounded, for Lostt indeed did not fear death. She relished the pursuit of her own enjoyment. From the moment her memory began, she immersed herself in the study of the Krakow family's library, learning about the world through books. She roamed the Muggle world daily, seeking to uncover all that was unknown to her, and even when she often strayed too far and lost her way home, she never abandoned this endeavor. When she discovered a book on potions, she eagerly raced to the uncharted basement to attempt brewing potions, undeterred by multiple failures due to the absence of guidance. The youthful child was brimming with boundless energy. With an exceptionally steadfast resolve, the realm of magic was so vast that she found it difficult to suppress her curiosity, and she truly never attempted to do so. Perhaps the bloodline of the Krakow family was indeed remarkable, or maybe Lostt possessed extraordinary talents. Even without a wand, she could, under the guidance of her books, through repeated attempts, ultimately succeed in casting a flawless stupefy with precise pronunciation and gestures reminiscent of a conductor. The unfortunate target was an oblivious vagrant by the roadside, and that fortunate gentleman slumbered for a full 3 days, leading Lostt to briefly believe she had inadvertently taken a life with her spell. Fortunately, he did not perish, though according to her readings, was the stunning efficacy of the stunning spell not a bit excessive? Although she lacked parental figures, with the care of 2 house elves and an entire library, Lostt thrived in health, reaching the age of 10, having already mastered a considerable number of minor spells, albeit their potency was not always within her control. Yet, as Lostt had come to realize from the outset, she was not a fortunate child. The Krakow family had left her 2 house elves and a house, but that was nearly all that remained. The assets of the Krakow family, or to put it plainly, their wealth, had not bequeathed her much, merely enough for her to live a modest and tranquil life. However, due to the presence of the house elves, Lostt had not perceived this as a significant issue, never considering that this matter would evolve into a major concern later on. Lostter's daily life is characterized by a strict routine, encompassing meals and sleep, interspersed with various practices, potions, spells, or the perusal of books. She has contemplated attempting to prepare some culinary delights. However, ever since the fateful day at the age of 7, when she concocted a pot of something dark and grotesque that resembled a creature capable of devouring a person, Heshian has resolutely forbidden her from approaching the kitchen ever again. She feels a lack of practice, yet Heshian remains steadfast in denying her a second chance. The long-anticipated transformation in Lostter's life transpired after her 11th birthday, when she beheld an owl perched at her window, unleashing an exuberant shriek completely devoid of elegance. The startled owl nearly toppled from the windowsill. With great care, Lostter accepted the letter, almost reverently opening the envelope. Upon glimpsing the Hogwarts emblem, Dumbledore's signature, and her own name, Lostter's emotions soared once more to a pinnacle of joy. Unable to contain herself, she embraced the owl and showered it with affectionate kisses. Hylin and Heshian found it difficult to comprehend why their young mistress was so exhilarated by the arrival of that notification letter, just as they remained oblivious to the reason behind her cherished collection of scribbled papers adorned with doodles, or why their previously apathetic young mistress had developed an insatiable passion for learning after a severe illness. Furthermore, why their young mistress meticulously scribbled dense notes in her books and had even prepared a plethora of notebooks for summarizing and recording, rising early each day to recite spells and potion brewing processes. Is there truly someone who studies in such a manner? They had certainly never witnessed such behavior among other members of the Krakow family. Unlike the two little elves who exchanged puzzled glances, scratching their heads, Lostt was utterly elated as she gazed upon the notification letter, brimming with anticipation for her future. Yet, Lost's exhilaration came to an abrupt halt upon confronting a lengthy list of realities. A harsh truth loomed before her. She possessed no money, no guardians, and was unfamiliar with the way. Lostt slid from the sofa to the carpet, momentarily enveloped in silence. Lostt mused, "There's no way I can enroll smoothly." She felt a twinge of anxiety, albeit belatedly. Nonetheless, she persevered, retrieving her quill and mustering her spirits to compose a reply, ensuring to reward the diligent owl with some jerky and breadcrumbs. The simultaneous arrival of joy and sorrow overwhelmed her as she sat on the floor, sighing repeatedly until she discovered another piece of paper nestled within the envelope. As she unfolded it, the pristine sheet fell into her hands, revealing elegant cursive lettering. The note read, "In light of your unique family circumstances, we have appointed Professor McGonagall from Gryffindor House as your guide to assist you in procuring items from Diagon Alley. The school will extend its support to every young wizard in need, so please do not worry, as the Academy will finance your purchases." Lostt read each word carefully, instantly grasping the significance. She had a means to enroll, and someone to guide her. Moreover, she was acquainted with Professor McGonagall. Lostt exclaimed, "Professor McGonagall! Oh, Gryffindor! Courage above all! Our headmistress! Capable of transforming into a cat!" She jubilantly lifted the card, twirling around the living room in excitement. Hyland remarked, "Do you think the young lady will be sorted into Gryffindor? She has even prepared the house motto." Heshian replied, "She might also be sorted into Ravenclaw." With a snap of his fingers, the books that had yet to be put away leapt back onto the shelves as he shrugged slightly. Chapter 2. Minerva McGonagall. Upon awakening from her slumber, Lost's dulled senses gradually returned, and she realized she had neglected to inquire in her letter about the arrival of the legendary Professor McGonagall. After preparing herself, she intended to revisit the note to glean its contents when a knock at the door interrupted her thoughts. Upon glancing at the paper once more, she noted the time inscribed. Indeed, it was now. "Thank you, Hogwarts, for your remarkable efficiency." Hastily donning her attire, Lostt rushed towards the door, sliding smoothly down the banister. "Good morning, Heshian. Good morning, Helsing. I forgot to inform you that we have a guest today. Please prepare some tea." By the time she reached the front door, she had managed to dress appropriately. Taking a deep breath, she opened the door with a smile. Standing before her was an elegantly aged lady adorned with a wide-brimmed pointed hat and spectacles perched upon her nose. Although no longer youthful, she radiated grace and warmth. Her lips curving into a gentle smile upon their meeting, and the light in her eyes suggested that perhaps within this seasoned exterior lay a youthful spirit. "Good morning, Miss Krakow. I am Professor Minerva McGonagall, the head of Gryffindor House. You may call me Professor McGonagall." The elder spoke first, her blue eyes meeting Lost's. Lostt blinked, momentarily taken aback, before responding with a flurry of apologies. "Why yes, hello? I am Lostt Krakow. I apologize for not being entirely ready. Would you mind stepping inside for a moment?" Despite the anticipation swirling within her, the presence of the esteemed professor rendered Lostt somewhat anxious. It had been ages since she had conversed with anyone after immersing herself in the world of magic. Though her heart raced with a torrent of unvoiced thoughts, she managed only a polite smile, bowing her head slightly and stepping aside to invite the lady in. Professor McGonagall, observing the respectful and charming demeanor of this polite young girl, felt a sense of delight. From the intonation and gestures of the girl, she could perceive the respect and admiration that resonated within her. The almost radiant glimmer in Lost's light blue eyes hinted at her nervousness, a sentiment that warmed McGonagall's heart. What a delightful young lady, she mused inwardly. With no intention of placing undue pressure on the girl, McGonagall followed her lead into the sitting room, where house elves busily arranged tea and pastries, alongside an array of candies and coffee. "Take your time, Miss Krakow. We have an entire day ahead of us for shopping, so please relax." Perhaps it was the old professor's exceedingly gentle tone that eased Lost's stiff demeanor, a testament to the enchantment of magic, even in conversation. Despite McGonagall's patience, Lostt did not wish to keep the diligent professor waiting unnecessarily. She quickly changed into a suitable outfit, adorning herself with a simple, unembellished black robe to align with her wizarding identity. Gazing into the mirror, Lostt noted her growth. Her features had matured slightly since she was 7 or 8, still retaining the charm of youth. Though her face might not be deemed strikingly beautiful, she felt content with her appearance. More importantly, she had grown taller, no longer needing a stool for washing, and her hair had grown long enough to require a hairband to keep it tidy, although a shorter style might be more convenient. The impending start of school prompted her to tie her hair back with a blue ribbon and secure her robe before hurriedly descending the stairs with her magically expanded suitcase. My apologies for the wait, Professor McGonagall. Her bright voice echoed down the stairs before she arrived in the sitting room. The sounds of her hurried footsteps and the flurry of her preparations revealed a lively spirit that contrasted with her seemingly demure appearance. McGonagall observed the girl, slightly flushed but undeterred, and wondered if she might possess the playful spirit of a little lion. "Shall we depart, Miss Krakow?" McGonagall inquired, noticing Lostt standing at the door, a sense of forgetfulness lingering in the air. As she extended her hand, Lostt instinctively reached back to glance towards the room, her gaze catching on a notebook lying on the table, and in that moment, she recalled her oversight. Her home's fireplace was not connected to the Floo network. Logically, a young witch's first experience with apparition could lead to some adverse reactions, yet McGonagall was confident in her own proficiency. However, the pale countenance of the girl, who clung to the wall with a furrowed brow, suggested otherwise. "Miss Krakow, are you all right?" Though it appeared they had already made some progress, Lostt wanted to assure her otherwise. Yet, she merely leaned against the wall, clutching her suitcase tightly, shaking her head vigorously. After a moment, she managed to articulate, "I believe I'm fine, Professor McGonagall," though her tone lacked conviction. "But you appear." Lostt recognized the truth in McGonagall's observation. Straightening herself, she took several deep breaths, her fists gently pressing against her collarbone and smoothing down to her chest to ease her breathing. "I'm just a bit unaccustomed, Professor McGonagall. Please don't worry. I am entirely well now. Let this be the first step of my grand magical journey. I am fully prepared to embark on the second step." With her head held high and a radiant smile illuminating her face, McGonagall, though still somewhat concerned, felt a sense of reassurance at the girl's natural demeanor. Taking Lost's hand, she guided her towards the fabled leaky cauldron. Curiously, Lostt observed the dust-covered sign that gradually revealed its letters as they approached. McGonagall displayed remarkable patience, pausing at the entrance to allow her to take in the word before ushering her inside. This was a wondrous world Lostt had yet to explore, and her curiosity about everything within it was palpable. The dimly lit interior, illuminated only by the soft glow of yellow lamps, was filled with groups of wizards engaging in their conversations, some clutching drinks in hand. The proprietor cheerfully greeted McGonagall, who responded with her characteristic warmth, while Lostt tried to discreetly survey her surroundings. Then, McGonagall led her to a man who was conversing with her. Lostt looked up to find a gentleman adorned in a turban acknowledging McGonagall. "Miss Krakow, this is your defense against the dark arts professor, Professor Quirrell." "Professor Quirrell, this is Miss Krakow, a new student at Hogwarts. Headmaster Dumbledore has asked me to accompany her for the procurement of her school supplies." As McGonagall introduced them, Lostt recognized the name, having marked it in her notes as the new defense against the dark arts professor. "Good day, Professor Quirrell. I am Lostt Krakow." Loster's polite and considerate demeanor was a product of the earnest tutelage she received from the little fairies. Although her grasp of noble etiquette was not entirely refined, the essence of basic courtesy remained etched in her memory. Faced with strangers, she felt a twinge of nervousness, prompting her to offer a more restrained greeting. "Chilo. Oh, you. Hello. This is a charming and fascinating subject. You will enjoy it." Lostt lifted her gaze to the man, intrigued by his peculiar smile, erratic intonation, and somewhat eccentric attire. The heavy headscarf wound around his head raised questions in her mind, particularly the mention of the nameless man lurking behind him. What sort of scene could that possibly portray? Lostt found it hard to imagine, yet it seemed likely to be rather unsettling. "Lostt, if you are the one teaching. Professor Chilo, I am certain I will come to adore this class. It is an honor to soon become your student." Had it been Hailsin, she would have instantly recognized Lost's disingenuousness the moment she spoke. When disinterested, she often resorted to this aristocratic, bureaucratic manner of droning on. "McGonagall, then let us proceed to Diagon Alley, Professor Chilo, until school starts." McGonagall nodded once more, signaling the conclusion of their conversation. "Lostt, I look forward to our next meeting, Professor Chilo." Lostt nodded slightly and performed a modest bow, following McGonagall as she led her toward the back door of the pub, which opened into a solid wall. McGonagall appeared quite pleased with her performance in the pub, casting a glance of approval in her direction, while Lostt merely smiled and nodded, feeling a twinge of guilt for not genuinely attempting to forge a bond with the professor. Yet, this only served to reinforce McGonagall's impression of the young Miss Krakow as humble and sincere. Chapter 3, Diagon Alley. As McGonagall's wand tapped against the enchanted wall, Lostt was initially consumed by curiosity, observing the point of impact. However, when the bricks began to shift with a cacophony of clattering sounds, revealing the entirety of Diagon Alley before her. Loszt could not suppress a gasp of awe. Loszt, wow. It was remarkably simple, yet profoundly heartfelt, absolutely genuine. The bustling and vibrant atmosphere bore witness to the passage of time, with every corner echoing the countless stories it had witnessed. As she strolled down the street, surrounded by robed wizards, Loszt truly realized that the magical world was now unfurling its gates before her. McGonagall, it seems Miss Krakow is quite taken with this place. The girl's astonishment was clearly palpable, and as McGonagall glanced over, she found Loszt still gaping, no longer the cautious child she had been in the pub. At that moment, she was boldly scanning her surroundings, her bright blue eyes sparkling with wonder. Had she not been holding McGonagall's hand, she might have dashed off in excitement. McGonagall, according to the list, it appears we must first acquire your uniform. Clearing her throat, McGonagall gently brought the excited girl back to the task at hand, for they had come with a purpose. Loszt, now fully aware, retracted her gaze and extracted the list from her pocket, unfolding it and perusing each line. Realizing the reason for McGonagall's early arrival, the items to be purchased were indeed numerous. Was Hogwarts truly so affluent? Loszt, as you wish, Professor McGonagall. Unfamiliar with the surroundings, Loszt readily relinquished the empty small suitcase to McGonagall, allowing her to lead the way while Loszt used her free hand to confirm the items on the list. She was first taken into the renowned clothing store, where the playful measuring tape elicited laughter from her, and she couldn't resist teasing it as one would a small animal. Though time was spent, they successfully placed orders for robes, gloves, hats, and winter cloaks. Loszt. Yes, I am Loszt Coblack. Loszt enunciated her full name distinctly, enabling the staff to direct the flying needle and thread to inscribe her name upon the garments. Shop assistant. Though it may be somewhat presumptuous, might I inquire, Miss Krakow, why your parents chose the name Loszt for you? Upon seeing the child's name, McGonagall instinctively deciphered its original meaning. However, she soon realized that the intent was not to unravel its significance, and she found no suitable opportunity to inquire. Now, someone else had posed the question, prompting McGonagall to subtly lean in closer. Loszt appeared to have anticipated this, standing tall as if called upon in class, hands clasped behind her back as she responded confidently. Loszt, because my mother discovered that I always got lost. McGonagall, so it is true that Miss Krakow is called Loszt because she is always lost? McGonagall inquired with a gentle smile, Loszt nodding earnestly, while simultaneously focusing on the list. Loszt, Halson told me so. I loved to play outside as a child, but I always ended up unable to find my way back. It was always Halson or my mother who had to come to find me. My mother would tease me and then bestowed upon me this name. Regrettably, I no longer recall those moments. However, my name does appear in the Krakow family tree. As such, after securing her uniform, it was time for textbooks. Despite having become utterly enamored with reading due to the monotony of life at home, Loszt recognized that the school was footing the bill at this juncture. Thus, she retracted her outstretched hand, merely gathering a hefty stack of textbooks as she wobbled towards the counter to settle the bill. Observing Loszt meticulously stack the textbooks into her suitcase, McGonagall belatedly recognized the girl possessed quite a bit of strength. Loszt, all right, then, next, we need other supplies. McGonagall glanced at the list and naturally led Loszt toward the renowned wand shop, famous throughout Diagon Alley and the wizarding world alike. Loszt anticipated this would be a lengthy endeavor, yet the process unfolded far more swiftly than she had imagined. The wand seemed to be just as eager to meet her. Ollivander. Ah, I know you, child of the Krakow family, but you appear quite different from them. This is my first encounter with a Krakow child chosen by Laurel Wood. As Loszt exited the wand shop, she recalled the elder's musings, skipping lightly out the door while softly murmuring to herself. Loszt, Laurel Wood with a dragon heartstring core. 13 inches, slightly springy. Tilting her head, she examined the wand in her hand, unable to fully grasp the significance of a wand choosing its master. Nor could she ascertain whether the esteemed wand maker was truly reliable. Instinctively, she wiggled the wand, contemplating its potential as an instrument for striking someone. While Loszt pondered, McGonagall approached her, prompting Loszt to stow away her wand and retrieve the list once more. Loszt. All right, Professor McGonagall, next on the list are cauldrons, a telescope, and McGonagall, a set of scales. While you were selecting your wand, I took the liberty of purchasing one for you. I hope you won't mind, Miss Krakow. McGonagall raised the small suitcase in her hand. Loszt, of course not. Oh, thank you so much, Professor McGonagall. Our shopping task is now complete. Loszt scanned the list again, a smile gracing her face as she carefully tucked the paper away. McGonagall. Oh, Miss Krakow, if I recall correctly, you still require a pet of your choosing. As it seems you do not have a suitable one at home. McGonagall observed her as she tucked away the list, offering a friendly reminder. Lostt hesitated momentarily before slowly inching closer to McGonagall, whispering softly, "But I have no family to send letters to, and I don't think I need an owl either. Especially since the school has already provided me with so much." A visible expression of distress crossed Lostt's face. McGonagall instantly comprehended the thoughts swirling in the young girl's mind, and her heart ached for her. She reached out to gently stroke Lostt's long hair and spoke softly. "Oh, I believe you have already read in the letters that the school will assist you in acquiring the items on your list, including a pet that suits your fancy. Miss Clacko." McGonagall observed as the girl lifted her head, her eyes sparkling with curiosity, and nodded reassuringly once more. Thus, as they exited the street, Lostt found herself cradling a large cage containing a tawny owl adorned with black markings, its orange eyes wide with wonder as it gazed around. Despite its considerable size, it radiated the same vitality as its young mistress. "Professor McGonagall, is this sufficient?" Lostt inquired, unable to grasp McGonagall's hand this time. Yet she felt secure with McGonagall's hand resting on her back. "Yes, Miss Clacko, we can return now. You may begin to organize your belongings and make some preparations. I shall visit the Clacko residence again the day after tomorrow to escort you to platform 9 3/4. "Thank you very much, Professor McGonagall. It has been a pleasure to spend time with you today," Lostt replied, maintaining her polite demeanor and gracious smile, though she felt the moment had come to an end. When McGonagall clasped her hand, she realized it was time to return home. Despite having witnessed the scene, McGonagall still found it hard to believe that the pale-faced Miss Clacko was truly untroubled. Lostt, who had been carrying books that obscured her view, could no longer hold the cage, and, like the owl, sat there pondering life for a brief moment. "Please believe me, Professor McGonagall, this is not your issue. I am simply not quite accustomed yet." At least she hadn't vomited on either McGonagall or the owl. Lostt could only console herself with that thought. Ultimately, she survived once more, escorted home by Professor McGonagall, and as Lostt stood at the door watching McGonagall vanish from sight, she hugged the cage and summoned the house elf to bring in her trunk as well. Sitting on the sofa, Lostt felt utterly exhausted. Her body was not fatigued, but her heart was weary, overwhelmed by excitement. It was only at the end that she realized just how exhilarated she had been, and now all she desired was to sleep until the end of time, leaving the rest for tomorrow or the day after. Wait, what did Professor McGonagall say about when they would meet again? Chapter 4, Platform 9 3/4. Ultimately, Lostt did not sleep through to the third day, causing Professor McGonagall to wait at the door once more. She awoke smoothly at noon the following day, just as the sun was fully risen. The very moment she found it impossible to sleep. After washing up and having breakfast, she nibbled on a leftover piece of bread while contemplating which books to bring to school, perhaps even to read on the way there. Although studying textbooks while traveling should also prove enjoyable, her wardrobe was sparse. Having grown up with limited means, she occasionally purchased some Muggle clothing. Ultimately, she neatly organized her uniform, tucked her notebook into her clothes, and folded in a few shirts and trousers, predominantly in black and white, perhaps with a couple of ties mixed in. Aside from some undergarments, her luggage was more than halfway packed. The items bought yesterday were already categorized into different boxes: textbooks, a few volumes on potions, charms, related extracurricular books, and a complete set of stationery. She secured the boxes and placed them on the small cart, tying them down before wheeling it to the front door. Then she collapsed onto the soft sofa, satisfied that everything was in order. Now all that remained was to wait for tomorrow when she would embark on her journey to the Magical Academy. Long live Hogwarts. Lostt spent the remaining time in her study, and when the clock struck 10, she reluctantly returned to her bedroom. It must be said that sleeping early was indeed wise, for her excitement rendered her unable to drift off. By the time she finally fell asleep, it felt as though she glimpsed a glimmer of light. The following morning, Halson quietly endeavored to awaken her, only to witness Lostt sit up and then flop back down, as if ensnared by a Dementor's kiss. Unable to extricate herself from the bed, after a full 30 minutes, Lostt finally yawned and shuffled toward the bathroom under Halson's concerned gaze. Professor McGonagall arrived quite early, knocking on the door just as Lostt was savoring her life-sustaining coffee. "Good morning, Professor McGonagall. Would you care for a cup of coffee before we depart? Or perhaps you would prefer some milk?" Lostt said as she descended from her chair, a smile gracing her face as she warmly greeted her. Professor McGonagall, still harboring fondness for the young girl, graciously accepted the invitation and sat down to enjoy a cup of morning coffee before embarking on their journey. It was the same infernal disillusionment charm, yet thankfully, this time Lostt had the foresight to avoid a full meal. She merely sipped some coffee, while her actual breakfast, along with lunch, was packed away in a bag magically insulated, resting atop the cart, a gift from Herschchen. Moreover, being the third time around with the same person, Lostt managed to regain a bit of her dignity, albeit just a smidgen. Professor McGonagall guided her to the station, pointing her in the right direction. Lostt gazed at the wall between the platforms, swallowing nervously before mustering a smile under McGonagall's encouraging gaze. I look forward to seeing you again, Professor McGonagall, Lostt whispered, nodding at her as she gathered her courage and pushed the cart determinedly toward the wall. Fortunately, the path was correct, and she did not become a spectacle in the eyes of muggles. However, upon seeing the train, Lostt could not help but take a deep breath. Glancing around, she quickly boarded the train while there were still few people, found a seat, and stowed her luggage properly. With ample time before the train would depart, Lostt rested her chin on her hand, observing the bustling crowd outside. After a brief reverie, she remembered to open the suitcase resting by her feet, extracting the book Basic Magical Charms and laying it across her lap. As she enjoyed a sandwich prepared by Herschin, she read the book for leisure. Even while at home, the house elves had taught her a fair number of small spells under her coaxing and persuading. At that time, without a wand, she had to practice diligently. If one attempt failed, she would try again, and if a day went by without success, she would practice for 2 days instead. Time was the one thing she had in abundance, and at home, she could learn spells, and then delve into potion making and magical history among other subjects. Yet, Lostt was not certain whether her self-taught skills would align with the actual subjects she would be studying. Thus, she seized this opportunity to address any gaps in her knowledge. Lostt looked forward to the delightful life that awaited her at school, but she was not prepared to greet her first classmate. Having not conversed with peers her age in quite some time, she had assumed the train was so spacious that she would surely find a compartment to herself. However, she had forgotten that her luck was notoriously poor, so when a boy with short black hair and glasses inquired if the seat beside her was taken, she unwittingly grew anxious. "No, it's just me. Please, if you don't mind, take a seat." The boy entered and took a seat directly opposite her. An air of awkwardness enveloping the moment. Lostt was somewhat anxious. Yet it was certainly preferable to sitting right beside her and becoming a mere book of 100,000 whys. "Boy, what are you reading?" The boy across the aisle took the initiative to break the silence. "Lostt, a textbook, sir, elementary magical spells. It is the textbook we'll be using in our first year." "Boy, you're already reading it? Is there an exam?" His surprise was evident as he leaned in to take a peek. Lostt naturally turned the book to share, but Harry lost interest after a cursory glance, prompting Lostt to retract it smoothly, continuing to jot down notes every so often. "Lostt, I hope not. I haven't finished it yet. I simply enjoy reading." "Boy, your capacity for learning is truly remarkable, considering we haven't even started school. Oh, by the way, I'm Harry Potter." This name was familiar to Lostt, particularly striking, though she was unaware of why the details in her notes could not be shared. Yet, Harry Potter was a name that could be spoken freely. He was renowned as the boy who lived, known to all, even to Helga. Lost's familiarity with him did not stem solely from hearsay. His name was inscribed in her notes, the focal point of a narrative that transcended mere storytelling. Lostt Clacko. I hope we get along well." With a friendly gesture, Lostt extended her hand, and Harry seemed pleasantly surprised by her warmth, their hands clasping firmly in the compartment. "Lostt, I've heard your name, Harry. You're quite famous." She assessed the boy, who appeared even more nervous than she was, and endeavored to radiate kindness and friendliness. "Harry, oh yes. It seems many people have heard my name, though even I don't quite understand why." Harry shrugged, a hint of exasperation in his demeanor as he raked his fingers through his tousled black hair. Lostt perceived that he was reluctant to linger on this subject. "Lostt, I assume you haven't had breakfast yet? This was given to me by Heshian this morning. I suspect he may have over-prepared." From a small bag at her side, Lostt produced a sandwich and offered it, which Harry happily accepted, significantly enhancing the atmosphere between them. "Perhaps we shall become friends." Lostt mused optimistically, for aside from 2 house elves, she had yet to cultivate any friendships. Chapter 5, A Fateful Encounter. As Harry and Lostt were getting to know each other, a boy with a shock of red hair appeared at the doorframe, hesitating, perhaps daunted by the presence of multiple occupants in the compartment. "Ron, excuse me. May I sit here? Everywhere else is full." Ron looked somewhat awkward, his face scrunching together in discomfort. "Harry, please, take a seat." Harry appeared to know the boy, warmly gesturing to the vacant spot beside him, while Lostt indicated the seat beside herself as well. "Lostt, if you don't mind." The boy stepped inside and ultimately chose to sit next to Harry. "Ron, by the way, I'm Ron Weasley." Ron introduced himself to the 2 present, appearing more at ease than Lostt, perhaps his earlier nerves stemming from a fear of rejection. "Harry, I'm Harry Potter." Lostt Clacko. Lost's name was relatively unremarkable, especially in the presence of a celebrity, and Ron was evidently taken aback by Harry's name. His mouth agape as if he were about to speak, yet it took him a considerable moment to find his voice. "Ron, so it's true. I mean, you really have that?" Ron stammered, pointing at Harry's forehead but failing to articulate his thoughts. Harry furrowed his brow in confusion and looked at him. Harry, what? Ron, that scar. Ron whispered the word as if it were a secret. Harry smiled and swept back his fringe, revealing the lightning-shaped scar on his forehead. Lostt, wow. Ron, amazing. Harry chuckled at their unified exclamations. The passing trolley interrupted this topic as a kindly old man inquired if they needed anything, to which Ron stiffly declined, raising the lunch he had brought, which, judging by his expression, seemed less than appetizing. However, Harry produced a handful of galleons from his pocket, purchasing a plethora of snacks under the astonished gazes of Lostt and Ron. The bonds of friendship among children are often forged so effortlessly, the exchange of candies and chocolates bringing joy to all. Harry, Bertie bought every flavor beans. Harry perused the box in his hands. Ron, they say there are all sorts of flavors, chocolate, peppermint, and even spinach and liver. George claims he once tasted one that was, earwax flavored. Ron appeared well-versed in these matters, while Harry grimaced and spat out a candy from his mouth, leading Lostt to speculate that the flavor must not have been pleasant. Ron, Lostt, try this. Oh, can I just call you Lostt? Ron extended a box of sweets towards Lostt, who curiously opened it and popped one into her mouth. Lostt, certainly. Oh, chocolate, what a surprise. Perhaps due to the presence of a savior with worse luck, Lostt found herself fortuitously avoiding any unfortunate flavors. Harry, it wouldn't be a real frog, would it? Having already encountered the magical world, Harry eyed the box with some uncertainty, his tone tinged with concern. Ron, it's just enchanted. The main attraction is collecting the cards. Each pack contains a card of a famous wizard, and I've collected about 500. Harry opened the box, and the chocolate-colored frog leapt up, climbing the window before eventually hopping out of it. Ron, how unfortunate. They're supposed to jump only once. Harry's attention shifted as he became captivated by a card in his hand. Ron, it's Dumbledore. I already have 6 Dumbledores. Once Ron recognized the card, his interest waned, and he smugly boasted while turning his gaze towards Lostt's open textbook. Ron, what are you reading, Lostt? Harry, it's a textbook. She's reading Elementary Magical Spells. Harry casually handed the card to Lostt, who was also curiously looking over. Lostt, holding the card depicting Dumbledore, turned it over with intrigue. Harry, I just asked, just a moment ago. Harry shrugged. Ron, however, looked astonished at Lostt. Ron, we haven't even started school, and you're already reading. Harry, did I not mention that? Just a moment ago. Harry chimed in with a quip. Evidently, both Ron and Harry, seated together, struggled to comprehend why Lostt was so engrossed in the textbook, especially given that there appeared to be notes scribbled in it. As they bypassed the discussion about the textbook, and as Ron prepared to demonstrate some magic, a girl's voice broke through. Hermione, has anyone seen a toad? A boy named Neville lost one. The three turned in unison to see a girl with sandy brown hair standing at the door, clad in the first-year robe and uniform, scanning the compartment with a look of helpless worry. None, Ron responded, and both Harry and Lostt shook their heads in unison. The new girl, however, seemed far more captivated by Ron's magic than by the missing toad. Lostt glanced at the girl, since the boy before her was Harry and beside him was Ron. This little lady must be the final member of their trio, the prodigious Hermione Granger hailing from a Muggle family. She regarded her politely, hoping not to cause any offense. Ron's spell did not succeed, but Hermione approached the compartment and executed a genuine spell that made Harry's glasses appear as if they had just been crafted anew. Hermione remarked, "Oh, you're reading that book too. I finished it at home. Can you do any magic?" Lostt realized that Hermione's attention was not on her, but rather on the book spread open across her lap. Lostt replied, "I know a little, but not much. I'm not sure I can actually make it work. I haven't tried it outside yet." She shrugged. "Could I see it?" Hermione inquired. "By the way, I'm Hermione Granger." Lost clack, she replied. Lostt withdrew her wand from her pocket, contemplating which spells would pose the least risk. Oh, what should she attempt in this small compartment? An incapacitating curse or something harmless? Given that her initial attempt had left someone asleep for 3 days, she surmised that the Hogwarts Express couldn't possibly travel for 3 days. Ultimately, she opted for a levitation charm, causing Ron's little rat to spin gracefully in the air, earning her 3 pairs of wide, gleaming eyes. Lostt was, in fact, quite loquacious. A shared understanding among Harry, Ron, and Hermione, especially evident in Hermione, who engaged Lostt in extensive discussions regarding textbooks and the knowledge they contained, rendering Harry and Ron from admiration to numbness and ultimately drowsiness. It appeared that discussions of academic matters were more effective than the sleeping charm. It was not until Hermione belatedly looked up that she said, "Oh, by the way, I suggest you both change into your robes quickly. We're almost there." Ron and Harry were not in a hurry, but Lostt felt compelled to stand and quietly ask Hermione where she might change. By the time she returned in her new attire, Harry and Ron were already prepared, and the 3 of them indulged in the remaining sweets within the compartment. Chapter 6, The Sorting Hat. As the train began to slow down under the cloak of night, Lostt visibly perked up, both due to the encroaching darkness and the imminent arrival at Hogwarts. The train finally came to a gentle halt with a whistle, and Lostt followed Hermione as they gradually made their way out of the carriage, hearing a resounding voice even before stepping onto the platform. Curiously tilting her head, Lostt watched as Harry and Ron greeted someone familiar, a clear indication of their acquaintance. Hermione lightly nudged her, silently inquiring. However, Lostt merely shook her head, indicating her lack of recognition. Ultimately, Lostt complied with the command of the tall figure and joined Harry and the others in boarding a small boat, gliding across the dark lake while gazing up at the magnificent, towering castle, Hogwarts. "Wow," Lostt exclaimed. Simple yet sincere, she vowed it was a heartfelt declaration. The new life she had long anticipated was now officially commencing. To Lostt's surprise, she did not expect to see Professor McGonagall so soon. The amiable professor stood at the foot of the steps, awaiting their ascent. "Welcome to Hogwarts," McGonagall began. "In a moment, you will pass through these doors and join your fellow students. However, before you take your seats, you must be sorted into your houses: Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. While at school, your house will serve as your home. Good behavior will earn points for your house, while rule violations will result in deductions. At the end of the year, the house with the highest score will win the House Cup." Lostt stood tall in line, listening attentively to every word McGonagall spoke. Helsing had shared various tales about Hogwarts with her, including the House Cup, and both of her parents had been students there, one a Slytherin and the other a Ravenclaw. It was said they had both won the House Cup, and driven by her love for learning, Lostt had promised herself she would strive to win it as well. What pulled Lost's attention away from McGonagall was the voice of a boy speaking with a tone reminiscent of a serenade she had endeavored to master but had not yet fully learned. "I am Draco Malfoy," he announced. Lostt shifted slightly behind Hermione, remaining inconspicuous. Yet she leaned forward slightly to catch a glimpse of the legendary Malfoy, a striking boy with platinum hair, handsome yet arrogant. Lostt had a lingering feeling that she would inevitably find herself at odds with him. As Lostt and Hermione observed the proud boy introduce himself, Ron burst into laughter, prompting Draco Malfoy to showcase his haughty demeanor for the first time. Unfortunately, Harry only recalled Draco mocking Ron, failing to recognize that it was Ron who initially laughed. "He seems rather rude," Hermione remarked. Lostt caught Hermione's expression of indignation and glanced back at the boy, gently shaking her head in agreement. She had not the opportunity to voice her thoughts, as McGonagall was already approaching. McGonagall instructed Draco to return to his place before addressing everyone present. "Are we all ready? Follow me." The doors opened before them, revealing an interior beyond imagination, with floating candles suspended overhead and lights illuminating the space. For long tables were nearly filled with students clad in black robes and pointed hats. As they navigated through the center, the students turned their gazes towards the newcomers, causing Lostt to feel a flutter of nerves. "This night sky isn't real. It's a magical ceiling," Hermione explained, appearing remarkably relaxed and self-assured, likely a result of her thorough revision. Finally lifting her gaze, Lostt beheld the astonishingly realistic ceiling. "Could I borrow that book to read, Hermione? I'd like to check it out now," Lostt asked. "Of course," Hermione replied, her face lighting up with joy at having a reading companion so early in the term. All the first years followed McGonagall to the front, where she ascended the podium and gestured for them to stand still. "Before the ceremony begins, Professor Dumbledore would like to say a few words." Lostt leaned slightly, looking at the elderly man who stood, resembling the figure on the card almost perfectly, with a long white beard and spectacles. He was an aged yet benevolent presence, his blue eyes twinkling with vitality. Dumbledore began. "I have a few announcements to make regarding the start of the term. First-year students, be aware that it is strictly forbidden for any student to enter the Forbidden Forest. And our caretaker, Mr. Filch, has asked me to remind you that the corridor on the right side of the third floor is also off-limits. If you wish to avoid a most unpleasant fate, do not venture there. Thank you." Lostt stood with her hands clasped behind her back, maintaining an outwardly neutral expression, though her mind raced with thoughts of both locations. Although Dumbledore emphasized the prohibition, Lostt felt that such insistence was more an invitation to seek adventure. Perhaps she might explore it, she mused. "Where do you think you'll go, Lostt? You seem quite suited for Ravenclaw," Hermione inquired. Hermione whispered softly in Lost's ear, momentarily drawing her attention back with a few key words. Lostt quipped, "Is that so? But if we could eat sooner, I wouldn't mind going to Hufflepuff. I'm already starving." McGonagall's voice cut through. "Hermione Granger." Lostt straightened her posture, hands behind her back, observing Hermione as she stepped forward, diligently adjusting her breathing. She began to contemplate whether she too should regulate her own breath, lest she trip and embarrass herself on stage. The sorting hat boomed. "Gryffindor." Lostt watched as Hermione joyfully descended from the platform, heading towards the long table of Gryffindor. She appeared elated, Gryffindor was indeed a splendid house, and it seemed they would all end up there. Lostt diverted her gaze back to the podium, pondering where her fate would lead her. As Hermione departed, a space opened beside Lostt, prompting her to move next to Harry, though she still maintained a half-step distance, feeling somewhat anxious about being noticed. Harry let out a small exclamation of pain, and Lostt glanced up, her gaze inadvertently crossing over Harry's raised arm to catch sight of a man clad in all black. His attire, hair, and eyes were dark, and he bore a prominent hooked nose, seated beside Quirrell, emanating an intimidating aura. Lostt recognized him instantly. He was far too distinctive to forget, even without considering his attire. His menacing presence distinguished him amongst the professors. She had highlighted him in her notes, a figure who, like Harry, seemed to weave through the entirety of her writings. What was his name again? Snape? Severus Snape, the head of Slytherin House and Potions Master, who had also briefly taught defense against the dark arts, and had now, regrettably, become one of the professors to be discarded yearly. Perhaps Lostt had lingered too long in her observation, but she couldn't help it. She often lost track of where her gaze had landed while daydreaming. It wasn't until she sensed a chill behind her that she jolted back to reality. Blinking, her focus sharpened, and she found Snape looking at her, his brow slightly furrowed, appearing rather displeased. She quickly averted her eyes, adopting a neutral expression as if she had never glanced in his direction. Lost Krakow, McGonagall called out. Whose name was that? Chapter 7, Slytherin. Don't be nervous, Lostt, Harry said, observing her stiffened form upon hearing her name, mistaking her tension for anxiety and offering quiet encouragement. Lostt responded with a friendly smile, straightening her posture and stepping onto the stage, acutely aware of a gaze fixed upon her from the professor's seats. Help. It seemed she had drawn his attention. A mix of anxiety and concern welled within her, but fortunately, nothing amiss occurred as she sat upright in the chair. The heavy hat slipped down, nearly obscuring her view, and she heard a murmuring voice, feeling a slight dizziness. Ah, you are a clever and brave child, fond of reading, adept at learning, and adventurous. You possess great courage, unafraid of death and danger. You have your own goals. You seek to prove yourself and earn the acknowledgement of others. Do you not? You aspire to stand out, and your mind is brimming with ideas. This makes it quite challenging. You appear suited for many places. Perhaps I should go to Ravenclaw, Lostt suggested. Is that so, child? Yet I see your hesitation. Do you not favor that house? Of course not. It's just that if Ravenclaw fails to secure enough points for the House Cup, I'm uncertain of what I might do. I might even blow up the house's point counter. Lostt replied in a light-hearted, relaxed tone, reminiscent of jesting after a meal, unperturbed by any potential implications of her words. She was joking, though perhaps not entirely. The Sorting Hat fell silent for a moment. Slytherin, it finally proclaimed loudly. Lostt felt her head erupt with a flurry of question marks. Why was this happening? Did Slytherin also relish blowing up point counters? She mistakenly assumed that the hat had placed her in Slytherin due to her earlier comment. Descending from the chair, she caught sight of Harry Potter below, his expression brimming with concern, but he was next, so she could only smile at him and walk briskly towards the other long table. Before she sat down, she sensed a piercing gaze and stole a glance to confirm it was the stern-faced, cold-eyed head of Slytherin, her dear housemaster. Did this man hold grudges? Harry lingered on stage longer than most wizards, but with her preceding him, it was nothing extraordinary. Was Merlin allowing this poor girl to draw the attention of the savior? Fortunately, the Sorting Hat soon proclaimed, Gryffindor, just as she had recalled. Perhaps Ron's chatter before ascending about dark wizards mostly emerging from Slytherin influenced the Hat's decision. Harry clearly desired companionship, and Slytherin was ill-suited for him. Huh, I've seen you. You were just near Potter, Draco remarked. Are you pureblood? Though Slytherin was not as boisterous as other houses, they certainly had their own brand of excitement, such as taking stock of bloodlines. Hello, I am Krakow, Lost Krakow. A half-blood, Lostt introduced, briefly recalling her family lineage. The Krakow family was relatively mild-mannered, at least in terms of their acceptance of family members. Whether their partners were half-bloods or muggle-borns, as long as love was genuine. The only stipulation was that they had to be wizards, and preferably quite powerful ones, to ensure the family's continued ability to protect themselves. Perhaps this was where her talents originated, Lostt mused. Krakow was not an obscured surname. While it lacked the notoriety of Malfoy, it still held a certain recognition. However, due to the losses suffered during the last confrontation with Voldemort and their unique family values, they were not favored by other pureblood families and gradually dwindled. By her generation, only she remained of the direct line. Perhaps there were distant relatives, but they mattered little to her. You're a half-blood? Huh, how amusing. Half-bloods can enter Slytherin now, Draco remarked, his tone less than congenial, prompting Lostt to mentally scoff at him. I suppose Slytherin's traditions may have been so in the past, but now, the house should comprise more than just pure bloods, Mr. Malfoy. Although I am not pure blood, I trust you have heard of the Krakow family? We do not concern ourselves with bloodlines. We value strength. Thus, even a muggle-born wizard, if capable of defeating a pure blood, would still be welcomed as a family member. Do you find any issue with this perspective? Lostt was reluctant to speak so impolitely. Yet the piercing gazes of her fellow Slytherins were unmistakably clear. As a first-year student, a scion of a withering family, and a half-blood, she felt compelled to reclaim her dignity before them, to assert her identity as a Slytherin. She was determined not to be perceived as an easy target in the days to come. Furthermore, she had no desire to provoke a conflict that might escalate to physical confrontation. Who knew whether the grim-faced man, resembling a dark bat with his furrowed brow, would penalize her for defending a fellow student or confine her for the embarrassment of losing? The notes she had perused clearly indicated that Severus Snape was the most formidable figure in the entire institution, without exception. Until Dumbledore rose to strike a glass and hush the atmosphere, no one else had dared to speak to Lostt, which she took as a positive omen. With Dumbledore's announcement that the feast had begun, a blink of the eye transformed the table into a banquet of exquisite dishes, captivating Lost's gaze and heart entirely. Compared to the other tables, Slytherin's dining was marked by elegance and decorum, save for one individual, Lostt herself. While she adhered to the basic etiquette of dining, remaining silent and still, her astonishing speed and efficiency in consuming her meal stood in stark contrast to those around her. Draco, what's wrong? Has the Krakow family fallen so destitute that they can no longer afford a meal? Draco seized the opportunity, his serpent-like demeanor flicking his tongue in provocation towards Lostt. Lostt, indeed. So might Master Malfoy be inclined to open his purse and extend some charity to the unfortunate orphan of the Krakow family? With spirited defiance, Lostt found herself drawn to danger, her interest piqued. If she could silence Malfoy, the majority of the new students at the table would likely lose interest in troubling her. Malfoy, like a venomous snake, hissed his taunts, yet Lostt was undeterred by his verbal insults. Unless someone physically subdued her, the little girl from Krakow would never yield. Their banter continued until an unexpected ghost startled everyone, fostering a moment of harmony at the long table. Chapter 8. The Dormitory After Dinner. It was time to return to the dormitory. While not a strenuous task, for Lostt, it was undeniably significant, an undeniable mark of importance, hinted at by her very name. As the other Slytherins listened attentively to the prefect's guidance, Lostt found herself glancing about, attempting to discern the peculiar workings of the staircase. Yet, she quickly realized that if mere observation could ensure comprehension, she would not have been called Lostt by her mother. Therefore, she shrugged off the endeavor, convinced that a solution would present itself in due course. The prefect, Gemma Farley, was diligent, narrating tales of Slytherin while instructing her peers on the route back. The identity of the head of house, and various points of caution. Gemma, oh, by the way, there are a few things you need to remember. Our house ghost is the Bloody Baron. If you gain his favor, he may consent to help you frighten others. Just don't inquire about the source of his bloodstains. He isn't fond of that. Gemma, pure blood. They eventually halted before a stone statue, and Gemma enunciated the word clearly, causing a secret passage to materialize from the stone wall, allowing the young Slytherin's entry. The Slytherin common room was dominated by cool tones, featuring comfortable sofas, several tables adorned with chessboards, some unoccupied, and dimly lit by hanging lamps. A fireplace crackled warmly, surrounded by additional sofas, while large windows offered views of swimming fish and the occasional drifting squid. She found herself fond of this place. The enclosed space provided a sense of security, and the dim ambience was soothing. Gemma, now, let me share a few things about Slytherin that you ought to know, and some you should forget. First, let us dispel a few misconceptions. You may have heard rumors about Slytherin being associated with dark magic, or that we only converse with those whose great-grandfathers were renowned wizards. Such nonsense. Do not believe everything you hear from rival houses. I am not denying that we have produced a considerable number of dark wizards, but the other three houses are no different. They simply refuse to acknowledge it. Yes, we traditionally tend to recruit students from wizarding families, yet you will find many in Slytherin with at least one Muggle parent. We have said enough about what we are not. Let us speak about what we are. We are the coolest and most avant-garde house in this school. We fight for victory because we care about Slytherin's honor and tradition. We earn the respect of our peers. Admittedly, that respect may be tinged with a hint of fear, owing to our reputation for dark magic. But you know what? A wild reputation can be rather entertaining. Just dropping hints that suggest you have access to the library's curses can deter anyone from attempting to steal your pencil case. But we are not villains. We are like our emblem, the serpent, smooth, powerful, and often misunderstood. For instance, we Slytherins care for our own far more than Ravenclaw does. Ravenclaw is the largest cohort of overachievers you've ever seen, known for their rivalry in achieving good grades, while we Slytherins are a brotherhood. The corridors of Hogwarts can surprise the unwary, and as you traverse the school, you will be grateful to have serpents by your side. From our perspective, once you become a serpent, you are a member of our elite. Gemma's lengthy discourse seemed as though it were originally scripted, yet Lostt listened intently. Perhaps Ron had been mistaken. While dark wizards emerged from Slytherin, it did not imply that all Slytherins were dark wizards. For it is evidently unreasonable to judge a group by the actions of an individual. Gemma, the password to the common room changes every 2 weeks. Keep an eye on the notice board. Never bring anyone from another house into our common room. It would reveal our password to them. No outsider has entered here for over 7 centuries. That is all I wish to convey. I trust you will enjoy our dormitory. We sleep in ancient 4-poster beds with green silk curtains and silver-embroidered bed covers. The walls are adorned with medieval tapestries depicting the famous adventures of Slytherins, and silver lanterns hang from the ceiling. You will sleep soundly, lulled by the soothing sound of the lake's waves against the window at night. The dormitory door bore their names, and their belongings had already been placed within. Wishing them a pleasant night, Lostt did not rush to the dormitory. With a crowd present, she preferred not to vie for space and instead took a leisurely stroll around the common room. After surveying the area, she found the crowd had dispersed, and only then did she make her way toward the hallway. However, the misconceptions surrounding Slytherin were not without reason. At least the design of this common room and dormitory certainly did little to impart a sunny and cheerful first impression. She proceeded along the corridor, peering through door after door until she finally located her name. Clearly, Lostt did not possess the means or lineage to secure a single dormitory for herself, but fortunately, her roommate appeared to be quite manageable. Lostt, Krakow, Lostt, Krakow. I hope we get along well. Lostt took the initiative to greet her. Eileen, all sauce, Eileen, all sauce. I hope so too. Eileen responded with a smile before turning to attend to her belongings. The evening was predominantly consumed by the task of tidying up her room. Lostt had her own set of organizational principles. She believed that the best organization was, in fact, no organization at all. She merely rearranged the contents of her trunk, placing all her books neatly on the table, with the corresponding notebooks positioned behind them for easy retrieval later. Her clothes were hung up properly, but the outfit she intended to wear the next day was set aside on a chair, a clever trick taught to her by Heshian, which proved remarkably effective on those groggy mornings. Once everything was in order, Lostt settled on her bed for a brief review of the notes she had previously made. The records concerning the characters seemed flawless, at least the identities matched. Yet, were those individuals truly as described in her notes? That Chilo appeared somewhat peculiar, though he hardly seemed capable of orchestrating anything significant. Closing her notebook, she propped her chin on her hand and gazed out the window, observing the small fish swimming outside. Her carved owl stood in its cage, and Lostt approached to let it out for a bit of exercise. Had she known that Slytherin's common room was located by the lake, she would have opted for a cat. Alas, the poor creature was confined to its cage. Perhaps she ought to consider acquiring a snake in the future. In her reverie, Lostt became aware that her head was beginning to droop, and in a final act of lucidity, she piled the books she would need the following day on the table, set her alarm clock, and promptly collapsed into bed. Chapter 9, Class. Lost's alarm rang very early, yet her reflexes were sufficiently swift to avoid disturbing the rather late-night organizing of Eileen. Her alarm went off a full 2 hours before class, for a simple reason. She desired to have a meal and allow herself ample time to navigate any potential misdirection. After freshening up, she confirmed her class schedule, checked her books, and changed her clothes. Satisfied, she gave her slightly unruly hair a quick adjustment in the mirror before dashing out the door. Fortunately, the memories from the previous night lingered, guiding her as she sprinted down the corridors, asking portraits and passing students for directions until she successfully located the Great Hall. Arriving early, the hall was nearly empty. Seizing the opportunity, Lostt abandoned all notions of noble etiquette and devoured her meal hastily. After satiating her hunger, she clutched her books and made her way outside. Now came the pressing question: how would she find the Transfiguration classroom? Yet, pathways are forged by those who tread them, and if she could find her way there, she could surely navigate back. With the guidance of portraits, ghosts, and passing upperclassmen, Lostt stumbled upon the classroom. Despite consuming a considerable amount of time in her search, she had left herself with enough leeway to adjust her breathing as she sauntered into the relatively empty room, carefully selecting a desirable seat. Sitting in a discreet corner at the front of Slytherin's side seemed ideal, as it was less likely to distract her. Once seated, Lostt opened her book and began to survey her surroundings. Almost immediately, she noticed a tabby cat sitting regally at the podium, gazing directly at her. Offering the feline a friendly smile, she commenced her pre-reading, the quill dancing between her fingers. Had she not been concerned about the ink splattering, it might have twirled gracefully. Nonetheless, a droplet of ink managed to land on the page, compelling Lostt to comply with its presence, much like what she had reviewed just the night before. As the class commenced, The two lively young boys still had not arrived. Ron exclaimed, "Oh, we made it. If we're late, McGonagall's face will surely be terrifying." This was Ron's opening line. Lostt didn't look up, but remained focused on the cat on the desk, pondering when she might transform into something entirely different herself. Subsequently, familiar antics unfolded, such as the two young lions nearly becoming a pocket watch or a map, yet fortunately, they were merely two lost and tardy cubs. Truth be told, Lostt's first-year schedule was busier than she had anticipated, albeit slightly less hectic than she had imagined. She couldn't fathom who had crafted such a timetable. The very first day of classes stretched from morning till night. How exhausting. The only classroom she firmly remembered was for Transfiguration, which she had located based on the starting point of the dining hall. Yet, she swiftly devised a solution. Though she was unfamiliar with the paths, others were, such as Hermione. During lunch, Lostt quietly made her way to the Gryffindor table. "Hermione, I believe I might need your assistance with something." "What is it?" Hermione momentarily set her pie aside and turned her attention to Lostt. Swallowing her mouthful of beef, Lostt spoke earnestly, yet somewhat pitifully. "I'm not good with directions. I left 2 hours early this morning to avoid being late, and it was only by following you that I found the classroom. I lack confidence that I won't be late for subsequent classes, so would you mind accompanying me?" "Of course. The classes for Gryffindor and Slytherin are essentially the same. We're friends, so naturally, we can attend together." Hermione smiled easily, not perceiving it as a significant matter. In truth, she too was seeking a companion for class. As Harry and Ron would hastily flee at the mere mention of the library, Lostt seemed a splendid choice. After all, she had been engrossed in a book on the train. Yet, why had she ultimately been sorted into Slytherin? She certainly did not seem like a Slytherin at all. "Lostt, if you join us, will the Slytherin folks?" Harry, visibly concerned about Ron's earlier remarks, leaned over the table to quietly inquire, mimicking Lost's earlier posture. "Will they bully you? You know, Slytherins have a reputation for dark wizards." "Well, not you, of course, but they can be rather nasty," Ron quickly added, his mouth still full of chicken, making his words somewhat garbled. "They're right," Hermione interjected. "Slytherins do indeed enjoy bullying others. How did you end up being sorted there? I thought you would go to Ravenclaw. I've heard they have a separate library." For once, Hermione found herself in agreement with the boys, and the three pairs of eyes turned expectantly toward Lost's face. That is a question for the Sorting Hat," Lostt replied. "I was rather hungry last night, and might ve forgotten the details. So can we eat first?" Lostt felt it was a rather convoluted explanation. Primarily because how could she admit that she wished to blow up Ravenclaw's point counter? That seemed rather implausible, truly. The four young heads huddled together, discussing their classes as they ate. Harry and Ron shared their amazement at Professor McGonagall's prowess, while Hermione rambled on about her first charms lesson. Lostt, meanwhile, continued to eat voraciously, clearly articulating responses to every unanswered question. "You really should have gone to Ravenclaw," Hermione remarked sincerely as they walked along the corridor toward the classroom. Ron smirked and whispered to Harry, if Hermione had truly observed how much Lostt can eat, she wouldn't have said that. "I reckon she should have been sorted into Hufflepuff. I've heard they're closest to the dining hall." Harry observed Lostt and Hermione, contemplating the small girl who had not ceased her motion since sitting down. He nodded in agreement, certain of Ron's assessment. Hermione was genuinely impressed by Lostt during their afternoon herbology class. As she opened her textbook, she was struck by the dense annotations that filled its pages. It was clear that Lostt had not only prepared for the lesson, but had likely mastered the material. This was evident when the teacher posed questions, and Lostt responded with remarkable fluency, competing alongside Hermione to earn points. Hermione remarked, "Surely the points that Slytherin earned this morning weren't all thanks to you?" She recalled that Slytherin had accrued some points during their morning Transfiguration and Charms classes, but at that time, she had been preoccupied with her own tasks, and Lostt had not been by her side. Lostt merely nodded in response. Ron exclaimed, "Wow, I never imagined someone could be more dedicated to studying than Hermione." Though Ron's observation was simple, Lostt recognized its sincerity. She replied, "I simply have a penchant for reading. There's not much amusement at home, as you know. Families of stature often indulge in trivialities, while my parents departed when I was young, leaving me to seek solace in books to pass the time." Lost's nonchalant demeanor belied the weight of her words, which resonated deeply with Harry, who, having also lost his parents, understood the countless sleepless nights that lay beneath her seemingly light-hearted remarks. Ron and Hermione fell into a heavy silence, reflecting on Lost's tragic background. They had previously speculated on her lenient upbringing, but had not considered the stark reality of her being left unsupervised. Lostt, sensing the somber mood, lightheartedly quipped, "Hey, don't look at me as if I'm a forlorn orphan. I'm doing just fine, after all. The house elf from the Malfoy family takes good care of me. And if you ever wish to visit, you're more than welcome at my home." Uncomfortable with the weighty atmosphere, Losst skillfully redirected the conversation with a playful jest. Chapter 10. Greetings, old bat. Hogwarts' schedule was packed, classrooms were scattered everywhere, and the staircases were whimsically unpredictable. Navigating them before arriving at class felt like a trial for Losst. Once inside, it became a fierce competition for points between Slytherin and Gryffindor. Had it not been for Losst consistently occupying a seat at the Gryffindor table, the Slytherins would have undoubtedly elevated her to a pedestal. The week was indeed filled with rigorous classes, accompanied by an avalanche of essays. Fortunately, as her reading skills improved, so too did her ability to articulate her thoughts. Thus, Losst supported her chin with one hand, her legs swinging idly, as she effortlessly completed an essay with a stoic expression. Hermione observed with gleaming eyes, while Ron and Harry, after a single trip to the library, were disinclined to return. From Monday to Thursday, their days unfolded with a predictable rhythm. Losst busied herself earning points, completing assignments, and recording notes, occasionally joining Hermione in the library, one absorbed in spellbooks, the other perusing various texts. Friday dawned with a full potions class, and it was evident that the formidable Professor Snape would not grant them a moment's respite. Just imagine, a 2-hour lesson would surely be arduous. Despite her reluctance, Losst felt a surge of excitement as she accompanied Hermione to the classroom, eager to observe the renowned master of potion making up close. Losst, don't be nervous. I've memorized the first-year potions textbook, so there's no need to fear any questions, Hermione reassured her. Lost's tendency to zone out was conspicuous. Her expression was blank, her gaze fixed intently on a singular point, namely, the podium. Hermione mistakenly believed she had uncovered Lost's Achilles heel, as potion-making required practical skills, which they had never heard Losst mention. Perhaps she was not particularly adept at it? However, Losst simply smiled and nodded at Hermione's confidence, choosing not to clarify that she was merely daydreaming. Together, they leisurely examined the various bottles and cauldrons, discussing their uses. Suddenly, with a resounding pong, the heavy door swung open, prompting Losst to turn, her gaze drawn to the imposing figure striding confidently to the podium, while her heart raced at the sight of the door slowly closing behind him. Would it be awkward if the door were damaged? Losst mused. Yet, she dared not lose her focus for too long, as the figure on the podium had begun his first lecture of the term. Potions do not require you to foolishly wave your wands or recite incantations. Snape's deep, resonant voice echoed in the now silent classroom, a timbre that made Lost's ears tingle with delight. Truly, his voice was enchanting. She discreetly jotted down a note. 10 points to Slytherin. Thus, I doubt many of you possess the appreciation for the profound science and intricate craftsmanship that potion-making entails. However, for the few among you who genuinely have that inclination. Snape paused, casting his gaze toward the front row where a platinum-haired boy sat. Losst tilted her head to glance at Draco, who was likely smirking with self-satisfaction. She could almost envision his expression. I can teach you how to muddle the mind. Snape continued, articulating each word with deliberate cadence, and Losst felt a delightful itch in her ears and heart alike. Yet, no one had warned her that the potions professor's voice could also be disorienting. Shifting her position, Losst intertwined her fingers on the desk, her gaze fixated on the man enveloped in his cloak. I will teach you how to deceive the senses, earn renown, create brilliance, and even how to achieve immortality. As she inscribed a line on her paper, she gently nudged Hermione's arm. Like a great bat, Hermione glanced down, then gestured toward the speaker at the podium. Losst subtly pressed the note beneath her notebook, concealing the evidence. That said, some of you may have arrived at Hogwarts with extraordinary abilities and enough confidence to believe you can disregard my lecture. Thankfully, Lost's small distraction went unnoticed. But others were not so fortunate. While Snape spoke, someone continued to write, clearly and meticulously, and Losst followed Snape's gaze to see none other than dear Harry, diligently transcribing every word. Casting a sidelong glance at Harry, then directly at Snape, Losst mused that her luck seemed to be holding while Harry was present. It wasn't until Hermione nudged Harry's arm to remind him that the scratching of his quill finally ceased. Mr. Potter, Snape addressed him, and Losst noted the displeasure etched on Snape's face, yet Harry merely looked up, bewildered. What followed was an exchange of words, silence, a change of question, a denial, another inquiry, and a shake of the head, culminating in a tone devoid of sympathy. If only Hermione hadn't been so eager to raise her hand in protest, forcing Losst to lean slightly away from Snape, this experience might have been more enjoyable. The ensuing verbal duel unfolded, with Harry's tone bordering on impolite, yet reasonable, while Snape's was decidedly worse, yet somehow even more justified. Losst stood with her arm half resting on the table, her gaze fixated on the potions professor as he approached, coldly instructing Hermione to lower her hand. The black cloak billowed behind him, swept up by his stride, as he strode past Losst, heading straight for Mr. Potter. A pungent scent wafted through the air. She recognized it well. After spending a couple of days brewing in her home's basement, her senses dulled. She would emerge to change her clothes, only to be assaulted by the overwhelming odor lingering on her previous garments, a scent so powerful it felt like a harbinger of doom. The herbal aromas, both fragrant and acrid, mingled with the warmth that differed from the chill of the wind, alongside the bitter tang of the finished potion, creating a chaotic blend. If this concoction were to be bottled as a perfume, it would surely find no market, Lostt was convinced. What pulled Lostt from her reverie was the enduring silence that enveloped the room, an unusual quiet that piqued her curiosity. Blinking, she retracted her wandering thoughts, focusing her gaze. Recalling the disapproving look from the old bat. Snape, Miss Krakow, please answer my previous question. The unexpected call left Lostt momentarily bewildered, yet she braced herself against the table and stood. Lostt, adding powdered daffodil root to wormwood infusion will result in a potion known as the living hell broth. If you require a piece of dunkstone, you must search within the stomach of a goat. Both aconite and wolf's bane are indistinguishable. They are the same plant, collectively referred to as aconite. With a measured pause and clear enunciation, her response bore no flaws. The most evident affirmation came from Hermione, who gently patted the back of Lost's hand. Undoubtedly, this was a sign of approval. Harry cautiously turned his head and gave her a thumbs up from beneath the table. However, dominating her entire field of vision was Snape, whose expression had softened slightly. Not quite satisfaction, but at least he appeared less menacing. Snape, it seems not everyone, unlike Mr. Potter, sits in potions class like a fool, unable to provide any answers. Sit down, Miss Krakow. Slytherin gains 5 points. Lostt obediently took her seat, still half propped on her arm, but this time with only one hand resting down. She casually opened her notebook beside her, drawing 2 lines across her previous notes to highlight important points. Snape, well, why do you not write these down? His tone was harsh, and with each word, the earlier shift in his demeanor reverted to its previous state. Out of the corner of her eye, Lostt noticed him rising, pausing briefly as he passed her, perhaps scanning her densely packed notes, before he moved on to the front of the classroom. Chapter 11, Potions Class. Although unexpectedly called upon, the remainder of the class unfolded, as described in her notes. Snape succinctly explained the potion to be brewed, and with a flick of his wand, the complete procedure appeared on the blackboard, as if they were merely copying homework. Surely, no major issues would arise, Lostt mused, as she and Hermione each took a portion of the required materials, then spread open their textbooks. They glanced between the book and the blackboard, repeatedly confirming that everything was in order, and then began their synchronized potion making. Initially, Lostt believed it would proceed without a hitch. However, this splendid potions class could only be described as extraordinary. The verbal sparring between Snape and Harry was merely an opening act. The true spectacle began with the potion making itself. Lostt focused intently on Hermione, and with her partner's assistance, she merely needed to follow directions, her mind scarcely engaged. For there were no competitive points to be gained in this lesson. Thus, her attention inevitably waned, and she observed the chaos. Ingredients mistakenly combined into a cement-like substance. Errant potions flying about, and 2 cauldrons exploding in the process. Oh, what a thrilling scene it was. Meanwhile, the potions professor patrolled the classroom like the Grim Reaper, reprimanding students at every turn, hurling insults such as ogre, fool, and reckless lion, including one she had heard of before. Snape, Mr. Longbottom, is your head filled with rushes? The entire class proceeded smoothly under Snape's relentless deductions of Gryffindor points. Yet, despite the increasingly dismal atmosphere surrounding Gryffindor, Lostt appeared overly relaxed in the midst of the chaos. After all, it was not her points being deducted. Were it not for Hermione's earnest dedication, Lostt might have laughed outright at Snape's tirades. Lostt, I was mistaken. He is not a bat, but a venomous serpent, spewing living hell broth everywhere. Lostt whispered this into Hermione's ear, prompting Hermione to nudge her with her elbow to prevent an audible laugh. Hermione, but why? According to the book, this potion should not look like this. Where did we go wrong? Hermione scrutinized the potion in the vial, shaking it without observing the expected beautiful reflection. While Lostt leaned in to verify their steps, everything seemed correct, yet the infernal color was simply off. Lostt, I can assure you, your procedure was flawless, as was mine. I practiced this at home. Perhaps there is an error in the book? I had Heshin observe my process, and there were no issues. Lostt crossed her arms, contemplating whether it was still feasible to brew another batch. However, seeing that those around her had nearly finished, she abandoned the thought. Lostt, perhaps we should try again after class. Lostt harbored an immense passion for learning, particularly in potions. For this subject was one of the few where one could succeed without innate talent, as long as the material learned was sound. Hermione shared her sentiment. and they quietly discussed where they might conduct further potion experiments and procure additional ingredients. The class period drew to a close, and it was evident that few young witches had successfully brewed a potion. Lostt could hardly suppress her sympathy upon seeing the cauldron of living hell broth that Harry and Ron had produced. Snape's expression upon receiving the vial from Harry was one of utter disdain, the disgust practically radiating from his dark eyes. Even from several desks away, Lostt could sense his irritation. Thus, she patted the disappointed Hermione on the back. Lostt, think positively. At least we didn't produce a cauldron full of living hell. Hermione, that hardly sounds like consolation, Lostt, but you are right. Let us go hand in our assignments. Together, Lostt and Hermione approached the front, placing their bottle, relatively normal compared to the others, on the desk. Snape, one who would nearly recite the entire textbook in class, and another who would fill every page with writing. After 2 hours, you present me with this? Lostt swore that based on the way he opened his mouth. The words Snape swallowed back were nothing short of expletives. Hermione, but we followed your instructions exactly, precisely as written in the book. We checked multiple times. Hermione, feeling a mix of shame and indignation, could not help but raise her voice in an attempt to explain. Snape offered no reply. Instead, he shifted his serpent-like gaze to another direction. In stark contrast to Hermione's spirited defense, Lost's demeanor was strikingly calm, as if she were utterly indifferent to Snape's derision, even appearing somewhat lost in thought. Snape, Miss Clarko, do enlighten me. Do you truly believe that the extensive notes you penned are merely the ramblings of your dreams? Upon being called out, Lostt lifted her head, realizing that the Serpent King had redirected his attack. She hesitated, contemplating how best to respond. Lostt, certainly not, Professor Snape. However, we have adhered strictly to the guidelines set forth in the textbook, and my notes are merely extensions of the knowledge contained therein. Snape, I have no interest in your notes, Miss Clarko. Clearly, in my view, neither of you possesses any talent for potions, and the submission of such work stands as the most compelling evidence. Hermione, but Snape, no buts. Return to your seats, Miss Granger. Your final grade is an A. Hermione appeared visibly dissatisfied, yet Lostt instinctively sensed that prolonging the argument could easily transform that A into a dreadful T. She grasped Hermione's arm and turned to leave. But not 2 steps out did she hear the grim summons. Snape, who permitted your departure, Miss Clarko? A most fatal summons. Lostt obediently released Hermione's arm, gently patting her back as a signal to proceed ahead. She then turned, lowering her head and clasping her hands behind her back, adopting a demure stance before Snape. Lostt, may I inquire if you require anything further, Professor Snape? Snape, at 7 this evening, report to my office for detention. Bring your textbooks, notes, and that parchment on which you penned your thoughts. In that moment, a chill ran down Lost's spine. She finally comprehended that the bold warning on her notes was no jest. As Lostt exited the classroom, she found Hermione waiting at the door, clutching her belongings, and naturally approached her as she emerged. Hermione, he didn't give you a hard time, did he, Lostt? Lostt, Professor Snape has assigned me detention in his office. Perhaps I shall also receive a reflective essay, but at least he didn't assign me a T or deduct points from Slytherin. Thank Merlin for that. Lost's tone was remarkably sincere, prompting Hermione to frown and touch her forehead. Ron, she's definitely running a fever, absolutely. Ron shook his head, wearing an expression of exasperation, while Harry nodded in agreement beside him. Hermione, do you feel unwell, Lostt? Though Hermione did not endorse Ron's assertion, it was evident that she shared their sentiments entirely. Lostt, as you can see, I'm perfectly fine, just a bit hungry. Let us go. After 2 hours of commotion, we ought to appease our stomachs. True to her words, Lostt appeared entirely unconcerned, happily humming as she accepted the books from Hermione and moved forward. Yet, as expected, she was pulled back by Hermione for straying off course. Ron, I told you she is a Hufflepuff. Ron nodded at Harry. Harry, but she is even more cheerful than Gryffindors. Harry responded this time. Chapter 12, Lunchtime. Even after receiving a detention request from the most feared professor in the eyes of Hogwarts' first years, Lost's appetite remained undeterred. From the moment she settled into her seat, she commenced her meal with the same unpretentiousness that Harry and the others had observed on numerous occasions. Ron, Lostt, you really don't seem like a Slytherin. Did the sorting hat truly place you in the right house? Ron propped his chin on his hand, his face contorted in disbelief. Harry, Ron, what does Seamus intend to do with that cup of water? Harry was watching Seamus at the adjacent table. Curiously, Lostt raised her head, following the trio's gaze just in time to witness the cup explode. How did he manage that? Lost's inquiry was genuinely heartfelt. It surpassed her own attempts at conjuring flames. Just as the children were engrossed in their discussions, a sudden avian cry echoed from above. The mail has arrived. Ron appeared quite exhilarated, for reasons unknown. While Lostt swiftly concluded her battle with the remnants of her meal, lest the dust from the deliveries mingle with her food. By the time the owls began to drop off the mail, Lostt was leisurely wiping her hands, not even bothering to glance up, for she was well aware that no letters would be addressed to her. All those she knew had perished, and the few who remained were likely strangers. Even if a house elf wished to deliver something to her, it would have appeared directly in her dormitory. Unfortunately, she had specifically chosen a large eagle owl, which proved useless. Thus, Lostt glanced at Hermione, who was busy unwrapping her parcels, then at Ron, who was occupied with his letters, before finally opting to spread open her textbook, seizing the moment to complete her final essay. Harry, how peculiar. That stolen vault is the very one I visited with Hagrid. The keywords vault and Hagrid triggered a memory for Lostt. She suddenly recalled that storyline involving the Philosopher's Stone and Snape's burden. Oh, how unfortunate for Professor Snape. How lamentable it is, Professor, to be diligently toiling away only to be perceived as the mastermind behind the scenes. This is indeed quintessentially Snape, and very much in line with Harry's experiences. Wait, doesn't she have detention to attend tonight? It seems she is the one truly deserving of pity. After a satisfying meal, with ample time left, Lostt crossed one leg over the other, gently swaying her foot as she organized her thoughts in her mind. Her pen diligently inscribing words to gradually extend the length of her essay. Ron, Lostt, aren't you the least bit afraid of serving detention? That is Snape, after all. Lostt felt that, in comparison to herself, these three seemed more like the ones who had received an invitation. Just look at the expressions on these three little lions' faces, each more pallid than the last, all terrified at the mere mention of Snape. Lostt, Professor, Ron, Professor Snape. And as I said, yes, at 7. I shall visit Professor Snape's office, sincerely hoping I won't have to work overtime on Friday night to draft another reflective essay. Lost's hand, which had been resting on her chin, slid down to her cheek as she lifted her head and adjusted her posture. Harry, well, perhaps we could accompany you? Harry observed the expression on Lost's face, which could hardly be described as joyful, and attempted to offer a suggestion. However, Lostt merely straightened her back, exhaled deeply, swiftly concluding her essay, setting down her quill, and smiling at Harry. Hermione, if we go together, I assure you Professor Snape will certainly transform that A into AT. Lostt could not help but agree, echoing her sentiment. Lostt, would you like to serve detention as well, Mr. Potter? Gryffindor's scorekeeper can hardly afford to lose more points. Professor McGonagall would be heartbroken. Ron, you've already received an A, and Snape still wants to give you detention? You can't possibly be a Gryffindor. Ron's focus seemed to wander, yet he successfully raised another question. Why was Lostt summoned for detention? Lostt selectively bypassed the topic of the sorting hat, silently withdrawing the source of her transgression from her notebook. Seeing that piece of paper, Hermione immediately understood everything, supporting her forehead with her hand as she shook her head and sighed. Harry, it's like a great bat is speaking. What I mean is, Professor Snape. As Harry spoke, he noticed Lost's gaze, prompting him to swallow his words and begin anew. Ron declared, you're in serious trouble, Lostt. No one can save you now. Ron had effectively sentenced Lostt to a metaphorical death, and both Harry and Hermione nodded in agreement. Lostt, covering her face, rubbed her hands together nervously. Is Professor Snape really that terrifying? I mean, look at me. I'm still lively and cheerful in Slytherin. Harry replied, it's different. The Slytherins are at least all students. Snape might do anything. There's just something peculiar about him. Harry, despite his disdain for Slytherin, seemed to harbor an even stronger dislike for Snape at that moment. Lostt insisted, I think it should be fine. After all, it's just a detention. I mean, I even go to his office. He is not going to throw me into the Black Lake to feed the fish. Ron retorted, maybe being thrown into the Black Lake would be preferable. Lostt could sense that this group was adamant that Snape would treat her like potion ingredients in his office, chopped and ground away. She couldn't fathom how a single class could leave such a dreadful impression. Clearly, Lostt had completely forgotten about the multitude of points Gryffindor had lost during that particular class, and how many reprimands the little lions had endured. Chapter 13, A Detention. Although Ron, Harry, and Hermione were genuinely terrified after witnessing Lost's formidable exploratory skills earlier that week, they decided to at least escort her to the vicinity of Snape's office before departing. Lostt felt they were overreacting. Hermione cautioned, if you're late, Professor Snape will undoubtedly be even angrier, and he might deduct points from you. Hermione's reasoning struck a chord with Lostt, and she ultimately agreed. Evidently, the little lions rarely ventured this deep, save for necessary potions classes. However, Lostt strolled behind them as if returning home, for she was an absolute creature of the night. Her blue eyes were ill-suited for sunlight. The clear, cloudless skies rendered her nearly blind. In contrast, the dim environment invigorated her. Hermione announced, there's Professor Snape's office up ahead. You have 5 minutes left, you can make it. We'll wait for you in the library. She patted Lostt on the shoulder, trying to comfort the unfortunate girl chosen by the Serpent King. Ron questioned. Does it have to be the library? Harry chimed in. We'll wait for you in the Great Hall. Lostt, you'll just in time for dinner. We'll save you some pie, Ron added, and chicken legs. Though Ron and Harry were not particularly adept at offering comfort, they recognized that visiting Snape's office would not be a pleasant affair. They exchanged a few more words until Hermione noted that only 3 minutes remained, prompting her to urge the two boys to hurry along. Lostt could only stand there, hands behind her back, waving goodbye as they departed, before she turned toward the lair of the Slytherin head, bearing her evidence of guilt. Snape was certain he had heard someone descending the stairs around 5 o'clock. Unlike the typical Slytherin students, the raucous noise resembled that of the boisterous little lions. The sounds drew closer before pausing at a not-so-distant spot. Glancing at the clock, he recognized who was approaching, that audacious student and the 3 foolish Gryffindors. He pondered why a Slytherin would always be in the company of several Gryffindors, even coming to the office together. While he anticipated their arrival, Snape maintained a stoic demeanor, seated at his desk, grading upper-year assignments. Yet, as time ticked by, no one knocked on the office door. When the clock struck 5 minutes to 7, he raised his gaze to the timepiece, contemplating the audacity of that little girl from the Krakow family who dared to be late for detention. Was it that as a Slytherin student, she lacked the courage to enter her head's office? Did she reach the door only to retreat? All his questions were answered when, at 7 o'clock, there was a knock on the door. Snape coldly instructed the individual to enter. The young girl, clutching her potions textbook, notes, and evidence of her misdeed, approached him. Snape allowed her a moment, noting her stubbornness as they sat in silence, one standing and the other seated. Once he finished grading the paper in hand, he looked up to meet her steady blue gaze. The pale blue of her eyes appeared slightly gray in the dim light. After their eyes met, she remained silent, and Snape realized the girl had drifted off, standing right in front of him, lost in thought. Miss Krakow, he addressed her, his tone calm, yet resonant. Lostt shivered slightly at his presence, her gaze faltering before returning to focus. Yes, I'm here, Professor Snape. How may I assist you? Lostt belatedly recognized that she had been completely absorbed in her thoughts, and now, staring into his black eyes, like a serpent poised to strike, she understood why he was dubbed the Serpent King rather than a bat. Miss Krakow, Snape continued, while I do not expect your paper-filled mind to have much room left for knowledge, you should at least be aware of your purpose here. Surprisingly gentle. Especially compared to the words of the thorns and trolls, Lostt straightened and presented the evidence before him. I sincerely apologize, Professor Snape. I should not have written notes during your class, nor should I have penned such words. Snape had noticed the note during class, but upon its arrival in front of him, he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. What a splendid little bat she was. Surely it cannot be merely this, Miss Krakow. Would you like your potions professor to help you revisit the mistakes you made during class? Lostt faltered, not out of fear, but from a moment of confusion. She had thought being caught for just the note was the extent of it. How could he hear so well? I shouldn't have said that you resemble a venomous snake, she mumbled, attempting to trace the roots of her errors, only to see Snape's expression darken visibly. Disaster loomed. She had just incriminated herself. Clearly, even without notes, Miss Krakow, your mind is filled with useless notions. I suspect this is why you were unable to brew a potion that met the requirements during class. This time, Snape's tone was one Lostt had never encountered, harsh and unforgiving. Well, she had escalated a minor issue into a significant one. Just as expected, Lostt, perhaps you should try your luck at Muggle lottery tickets. Surely you'd lead a charmed life. I apologize, Professor, but I did follow each step as outlined in the book. I am unsure why. Silence. Bring your book and notebook here. It would be best to clear your mind. Lostt obediently approached, handing over her book and notes, her head bowed. Hands clasped behind her back, eyes cast downward to the open potions textbook and corresponding notebook. The quill on the page mercilessly struck through large swathes of text, ultimately abandoning the effort to amend her notes and instead focusing on the densely packed content of the book. Tell me, how do you study potions? Severus Snape had encountered notes before, yet he had never seen such an excessively lengthy and convoluted collection, with every detail transcribed into the pages. His brows furrowed in disbelief. It was hard to accept that this was the work of a Slytherin. If one were to speak of foolishness, that would be the hallmark of Gryffindor. While the meticulousness displayed here was characteristic of Ravenclaw, it resembled many traits, yet it was decidedly un-Slytherin. Memorize it as per the textbook, memorize it. Came the soft voice of Lostt, who felt compelled to acquiesce, though she perceived no issue with her notes. Clearly, her head of house found it a significant concern. All of it, from start to finish? Snape inquired, his tone incredulous. All of it, from start to finish, Lostt replied, her voice lowering slightly, her eyes fluttering shut as she sensed an impending storm. Yet, there was none. The head of Slytherin always delivered his judgments in silence. Observing as he meticulously sketched out several potion-making processes in her textbook, Snape amended a few figures before sliding the book back to her. Take your book, go over there. And prepare the potions yourself, he commanded. Lostt accepted the book, glancing at the altered processes. She looked back at Snape, whose expression remained stern, indicating he had not yet calmed down. But why was she only required to brew a potion? However, upon catching Snape's gaze, she promptly turned and hurried to the cabinet, gathering the necessary ingredients. Setting the book aside, she diligently followed the revised steps, brewing the potions in accordance with the process. To her surprise, the potions she produced perfectly matched the textbook's requirements, even exceeding them. Unable to contain her excitement, Lostt lifted the vials, marveling at the crystalline potions within, their swirling patterns glimmering under the light. Wow, she exclaimed, her delight simple yet genuine. Humph, Snape responded, his derision succinct. Undeterred, Lostt approached him, clearly pleased with her accomplishment. This deviation from Snape's intended reprimand prompted the potion's master to unleash his venomous critique. Is it only the textbook you can follow? Did you never recognize the flaws in your previous attempts? How curious, did you finally realize? Realized but never corrected? Ah, Miss Krakow. It is far too kind to say your mind is filled with crumpled paper. It is, in fact, so vacant one could hear an echo. Snape's tirade continued. While Lostt adopted the demeanor of a penitent student, appearing obedient and pitiful, nodding in agreement, not daring to retort, her attitude exceedingly sincere. I hope your empty mind has finally retained the first correct formula. Now, go and write a 12-inch reflection. You may return to your dormitory only upon its completion. While Lostt maintained her outward compliance, internally she celebrated. A reflection was preferable to losing house points. 12 inches? If she worked swiftly, she might still make it to dinner. Claiming a sheet of parchment, she found a clear space on the edge of the table where she had just brewed potions. Bending over, she began to write, the only sound in the quiet room being the scratch of her quill against the rough paper. Meanwhile, Snape observed her steady progress. Noting that she had settled into a comfortable position, one leg propped up, the other bent with her toes touching the ground, one arm supporting her weight on the table, while the other continued to write without faltering. Her long hair, restrained by a ribbon, hung slightly down due to her posture. Were it not for the fact that she was a Slytherin, Snape might have deducted 5 points for her lack of decorum. Chapter 14. A small Hogwarts. Although Snape had clearly imposed the arduous task of a 12-inch reflection, Lostt, who was not particularly averse to writing, accepted her punishment with grace. When Snape saw the lengthy parchment laid before him, he could only emit a soft grunt. It appears that for Miss Krakow, even a 12-inch reflection fails to elicit distress. If that is the case, Snape contemplated whether to impose further consequences when he noticed Lostt, though standing firmly and with minimal movement, was repeatedly glancing at the clock. He squinted slightly and followed her gaze to the timepiece, nearly pointing to 9. Miss Krakow, do you have some pressing matter to attend to? Pray tell, what is it you are in such a hurry for? Snape's tone shifted, devoid of warning. I'm eager for dinner, Lostt replied, unwittingly stepping into a trap. Ultimately, she did not manage to reach the dining hall in time, as Snape ordered her to brew 3 more vials of the previously concocted potion, indicating that she must complete all 6 before considering a return to her dormitory. Upon realizing she had definitively missed dinner, Lostt chose to adopt a more relaxed demeanor, or rather, she surrendered to the situation. Whatever, I'll brew, you'll brew. After all, I'm young. Let us see who can outlast whom. With this mindset, Lostt approached each potion with increasing care and precision. Fully immersed and fervent, she produced each vial quite well. However, it was only after completing her 6th potion that she belatedly noticed the minute hand had passed 12. With her task completed, Lostt felt a sense of satisfaction. After all, she had no classes the following day, and she could afford to sleep in. Unbeknownst to Snape, he was oblivious to the unique thoughts swirling in the mind of this young Slytherin. He merely regarded the 6 acceptable potions before finally nodding, allowing the little wretch to return and rest. As Lostt walked through the corridor, she became aware of the consequences of her late-night endeavors. She could not stifle a series of yawns, and as she trudged back, her eyes barely open, she lost her way in the dimly lit passage. Upon encountering a portrait she did not recognize, she fell silent. When would Hogwarts finally provide new students with a small map, preferably one that included their coordinates? As Lostt pondered whether to continue forward or turn back, she heard the muffled sound of footsteps, one after another, accompanied by a faint light. At this hour and in this location, it was obvious that the source was the patrolling Filch, wielding his wand. Continuing forward might not lead her back to the dormitory, but remaining stationary would surely result in a deduction of points. Instantly, Lostt turned on her heel and dashed down the dark corridor. She was accustomed to the night, especially in such an environment, darkness enveloping her, the dim light barely illuminating her surroundings. She could distinctly hear her own heartbeat as she ran to an unknown destination, only stopping when the footsteps faded from earshot. Reaching the wall, she leaned against a painting, attempting to discern its subject to identify her location, but in the dim light, she could barely make out the contours. Suddenly, a light appeared beside her without warning. "Thank you," Lostt instinctively replied, squinting to see more clearly, but unfortunately, it was not a portrait she recognized, and she remained lost, very much in the process of seeking direction. But wait, why was there suddenly a light in the corridor? She turned to look at its source. What is luck? This was luck. Having wandered aimlessly, she unexpectedly collided with Snape, who had not long since departed. "Snape, it appears that Miss Krakow is indeed brimming with vitality, running about the corridors at this hour." "Lostt, Professor Snape, I can explain." Caught between the punishment escalating to a detention and the embarrassment of losing house points, Lostt felt as though her dignity was inconsequential. Snape remained silent, merely gazing at her with an unyielding stare. Taking a deep breath to steady herself, Lostt continued, "After I left your office, I intended to return to the dormitory immediately. However, I was escorted here by Hermione and the others, and by the time we reached the intersection, I failed to pay attention to the path. Furthermore, the dim lighting caused me to lose my way. Then I heard footsteps and saw a light, so I presumed it was Mr. Filch on patrol. Fearing that he might catch me and deduct points from Slytherin, I ran all the way here, as you can see, still utterly lost." Even with the light illuminating her path, Snape's expression darkened further with every word she uttered. Yet, Lostt hastened her speech, eager to complete her tale before he could interrupt. Attempting to convey a singular thought. "Hello, your student is lost. Could you assist in finding her home?" "Snape, so your name is a tribute to your repeated misadventures in losing your way, Miss Krakow?" Lostt nodded earnestly, despite his face having turned a shade of deep displeasure. Snape merely turned away, silently drifting through the corridor like a wisp of wind. Fortunately, though lacking in intellect, the foolish girl at least possessed some awareness. Quickly clutching her books and following him in silence, half walking, half running, ensuring she remained within his peripheral vision while attempting to tread lightly and not draw attention to herself. As they moved, Snape's mind wandered to an additional topic. Where might Filch be at this hour? How far could this girl have strayed in such a brief span? Unlike Snape, who had the luxury of contemplating other matters, Lostt was solely focused on hastening back to the dormitory, resolving to familiarize herself with the layout of the school by the next day. Who could provide a map? The atmosphere around Snape was so grim that Lostt felt a chill running down her spine just by being in his presence. She couldn't help but shiver slightly as she continued to follow him in silence. Eventually, Snape led her to the familiar statue. "Snape, Miss Krakow, though you cannot find your way, at least remember what the password is." This was clearly a veiled threat. Should she forget the password, she would likely be treated as potion ingredients to be tossed into a cauldron, preferably the kind that expunges one's cognitive faculties first. "Lostt, pure blood." The stone wall slowly opened, and Lostt hurried past, instinctively halting to turn, bowing respectfully. "Lostt, thank you for your guidance. I am truly honored that you personally led the way, Professor Snape." Before he could respond, she bolted away once more, and by the time Snape glanced up, she had vanished without a trace. Indeed, she was quite the sprinter. Yet, one couldn't help but ponder how such a reckless and foolish little giant found herself sorted into Slytherin. Had Dumbledore indulged in too many sweets, pouring honey into the sorting hat as well? Chapter 15, The Path to Profit. Although Lostt returned to the dormitory utterly exhausted, she was determined not to miss breakfast the following day. As breakfast was about to be cleared away, she stumbled into the dining hall, gobbling down her meal as if attempting to reclaim the previous night's banquet. Ron and Harry looked on in astonishment, while Hermione had already begun to acclimate to the fact that this girl, at least when it came to dining, possessed no airs of nobility. She simply handed Lostt a glass of milk to prevent her from choking. Once satiated, Lostt rested her head on the table, eyes half closed, and began to recount to them why she had missed their rendezvous the previous night. "Ron, so Snape kept you until midnight." Ron expressed indignation, completely overlooking that the extended detention was primarily due to Lost's own admissions and yet another bout of indiscretion. "Harry, you nearly ran into Filch. How exhilarating." "I've never ventured out after curfew." Lostt regarded the wistful expressions of the two boys and blinked, then closed her eyes again. "Lostt, if you plan to go, remember to take me with you," she said sullenly. "Hermione, venturing out at night is against the rules. If Mr. Filch catches you, points will be deducted." Hermione's expression held no anticipation, primarily out of concern. Typically, it was she who earned points for Gryffindor, but Snape could deduct in one class what she could accrue in a week. Even so, they were still short. "Lostt, then I shall reconsider." Lostt felt that Hermione always knew how to sway at least one person to her side. Having lingered in the hall for only a short while, Lostt felt rejuvenated and accompanied Hermione to the library to find some books to read, while also checking on each other's assignments. As for the two boys, they would likely be seen over the weekend, pitifully requesting to borrow some ideas. However, unfortunate circumstances prevented Lostt from staying long in the library. As she was summoned by the head boy, upon exiting, she encountered a scowling Snape. In such a vast place as Hogwarts, why did one invariably run into the headmaster? Day or night? Lostt, good morning, Professor Snape. Despite her curiosity and confusion, Lostt maintained her politeness and respect, hoping this would earn her a few extra points in his mind. Yet, Snape barely acknowledged her, merely nodding before silently walking away. Lostt interpreted this as an indication to follow suit, and although she had never traversed this path before, she immediately quickened her pace to keep up. With a multitude of speculations swirling in her mind, she remained silent, observing Snape's inscrutable countenance in her peripheral vision, waiting for the truth to reveal itself. Eventually, they came to a halt before a door. Lostt instinctively straightened her posture, hands clasped behind her back, only to hear Snape enunciate through gritted teeth, "Snape, bubblegum." Lostt discerned where they were. There were numerous passwords to the main door, but the one involving snacks was singular, Dumbledore's office. The door swung open, revealing an office that was luxuriously breathtaking. The elderly man she had encountered during the sorting ceremony sat in a chair, appearing kind and gentle. Lostt remembered him, having been highlighted in her notebook, akin to Harry, a constant presence throughout her time at Hogwarts. "Lostt, good morning, Professor Dumbledore. It is an honor to meet you." Though she was uncertain of the precise reason for her presence, it was prudent to start with courtesy. Dumbledore waved his hand as he sat. "Dumbledore, good morning, Miss Krakow. Please, no need for such formality. Have a seat. Would you care for some sweets?" As he spoke, a box of candies shaped like cockroaches floated toward Lostt. They did not appear particularly appetizing, but she declined to refuse, nodding in gratitude, and without hesitation, popped one into her mouth. Oh, how sweet it was. Such sweetness that her teeth would surely suffer tonight. Dumbledore appeared somewhat taken aback. This candy had deterred numerous young witches and wizards. Even the professors kept their distance. Much like now, as Snape did not even cast a glance at the sweets, astonished that this little girl unabashedly consumed one. "Dumbledore, it has been quite some time since I last laid eyes on a child of the Krakow family. The last encounter was over 2 decades ago. Which must have been your parents, I presume. You possess your mother's enchanting blue eyes, reminiscent of her beauty, and it was precisely this allure that ensnared your father." Perhaps the benevolence of Lostt is indeed conspicuous, for Dumbledore's discourse flourished, his tone growing increasingly gentle. Lostt bore no objection to the tales, sitting upright and attentively observing the venerable headmaster as he reminisced. Yet, the third individual present could no longer suppress a couple of discreet coughs. "Snape, I suspect you summoned Miss Krakow not merely for nostalgia, Headmaster Dumbledore." "Dumbledore, yes, I nearly overlooked the matter at hand. As you may be aware, Miss Krakow, I have some connection with the Krakow family, and now that you are one of our students, we are not so estranged. We are well acquainted with the circumstances of the Krakow family, and the professors are willing to extend their assistance to you. Although I initially spoke with Severus, he mentioned that you have demonstrated commendable proficiency in potion making, which could indeed be of help to him. However, Severus prefers that you make your own decision in this regard." Snape evidently wished to vacate the room, unwilling to have his secrets laid bare before a student. Yet it was clear that the old headmaster was unconcerned with his discomfort. He regarded Lostt with sincere attention. "Lostt, I would be more than willing, Headmaster Dumbledore, Professor Snape. Previously, Professor McGonagall also mentioned that I could assist the school by tidying classrooms, polishing trophies, or caring for the flora and fauna. However, I have yet to familiarize myself with the particulars. If Professor Snape would permit me to assist, it would be my honor." Lostt rose, bowing respectfully toward the two gentlemen. "Dumbledore, it seems there is no issue here. Severus, what do you think?" Snape, "Humph, if she can manage to fit anything into that empty head of hers, she might be of some minor assistance. However, should she waste my materials, you can send her to Professor Sprout to start from planting until she compensates for her squandered supplies." Snape's tone was rather unkind, yet Dumbledore wore a knowing smile, while Lostt maintained a demeanor of gentle obedience. After expressing her gratitude once more, Lostt ultimately followed Snape out of the room, exhaling softly. She felt a twinge of anxiety in the presence of the legendary headmaster, but was exceedingly pleased with her achievements, and it appeared that Dumbledore had awarded her some favor in his heart. Although Lostt could not discern why the kind headmaster had marked her notes with special notation, she understood that earning goodwill from the headmaster was never a futile endeavor. "Lostt, Professor Snape, when does my part-time job commence?" Instinctively, Lostt inquired, lifting her gaze in the tranquil atmosphere, only to realize the answer upon meeting his eyes. "Snape, today. Is this page unturnable? Was my aim to become Lostt last night? Was it my intention for Dumbledore to unveil your secrets?" "Lostt, very well, Professor Snape. Shall we commence at 7 this evening?" Lostt briefly lamented internally but perceived no genuine issue. The earlier she began her work, the sooner she would reap its rewards. Moreover, the prospect of working under the Master of Potions had her envisioning an impending on her future potion classes. As for the possibility of this Serpent King unleashing venom upon her, she had no fear whatsoever. Chapter 16, Extra Lessons After Flying Class. Though Harry, Ron, and Hermione were all profoundly concerned for Lostt, she herself never perceived any danger in the matter. To put it mildly, after all, he was her headmaster. What was there to fear? Even if Snape were to seek retribution, Lostt harbored no apprehension, for he could never grasp her ability to find joy amidst adversity and her stubborn disregard for the process when pursuing her goals. What did Snape's cold demeanor signify? It was a genuine opportunity to learn, and the knowledge gained was undeniably valuable. Thus, even though the tasks assigned by Snape were no easy feat, Lostt approached them with enthusiasm. After a day's work, he escorted her to the entrance of the dormitory, and she managed a cheerful wave, bidding him farewell until the morrow. In fact, the following day, she deliberately arrived early to tackle additional tasks. Although Snape grew irritable with the necessity of correcting the foolish notes of the dim-witted troll disguised in serpent skin, the results were undeniably evident. Lostt was indeed a remarkable worker. Though Lostt did not anticipate it, the inevitable was bound to arrive. Unlike the excitement and exhilaration displayed by other children, those at the dining table, in the corridors, and even during History of Magic class whispered and bragged about their experiences, much like Draco or Ron. Their demeanor starkly contrasted with Hermione and Neville's anxiety, with Hermione clutching her book and repeatedly reading before heading out, seemingly oblivious to what guidance a book could provide for riding a broomstick. Ultimately, Lostt found herself standing among the Slytherin ranks, gazing at the broomsticks strewn upon the ground, her heart heavy with silence. Draco, even if you cannot fly, I shan't mock you, considering your head is filled with crumpled paper. This was hardly a comfort, and Lostt was perplexed as to how Snape's initial jibe had made its way to him. Yet, it mattered little. At least she had not been overrun by rushes of weeds. Lostt, thank you for your solace, Mr. Malfoy. I hope your maiden flight proceeds smoothly. Lostt disregarded the mockery, instead seizing the opportunity to offer a word of encouragement, catching Draco off guard. Draco, evidently frustrated that his jibe had failed to elicit the desired response, was about to retort when the arrival of Madame Hooch compelled him to silence. Hooch, good afternoon, students. After her greeting, she presented a series of straightforward instructions. Lostt, witnessing such directness in a classroom for the first time, approached the broomstick as others did, softly echoing the command to rise. The broomstick, however, seemed oblivious to her lack of enthusiasm and took off immediately, colliding into her palm, sending a chill down her spine. After summoning the broomstick, the training for trial flights commenced. Lostt posed as if to mount the broom, but had no intention of taking flight. If her memory served her correctly, she should find herself in an optimal position to witness an exhilarating aerial display. Just as noted in her notebook, the situation spiraled out of control. Neville's broom behaved like a startled cat, erratically darting through the air, colliding and careening until it ultimately became ensnared in a pole, crashing down in a manner reminiscent of a game. Lostt, ouch. That sight appeared painful, and while Lostt felt a pang of sympathy for the unfortunate Neville, she refrained from rushing to his aid, opting instead to rest the broom at an angle against the ground, supporting her chin as she savored the ensuing commotion. A dramatic narrative unfolded between Draco and Harry, revolving around the retrieval and loss of a ball. Frankly, it lacked substance, but Harry, having recovered the memory ball, was ultimately escorted away by Professor McGonagall, leaving a cluster of young snakes and lions exchanging bewildered glances. Draco, it seems someone will be shedding tears tonight. Draco was convinced that Harry would face punishment, perhaps even expulsion. Clearly, he was not alone in this belief, as several of his entourage joined in laughter. Lostt, however, realized that the spectacle had concluded, and she had successfully avoided disaster, so she simply carried the broomstick over to Hermione. She approached her, eager to share the intriguing things she had learned during her nightly sessions with Snape. Lostt, perhaps I should consult him about something else next time? I have heard from other seniors that Professor Snape's prowess in the dark arts defense is quite formidable. Perhaps I could seek his guidance for additional insights? Hermione interjected. If you are not afraid of being ejected from his office. Hermione shrugged. Initially, she was astonished that Lostt could enter the office each day and emerge unscathed. But after a week, she had grown accustomed to it. Perhaps Lostt indeed possessed some unique talents. Meanwhile, Ms. Hooch had yet to return by the end of class, leaving both groups of students to dutifully return their brooms. As Lostt relinquished her broom, she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief inwardly. After the flying lesson, there were no further classes, and Hermione intentionally sought out the professor, while Lostt, glancing at the time, decided to return to the dormitory to retrieve her books. She inquired of the portraits and knocked on Snape's office door. It was evident that she had arrived rather early, prompting Snape to raise an eyebrow. However, Lostt was keen on swiftly overshadowing her recent near mishap. As usual, she held her books as if she were there to assist, requesting Snape to review her notes. Then proceeded to the adjacent counter to begin concocting potions. Initially, Snape would limit the quantities, but perhaps due to silent acknowledgement after several days of observation, he now entrusted her with the autonomy to allocate them as she saw fit. Lostt was the type who saw tasks through to completion. She firmly believed that if one attempt failed, 2 more would yield results. Thus, each practice session resembled an examination, meticulously cautious and diligent, until her body developed muscle memory, eliminating the need for constant supervision. All of this was thanks to Snape's rigorous training from the outset. Should I perhaps express my gratitude to him? Lostt pondered while shaking the filled potion bottles, but concluded that even if she offered thanks, Snape would certainly decline. Perhaps she could prepare a Christmas gift. But what could a potions master, the head of Slytherin, possibly lack? A single vial of potion would suffice for her to work in that room for half a month. Perhaps something less extravagant yet imbued with sentiment would be more appropriate. Lostt formulated an idea, awaiting her return to the dormitory to experiment. At times, Lostt felt as though Snape were akin to a mute. When he refrained from spewing venom, as was the case now, he sat silently while she busied herself. That man remained utterly quiet, his breathing nearly imperceptible. Were it not for his hands still moving to great assignments, Lostt might have suspected him to be petrified. When she finally delivered a batch of potions to him, he merely surveyed them in silence, gesturing with a slight nod for her to place them on the adjacent cleared space. Aside from her first visit, when she placed them on the desk, it seemed there was always a designated spot available for her. Even as Snape ceased to impose limits on quantity, the remaining space was just enough for her potions. What an impressive individual. Lostt instinctively swallowed, not out of fear, but admiration. What she swallowed was a near exclamation of awe, although they shared a silence. For someone still acclimating to communal living and occasionally feeling tense, and for one who simply preferred not to speak, this quietude proved to be a source of relaxation for both. Especially after Lostt had seen the faint curve of Snape's lips when she delivered the last batch of potions the previous night, and received his nod of approval. Her dismal mood was completely dispelled. As was customary, having stayed late, Snape walked ahead while she trailed behind, ensuring she returned to the dormitory safely. In truth, after so many walks, Lostt had begun to memorize some of the paths, and could navigate back on her own, albeit she would have difficulty explaining herself to Filch if encountered. Furthermore, having the Slytherin head personally escort her back to the dormitory provided an overwhelming sense of security. "Thank you for your efforts today, Professor Snape. I shall see you tomorrow morning," Lostt expressed, thoroughly content with her interactions with Snape. No superfluous chatter, no tedious socializing. Every word he uttered was something she could learn from, and even his unique sarcasm intrigued her. "Oh, I hope Miss Croco does not arrive late to my class tomorrow morning due to her inability to locate the potions classroom," Snape remarked, as was his custom, uttering nothing complimentary. Yet, Lostt was unfazed by this and instead smiled even brighter. "Of course, I will arrive promptly." Chapter 17. Spell Practice? Practical Spellcasting. Lostt and Hermione's paths crossed once more in the potions class the following day, where Gryffindor and Slytherin often experienced minor frictions. However, potions lessons generally could withstand a bit of friction. Regarding the raucous cauldrons of Gryffindor, Lostt could do little but remind Harry to avoid turning his and Ron's concoction into a disaster. Additionally, she endeavored to manage the ingredients while calming the irritable Hermione, who was somewhat vexed by Snape's evident bias against her. Fortunately, Hermione, despite her irritation, swiftly regained her composure and focused on her potion. "It seems that Professor Snape has indeed imparted a wealth of knowledge to you. May I see your notes?" Hermione inquired, holding up a potion bottle, her eyes gleaming with excitement. "Of course, if you wish. Remember to express your gratitude to Professor Snape," Lostt replied, hands clasped behind her back, smiling as she observed Hermione diligently taking notes, lavishing praise upon Snape. Occasionally, she would glance at the surrounding commotion, ensuring Harry's cauldron remained unscathed. As Snape traversed the classroom, he occasionally paused near her, merely nodding in satisfaction before turning to reprimand others. "This is the first time I've seen Snape so," Harry remarked, a hint of astonishment in his voice, struggling to articulate his thoughts without voicing an incongruous word. "I couldn't agree more. Is that truly Snape?" Ron echoed, glancing at Harry before witnessing Snape's characteristic venomous demeanor return. Snape was still Snape. Perhaps it was merely a reflection of Lost's influence. Perhaps it is due to Lost's relationship with him. Can I say that? Hermione speculated. "What do you mean?" Lostt queried. "Your relationship appears to be significantly better than ours," Ron observed. "Perhaps it is because I am a Slytherin?" Lostt replied, tugging at the emblem on her robe, the green serpent coiled atop a crown, starkly contrasting with their little lion. The four of them exchanged glances, ultimately shrugging in unison. Lostt and Hermione achieved their first O in Snape's class, with Hermione still astonished as they exited. "Oh my goodness, I actually received an O in Professor Snape's class. Did I just see him smile slightly? I can't possibly be hallucinating from too many late nights, can I? Then I must be hallucinating too. He won't eliminate us tonight, will he?" Ron quipped. Lostt and Harry exchanged a glance and shrugged, simply smiling as they made their way to the Great Hall. The spell class was personally taught by Professor Flitwick, the head of Ravenclaw, focusing on the levitation charm. Lostt had learned this at home with the house elf, so she found herself somewhat distracted, contemplating the stories Harry and the others had recounted during lunch, regarding the three-headed dog in the corridor and the potential treasure it guarded. She wondered why boys were irresistibly drawn to treasures. Fortune may have been on her side, as being devoured by the three-headed canine could be considered a stroke of luck. However, if captured, penalized, and expelled, oh dear, her life would be irrevocably truncated. Hermione's successful levitation charm failed to rouse Lostt, who continued to rest her chin upon her hand. Lostt and thought about the news of Harry joining the Quidditch team as the youngest seeker, mirroring his father. His father, James Potter. Though the name rang a bell, she couldn't quite place it. Perhaps it was mentioned in her notes? Yet, a deceased individual hardly posed a threat. It was the sudden explosion that jolted Lostt back to reality, reminding her that this was a charms class, not a study period. However, by the end of the lesson, she had yet to make the feather rise, while books and feathers from across the aisle were sent fluttering through the air, perhaps due to her earlier daydreaming. After class, Lostt instinctively sought out Hermione, only to overhear Ron's remark about her lack of friends before she could even call out to her. She watched helplessly as Hermione moved further away. Harry remarked, "I think she heard that." Lostt replied, if her ears weren't stuffed with paper wads, she certainly did. Both turned their gazes toward Ron, who merely averted his eyes awkwardly. Ron defended himself. "I didn't say anything wrong." Lostt insisted, "I still think you should apologize to her. Ron, speaking to a girl that way is rather uncouth." Though Lostt felt a twinge of concern for Hermione, her search yielded no results. She had no idea where she had gone. She decided to grab lunch instead, as they had a flying lesson in the afternoon. Perhaps she could encourage Hermione not to be angry with the foolish Ron. It seems that misfortune is inescapable, ultimately. Lostt would have to soar through the skies on her broom, or risk failing a class with a dismal P. She aimed for an A, at the very least, in flying class. However, Lostt soon discovered that among the flurry of figures whizzing about, Hermione was nowhere to be found. Had she skipped class? This was rather serious. Had Harry and Ron not spoken to her? Or was she ill? Lostt felt increasingly distracted. She didn't want to linger on this contraption that could come to a sudden halt at any moment. So, she circled around Madame Hooch to pass her assessment before promptly descending. Without Hermione to guide her, Lostt blended into the Slytherin crowd, taking a seat in an empty spot. Today was Halloween, and the usual floating candles had been replaced by jack-o'-lanterns, while the table decorations featured skulls and tiny spiders. A serpent even coiled itself upon the Slytherin table. Lostt was unperturbed by these sights, her curiosity piqued by their mechanics. Yet soon, her attention was drawn to the food spread before her. Perhaps in keeping with the Halloween theme, it consisted mostly of sweets. Lostt recalled the candy she had tasted at Dumbledore's office. Merely gazing at it now made her teeth ache. Ultimately, she only sipped some juice, daring not to touch any of the food. But given the occasion, she decided to pocket a few wrapped chocolates and lollipops. One never knows when they might come in handy. The mood shifted to chaos when a blustering figure resembling a walking garlic bulb burst through the door, shouting about a troll. Lostt crossed her arms and tilted her head. But suddenly, like a bolt from the blue, she recalled the troll and Hermione. In a crowd, it was always easiest to slip away, especially amidst such commotion. Lostt was adept at disappearing and, avoiding familiar faces, she quietly slipped out of the throng to find a corner where she could turn around. The only comforting thought for Lostt was that she remembered the troll did not appear in the dungeons. Rather, it was in the girls' bathroom on this floor, and fortuitously, that was the one place she could navigate without fail. As she rushed to her destination, she arrived just in time to witness Harry's wand lodged in the troll's nose, while Ron raised his wand, attempting to accurately pronounce the levitation charm. Wingardium Leviosa. The synchronized exclamations from Ron and Lostt coincided with the troll's slight swaying as it evaded the descending wand. "Hermione," Ron called, "think of something." "Stupefy," Lostt shouted, wielding her wand for the first time with this spell. Fortunately, it worked splendidly, and the troll toppled over. "Is he dead?" Hermione inquired. "I suspect he's merely asleep." "Or so I hope," Lostt replied. However, she could not ascertain how long he would remain unconscious. She recalled that the last time she had used this spell, the man had slept for 3 days and nights. Nevertheless, surely a troll would not simply die. Bending down, Harry extracted his wand, and the troll emitted a few grunts. "Looks like he's still alive," Ron noted. I can't shake the feeling that we've celebrated prematurely, Lostt remarked just as footsteps echoed, followed by 3 professors bursting into the room. Best give me an explanation, the 3 of you, McGonagall commanded. Well, Professor, this is actually, Ron began, while Harry and Lostt scrambled to formulate a suitable response. Hermione interjected. It's all my fault, Professor McGonagall. Her voice interrupted the collective thoughts, and all eyes turned toward the young girl. I sought out the troll. I had read about them in books, believing I could handle it. But I was mistaken. Had Harry, Ron, and Lostt not come looking for me, I might have perished. Upon hearing her name, Lostt felt a chill run down her spine. Instinctively, she glanced sideways to see her beloved head of house regarding her with keen interest, her narrowed eyes harboring an unmistakable malice. This was dire. She had forgotten that Snape had also arrived. Her gaze fell, and Lostt resumed her obedient demeanor. But as she did, she caught sight of her torn robes and the wound that extended even longer than the fabric's rip. Lostt surmised that the only reason her head of house had not expelled her on the spot was due to Slytherin gaining 5 points because of her presence. As the professors turned to leave, Lostt followed closely behind Hermione, though she felt a sense of dread upon encountering Snape. His face darkened, his cloak swirling about him. I believe Professor Snape has something to say to me. Until next time, she stated. Good luck, Lostt, Harry murmured quietly. See you later, Ron added. Take care of Hermione. If she cries again, I will stuff your head in the troll's mouth, Ron, Lostt whispered as she turned and sprinted towards the professor, now resembling a dark bat. Chapter 18. A conversation in the office. Lostt could discern that Snape was in a foul mood, though she was uncertain as to the cause of his ire. Thus, neither spoke until they entered the office, where the air was thick with low, heavy breaths. Lostt contemplated her words carefully. I was wrong, Professor Snape, she admitted, uncertain of her misstep, yet aware that silence would only lead to greater troubles. Unresolved issues could fester into significant ramifications. She was merely in her first year and had 7 more years to navigate her relationship with this professor. If left unaddressed, who knew what the outcome would be? Snape. Ah, so it is, the valiant and intrepid Miss Krakow, daring to confront a troll all on her own, splendidly rescuing her classmates. Where did you go awry? Even Professor McGonagall is awarding you extra points. Oh, this maliciously elevated sarcasm is undoubtedly more infuriating than a direct reprimand. Lost in her thoughts, Lostt sighed inwardly. Lostt, Professor McGonagall also mentioned that those points were for our luck, not for our skill. She pondered how to articulate her response, uncertain of her missteps. Yet, with Snape's elongated, rising O, she seized the opportunity to offer her contrition. Lostt. Firstly, I should not have disregarded the arrangements and ventured off alone. Secondly, I should not have sought out the troll. I misjudged my own abilities, being overly confident and recklessly impulsive. Furthermore, I should have approached you instead of acting independently. Under Snape's piercing gaze, Lostt felt an unfamiliar tension. His stare was akin to that of a serpent eyeing its prey, piercing her with a sense of imminent danger. While Lostt struggled to articulate her myriad faults, Snape's mood seemed oddly to improve. Perhaps out of weariness from the stubbornness of Gryffindors, or perhaps due to the rarity of obedient students, or perhaps a combination of both. Thus, despite his perpetually stern countenance, his gaze gradually softened. Snape. Enough. I have no interest in hearing you recount every misstep of your life. His tone remained frigid. Yet the choice of words and the more measured enunciation made Lostt realize that the headmaster was beginning to cool his ire. She promptly fell silent, bowing her head in a display of contrition. Snape, who vanquished that troll? His question, somewhat unexpected, prompted Lostt to lift her gaze slightly. Lostt, it was I, Professor Snape. Snape, what did you do? This time, his tone was tinged with genuine curiosity. Lostt took a gentle breath, allowing herself to relax a fraction. Lostt, the sleeping spell. Professor Snape, I employed the sleeping spell. Snape, oh, you've learned that? His tone hinted at newfound interest. Lostt, I practiced it with the house elf at home. I have a rudimentary understanding, much like potions. Snape, just a rudimentary understanding? Lostt, I also experimented with it as a child. I succeeded then, which is why I utilized it this time. Lostt spoke candidly, daring to meet his intense black eyes, only to feel lightheaded once more, reminiscent of her time at sorting. The distant memory nearly caused her to stumble against the desk. However, Snape's levitation charm was quicker than her descent, and he redirected his attention as she steadied herself, gripping the table and regaining her composure, shaking her head vigorously. Snape raised an eyebrow. Something was amiss. The legilimency spell typically elicits subtle awareness, but this reaction was far too overt. Snape, how do you feel? Lostt hesitated for a moment, still leaning against the table, then shook her head again before straightening up. Lostt, I feel as though my head was pulled from my body, stirred around, and then unceremoniously tossed back. She released her grip, exhaling deeply. It was hardly a pleasant topic. She did not mind that Snape scrutinized her head. She merely wished to shift the conversation to alleviate the awkward silence that had settled in. Lostt, how is your leg, Professor Snape? She suspected this might not be the best topic either, as Snape's brow furrowed visibly. However, Lostt met his gaze with a calm demeanor. Undeterred by the prospect of being tossed to the troll once more, Snape averted his gaze, responding indirectly. Snape, that is not your concern. Lostt, you are my professor. My headmaster. Senior Gemma informed us on our first day that Slytherin is a community, and we look after our own. Snape, are you implying that your old professor has become so pitiable that he requires the protection and concern of a first-year student? His tone dripped with disdain, likely provoking irritation, yet Lostt, with her characteristic resilience, remained unaffected by his taunts, as they held no substance unless acted upon. Lostt, what I mean is, you are one of us. If it were a Slytherin student who was injured, you would inquire after them as well. Professor Snape, you are a vital member, our leader. From the moment he spoke, Lostt recognized that this man was unlikely to utter a kind word, nor express genuine sentiments. Nevertheless, that was inconsequential. At least one of them possessed the gift of speech. This time, Lostt did not wait for Snape to twist her words into something else. She took the initiative. Lostt, the brave yet reckless Miss Krakow wholeheartedly trusts the mature and composed Professor Snape to manage his own injury, while she, on the morrow, will submit a 12-inch reflection at 7 in the evening as penance. As for now, Lostt approached, retrieving a still intact lollipop from her pocket along with a few chocolates, placing them delicately on the edge of his desk. Lostt, happy Halloween, Professor Snape. This was an attempt to bridge the gap, to establish a rapport that did not necessitate awkward social graces. What appeared simple was, in truth, a gamble with her very existence. She could scarcely fathom how the headmaster might react if he were unlike her expectations. Yet, the actual outcome was far more favorable than anticipated. She was not unceremoniously expelled from the office. Instead, Snape inquired of her. Snape. Then Miss Krakow must surely be able to find her way back to the dormitory on her own. This was unrelated to their previous topic, yet his tone bore a clear indication of his softened demeanor. Lostt. As you can see, my name is Lostt, but I shall do my utmost, after all. My poor old professor is injured, is he not? This could be construed as provocation, and thus she was indeed ejected, the door slamming shut behind her. Yet she was merely lightly deposited on the ground, though she yearned to say more. She sensed that any further words might lead to being thrown out the window to feed the fish. So, Lostt sealed her lips and shrugged. As she had stated, she endeavored to retrace each previous step, seeking familiar paths until she stood before the statue. Lostt, thank you, Professor Snape, for your protection. She clasped her hands together, sincerely uttering the password, successfully entering the dormitory. Only after the door had closed did the shadow in the corner dissipate. Chapter 19, Quidditch. Although she had mentioned meeting at 7 the following evening, Lostt had evidently forgotten what day it was. It was not until the alarm clock roused her the next morning that she recalled Halloween was on Thursday, and today was Friday. This was indeed a foolish mistake, as if her mind had been tossed by a troll. Fortunately, although her thoughts were somewhat muddled, the alarm clock still roused her in a timely manner, providing her with ample opportunity to gather her thoughts and locate the hall once more. To her surprise, just as she was about to enter, she spotted Severus Snape making his way outside. Was this a stroke of good fortune? Lostt shrugged, clutching her book, and hurried to catch the breakfast that had yet to be cleared away. Upon entering, she immediately noticed the trio notorious for their point deductions engaged in yet another discussion. Lostt, hey, what little secrets are you whispering behind my back? She suddenly slammed her book onto the table, causing the three to sit up straight in alarm, before contentedly taking a seat across from them. As she began to enjoy her breakfast, she listened to Harry analyze the information at hand, reflecting on the burdensome role of Professor Snape. The image of his slightly unsteady figure she had just witnessed suggested that his leg injury had yet to heal, adding to his already considerable woes. Poor old professor. The diligent Hedwig ultimately salvaged the professor's reputation, and Lostt looked up at the owl grasping a broomstick, recalling her own owl, which had yet to be summoned. Oh, she hadn't even given that poor creature a name. But who could blame her? After all, Slytherin resided underground. It would be too cruel to expect that unfortunate bird to wander the corridors in search of Snape's office. Perhaps she should have chosen a cat instead. Lostt couldn't suppress a sigh. Truth be told, Lostt held little interest in Quidditch. Just observing the shadows darting about made her feel dizzy, and if memory served, this match was Harry's debut. Slytherin had failed to secure victory, and it was more than just that. Lostt rested her chin on her palm, shaking her head in the corner as her gaze flitted between the professor's seating and the pitch. As Harry's broom began to fly erratically, she could already foresee the ensuing chaos. Professor Snape's cloak would surely bear the brunt of it. Poor old professor. Lostt attempted to think positively, at least this time. Professor Snape hadn't been bitten by a dog, even if he had been singed by fire. After the match, Lostt quietly leaned against the doorframe, avoiding the Slytherin team, and waited until they had mostly departed before peering out to observe the jubilant Gryffindor leaving the celebration, patiently searching for the trio. Harry, hey, did you see that, Lostt? I actually caught the golden snitch. Harry's excitement was palpable, and it was evident that this boy might very well be too exhilarated to sleep that night. Lostt, of course. I was sitting right in front. I saw it quite clearly. She tugged at the emblem on her robe, prompting Harry to quickly cover his mouth as he realized he was boasting about his victory to a Slytherin. Though it hadn't been Lost's initial intention, it was still a small victory to quiet Harry, and she chose not to elaborate, simply walking out alongside Hermione. Hermione, Lostt, why don't you join the Quidditch team? If you did, Slytherin might perform better. I mean, I didn't mean to say it like that. Hermione appeared a bit anxious. Although they were quite familiar with one another, discussing the need for separation still made her feel awkward. Lostt, it's all right. I understand what you mean. Lostt chuckled, candidly revealing that she was indifferent to the outcome of the match. After all, she had known they wouldn't win. There was little use in being upset about it. Hermione, so why don't you? Lostt, because I'm afraid of heights. Lostt fabricated her excuse with ease. Chapter 20. The Christmas adventure following the conclusion of Quidditch. A rare tranquility settled in, particularly for Harry and his companions. Even though they harbored deep suspicions that Snape was behind everything, their lack of evidence rendered their theories somewhat far-fetched. Aside from Lostt, it was unlikely that a fifth person would entertain such notions. Although Lostt herself didn't truly believe Snape would resort to enchanting brooms, she found herself temporarily silenced by the trio's relentless probing. Without any evidence, Snape refrained from engaging in any further suspicious activities, allowing the three to temporarily adopt the demeanor of exemplary students. This enabled Lostt to maintain her own rhythm, attending classes, reviewing, preparing for lessons, discussing with Hermione, and collaborating on exercises. When the time came, she would assist in Snape's office, dedicating the remainder of her time to preparing a Christmas gift. Perhaps due to the impressive performances of both herself and Hermione, Slytherin's points soared, leading to a generally smooth rapport with her classmates. The only exception was her roommate, Eileen, who had transferred out after Halloween due to her parents' concerns about a school where trolls roamed, regardless of the fact that the headmaster was Dumbledore. Thus, Lostt was fortunate enough to enjoy a single room, which was good news, if only her name weren't Lostt. What brought her the most joy, however, was her relationship with Professor Snape. Though there had been no significant progress, the relative peace they shared was a welcome improvement. Occasionally, Snape would allow her to attempt brewing second-year potions, while she could observe third-year lessons. If he were busy, she would stand by to take notes or lend a hand, gaining considerable knowledge that propelled her stagnant potion studies forward. As Christmas approached, Lostt found herself compelled to devote more time to finalizing her Christmas gift. The day before, she had brought her owl back to the dormitory from the Ollery and officially named the little creature Finder. Its meaning could not have been more apparent. Upon returning to her dormitory, she set a late-night alarm, and in the dead of night, she awoke, stepped outside her dormitory, and released Finder to deliver the gift to the previously memorized location. She then patiently squatted at the door, waiting for the weary owl to return, ensuring it would stay in the dormitory until the following day to avoid Finder getting lost in the castle. On Christmas Day, Lostt, for once, did not set an alarm, as she had little to anticipate. Upon waking and stepping out of her dormitory, the small boxes crafted by the house elf were unmistakable. Lostt promptly sat on the sofa and began to unwrap the large gift, revealing a selection of her favorite books, some plush vests for winter, a few pens and ink she frequently used, and even a few sweets and a small cake. Lostt, all right, Lostt, come on, say it, Merry Christmas. Lostt pressed her hands together, letting out a nonchalant sigh. She sat alone in the empty common room, leisurely finishing the cake before gathering the remaining items and returning to her dormitory to tidy up before stepping out again. Today, excluding class time, she didn't have to wear her robe, so Lostt simply grabbed a pair of trousers and a white shirt from her wardrobe, casually throwing on a matching plush vest. To be honest, it wasn't particularly stylish, but it was comfortable and easygoing, just not very stain-resistant. But an all-black outfit seemed a tad too Slytherin, didn't it? Suddenly, Lostt recalled the all-black Slytherin head of house. Well then, black it is, at least it's practical. In an instant, she changed her mind and stepped out clad almost entirely in black, meandering slowly toward the hall, where she encountered Ron and Harry, both sporting new sweaters emblazoned with the initials of their names. Lostt, I assume this is your Christmas gift? Merry Christmas, Ron, Harry. Lostt seated herself, attempting to find something to nibble on. Harry, good morning. No, Merry Christmas, Lostt. This is a gift from Ron's mother, and there's one for you too. Harry's face radiated with excitement. Evidently, receiving gifts from others was a source of immense joy for him. Lostt was somewhat taken aback, wondering why she was included. Lostt and mine. Upon seeing Lostt, Ron immediately produced a large box, which left her even more astonished. She pointed at the box and then at herself. And upon receiving a confirming nod from Ron, she was momentarily speechless. Ron, Merry Christmas, Lostt. Well, shall we unwrap it? Ron scratched his head and eventually gestured towards her. Lostt, oh, of course. My goodness, I never imagined I would receive gifts from others this Christmas. Carefully, Lostt unwrapped the gift to reveal a sweater, strikingly similar to those worn by Harry and Ron, except emblazoned with a prominent L on the front, clearly made just for her. Inside, there was also a card filled with warm wishes and a reminder for her to take care of herself. Lostt, please thank her for me, Ron. I am truly grateful. Cradling the sweater, Lostt wore a smile that was hard to suppress. Eventually, she shed her vest and donned the new sweater as the three of them settled at the table. Lostt, by the way, where's Hermione? I haven't seen her since yesterday. Looking around, Lostt still couldn't spot the young girl. Ron, Hermione went home yesterday. You know, she comes from a Muggle family. And they seem to worry about her a lot. Ron shrugged. Lostt, that sounds nice. I don't have many people who worry about me. So these past few days have been rather dull. I truly wish I could find some fun. Pretending to be casual, Lostt rested her chin on her hand. Recalling how Snape had mentioned she could take a break during Christmas and needn't assist him. She remembered that Harry was likely to receive a special gift during this time. A young Gryffindor who might embark on an adventure in the coming days. Moreover, this adventure might once again place the poor old professor in a difficult position. Given the lesson from the last time, Lostt had no intention of preventing what was about to unfold. Instead, she was prepared to observe the events, ready to lend a hand if needed. The bait was rather simplistic. If it were Snape, he would have thrown her out upon hearing her third word. However, the one being lured was Harry, a young boy eager to have a witness by his side, thus transforming their expedition into a duo. Harry, have you ever been to the restricted section Lostt? Lostt, no. Just the after-class readings left by Professor Snape have been enough to consume all my energy at 11. Yet, I have a feeling I will visit it someday. With a wink and a shrug, the two stealthily entered the library. Harry held up a lantern, searching, while Lostt peered into the shadows with the dim light. Suddenly, a scream startled Lostt, who quickly pulled Harry's cloak over them as they hurriedly made their escape. The sound of shattering glass prompted Filch to rush over. The two held their breath, cautiously maneuvering around Filch and his cat, only to encounter the headmaster, Snape, and the ailing Professor Quirrell, whom Lostt hadn't seen for 2 days. Harry was evidently startled by this scene, and Lostt gently covered his mouth with her hand, slowly and carefully inching along the wall to avoid detection as she listened to the vague conversation between the two professors. Eventually, they cautiously retreated, evading the outstretched hands, and hid in a corner against the wall until the three men left, allowing them to hastily exit the corridor. Chapter 21. The Mirror of Erased. The door was quietly shut, and as soon as it closed, the boy erupted with excitement, throwing off the invisibility cloak to look at Lostt. Harry, wow, did you see that, Lostt? Snape is definitely up to something. He even pinned Professor Quirrell against the wall and threatened him. Harry struggled to keep his voice down, but even in a hushed tone, the excitement surged. Lostt let out a deep sigh and sat beside him, running her fingers through her hair. The notes mentioned that Quirrell was the true villain, yet Snape's behavior also seemed quite suspicious. She gazed at Harry, pondering for a long moment before shaking her head. Lostt, Harry, Professor Snape is still your professor for now. Perhaps he does have something he has been hiding from us. But there is no need to consider him an enemy just yet. Maybe it's Quirrell who is the problem, and Snape simply discovered it. Lostt shrugged, resting her chin on her hand, realizing that persuading Harry would be a daunting task, but she felt it was worth a try. Harry, you've been brainwashed by Snape. Lostt, you spend every day with him. Of course you think he is great. Lostt, it's precisely because I spend time with him that I know he hasn't done anything, Harry. Please, calm down. Harry remained convinced that Snape was problematic, now directing his frustrated gaze at Lostt as well. Yet, Lost's words were not entirely unfounded. He wanted to retort, but ultimately held back. Storming to the other side of the room in anger, Lostt gathered her hair, tying it back with a band, realizing she couldn't just tell Harry, "Hey Harry, I have a book featuring you as the protagonist, claiming that Quirrell is the true villain and Snape is not, but rather has been protecting you all along." Yet, she felt as if she might plunge into despair herself without the need for either Snape or Harry. For a while, Harry was silent, distracted by something else. Lostt glanced around, standing up to investigate, discovering a mirror, rather than looking directly at it. She scrutinized it from top to bottom until she spotted the inscription in the corner. She recognized it, the Mirror of Erased. It was said to reveal one's deepest desires. Harry was utterly mesmerized, gazing into the mirror, unable to pull himself away, while Lostt chose not to disturb him. Merely sitting beside him on the floor. Her pants would likely get dirty, but she didn't care. Dirt was trivial. Poor child, having lost his parents at birth, could only find the shadows of his kin within a mirror, all while bearing the weight of saving the world, and yet he was merely 11 years old. Harry Lostt. Would you like to take a look? My parents are in the mirror. Harry finally seemed to regain some awareness, but not due to clarity. Rather, he was eager to share his joy. Lostt, perhaps you should call Ron to come see. Her gentle suggestion subtly avoided the invitation. Harry, yes, I should get Ron. I want him to see my parents too. Harry nodded enthusiastically, and Lostt waved him off, indicating he should go while she waited. The darkness was bearable, as was the solitude. Moonlight streamed through the window, and Lostt gazed at the mirror, silent. It was only with Ron's arrival that the atmosphere brightened a bit. The two young boys took turns looking into the mirror, while Lostt rested her chin on her hand, tilting her head, simply observing without participating. She did not oppose Harry looking into the mirror for solace. She couldn't help but wonder, if it were her, what would she see? Lostt couldn't fathom it. She had no idea what the mirror would reveal, just as she was unsure of what she would see if she encountered the boggart described in the book. What would be her greatest fear? The unknown was indeed terrifying, but perhaps glimpsing a potential future was the most daunting of all. Ignorance is bliss? No. Perhaps ignorance is fearless. The nocturnal escapade concluded with both exhilaration and safety as Lostt was escorted to the underground. Although the young lions were reluctant to venture near this vicinity, their camaraderie was robust enough to embolden them to accompany their friend a little further. Lostt, see you tomorrow. Have sweet dreams. She waved at them as they departed, turned, whispered the password, and slipped into the hidden passage. Harry appeared utterly entranced by the fantasy conjured by the enchanted mirror, visiting it each night. Ron, though disapproving, could not dissuade him. Lostt had never voiced her dissent regarding this matter. Thus she took on the responsibility of watching over Harry. It was still night, with the moonlight streaming through the window. Harry sat before the mirror while Lostt occupied a spot by the window, positioned so far away that she could not discern what the mirror reflected. Lostt was unaware of when Dumbledore had appeared. The headmaster seemed to materialize out of thin air, as if he had been present for quite some time. Lostt felt a flicker of surprise, but the venerable headmaster merely placed his index finger to his lips, silencing her instinct to speak. She simply watched him as he approached. The savior was indeed fortunate. Despite bearing a heavy destiny and traversing a path fraught with hardships, he was surrounded by friends and family, and supported by such formidable figures. They were great. He was greater, but what lay beneath that greatness? What of those obscured by darkness? What of the lives lost? What of those inscribed in the prophecy? Those who were destined to perish? What were they? The price of victory? The steps the savior ascended on the ladder to the heavens? And what of her? Where was she meant to ultimately appear? Lostt did not fear death, yet if she were to meet her end, she hoped it would hold some significance. Harry Lostt. Harry's voice prompted Lostt to lift her gaze. Dumbledore and Harry stood before the mirror, looking towards her. Dumbledore, Harry has informed me that you have never looked into that mirror. Is that correct, Miss Krakow? Still seated on the ground, Lostt nodded. Dumbledore, why, Miss Krakow? I am most curious. Can you indulge an old headmaster's curiosity? Dumbledore smiled gently, his expression warm and kind, as he regarded Lostt. Their eyes met, two pairs of blue gazes intersecting, similar yet entirely distinct. Lostt rose from the floor and slowly approached, yet she did not stand directly before the mirror. Instead, she moved to the side and pointed at the inscription. Lostt, Aristra Eruotabicaferating Wohis. I have seen this in a book. It is the mirror of Arist. After uttering the words, she withdrew her hand, her expression neutral, yet Dumbledore sensed a hint of despondency within her. Dumbledore, you know of it. You observed Harry gazing into it. You recognized its authenticity, yet you have still refrained from attempting to look into the mirror. Why? This was not an interrogation, but rather a conversation. Lostt raised her head, glancing at the equally perplexed Harry, then back at the mirror, where from her angle, only the surrounding environment was reflected. Lostt, because I do not know what I would wish for, hence I have not looked. This was not a rational justification, at least not one that Harry could comprehend. Harry, then shouldn't you be more curious? Don't you want to see? Lostt, come give it a try. Dumbledore remained silent, even allowing Harry to pull Lostt towards the mirror before releasing her and stepping back, leaving only Lostt before the mirror. She lifted her chin, closed her eyes, and after a prolonged moment, finally opened them, gazing into the reflection. Harry, what do you see, Lostt? What do you see? Curious, Harry leaned in, but he could not perceive the image that Lostt beheld. Thus, he pressed on with his inquiries. Harry, what do you see, Lostt? Both Harry and Dumbledore watched her, yet the girl being scrutinized merely stared at the mirror, devoid of sorrow or joy. After a brief moment of astonishment, only tranquility remained. The scene mirrored in her blue eyes resembled the very first sight she had beheld upon arriving at Hogwarts, the grand castle standing beneath the moonlight, and before it, a gathering of familiar faces, McGonagall, Snape, Flitwick, Dumbledore, Harry, Ron, Hermione, as well as those she recognized from fleeting encounters, and even some she had yet to meet. They stood before the castle, some appearing aged, others matured, yet all vividly alive. Lostt, I see what I desire. So this is what I truly wish for. What a marvelous mirror. Lostt blinked slowly, fixated on the image within the mirror, and after a considerable time, she finally chuckled softly, a smile gracing her features, prompting Harry to smile in return. Lostt, Headmaster Dumbledore, does this mirror truly reflect the heart's desires? Can that which I long for become reality? Lostt turned to Dumbledore, her tone quivering with a fervor she herself was unaware of. If the mirror reflected her desires, if those foretold to perish could continue to live, then so be it. Dumbledore gazed long and hard at the girl. The fervent obsession reflected in her blue eyes was one he had seen before. What had she witnessed? Dumbledore, it is merely a mirror imbued with magic. Your futures ultimately lie in your own hands. This mirror cannot bestow anything upon you. Dumbledore sighed, gently patting Lostt's shoulder. Dumbledore, it is time to return, children. Tomorrow, this mirror will be removed, and I hope you will refrain from seeking it out again. Harry donned the invisibility cloak and grasped Lostt's hand, while Lostt lingered a moment longer, gazing at Dumbledore and then at the mirror, before finally turning away. I will, at all costs. I shall make that mirror a reality. Lostt resolved with unwavering conviction. Chapter 22. Holiday Remediation. As Dumbledore had predicted, the enchanted mirror was removed. Yet perhaps due to Dumbledore's counsel, Harry did not appear excessively sorrowful. Rather, he seemed somewhat regretful, ultimately shrugging. Harry, at least we need not worry about losing points. Harry attempted to lighten the mood. Lostt, indeed. Lostt seemed to bear a weightier demeanor than Harry, yet she ultimately nodded. The Christmas holiday was, in fact, quite lengthy. After spending a day with Harry and Ron, Lostt realized that they merely wished to take advantage of the opportunity to relax. Thus, under the pretext of studying, she declined their invitation for the following day. By day, she immersed herself in the library, seeking knowledge among various tomes, and by night, she exhausted herself with sleep in the dormitory. She found herself yearning to visit Snape's office, where she could practice potion making and perhaps seek his guidance on other subjects. However, Lostt paced back and forth in her dormitory, pondering whether she should take the initiative to knock on his door. Yet Snape had told her not to come during the holiday. Perhaps he wished to grant her a reprieve. No. It was more plausible that he was preoccupied with his own matters, finding her presence a hindrance. She remained uncertain which answer was correct. The two options diverged significantly. Should she guess incorrectly, her beloved head of house might very well toss her into a snowdrift, making her part of the Christmas decorations. The carpet bore the imprint of her irregular circle. Ultimately, Lostt stamped her foot, seized a stack of books, and exited the dormitory, fully prepared to face being thrown out. If it came to that, she would devise another plan. She feared nothing. Why fear this? Lostt hurried down the corridor, making her way to the office. This was the path she was most familiar with throughout the entire academy. Upon reaching the door, she took a deep breath to steady herself and knocked gently. Snape's voice emerged, flat and cold, as if he had anticipated her arrival, showing neither surprise nor expectation. Yet at least he did not appear angry. Holding a book close to her, Lostt approached, perhaps due to the Christmas holiday. He was not grading assignments, but rather concocting a potion. She placed her book on the edge of the desk, and Snape's movements momentarily slowed, perhaps to glance at the book that had entered his line of sight. Professor Snape, could you assist me with practicing spells? Lostt inquired. If your head is not filled with snow, you might recall that I am the professor of potions, Snape replied, his familiar sarcasm returning. Surprisingly, Lostt felt a flicker of joy. She had not realized how much she had been looking forward to hearing his voice for several days. But you are also the head of Slytherin House, so I thought it appropriate to seek your guidance. Moreover, I am here to review potions as well. Lostt had prepared thoroughly. She lifted the book to reveal the potions textbook beneath it. This time, Snape did not hesitate, but she sensed he had cast a glance at it. Put down your precious textbook, complete the remaining steps, and let me see what remains in your mind besides the melted snow, Miss Krakow, he instructed, tossing the materials he held into the cauldron before stepping back to make space. Lostt rolled up her sleeves and quickly donned a pair of gloves to take over. Thankfully, this was a potion she recognized. After a brief observation, she discerned which stage they had reached. Fully focused on the potion, Lostt took over the task, while Snape casually withdrew the notebook beside the spellbook, opening it with a frown. Patronus Charm, Animagus Transformation, Disillusionment Charm, he read. What year does she think she is in? Has the potion gone so well that she has become complacent? Setting the notebook down, Snape reopened the potion's textbook, flipping through its pages without furrowing his brow again, though his expression remained complex. The notes on potions were indeed clear and concise. She had done well, though the majority of the handwriting belonged to him. Snape remembered what this potions book had looked like in the past, but ever since she began assisting him, it had become a habit for her to first submit her work for his approval before she would write in it. Consequently, her notes were extensions and minor tips based on his foundational work. This textbook felt less like hers and more like Snape's own. Lent to her for use after the term ended, Snape glanced up at the true owner of the book. The dark-haired girl before him was unlike her usual self. Perhaps due to the holiday, she was not clad in robes, yet still donned all black, her sleeves rolled up to reveal her arms, and the oversized gloves covering her wrists. At that moment, she was intently focused on the cauldron, always approaching her tasks with an exam-like seriousness. This was rather commendable. By the time Lostt finished the potion, Snape had returned to his desk without her noticing. She glanced at the corner of the desk. The books and notebook were absent, but her own work remained there. It felt somewhat like a public execution. A shiver ran through Lostt as she carefully extinguished the flame and added the final ingredients. Then bottled the potion. She lifted the vial, glancing from side to side, and sighed in relief internally. Though she hadn't brewed in some time, her skills thankfully remained intact. Carrying the vials of potion to the desk, curiosity compelled her to tilt her head instinctively, attempting to glimpse what Snape was writing without uttering a word. You've completed only half a cauldron of potion and already consider yourself done with your review, Miss Krakow? He remarked, having caught her. Busted. No, Professor Snape, Lostt replied, retracting her gaze and placing the completed potion on a nearby shelf, counting the available spaces, which fortunately were just enough for her to try all of them. Impressive work, she thought, a sentiment she felt she had expressed before, but it truly was commendable. Returning to her task, Lostt gathered materials, brewed potions, and bottled them. It was a monotonous cycle of endless repetition, stretching the time significantly. Yet just hearing the familiar sound of writing and catching glimpses of his figure in her peripheral vision propelled her to continue. Regrettably, by curfew, she had only managed to finish the potion, with a few bottles set aside to be completed the following day. Once she neatly arranged the vials, she realized that Snape had long since changed positions, leaning back in his chair, engrossed in his book, her textbook waiting at the corner of the desk for her to claim it. Then, may I come back to see you tomorrow? She tentatively asked. Snape remained silent for a moment, then set down his book, stood, and walked ahead. Lostt instinctively followed, half running to keep pace with his shadow. Snape eventually halted before a statue, and Lostt stepped forward to announce the password, gesturing goodbye to him. Thank you for your efforts, Professor. Although it is rather late. Merry Christmas, and I shall return to see you tomorrow. With that, she turned and dashed away, leaving no opportunity for Snape to respond. Upon returning to the dormitory, Lostt sighed in mild frustration. Initially, she had intended to ask Snape to teach her something different, but upon entering the office, she had unwittingly fallen into his rhythm. Lostt looked at her potions textbook and then at the notebook she had brought, realizing that Snape had indeed seen her checklist, yet he had not mentioned it at all. With a sigh, she opened the potions textbook, noting the additional annotations. Hopeful, she then opened the notebook, finding no comments. Only a single line crossed out in black ink. Disillusionment charm, evidently a topic not up for discussion. However, could it be that there was still hope for other subjects? Perhaps having spent too much time with those reckless Gryffindors, or perhaps the sorting hat had truly been sweetened, but in any case, she certainly did not resemble the typical Slytherin. As Snape watched the door close before him, he turned back toward his office. The corridor was silent, save for the sounds of his footsteps and the rustle of his cloak. Snape walked swiftly. For an 11-year-old first-year student, it was challenging to match his pace. And most students would be breathless from the effort. Be they foolish Gryffindors or fellow Slytherins, even the occasional Ravenclaw or Hufflepuff struggled to keep up with him, forcing him to slow down or stop. Yet, he belatedly realized that Lostt had never caused him to halt. He maintained his customary speed while that little Slytherin kept pace behind him, neither too close nor too far, existing in the periphery of his vision, unassuming yet persistently present. It was a subtly comforting sensation that was difficult to articulate. Snape had never experienced such a feeling from anyone else, and he found himself somewhat unaccustomed to it. Eventually, he simply relegated these futile thoughts to a corner of his mind and returned to experimenting with his potions. Chapter 23. A late Christmas gift. Hermione returned to school on the last day of the holiday, and during breakfast, Harry and Ron approached Lostt to share the news. Hey, Lostt, how was your holiday? Harry exclaimed, waving as he approached, only to wrinkle his nose in distaste as he got closer. Ron, following behind, mirrored the reaction, causing Lostt to pause mid-bite of her bread. Ron, have you been tossed into the cauldron by Snape? You smell just like him. Ron wrinkled his nose in disdain, voicing his thoughts aloud. Harry, unable to suppress his agreement, nodded in affirmation while rubbing his own nose. Lostt, Professor, it's Professor Snape, Ron. And I wasn't thrown into the cauldron. I've merely been reviewing potions with him these past few days to avoid flunking the exam. Lostt mumbled with her mouth full of bread. Harry remarked, I thought only Hermione had such fervent dedication to her studies. I seem to have forgotten about you. He then took a seat, opting to sit opposite Lostt. Ron added, if you can't pass, then who can? Hermione? He followed Harry to sit down, searching for breakfast on the table. Oh, Hermione returned this morning. She just went back to the dorm to pack her things. Harry responded, right? She also invited us to study together this afternoon. Are you coming? His eyes sparkled with anticipation, while Ron merely expressed disdain. Clearly someone had yet to grasp the significance of studying. Lostt replied, of course, I haven't seen her in ages, but I must first inform Professor Snape. Ron quipped, you're not planning to spend the entire break in his office, are you? Lostt replied, yes, Professor Snape has been assisting me with my studies. The nonchalance in Lost's tone contrasted sharply with Ron's expression, which resembled that of someone witnessing a troll playing Quidditch. While Harry looked as though he were watching Seamus explode feathers in class. Lostt regarded the astonished Gryffindors before casually taking a sip of milk and making her exit toward the Slytherin common room. Just as she mentioned, the remaining days of her holiday were indeed predominantly spent in Professor Snape's office. After breakfast, she would head over, occasionally taking a brief respite at noon to grab a bite. But if her tasks were unfinished, she would simply accompany Snape in brewing potions. After lunch and until 7 o'clock, Snape permitted her to practice spells to a reasonable extent. In previous years, Lostt relied solely on incantations and gestures to cast spells. But now, with a wand in hand, she had developed some bad habits. Though possessing ample magical power, her misguidance led to errors, which was fundamentally why the levitation charm caused objects to fly erratically. In simple terms, despite being chosen by the wand, Lostt was still not entirely familiar with it. At least not as well as she was with the cauldron. Snape was undoubtedly an exceptional professor, his expertise allowing him to pinpoint issues at a glance, if only he would remain silent. Lostt vividly recalled the expression on Snape's face the first time he witnessed her casting a spell. It was darker than the cauldron itself. To avoid mockery, she hastily set down her wand, reciting the incantation in a manner as casual as a conductor directing an orchestra. Upon witnessing her success, Snape's expression shifted to one of complexity. Thankfully, despite her peculiar quirks, Lostt remained a competent student, patient, perseverant, and obedient. Her mistakes were corrected without the need for repetition, and she diligently revised her own errors. Clearly, Lostt felt a surge of pride and ambition at the prospect of receiving Snape's guidance. As for Snape, based on the frequency of his barbed remarks, it seemed he found her satisfactory, yet she knew she had to strive harder to truly impress him. Lostt knocked on the door, entering only upon hearing the familiar voice, which seemed slightly gentler than before, though that might have been an illusion. The cauldron rested on a nearby table as Lostt rolled up her sleeves, contemplating as she approached to commence her potion brewing routine. The two maintained an absolute silence until lunchtime, when Lostt completed bottling her potion and placed it on the shelf, glancing at the time before strolling over to the desk. Snape didn't even spare her a glance. Snape remarked, the potion-making process can indeed affect the senses of those with heightened olfactory sensitivity, but I have yet to hear of it rendering someone mute, Miss Clacko. What a biting comment. Lostt replied, I meant to ask for the afternoon off, Professor Snape. Hermione has returned and invited me to study together. I haven't seen her in quite some time. Of course, I will return after 7 to assist. Snape finally lifted his gaze to meet hers, and when their eyes met, Lostt felt a brief buzzing in her head. Thankfully, it was fleeting. She merely shook her head, feeling no significant discomfort. Snape responded, very well. Go. No need to return tonight. We shall discuss it after the term begins. After uttering this, Snape lowered his gaze once more. Lostt tilted her head to observe him. But when he raised his eyes again, she instinctively recoiled, taking a couple of steps back. Grabbing her textbooks, she prepared to leave. Snape called out, wait. Take the items on the table with you. As Lostt had just taken 2 steps, she turned back to see that, following his line of sight, a box had appeared atop the usual pile of assignments on the desk. Approaching, she discovered it was a wrapped box with her name affixed to it. Lostt tilted her head in confusion for a moment, then opened her mouth to speak, but before she could utter a sound, a levitation charm sent her and the box flying out the door, landing gently on the ground, and the door slammed shut behind her with a resounding pong. Lostt exclaimed, what is this? The words finally escaped her lips as she stood on the corridor floor, but the door had already closed, and knocking to re-enter would certainly not yield a simple outcome. Choosing to walk away, she was fortunate that the path from the office to the dormitory had become quite familiar. Estimating the distance, she remembered a few specific portraits and turns, successfully making her way back to the common room. Upon reaching her dorm, she could finally unveil the truth. The packaging was not extravagant, but rather meticulous and unpretentious, a style entirely reminiscent of the headmaster. Carefully, she unfurled the wrapping paper along its seams and opened the box to reveal several books on herbology and potions, which she had never seen at home. Lostt pulled each book out one by one, laying them on the table, and at the bottom was a card. I hope this will prevent you from wasting my ingredients. Miss Clacko, Severus Snape. Such familiar words echoed in her ears. It was as if it had been recorded. Nonetheless, Lostt treasured that small card, delicately placing it in her notebook, where it lay before a piece of incriminating evidence, with a sketch of someone's silhouette on the back. Finally, Lostt arranged the books neatly, feeling an urge to display them, though she feared that doing so might lead to being tossed into the Black Lake to feed the fish. Lostt mused. While I certainly anticipated a response, I never expected him to reciprocate. After flipping through a couple of pages of one book on the floor, she couldn't help but exclaim. The gift she had given was not extravagant, as she truly lacked funds, and Snape didn't seem to be in need of money. Though it was well-intentioned, it was hardly substantial, at least from her perspective. She had merely sought out a few books, learned some small techniques, and summoned a house elf to inquire about the process before finally mastering the semi-manual, semi-magical method of knitting a scarf. Her talent for non-combat spells had always been quite limited. Perhaps next time she would figure out how to weave a person into a scarf more adeptly? Ultimately, she had gifted him a long black scarf, estimating its length based on her observations walking beside him. One end of the scarf bore the initials of Snape's name, while the other displayed the emblem of Slytherin House, Merlin's beard. Only the poor house elf knew how many skeins of green yarn she had exhausted to create a more appealing crest. To be candid, she felt quite uncertain about that particular gift. Initially, she contemplated replacing Snape's cloak, but the endeavor proved too time-consuming, and she lacked adequate data regarding his measurements. If she miscalculated, it would undoubtedly lead to an awkward situation, transforming the intended gift into something resembling a large bat. In Lostt's imagination, the best fate for that gift would be to sink into oblivion. She even prepared herself for the possibility of it being discarded in a chaotic rubbish bin or tossed into a fire, or perhaps even destroyed right in front of her. Though fortunately, none of that occurred. Snape did not inquire about it, and even presented her with a token of gratitude in return. Truly, it was Christmas at Hogwarts, a season brimming with miracles where anything was possible. Chapter 24, The Deduction Squad in Action. After tidying up in the dormitory, Lostt gathered her books and hurried to the Great Hall, catching the tail end of lunch to snatch a bite to eat. Having satisfied her hunger, she slid beside Hermione, sharing in her reading. Harry sat across from them, quietly turning the pages, while Ron organized his cards. Hermione casually glanced at the annotations in Lost's potions textbook, prompting Lostt to awkwardly lean to one side. Hermione exclaimed, I recognize this handwriting. It belongs to Professor Snape. By Merlin's beard, he has written so many notes for you. Her voice was loud, perfectly encapsulating her astonishment and causing Lost's poor ears to tingle. Lostt replied, perhaps it's because I spend every day in his office. He can hardly bear it anymore. She was quite self-aware and graciously pushed the textbook towards Hermione. Be sure to thank Professor Snape. Though the textbook was temporarily borrowed, Lostt didn't mind. She casually flipped open her spellbook, focusing on the incantations she needed, striving to memorize them more thoroughly. However, it was not the spellbook in Lost's hands that prompted Hermione to speak again, but rather the sound of Ron arranging his cards on the table. Hermione remarked, Look at you, still playing cards. How pathetic. The final exams are just around the corner. Lostt glanced up to see Ron with his hands raised in defense. Ron retorted, I'm fully prepared. Ask me anything. Hermione challenged, All right, what are the 3 most important ingredients for the forgetfulness potion? Ron sheepishly replied, I forgot. In that moment, he resembled a balloon that had just been punctured, lowering his head to respond in a hushed tone. Harry couldn't help but chuckle at Ron, clearly relishing in his friend's misfortune. Hermione said, Harry, do you know? Harry, caught off guard by being called out, stiffened in his seat before finally sighing. Harry admitted, Well, I don't know either. Lostt interjected, the water of the river Lethe, mistletoe berries, and valerian. She spoke up, hoping to calm the little girl beside her. Excellent. It seems there is indeed one student who has been studying. Now, may I ask both of you, what do you plan to do if this question appears on the final exam? Hermione queried. Ron replied, I'll copy you. Hermione shot back, No way. Besides, Professor McGonagall said the quills used in the exam have been enchanted against cheating. Lostt exchanged knowing glances with Harry, both opting to remain silent. Ron protested, This is utterly insulting. They don't trust us. It's all Dumbledore's doing. Lostt glanced at the card lying discarded on the table and recalled the first card she had seen, leading her to speculate whether these chocolate boxes contained nothing but a heap of Dumbledore. A lively sound approached from behind, drawing the attention of the young witches and wizards in the hall. Lostt leaned back curiously to see. Ron remarked, Leglocker curse? Harry concluded, it must be Malfoy's doing. Lostt found it hard to disagree. Neville eventually bounced over, prompting her to shift slightly to provide him with a stable spot to stand. She then lowered her head to resume reading. Halfway through, She was unexpectedly tapped by Hermione, who stood up. They gathered their books and followed the trio to the library. I led you all astray. How could I be so foolish? Hermione lamented. The weighty tome landed with a thud on the table, and Lostt felt a flicker of recognition regarding this particular story. Hermione continued. A few weeks ago, I borrowed this book for leisure reading. She promptly took a seat. Lostt leaned in to catch a glimpse. Ron incredulously asked, You call this leisure reading? Lostt affirmed, Indeed, it is leisure reading, as it is, strictly speaking, a storybook. Not fourth-year potions. Her response left Ron silent under the scrutiny of their gazes. With deftness, Hermione opened the book and flipped through a few pages, pointing to a passage. Here it is. This is correct. Nicholas Flamel is the only known creator of the Philosopher's Stone. Lostt inquired, What Flamel? Harry asked, What stone? Ron echoed, What stone? The trio's questions caused Hermione to raise an eyebrow. Setting aside Lostt, don't you two ever read? Ron retorted, Hey, she doesn't know either. Harry added, But she has already finished that bookshelf. We watched her do it, remember? Since Lostt had not previously participated in their collective activities, Harry and Ron recounted the entire story, including their encounter with the three-headed dog, what they learned from Hagrid about Flamel, and their suspicions regarding Snape's intentions to steal the Philosopher's Stone, suggesting that he was the one who released the troll. Lostt, resting her chin on her hand, gradually obscured her view, tilting her head back in exasperation. Oh, Merlin's beard. Harry chimed in. You think so too, right? This is all part of his scheme. Harry continued to analyze Snape's conspiracy theories. Hermione, initially skeptical, added, Though I didn't believe it at first, I saw Snape incanting during the Quidditch match, which caused Harry's broom to act erratically. Lostt rubbed her temples, suddenly realizing that Snape's disdain for Gryffindor might, from a certain perspective, possess some degree of justification. The reckless and impulsive young lions were indeed a source of frustration. Harry proposed, We plan to visit Hagrid tonight to confirm everything. Lostt, would you like to join us? His eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, clearly regarding Lostt as a member of their deduction squad, yet she gently shook her head. I cannot accompany you. I must visit Professor Snape's office this evening. Perhaps I could help keep an eye on him for you? Lostt offered a reasonable excuse. The three pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement, praising her courageous spirit and dubbing her the misguided little lion clad in serpent skin. Once Harry and the others finalized their plans, Lostt clutched her books and made her way to Snape's office. They said that at that moment, Lostt resembled a brave warrior venturing into the lair of the Serpent King. However, that was a tale for another time. For Lostt, it was merely a routine visit. After knocking, she heard Snape's voice, entered, and found him still brewing potions, seemingly too occupied to spare her any attention. With the cauldron claimed by its master, Lostt quietly practiced her spells on the side. When the potion was finally bottled, Snape glanced at her, yet remained silent, evidently awaiting her explanation. Lostt, Professor Snape. You merely said not to come, but that does not equate to a prohibition. I believe I still require some practice, hence my visit. Lost's response was impeccably articulated. Yet in the presence of Snape, the dynamics shifted significantly. Snape, I had expected Miss Granger to at least comprehend the notion of discussing matters after the commencement of the term. Clearly, Snape was unyielding to her entreaties. Lostt ceased her levitation spell, allowing her book to descend onto the table, tilting her head to observe Snape, with her dark silhouette leaning against the desk, scrutinizing the annotations she had penned in her textbook that afternoon. Lostt, well, to be candid, I specifically came to express my gratitude for your Christmas gift, Professor Snape. It has been many years since I last received a present from anyone. A smile graced Lost's lips as she watched Snape gradually raise the book high, effectively obscuring her view. The cantankerous old headmaster. Although he appeared wholly dissatisfied, after half a term of interaction, Lostt understood that if he truly disapproved, she would have been unceremoniously expelled by some spell long ago. His silence was tacit approval, and she had grown accustomed to his uncommunicative nature. Lostt continued her practice until curfew, and considering there were classes the next day, Snape unusually granted her an early reprieve. As they traversed the corridor, Lostt, for once, broke the silence. Lostt, Professor Snape, would you permit me access to the restricted section? She walked just behind Snape, occupying a corner of his vision, unobtrusive yet persistent, a position that brought her comfort. Snape, provide me with a reasonable justification. Lostt, I wish to learn some spells, but it appears that certain texts reside in the restricted section. She answered promptly, without reservation, knowing that if she sought Snape's assistance, she must first extend her trust. Snape, I will consider it. This implied agreement nearly elicited a laugh from Lostt. Lostt, thank you, Professor Snape. It is truly wonderful to be your student. Snape, spare me such flattery. Lostt lifted her chin, gazing at the profile of the man, his expression seemingly unchanged, yet he bore no semblance of displeasure. Chapter 25, Ambition. In truth, There remained ample time before the examinations, yet both Lostt and Hermione possessed a heightened awareness of their studies, prompting them to begin incessant revisions at this juncture. Initially, Harry and Ron feigned interest, but soon they lost their enthusiasm, preferring to seek diversions. Meanwhile, Hermione and Lostt each had their respective goals, maintaining their routine of classes and library visits. However, Lostt still had to continue her work study with Snape in the evenings, should she arrive early or linger late. She might seize the opportunity for some guidance on the spell she struggled with. Snape, as he had indicated, took a week to approve her request, leaving Hermione astonished upon witnessing her enter the restricted section. The prolonged period of tranquility had almost lulled Lostt into complacency. Despite the steady progress, she remained apprehensive. That evening, Lostt diligently reviewed her notes in bed, reflecting on the events of her first year, which had largely transpired. Save for the most significant ordeal, the adventure concerning the Philosopher's Stone at the semester's end. Previously, Lostt might have deliberated whether to partake in that perilous venture. In terms of capability, she likely surpassed Hermione and Ron, yet Harry possessed the protective legacy of his mother, whereas she did not. Should she encounter the enigmatic figure without a nose, her presence would likely attract fatal attention. Yet now, she found herself devoid of hesitation. If the mirror of Ariste revealed the deepest desires of the heart, then her wish was for all to survive. Harry, Ron, Hermione, Snape, Dumbledore, everyone to remain unscathed, including those she barely knew. Lostt seemingly grasped why the Sorting Hat had placed her in Slytherin. Indeed, such ambition, such tenacity, could scarcely find refuge elsewhere. Wishing for everyone's well-being certainly constituted a form of ambition. However, to label it as ambition felt more akin to daydreaming, yet it mattered little. Everyone must eventually perish. If someone had to die, let it be her, for she was unanchored, unbound, willing to sacrifice everything for her desires. The notion of a straightforward resolution was surprisingly appealing. Lostt tossed her notebook back into the drawer, content to nestle into her blankets, leaving the rest to tomorrow. Lostt persistently trained and revised. For before that adventure loomed an even greater challenge, the final examinations. Indeed, even as the exams approached, she made no attempt to suspend her extra hours with Snape. Perhaps intensive training was a more fitting term? Until the final examinations truly commenced, Lostt had prepared thoroughly. Yet she approached each examination with utmost diligence, fearful of any oversight. After several days of torment, the final exams were finally concluded. Hermione, I had always heard that Hogwarts final exams were quite formidable, yet I found them rather intriguing. Exiting the examination hall, Hermione's tone was light. Lostt released a breath, finally able to momentarily escape the cycle of rote memorization. Ron, only you would think that. Hermione, perhaps you have forgotten the other. Ron, oh, and you, Lostt. Lostt had not anticipated becoming a topic of discussion, but complied amiably. Lostt, thank you for the compliment. I am most honored. Ron, how are you, Harry? Hermione and Lostt turned to Harry, who was cradling his scarred forehead, evidently in pain. Harry, my scar feels like it's on fire. Lostt recalled this exchange, glancing up as they seemed to be exiting the courtyard, with Hagrid's hut visible in the distance. Watching the three rush ahead, she felt uncertain of Hagrid's trust in her. Thus, she merely waited. Hermione, come on, Lostt. We must find Professor Dumbledore. Hermione, unhesitant, seized Lost's wrist. And before she could inquire what was amiss, she was swept into the frenzy, racing alongside them until they reached Professor McGonagall. Listening to Ron, Hermione, and Harry recount Snape's conspiracy theories in a flurry of voices, Lostt felt her expression mirrored that of Professor McGonagall. What on earth are you three thinking? Just listen to what you're saying. Indeed, one might entrust their life to Hagrid, but secrets were not to be shared lightly. Lostt was resolute in her conviction. Observing the three dejectedly leaving, Lostt merely bowed her head to Professor McGonagall and followed behind them. Oh, there he was, the omnipresent head of Slytherin. In the instant Harry opened his mouth, Lostt felt that familiar sensation of being scrutinized. She may not have caught all that Harry and Hermione said, but she was certain that the remaining three had comprehended that rich, resonant voice. Severus, good afternoon. Lostt leaned against the wall, quietly listening to Severus's reminders, which could even be deemed gentle. Yet, it was evident that only she recognized the true tenderness in his suggestion that they venture outside. When Severus departed, he cast her a sharp glare. Merlin above, she was striving for his life. Chapter 26. Shall we embark on an adventure, the kind that risks our very lives? Ultimately, Harry and the others decided on their daring escapade for that very night, resolving to venture underground after curfew. Given that the Slytherin dormitories were situated far below, and considering Lost's admirable tradition of assisting Severus, their starting point was shifted from the Gryffindor common room to the Great Hall. They were all convinced that if Lostt were to navigate alone, she would certainly be unable to reunite with them by morning. As was customary, Lostt was escorted back to the common room after curfew, but this time she did not hurry back. Instead, she lingered after the doors were closed, ensuring no one was around before stealthily making her way to the Great Hall to join the trio in their search for the elusive room. Although Lostt was not particularly adept at remembering paths, her frequent late-night endeavors had made her well acquainted with the general whereabouts of Filch, allowing them to navigate successfully from the Great Hall to the room, albeit with numerous missteps along the way. Harry and the others had encountered it once before, but for Lostt, it was her first genuine encounter with the legendary three-headed dog. Lostt, wow. However, as soon as she spoke, 3 hands swiftly covered her mouth. Harry, it seems to be snoring? Lostt pulled each hand down one by one. Unlike the 3 of them, she was evidently unafraid of the 3-headed beast. Her curiosity piqued by the enchanted harp playing nearby. Harry, Severus has been here. He cast a spell on the harp. Harry stated with certainty. No. He just escorted me back to the dormitory, Harry, and then we came here. Lostt shook her head, silently reflecting. They attempted to move the dog's paw, leaving no room for Lostt, who stood aside contemplating. Unexpectedly, the music ceased, prompting Harry and Hermione to leap down. Lost's heart raced, and instinctively, she seized the fallen invisibility cloak, turning it into a stupefy aimed at the dog that nearly bit Ron. In a swift motion, she executed a slide to push Ron down, while also ensuring her own descent. Ron, awesome. Lostt. No, that is not awesome at all. You nearly got bitten in half. Harry, what happened? Hermione. I can guess without asking. I mean it. The subsequent events unfolded largely as recorded. They landed safely on the plants, became entangled, and, at Hermione's suggestion, fell to the ground. Lostt tentatively cast a half-formed incendio to help Ron descend safely, and they beheld the flurry of flying keys. Harry showcased his remarkable seeker skills, astonishing them all, even as they narrowly avoided becoming pincushions for the keys. When they reached the chessboard, a significant concern suddenly struck Lostt. While Ron might indeed be a chess master, how was he to secure victory with only 4 pieces remaining? Lostt, I have a good idea and a bad idea. Which would you prefer to hear? With her hands clasped behind her back, she gazed up at the chessboard and spoke unexpectedly. Ron, the bad one. Ron inquired hesitantly. Lostt, let Ron play the chess game. Lostt declared with conviction. Ron, how is that bad? Lostt, while I may not know how to play wizard's chess, are you certain all 4 pieces can survive? Lostt turned to face Ron. He lowered his head, holding his breath as if contemplating how to refute her. Hermione nudged Harry, prompting him to ask, Harry, and what is the good idea? Lostt circled the chessboard twice, surveying the vacant spaces and the pieces. Lostt, let us smash the chessboard. Unfortunately, her suggestion was not adopted. Just as she was about to draw her wand to try a newly learned spell, she was halted by Hermione and Harry. Meanwhile, Ron was given an opportunity to prove himself. Lostt, somewhat disgruntled, squatted outside watching, while Ron indeed demonstrated remarkable skill, preserving their trio by sacrificing only the knight. Lostt ultimately proved her worth as well. When Ron's steed was pierced, she employed the levitation charm to mitigate his injuries. However, Ron fainted momentarily due to overwhelming tension and fright. Hermione remained behind to tend to Ron, while Lostt glanced at Harry, then back at the 2 of them. Lostt, let us go, Harry. You know someone has to make it to the end. I will help you. Do not fear. Lostt pulled out the invisibility cloak and draped it over herself, patting Harry on the shoulder as they ventured towards the final chamber, seeking the truth and a genuine answer. When they finally laid eyes on Quirrell, Harry was utterly stunned, yet Lostt breathed a sigh of relief internally. She had not misjudged. It was indeed Quirrell, not Severus. Harry stepped down the stairs slowly, and Lostt followed, creating a slight distance before stealthily moving towards a corner, her wand at the ready. A snap of fingers ignited flames, prompting Lostt to retreat slightly, concealing herself at a safer distance. The notes recorded only hasty words, but now everything presented itself vividly before them, starkly different from their expectations. When the face behind that had finally emerged, Lostt felt her heart skip a beat, not solely from astonishment, but also from an indescribable sense of oppression. It was a far cry from the written word, and even her hand gripping the wand trembled. As Quirrell, or rather Voldemort's temporary vessel, confronted Harry, Lostt could not help but raise her wand, unexpectedly shouting stupefy. This was her most confident spell, delivering the best results, yet the opponent was too formidable. The stunning spell did not incapacitate him, merely freezing him momentarily. However, that instant was enough for Harry to reach out and grasp that face. Professor Quirrell, or the temporary form of Voldemort, ultimately disintegrated beneath Harry's grasp. When that vengeful spirit surged towards them, Lostt instinctively yanked Harry down forcefully. Harry, what was that? Lostt pulled a bit too hard, sending them both crashing to the ground, her shoulder aching, while Harry beside her appeared equally unwell. As they sat up, still shaken, Lostt remarked, In any case, it's certainly isn't anything good. It feels like if we encounter it, we would be cursed for life. Lostt even found the presence of mind to make a jest. The magic of love is indeed wondrous. It proves to be immensely powerful even against Voldemort. Lostt looked at Harry's palm, and he mirrored her gaze. Lostt. Thankfully, it only targets him. Otherwise, you'd just be left with dust. Lostt patted Harry. And after exchanging glances, they finally managed to smile slightly. They could not cross the flames. Instead, they patiently awaited the arrival of Dumbledore, who effortlessly extinguished the fire with a wave of his hand. Lostt had donned the invisibility cloak before his arrival, a point Harry did not comprehend. While Lostt merely used her concern for Slytherin losing points as an excuse, which, although somewhat absurd, sounded rather credible when it came from her lips. Dumbledore gazed at Harry. Astonished by his well-being and relieved that he had emerged unscathed, he draped an arm around Harry's shoulders as they made their way outside, casting a meaningful glance in the direction of Lostt, who was seated nearby. Instinctively, Lostt felt that the invisibility cloak had not concealed her presence, yet she dared not reveal herself. It was only after they had departed that Lostt exhaled deeply, surveying the empty room before casting her gaze toward the distant mirror, ultimately rising to head outside. Chapter 27. What a coincidence, another reflection. Once silence enveloped the space, Lostt leisurely made her way out, casually retrieving the invisibility cloak that Harry had likely forgotten. Exiting the underground chamber, she passed the shattered chessboard, then approached the door. Finally lifting her gaze to the elevated doorway, Lostt found herself lost in contemplation. How had she not realized the height when she had jumped down? Clearly, she lacked the ability to fly, and there were no brooms available for her use. Should she attempt the levitation charm? Yet, she had never tried it on herself. Just as Lostt resolved to roll up her sleeves, Snape's voice unexpectedly pierced the silence. You possess the audacity to leap down, yet lack the skill to ascend? The valiant Miss Krakow. Startled by his sudden appearance, Lostt instinctively shivered, gradually raising her head to meet his brooding gaze. A crisis loomed. It was far worse than nearly being bitten by a dog, almost being strangled by vines, nearly being perforated, almost crumbling to dust, and nearly being incinerated. She had been caught red-handed by Snape. Night wandering, unreported, Gryffindor, Harry Potter. The keywords were daunting. Just as Snape struggled to comprehend why Lostt had previously accepted his punishment with such grace, now he observed the little snake, levitated by the charm, transitioning from a state of tension to one of utter relaxation, as if it were a balloon he was guiding. He could not fathom what thoughts occupied her mind. Snape, what are you contemplating? After an extended silence, his unexpectedly gentle tone followed. Lostt. Thank goodness it is Professor Snape. At least Slytherin's reputation remains intact. Lostt witnessed Snape halt abruptly in his tracks, his face a canvas of astonishment, anger, and perhaps disdain, but certainly devoid of concern. She realized her joy had been premature. Indeed, it was true. She was levitated into Snape's office, subjected to reprimand, confined, and, of course, faced the inevitable task of writing a reflection. What a coincidence. Yet another reflection. And there was no telling when the scene with the Serpent King spewing venom would conclude. Lostt listened as Snape, with his melodious, deep, and rich voice, unleashed a torrent of scorn and rebuke, his vocabulary never repeating. Key phrases included, but were not limited to, the reckless and impulsive Gryffindor, filled with foolishness, and a Miss Krakow who took 2 seconds to respond. This was the first time Lostt encountered such a Snape, yet after a semester of interaction, she could appreciate even the insults, marveling at the beauty of his voice. How impressive it was that he could curse without resorting to vulgarity, his vocabulary never redundant. However, the condescending tone did send shivers down her spine, primarily because she found those words distasteful. To borrow the professor's words, it was nauseating. Ultimately, it was Lostt herself. Unscathed and with an earnest attitude of accountability that gradually quelled Snape's fury, she stood with her head bowed, hands clasped behind her back, straight as an arrow, diligently embarking on self-reflection, meticulously analyzing every mistake. Eventually, Snape ceased his tirade, simply listening to Lostt admit her faults, which allowed him to regain his composure. Snape, enough. I have heard quite enough of your life's catalog of errors, Miss Krakow. Tell me something I do not know. What transpired last night, from start to finish, in detail? Thus, Lostt wet her lips and began recounting her tale from the moment she was returned to the dormitory. Her voice grew hoarse with fatigue from the night's adventures. The initial parts were manageable, but as she recounted her encounter with Quirrell, Snape's expression darkened. Nevertheless, Lostt continued to narrate the entire story, concluding with her discovery beneath the doorway. Snape, lift your head. Lostt was momentarily puzzled by this request, but upon meeting his gaze, she understood. He sought the truth. Fortunately, Lostt felt no need to conceal any aspect of her story, recounting everything in detail. Even as Snape mentally reviewed her account, she felt no discomfort. Then Lostt was met with a series of sharp jibes, primarily directed at her audacity in aiding that wretched fool against Professor Quirrell, who had been possessed by Voldemort. Lostt listened intently, mentally noting to avoid such recklessness in the future. She was uncertain whether Snape's anger had dissipated due to her candor. But given that he handed her a sheet of parchment for her reflection and a vial of potion without further ado, it seemed there were no significant issues remaining. Perhaps Snape had also directed his ire at Dumbledore, who had witnessed, yet said nothing. In any case, Lostt congratulated herself for narrowly escaping disaster. She obediently consumed the potion. Though its taste was far from commendable, nonetheless, its efficacy was undoubtedly reliable. Habitually, she licked her lips, only to grimace at the bitter flavor. Snape, 15 inches, due tomorrow. Now return to your dormitory, you foolish Gryffindor. When did Gryffindor become synonymous with ogre? Oh, it seemed that it always had been. Yet using it to describe a disagreeable Slytherin felt rather hurtful. As she prepared her reflection, Lostt could not help but ponder who Snape favored more, herself or Harry. And who he despised more. A conundrum. Who is Snape's favorite student? When Hermione and Ron approached the hall and joined Lostt, they once again remarked on the distinct scent of potion emanating from her, a sign of her increasing proximity to Snape, though her own herbal aroma was stronger, while his retained a sharp, pungent scent. Lostt, because I have yet to learn those more advanced potions, he is only teaching me second-year material. Occasionally, he allows me to assist with third-year potions, but never lets me handle them, fearing I might waste his ingredients. Lostt, rarely distracted during mealtime, was furiously scribbling notes, using one hand to occasionally feed herself easy-to-eat morsels. Ron, Lostt, honestly, you don't resemble a Slytherin at all. You're braver than some Gryffindors. Ron spoke with his mouth full of chicken leg, his words somewhat muffled. Hermione, indeed, Lostt, you are brimming with adventurous spirit. Did the Sorting Hat truly not err? Lostt, perhaps not. Lostt measured the length of her reflection with her quill, estimating how much more she needed to write. Hermione, or at the very least, you should have been sorted into Ravenclaw. Lostt, I find your reasoning quite sound. Hermione sighed as she observed Lost's fervent writing. Hermione, so, what exactly are you writing? The exams have concluded. Unable to contain her curiosity any longer, Hermione inquired as she set a plate of beef before Lostt. Lostt, thank you, the reprimand. A 15-inch essay will likely linger in my memory throughout the entire summer. Lostt gestured with a nod and noticed the astonishment in Hermione's eyes. Ron, how much? Ron snapped back to reality from his shock. Lostt, 15 inches. With his left hand, Lostt shoved 2 pieces of beef into his mouth, while his right hand continued to scribble that burdensome essay. Hermione, but why? Professor Dumbledore, didn't he criticize us? Lostt managed a faint smile. Lostt, indeed, but as I was leaving, I was caught red-handed by Professor Snape. Then I had to accompany him to his office. You know, the furious bat. He scolded me for an entire hour without repeating a single word. Hermione couldn't help but roll her eyes, exclaiming, Merlin's beard. Ron shook his head and pursed his lips. Lostt, it's fine. At least he didn't expel me. Slytherin wasn't deducted points. And he didn't toss me into the Black Lake to feed the fish. Ron, are you sure your priorities are in the right order? Hermione, when does he want you to submit this essay? Before the House Cup? Lostt, by the end of today. This prompted both of them to roll their eyes and exclaim Merlin in unison. Lostt, speaking of which, how is Harry doing? Lostt didn't consider this a significant matter. After all, Snape was the type to settle scores on the spot, and at worst, he would bring up old grievances later. It wouldn't accumulate to the point of suddenly expelling her. Hermione, it's nothing serious, but he looks utterly exhausted and is resting in the hospital wing. Madame Pomfrey said he is fine now, and Dumbledore confirmed it too. Hermione sighed. Ron, we've already sent the gift over. Ron sighed as well and shrugged. Ron, hopefully, he can at least make it to the House Cup. Hermione, are you sure? Hermione turned her head, and Ron followed suit. Glancing at the 4 scoreboards at the front of the hall, where Gryffindor had no points, while Slytherin had a clear lead, Lostt, perceptively silent, bowed her head to continue writing her essay, refraining from sharing the potentially good news that might follow, as she felt it wasn't pertinent to Harry. Chapter 28, The House Cup. Although Snape was evidently furious the previous night, after Lost's desperate apologies and the subsequent submission of an essay exceeding 15 inches, his mood had improved significantly. At least he refrained from making snide remarks about Gryffindor or other such jibes toward Lostt. However, due to Lost's relentless efforts throughout the day, her right hand trembled incessantly. She could hardly grip a knife, let alone wield her wand to perform the levitation charm without shaking. Snape had to intervene to prevent her from injuring herself. Ultimately, it was officially declared that no points would be deducted this time, but there would be no next opportunity. Snape clearly stated that regardless of whether it was a part-time job or tutoring sessions, everything would be postponed until the next semester. After Lostt nodded in understanding, Snape waved his wand, unceremoniously ejecting her and her books from his office. Though he wasn't angry, he certainly wasn't pleased either. Lostt gazed at the heavily closed door, feeling as if it had nearly slammed in her face. Harry lay in bed for another 2 days, but he still made it to the House Cup. Upon hearing the news, Ron and Hermione immediately dragged the still-seated Lostt to the staircase to greet him. "Harry, how are you, Ron?" Harry spoke softly as he reached the bottom of the stairs, capturing the attention of the three. "Ron, pretty good, and you?" Harry shrugged and looked at Hermione. "Harry, not bad. Hermione, how about you?" "Hermione, absolutely splendid." Hermione replied with a smile, finally turning her gaze to Lostt, who shrugged. "Lostt, just like you, let us go. If we delay any longer, there will be no food left." Lostt refrained from mentioning the reprimand, as it wasn't the right moment to discuss the old bat and spoil the mood, and besides, Lostt felt it was merely a stroke of bad luck on her part. The Great Hall was more boisterous than usual, perhaps due to the impending announcement of the House Cup results, with the decorations reminiscent of the start of term, yet even more raucous, as the young witches and wizards animatedly chatted. Due to the House Cup's significance, Lostt couldn't blend into the Gryffindor crowd and could only wave at Harry and the others as she made her way towards Slytherin, attempting to find an empty seat at the table designated for the little snakes. "Draco, huh, looks like you still remember you're a Slytherin. I thought you had turned into a Gryffindor." Draco's tone was unkind, and Lostt clicked her tongue. "Lostt, funny, Professor Flitwick also thought I was a Ravenclaw." Lostt replied coolly. "Lostt, if you don't mind, I shall find a seat now." Draco scoffed, and Lostt continued forward, trying to locate an empty spot to sit. However, to her surprise, this turned out to be quite a challenge. Normally, Slytherins kept their distance from one another, and finding a seat was usually effortless. Yet this time, Lostt walked right to the middle of the table without finding a place to rest her legs. The more she advanced, the slower her steps became, instinctively. How strange. How could finding a seat prove so elusive? Just as she pondered this, the prefect Gemma Farley approached, placing her hand on Lost's shoulder and guiding her to the front seat, firmly pressing her down. Lostt could only look up in bewilderment. "Gemma, this is what you deserve. Everyone knows who has earned Slytherin so many points. Although some had reservations about your closeness with Gryffindor, clearly, many recognize your contributions." Gemma smiled, embodying Slytherin's elegance to the fullest. Lostt remained somewhat dazed, surprised, yet also beginning to understand. But she ultimately cooperated by smiling and nodding at the surrounding Slytherins. This was indeed an excellent position, in the corner of the front row, with no need to turn her head to see the grim-faced Slytherin head. Lostt wasn't afraid of Snape, even if he had maintained a glare that could kill just the day before. Nonetheless, it didn't prevent her from feeling somewhat at ease with him in her line of sight. Lostt observed the Great Hall, adorned predominantly in Slytherin colors, with a sea of green above her, the banners fluttering as if the proud little snakes were holding their heads high. Yet Lostt knew that due to this adventure, Gryffindor was the true recipient of the trophy. As Dumbledore announced the house points, Lostt felt a twinge of disappointment, reaching up to touch her long hair with a silent sigh, catching sight of Snape, who, despite his cold demeanor, was clapping earnestly. It was evident that he was quite pleased with Slytherin's lead in points, though he maintained a stern face due to the crowd. The ensuing events unfolded almost exactly as she remembered. Despite her efforts leading to a higher score for Slytherin, Dumbledore, with his haphazard methods, managed to catch up and surpass Slytherin by precisely 10 points, as if it were destined. She earned more points, and thus Dumbledore awarded even more. Somewhat disheartened, she pondered how, despite her relentless efforts, things had come to this. Lost in a tumult of complex and despondent emotions, she felt an unjust frustration as she lowered her gaze to caress the wine glass. Her eyes drifted toward the scoreboard, giving rise to a perilous notion. Perhaps she could at least fulfill the promise made to the Sorting Hat? A display of defiance by sabotaging the scoreboard to prove she was not merely indulging in hyperbole? Lostt was blissfully unaware of this dangerous line of thinking. Suddenly, without warning, she felt a tremor in her chest and turned sharply to meet Dumbledore's gentle gaze, which was fixed upon her with a warm smile. What did this mean? Confusion clouded Lostt's features. Dumbledore continued, "Of course, I must also commend a small hero who has contributed to this adventure in silence, without seeking recognition. Humble yet courageous, she truly deserves praise. She is none other than Miss Lostt Krakow from Slytherin House, whose efforts have secured an additional 20 points for Slytherin." In that moment, Lostt was rendered motionless in her seat. Everything had shifted because of her existence. She had become a vital part of the equation, altering the outcome and helping Slytherin clinch the House Cup. Her mind raced, yearning for a notebook to organize her thoughts, yet the atmosphere offered no such opportunity. As the scores climbed, the students below frantically calculated until the first realization dawned that Slytherin remained the victor of the House Cup, a fact that Dumbledore officially announced. Slytherin has won the House Cup, he declared. A brief silence enveloped Slytherin before excitement erupted once more. Even Snape, with his usual stoic demeanor, applauded earnestly. The recently acknowledged Lostt became the focal point of the Slytherin table, yet she remained oblivious, her brow furrowed, gripping the wine glass, lost in contemplation. It wasn't until a fellow Slytherin raised their glass in her direction that she snapped back to reality, realizing the precarious situation Dumbledore had orchestrated for her. What should have been an inconspicuous dinner transformed into a grand spectacle due to Dumbledore's commendation, culminating in an unexpected reversal that thrust her into the limelight. She had now become the centerpiece of Slytherin. It was not only those around her who raised their glasses. Even the smaller snakes, upon sensing her gaze, would lift their goblets in her direction. Unlike before, she had officially become one of them. Her actions had brought about a change. Though the prospect of socializing with a crowd still felt daunting, Lostt found herself immensely grateful that she was among Slytherins, who, despite her newfound prominence, remained relatively reserved. In Gryffindor, who knows, they might have lifted her and tossed her into the air. She certainly did not wish to be the first unfortunate soul to dangle from the ceiling. A single decision, akin to the flutter of a butterfly's wings, propelled Lostt into the eye of the storm, yet she remained blissfully unaware of it all. As the dinner concluded, Lostt felt an unprecedented fatigue. So much so that she lacked the energy to seek out her Gryffindor friends for some merriment. She merely clasped her hands behind her back, exhaled deeply, and slowly drifted to the back of the line, with Filch stealthily trailing behind her, until the only sound left was the echo of her footsteps. "Miss Krakow, are you now capable of finding your way back to the dormitory alone? Or do you intend to seek assistance from the portraits like a lost lamb?" Snape's voice materialized unexpectedly beside her, startling Lostt and causing her to stumble slightly. Regaining her balance, she tilted her head upward to gaze at the rare sight of the grounded bat. Why would the lamb seek guidance from the portraits when a shepherd is present? "Professor Snape?" Lostt replied, her tone slightly different from usual, tinged with weariness yet shadowed by a joy she herself did not fully recognize upon encountering Snape. The final words she uttered were imbued with a happiness that seemed to be woven into each letter. Snape silently regarded the figure before him, hands clasped behind her back, swaying slightly as she walked. He noted the peculiarities of her demeanor during the banquet, but ultimately chose not to voice his observations. Instead, he strode ahead, becoming a bat gliding through the corridor. Meanwhile, the hapless little snake, no, little lamb, followed in pursuit of her shepherd's footsteps. Chapter 29, The Approach of Summer. The conclusion of the House Cup marked the definitive end of the Hogwarts academic year. Students could finally cast aside their textbooks and robes, indulging in their own leisurely respite akin to the Christmas holidays, eagerly anticipating the lengthy summer ahead. However, before the official holiday commenced, there remained one final hurdle, the announcement of grades. Unlike other young witches and wizards, Hermione exuded confidence, which elicited expressions from Harry and Ron reminiscent of their most dismal moments in potions class whenever the topic of grades arose. Painful and disheartening. In contrast, Lostt stood apart, having preemptively sought out various professors to inquire about holiday assignments before grades were released, attempting to secure her summer entirely for herself through tests or other means. Though she had yet to determine her plans, it seemed prudent to free up some time in advance. Upon learning of her endeavors, Harry and Ron followed suit, but regrettably, only Hermione managed to exempt herself from some assignments after passing a portion of her exams. Ultimately, the three of them sighed in envy as they watched Lostt, who was seated nearby with her weighty tomes. When the grades were finally revealed, Harry and Ron wore expressions of varying degrees of astonishment, while Hermione, although consistently composed, sighed in relief upon seeing her report card. Lostt, however, let out a deep sigh that drew Hermione's attention immediately. Without hesitation, Lostt handed over her report card, and Hermione, after glancing at it, fell silent. Ron swiftly snatched it away, and Harry and Ron leaned in closely, scrutinizing the row of OS from top to bottom, utterly speechless. "So, what exactly were you sighing about?" Ron was the first to break the silence. "Relieved that I survived my first year unscathed, rather than meeting an untimely demise in the cauldron," Lostt quipped casually. Unbeknownst to her, they took her jest seriously, convinced that if she hadn't achieved an O in potions, Snape might indeed toss her into the cauldron, leaving Lostt to rub her temples in exasperation. Lostt did not approach Snape just yet, at least not now. She had made the rounds to various professors, leaving him for last. Yet, she was uncertain whether this was a strategy of saving the best for last, or merely a boss awaiting the final confrontation. As the days dwindled before her departure from school, Ron and Hermione had already begun discussing their summer plans, while Harry seemed less than cheerful. Lostt tapped her fingers on the table, deliberating on what to say to Professor Snape, her thoughts occasionally drifting to Harry's situation. She still recalled the events of her second year, the critical caveat being that no one had perished. However, aside from that fortunate detail, numerous troubles had arisen, many of which involved Harry. Perhaps I will have good news, but first, I must pay a visit to Professor Snape, Lostt declared unexpectedly, rising and leaving behind a bewildering statement as she clutched a stack of report cards while exiting the hall. Is she planning to tell us she has once again survived? Ron pondered, gazing at her resolute silhouette before turning back to Hermione and Harry with uncertainty. As Lostt descended the stairs, she had not yet formulated what she might say. But upon reaching the door, she instinctively began to knock. Upon hearing a voice, she entered, only to realize she had habitually prepared to roll up her sleeves. On the designated table reserved solely for her, an array of crucibles and similar instruments lay in wait, accompanied by materials prepared for her practice at any moment. Unbeknownst to Lostt and Snape alike, this office had quietly transformed into her little sanctuary, where the young woman had developed the habit of brewing potions upon entering the room. Both maintained a profound silence. Lostt was acutely aware that Snape awaited her words. She cast a glance at the table, then at the imposing desk, and finally at the man seated behind it. Her body, more attuned to her desires than her mind, instinctively moved as her legs swung forward, drawing her soul to the table. One sleeve was rolled up high, while the other dangled loosely at her forearm, and before her lay a stack of report cards. In a moment of instinct, Lostt presented the report cards, seeking to buy herself some time. Snape casually extracted the sheets, perusing them with a slight grunt. Apparently, Miss Krakow has managed to retain some knowledge after all, Snape remarked. It's almost the holiday season. If permissible, may I send you a letter, Professor Snape? You know. In case of any issues, Lostt replied, her nerves causing her to lick her lips, her gaze wandering. The uncertainty of her thoughts and her lack of confidence made what should have been a straightforward request feel tainted with something else, rendering her somewhat guilty. Let us hope your owl does not share your sense of direction, Snape replied, his voice rich and low, devoid of inflection, yet laced with a hint of derision, as if such sarcasm had become ingrained in his very being. Very well, Lostt responded, her flustered demeanor shifting as she lifted her gaze at his words. A broad smile breaking across her face, her eyes narrowing slightly. Even amidst the dim light, her gray-blue eyes sparkled with an undeniable brilliance. Lostt did not linger in conversation with Snape, nor did she request an address, feeling it would be somewhat impolite. Although she had entertained the idea of inviting Snape to her home, considering the absence of anyone else and the convenience it would afford for tutoring, her friends Harry, Ron, and Hermione had deemed her mad whenever she broached the subject. Moreover, with numerous plans for the summer, the prospect of Harry and Snape colliding was sure to spell disaster. I look forward to your reply, Professor Snape, Lostt said, her manners refined as she offered a deep bow before retreating from the office. Though no promises were made regarding a response, the mere willingness to entertain her disturbances brought her immense joy, for he was indeed Snape. Upon returning to the hall, Losett's mood was visibly buoyant, prompting Hermione to inquire about her good fortune. She did not attempt to conceal it, candidly sharing her intention to seek Snape's assistance through letters during the holiday, which elicited surprise from her friends, though it seemed far more reasonable than inviting Snape to her home. So what is this good news you speak of? Ron leaned forward, curiosity evident. With Harry nodding in agreement, Lostt looked at the trio of inquisitive lions and suddenly smiled. I've changed my mind. I shall keep it a secret for now and reveal it later. Her sudden reticence incited their dissatisfaction, yet regardless of their persistent questioning, Lostt merely stuck out her tongue in defiance, redirecting the conversation to their holiday plans. Ron and Hermione eagerly shared their summer aspirations, while Harry remained unusually quiet. Harry, what about you? Lostt prompted. I will be returning to live with the Dursleys, Harry replied, his demeanor dismal. Ron and Hermione, already aware of the Dursleys' treatment of him, could not help but express concern. Don't be so downcast, Harry. This is Hogwarts, where miracles abound. Perhaps your summer will hold a sparkling surprise. Lostt winked at him, a glimmer of mischief in her blue eyes. Chapter 30. Summer. Even as she boarded the return train, Lostt refrained from divulging her plans to anyone. Nor did she clarify what the surprise might entail. Although Harry feigned indifference and refrained from probing, the anticipation was palpable in his gaze, which seemed to be glued to Lostt. He believed she had no reason to deliberately toy with him. Despite being a Slytherin, she was their friend, having faced perilous creatures and even Voldemort alongside him. The return journey was markedly livelier than the outbound trip, with each carriage filled with laughter and merriment. Lostt waved her wand, making chocolate frogs leap and twirl in the air, before discreetly popping the last Bertie Bott's every flavor bean into her mouth. Hey, that was the one I saved, Ron exclaimed. Huh, thanks Ron, it's a delightful green apple flavor, Lostt teased, sticking out her tongue as the chocolate frogs landed on Ron's face, much to Harry's amusement. By the time the train arrived, Darkness had enveloped the surroundings. Lostt bid her friends farewell before seeking a quiet corner to summon the long-idle Helsing to fetch her. The Krakow residence appeared unchanged from when she had left, with the same lush grass and flowers adorning the windowsill. Were it not for Harry's intention to send a letter, Lostt might have thought she had merely stepped out for a few days. Helsing, have I mentioned how grateful I am for your efforts? You have expressed that gratitude many times, Miss Lostt, Helsing replied, beaming with joy at the return of the young mistress of the Krakow household, whose happiness was palpable. Then allow me to reiterate. Thank you, Helsing, you have done splendidly. Without hesitation, Lostt pushed open the grand door. Despite a semester of absence, the two diligent house elves had maintained the home impeccably. The entire space was as she had left it, quiet, tidy, and warm, with bellflowers blooming beautifully and the sheer curtains drawn up from the inside. However, having spent too much time in the potions masteress office, the familiar scent of home felt somewhat alien to her. Hershey, excellent work. I cannot fathom how I would manage without you in this home, she said, acknowledging the other elf. At the mention of his name, Hershey raised one hand and snapped his fingers, summoning a lavish feast to appear on the dining table. It is my honor. Welcome home, Miss Lostt, Hershey greeted. The aroma of the meal made Lostt acutely aware of her hunger, yet before sitting down, she remembered to release the poor fender, who had been confined throughout the journey. She allowed it to stretch its wings in the living room before flitting out the window to enjoy some freedom. Helsing, Hershey, this is Fender. The gift I received from Hogwarts at the start of term. Please take good care of it. It will have plenty to do this holiday. As Lostt stuffed her mouth with beef, her eagerness led to a minor mishap, prompting her to gulp down pumpkin juice to avoid becoming a woeful little witch who perished at the dinner table. Helsing cast a fleeting glance at the owl that had just taken flight, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Hershey remained silent, yet Helsing, without hesitation, nudged him. Consequently, the little sprite had no choice but to approach the table, pull out a chair, and stand upon it to align his gaze with that of his young master, ensuring their dining experience remained undisturbed. What's the matter, Hershey? Lostt asked. Fender is a good child. He knows his way. Lostt presumed Hershey was concerned about the owl's solitary adventure. No, of course not. The very essence of its name speaks volumes. However, Miss Lostt, regarding the letter you sent back earlier, were you serious? Hershey's worries extended beyond the owl. As he knew Helsing possessed ample skill, he could retrieve even the headband his young master had carelessly discarded outside, let alone a creature as sizable as an owl. What truly troubled him was another matter entirely. Prior to returning home, Lostt had dispatched a letter detailing 3 unsettling concerns, each more shocking than the last. Of course, I never lie. Oh, except for the fact that I'm afraid of heights. That was a fib, I told Hermione, Lostt replied nonchalantly, an assertion that only deepened the little sprite's furrowed brow. Is there an issue? Lostt finally discerned the gravity of the situation from the expressions of the two sprites, who appeared on the verge of imploding. Indeed, you confronted the one whose name cannot be uttered. You are well aware of how perilous he is, Helsing exclaimed. Moreover, you intend to bring that child, who has narrowly escaped death, into the Krakow household, not to mention all the magical practice you plan to undertake. Hershey added. You can't manage with an extra person around? Lostt's casual inquiry caused the two sprites' faces to fall dramatically. Please, don't be like that. I was merely jesting. There's no need to be so anxious. I will certainly practice magic, as it requires time to master. And yes, I will bring the individual along with me. Additionally, I may need one of you to accompany me, as we might encounter some minor troubles. As for that mysterious individual, I have seen him, and there's nothing more to say. Unlike the sprites, who fretted over her safety, Lostt was indifferent to how long her life might last. She merely felt that as long as she was still breathing, she ought to do something meaningful. However, her words did little to alleviate the sprite's distress. They appeared as if they might pull their ears off from worry. Do not fret so. I have managed to survive an entire academic year without losing any limbs. So what is there to fear? I assure you, there will be no issues. With that, Lostt consumed the last piece of bread, savoring the remnants of sauce on her plate, and contentedly descended from her chair. Helsing and Hershey exchanged glances, ultimately relenting and sparing their poor ears from further strain. Chapter 31, Summer Surprises. From the very first day of her holiday, Lostt embarked on a whirlwind of activity. If she wished to graduate smoothly, she must first ensure that her life did not meet an untimely end at the hands of the magical institution known as Hogwarts, ideally avoiding any opportunity to glimpse Azkaban as well. She meticulously reviewed every potential challenge she might encounter, attempting to weave a semblance of a future from a few hastily scribbled notes. Having successfully navigated her first year, she now faced the imminent second year, wherein a colossal serpent would emerge, ultimately slain by Harry. In her third year, she would confront the terrifying Dementors and encounter a werewolf professor, The fourth year promised a perilous tournament during which Voldemort would rise again, and Harry would be compelled to participate. She had only met that Hufflepuff upperclassman a few times, who would fall victim to that very tournament. It was evident that this was a trap, and everything would change thereafter. Voldemort's resurrection, the Ministry's pressure, external interference within the school, rising tension within the institution, and chaos beyond its walls, leaving only darkness in the future. Not only did the future appear bleak, but the contents of her notes became increasingly disordered, presenting a jumbled narrative in trembling, illegible handwriting, marred by water stains. Snape would perish at the hands of Voldemort. Turning to the final page, Lostt found a list of names, all but one absent Harry S. The first name was Cedric. This was a death list, and horrifyingly, Dumbledore's name appeared among them, alongside Snape's. Gazing at Severus Snape's name, Lostt fell into a prolonged silence. If Professor Snape were to die, what kind of cataclysmic battle was on the horizon? These few pages bore the names of the departed, yet countless others beyond Hogwarts remained unwritten. How many vibrant lives had once thrived, now reduced to mere names she did not recognize? Lost's momentary despondency was soon replaced by resolve. Sorrow and disappointment served no purpose. In her current state, there was little she could do. Confronting that giant serpent would only yield her as a snack. All she could do was etch those names into her memory, alongside their stories, indelibly inscribed into her very being. And if she could save even one, it would be worth it. The Krakow family estate was protected by ancient wards left by their ancestors and maintained by the two sprites, providing Lostt with the confidence to practice magic without restraint. She thoroughly scoured the Krakow library, retrieving every tome related to magic, leaving the ground strewn with open books and parchment covered in her scrawl. Each day began with her practicing potions in the morning, writing letters to friends during lunch, and spells in the afternoon. Every 3 days, Finder would deliver a letter to Snape, though Lostt was oblivious to how Snape or Finder managed it, as she did not know the address. Yet the letters always reached their destination, returning with annotated replies. This familiar correction led Lostt to momentarily believe she was still at school, still in that office, where a quick glance would reveal Snape grading assignments. On weekends, she would send Finder with the potions she had concocted for Snape to assess, alongside a list to confirm the following week's assignments. Upon receiving another list from Snape, Lostt suddenly exclaimed while seated on the floor, "I specifically sought out the professor before the break to avoid doing homework." The realization hit her belatedly. Lostt's holiday continued to progress steadily, with little advancement on the Patronus charm. She reflected on her past, only to see wisps of white smoke curling from the tip of her wand. The transformation into an animagus proved even more vexing than the Patronus charm. She often found herself either chewing leaves along with her food or swallowing them with water. 3 weeks had passed, and she had yet to complete the first step. Yet, she had successfully mastered the disillusionment charm. Otherwise, she might have begun to doubt her lineage as a Krakow. Surprisingly, the apparition proved much easier than anticipated. Perhaps Merlin had finally taken pity on this unfortunate child. After several attempts, she lost only a small chunk of flesh from her forearm, one from her ear, and another from her ankle. Lostt considered herself fortunate compared to the potential loss of limbs or the prospect of being cleaved in two. Yet this did not prevent Heshian from emitting a piercing shriek, causing Finder to refrain from returning home to rest for the entire day. Ultimately, she had to promise not to continue practicing the spell at home to spare the poor Heshian from further distress. The following day, Lostt appeared in the living room sporting an ear that had yet to fully heal, only to vanish once again. "Lostt, think of something positive, Heshian. I have merely lost half an ear, not half a nose." While Lostt allowed Helsing to tend to the wounds on her ear, she attempted to comfort the distressed Heshian, who was repeatedly striking the wall. "Helsing, however, should you persist in using such magic at your age, it is difficult to guarantee that next time you won't lose half an arm." With a snap of his fingers, Helsing watched as Lost's ear healed completely, then snapped again to ensure Heshian could strike a pillow rather than the unforgiving wall, thus bringing a semblance of tranquility. "Lostt, well, although I wish to try again, perhaps I should consider alternatives first." Lost's attempts at apparition began to show promise, and her lessons in the disillusionment charm were progressing well. Yet this fleeting joy was insufficient to summon the enigmatic guardian. Helsing reassured her that there was no rush, so Lostt turned to chew a leaf of mandrake. "Lostt, though I would love for Heshian to accompany me, it appears he is still upset. It seems I must rely on you to join me, Helsing," Lostt mumbled, the presence of the mandrake in her mouth rendering her speech somewhat unclear. She had intended to practice further, but after exchanging several letters with Hermione and Ron, she realized she hadn't heard a word from Harry, compelling her to expedite her plans. Helsing grasped Lost's hand, resolutely refusing to allow her to attempt apparition alone, and, considering the necessity of leaving someone capable behind, Lostt ultimately acquiesced. Helsing's skill in apparition surpassed Lost's own, and was even a notch above McGonagall's. Lostt barely noticed as they materialized before the house on the second floor. She gestured for Helsing to conceal himself, and with a snap of his fingers, the little elf vanished from sight. Lostt approached the door and politely knocked, greeted by a rotund man lacking a visible neck, whose expression soured further upon realizing he was facing a young girl clad in wizard robes. Vernon, huh? Let me see, what is this? A freak is not enough. We now have one that comes knocking. Harry, look at the mess you've made. The man's voice was indistinct, as if he had mandrake leaves stuffed in his mouth, and Lostt surmised it was likely due to his already plump tongue. Unintentionally implicated, Dudley thundered down the stairs, his eyes widening in astonishment upon seeing Lostt at the door. Lostt, happy summer, Harry. I've come to bring you a surprise. Perhaps you've grown weary of being at home? Would you like to come play at my house? Lostt almost disregarded the man before her, leaning slightly to wave her hand, pushing the mandrake leaves aside with her tongue to articulate more clearly. Her voice was somewhat muffled, inciting Vernon's indignation as he glared at her, but before he could reach out and grab her by the collar of her robe, he inexplicably floated towards the ceiling, resembling a balloon in both form and demeanor. Thus, Lostt was able to pass through the door unhindered, approaching Harry while casting a glance upstairs. Vernon, horrified, attempted to scream, but found himself utterly voiceless, becoming a fully fledged balloon. Petunia, drawn by the commotion, let out a terrified shriek, accompanied by a startled Dudley. Lostt snapped her fingers, and the room fell into a quieter state, albeit now populated by 3 balloons adrift on the ceiling. Harry gazed in awe at the spectacle until Lostt tugged him towards the second floor. Once back inside, he finally closed his mouth, bursting with excitement, yet striving to speak softly. Harry, I've wanted to do that for ages, I mean it. Chapter 32, A New Abode. Lostt, I'm relieved you only wanted to and didn't actually do it. I hope you remember, Harry, that we cannot use magic outside of school. Lostt crossed her arms as she approached the table, greeting Hedwig. Despite Finder's daily escapades outside, poor Hedwig remained confined within her cage, unable to stretch her wings. Harry, but you just... Oh my, Lostt, I won't tell anyone. But this is monumental. After regaining his composure, Harry finally recognized the oddity. Yet Lost's calm demeanor only added to his confusion. Lostt straightened and snapped her fingers. Lostt, like this? The chair beside Lostt began to levitate, sending a thrill of alarm through Harry. His expression prompted Lostt to chuckle. Lostt, oh, Harry, this isn't my doing. She could no longer maintain her facade, revealing the little elf before Harry. Helsing, it is an honor to meet you, Mr. Harry Potter. I am Helsing, the house elf of the Krakow family. The elf performed a graceful bow, leaving Harry momentarily speechless. Lostt, although I know you have many questions, I suggest you gather your belongings first. Once we arrive at my home, you may ask whatever you wish. Lostt gestured to the floor, hinting at the 3 floating balloons downstairs. Harry snapped back to reality, quickly packing his belongings, while Lostt nodded towards them, and Helsing stepped forward to assist, taking the luggage away. Seizing the moment, Lostt grasped Harry's hand and dashed downstairs, sticking out her tongue and making a face at the 3 balloons, before leading Harry out of the Dursleys' front door. The door closed behind them, followed by the sound of heavy objects hitting the ground, each thud more resonant than the last, mingled with pained groans. Harry followed, lost in a daze, still processing his departure from that detestable place, now on the verge of enjoying a far more pleasant holiday. Oh, what a delightful surprise this was. Helsing returned after delivering the luggage, this time seizing both children's hands and transporting them to the doorstep of the Krakow residence. Lostt, welcome to your temporary abode, Harry. Lostt pushed open the door, ushering Harry into the grand Krakow house. As Harry entered, he had envisioned numerous scenarios, yet upon stepping inside, he was taken aback to find a composed Heshian approaching with levitating hot chocolate and small cakes. Heshian, it is a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Harry Potter. I am Heshian, the house elf of the Krakow family, at your service. Harry. Oh, hello. I'm Harry Potter, delighted to meet you. Heshian, and you too, Helsing. Thank you. May I take a look around, Lostt? Lostt, of course, feel free. You can also choose a room you like. Just let Heshian know, and he will arrange it for you. Lostt shrugged casually, opening Hedwig's cage to allow the poor bird to stretch her wings alongside Fender's. Unable to contain his curiosity, Harry wandered through the spacious Krakow house, which was devoid of anyone else apart from their quartet. Each room was impeccably tidy, adorned in cool shades of deep blue and charcoal gray, except for one room that opened to reveal soft blue hues, instantly reminding Harry of Lost's blue eyes. He promptly closed the door and ventured elsewhere. A few minutes later, Harry descended the stairs, brimming with excitement, as if overwhelmed with questions, yet ultimately sitting there with his mouth opening and closing, exhibiting his urgency to Lostt. Lostt, feel free to ask any questions, it's perfectly all right. Or perhaps you don't like it. Lost's jest heightened the already palpable tension within the boy, who was both excited and anxious. He shook his head vigorously as if wishing to spin it, his hands fidgeting incessantly. Harry, no, 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 I love it. I absolutely adore it. Lostt. I scarcely know how to express my gratitude. Lostt, we are friends, after all. You come to my home to play. I should be the one thanking you. Lostt chuckled merrily. Harry, but how on earth did you find me here? He scratched his head, perplexed. Lostt, come on. I've sent you 5 letters since the summer break. 5. Yet not a single feather from Hedwig has graced my sight. Lostt patted the surface of the sofa, his expression a mix of exasperation, while Harry opposite him wore a mask of confusion. Harry, that is impossible. I didn't receive a single letter this summer. I thought you had forgotten me. Harry was visibly more agitated than Lostt, springing to his feet, a blend of anger and disappointment coursing through him as he paced back and forth before sitting down again. Harry, but you wrote to me. Why didn't I receive them? Can't the owls find their way here? A look of bewilderment quickly enveloped Harry's face. Lostt, I doubt that. Fen can even locate Professor Snape's address, which I scarcely know. Oh, I haven't submitted my assignment to Professor Snape today. Lostt suddenly leaped from the sofa, hurriedly penning a letter for Fen to deliver. Chapter 33, Dobby. Harry remained on the sofa, contemplating the whereabouts of his letters, oblivious to the mention of Snape. It wasn't until Lostt returned that he was about to speak. However, before he could utter a word, a shrill scream pierced the air. They peered towards the kitchen, where a glowering Hessian emerged, brushing off non-existent dust, whilst Hailson wrestled with a small elf, tumbling into the living room. Hessian, we've discovered a peculiar creature. I've never seen anything like it at the Cracker family S. It must belong to some other noble family, yet I cannot fathom why it appeared outside my window. I even found this on it. Hailson and the small elf continued their scuffle, while Hessian handed a thick stack of envelopes directly to Harry. Harry, is this mine? Hessian nodded, and as Harry lowered his gaze to inspect, he found that all the envelopes were addressed to him, some from Ron, others from Hermione, and a substantial portion bore Lost's name. Harry, you stole my letters. Who are you? Who sent you? In an instant, Harry leaped up, eager to join the fray, only to be restrained by Lostt, who grasped his arm. Dobby. Oh, Mr. Harry Potter, please don't be angry. I am Dobby, a house elf. Dobby did not intend to do this. It's just that if no one sends letters to Harry Potter, then Harry Potter will not go to Hogwarts. Though Hailson held Dobby down, the little elf defiantly raised his head, desperately attempting to explain, yet neither of the 2 humans nor the 2 elves grasped the logic. Lostt, Hailson, release him. Allow him to speak. After a moment of contemplation, Lostt resolved to normalize the situation. Hailson, without hesitation, loosened his grip, though he remained poised, ready to pounce on the prone Dobby. Dobby, though this is perilous, exceedingly perilous, if my master discovers Dobby has come here, he will surely punish me. But Dobby must come. Dobby must tell Harry Potter that he absolutely cannot return to Hogwarts this year. Harry gazed at the small elf, his anger not yet fully dissipated. Now enveloped in confusion, his brow furrowed. Lostt, however, seemed to have heard something of great importance and suddenly rose to her feet. Lostt, wait, what? Dobby, do you know something? Is something going to happen at Hogwarts next term? Dobby instinctively recoiled at Lost's sudden movement, stammering incoherently, unwilling to answer her inquiry. Nervously repeating himself, hoping Harry would acquiesce to his request. Yet Lostt was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. She craved information to fill the gaps in her knowledge. She only knew that a basilisk had appeared in the 2nd year, but the how, the why, and the origin remained a mystery to her. This little elf was adamant that one must not go to school next term, clearly indicating he possessed knowledge. Clenching her fist, Lostt rubbed her thumb against her index finger, a thought forming in her mind. She gently tugged at Harry's sleeve. Lostt, if you don't speak, Harry will simply board that train on time, just like the first term, and accompany me to Hogwarts, Dobby. Indeed, this statement sent Dobby into a frantic outcry, as he pained himself looking at Harry, tugging at his own ears. Dobby, no? Harry Potter cannot go to Hogwarts. Terrible things will happen there. Harry, what terrible things? Who is orchestrating this? Realizing Lost's intention, Harry immediately pressed for answers. Dobby, however, writhed in distress as if under surveillance, struggling to utter a single phrase. Dobby, I cannot say this. Then, akin to a frenzied Hessian, he collided with the table, but Hailson was quicker, promptly pinning Dobby to the ground. Thus, Dobby began banging his head against the floor, while Hailson expertly snapped his fingers, forcing Dobby to strike only a pillow. Lostt and Harry exchanged a knowing glance, inhaling deeply. Lostt was acutely aware that some house elves, due to the harsh treatment from their masters, could exhibit unstable mental states, much like the current Dobby or the earlier Hessian. She could only comfort Harry and suggest he check his letters whilst composing a reply. She hoped that, once Dobby calmed down, he might divulge something useful. Regrettably, although Dobby eventually settled, he stubbornly refused to articulate any further words, merely repeating, trembling, that Harry must not go to Hogwarts. Lostt was unable to extract any valuable information from him, ultimately deciding to let Hail Sun release him, lest this mentally unstable elf wreak havoc in her home. She also instructed Hail Sun to keep a closer watch on the Dursleys, ready to inform her of any developments, for although she had cast a spell for convenience, one could never tell what mischief that family might conjure. Lostt was now filled with vigilance regarding all matters outside her plans. Chapter 34. An Unexpected Guest. After arriving at Lostt's home, Harry experienced a true summer vacation. Lostt undoubtedly welcomed his presence, and even the two house elves appeared quite pleased, with Harry himself being the most elated. He had his own room, which the house elf Hessian had decorated to his liking. He no longer needed to toil over preparing breakfast for everyone or scavenge for scraps. Each morning, a sumptuous breakfast awaited him at the table, and at any hour. Fresh fruits, snacks, and hot tea were readily available for his enjoyment. In Lostt's study, the potion practice room, and the magic training area, he found himself in places he had never dared to dream of, even in his wildest fantasies. On his first night, Harry was too anxious to sleep, fearing that he would awaken in that loathsome house once more, needing to tread carefully to appease everyone in his pitiful existence. Fortunately, this was not a dream. Upon waking, he remained in that very room, while downstairs, Lostt was busy scribbling something at the table, and on the dining table lay his breakfast waiting for him. "Good morning, Lostt," Harry greeted. "Ah, good morning, Harry. You arrived just in time. Your breakfast would have grown cold if you had been any later," Lostt replied. After finishing his meal, Harry instinctively glanced at the scattered books on the table, only to be astonished to find them filled with spells he could not comprehend and potion recipes he had never encountered before. Lostt, without lifting her head, continued to write diligently, her pen gliding smoothly across the paper. Suddenly, she paused at a particular step, her pen hovering over the blank page for a while before she resumed writing. Harry suspected she was mentally drafting, a habit Hermione occasionally adopted, though none could match Lost's level of concentration. Harry observed the several sheets already filled with notes and swallowed nervously. Are you studying, Lostt?" When Lostt finally set her pen down, Harry inquired softly. She nodded and shortly thereafter responded with a hum. Although he was not particularly passionate about studying, the presence of someone so immersed in their studies compelled Harry to join the pursuit of knowledge. Truth be told, he missed Ron somewhat. Why hadn't Ron written back yet? Lostt maintained a strict routine: breakfast, potion studies, lunch, jotting down notes, practicing magic, and finally, after dinner, reading in the living room before retiring to her room for the night. This regimented lifestyle reminded Harry of his days at Hogwarts. However, at least it was Lostt guiding him through potion practice instead of Snape, he reassured himself. His thoughts were interrupted when he noticed Lost's owl, Fenrir, returning with a letter she had sent out. Harry swore he had no intention of prying into Lost's life. It was merely that when he let Hedwig out, Fenrir happened to be returning with the letter, and the sender's name was unmistakably Lostt. Curiosity piqued, he glanced at the recipient, only to be horrified to find it was addressed to Severus Snape. In an instant, he dashed to the basement. "You're actually corresponding with Snape during the summer?" he exclaimed. Lostt nearly dropped a glass vial in shock from his outburst, which he managed to catch in a flurry of movement. Harry quickly realized his indiscretion. I didn't mean to pry. It's just that Owl Lostt set the vial down and approached him slowly, showing no signs of anger nor intent to conceal anything from him. She calmly took the letter from Fenrir and opened it in his presence. "Fenrir, that's the name of my owl. No need to worry, I'm not upset with you." He did return a bit later than usual. "You see, I'm not in regular correspondence with Professor Snape. Rather, he has simply responded to some of my inquiries regarding potion making. After all, how else would I acquire knowledge?" She shrugged, unfazed by the situation, while Harry examined the succinct notes in the letter, feeling a twinge of surprise. So, she was still attending Snape's potion classes? Was Lostt merely relaying his teachings? Well, that wasn't too bad. It would be preferable if she could be the one to instruct him in the future. Unaware of the boy's contemplative state, Lostt reminisced about how, during the past semester, her visits to Snape's office had elicited looks of admiration from Hermione and the others, as though she were embarking on a noble quest. Just as she was about to elaborate further, a knock at the door interrupted them. They exchanged glances, pausing their conversation. Lostt stepped forward to open the door, with Harry following closely behind. Heirs of the house, Hessian and Hallison, adeptly began preparing the meal and afternoon tea. Upon opening the door, Lostt was greeted first by Hallison, followed by Ron, and then a pair of identical twins, along with what appeared to be a car floating in midair. "Lostt," Ron exclaimed, astonished at the sight of her. "Ron, it's been ages. Please, everyone come in." "If it's not too much trouble, Ron, could you explain what is going on here?" Lostt inquired. attempting to grasp the situation at hand despite her curiosity about the twins. "Oh, Ron, it's been so long. And George and Fred, how did you all end up here?" Harry exclaimed, clearly delighted and visibly surprised at the unexpected reunion, as Lostt stepped aside to allow them entry. Harry's joy was evident, his grin widening as he greeted everyone. Yet, Ron appeared even more shocked, his eyes wide in disbelief, at a loss for words. "Oh, I'm Fred, and he's George," one of the twins remarked. "Indeed, we are Ron's brothers," the other confirmed. Lostt observed the two as they spoke in tandem, blinking in confusion before nodding. "I'm Lostt Clacko, Ron's friend. It's a pleasure to meet you, Fred and George." "Just kidding, I'm George," the first twin teased. "And I'm Fred," the other chimed in. Lostt looked back and forth between them, still unable to discern the differences, but instinctively corrected herself. "All right, George, Fred." She attempted to call each by name, trying to distinguish between the nearly identical brothers. "By the way, you are quite the clever girl," George complimented. "No wonder we couldn't find Harry," Fred added. "So, you were looking for Harry?" Lostt inquired, pulling her attention away from the twins' faces. Recognizing that their voices were equally indistinguishable, perhaps she needed to find a way to tell them apart, but it seemed not to matter much. They clearly enjoyed confusing others. While Lostt engaged in a light-hearted conversation with George and Fred, Harry and Ron were visibly agitated. "Of course, it's because you never replied to my letter. I thought you were imprisoned. I went looking for you, only to discover you were not there at all," Ron exclaimed, a mix of surprise and frustration evident in his voice. Harry echoed his sentiments. "I wrote to you just a few days ago. I even mentioned that Lostt came to take me from the Dursleys and brought me here. She wanted you to come and join us." Though Lostt was intrigued by the twins' banter, the escalating argument between the boys made it difficult to ignore, prompting her to step in and separate them. "I believe I understand the situation, Harry. Do you remember Dobby?" she suggested. "Oh, Dobby," Harry exclaimed. "Who is Dobby?" Ron inquired, perplexed. "A house elf. He intercepted the letters you sent me. I thought you all had forgotten about me," Harry explained. With the clarifications provided by Lostt, Harry, and the corroboration from Hallison and Hershon, Ron, Fred, and George finally pieced together the entire story. "Ron, so? A little sprite with a rather peculiar mind intercepted our letters to you and your outgoing correspondence, all to prevent you from going to Hogwarts?" Ron finally plopped down on the sofa at the Craig household, incredulously questioning and ultimately receiving affirmative nods from both his companions and the two house elves. "Ron, but why?" "Harry, he said there's danger at the school." "Ron, but what danger could there possibly be? Hogwarts is the safest place in the world." "Fred, though I'd rather not interrupt your conversation at this moment, George. If we don't return soon, Mum will definitely find out." "Lostt, so? You three have secretly taken out the car?" She observed the three brothers nodding in unison. Chapter 35, The Burrow. "Lostt, honestly. I'm sure Halson wouldn't mind at all." As Harry let out a groan from nearly suffocating, Lostt also gripped the door handle, her face pale. The reason for their painful journey was that 10 minutes prior, Fred and George had reminded everyone they were sneaking out to fetch Harry, necessitating a hasty return before being discovered. Harry was promptly seized by George and Fred, one on each arm, and tossed into the passenger seat along with Hedwig. Meanwhile, Lostt leaned against the sofa, arms crossed, watching the spectacle unfold, even taking the time to remind them not to forget the luggage upstairs, the second room on the left. To be precise, just as she prepared to wave goodbye to Harry, she was suddenly fixated upon by George and Fred. "Fred, I heard our Ron mention that you're just like Harry. George, perhaps we should take you along as well." "Lostt, me?" Lostt pointed at herself, her rising intonation betraying clear confusion, and soon found herself facing the same fate as Harry, being hoisted by Fred and George, one on either side, and dragged out. "Lostt, wait. Wait. Why take me along? I can manage by myself, with Halson and Hershon to look after me." "Fred, don't be anxious, dear lady. George, Mum will adore you. She'll treat you like her own daughter." Fred and George were utterly unconcerned, almost disregarding Lost's feeble protests, resolutely escorting her out the door. Although Lostt felt grateful to Mrs. Weasley, she certainly wasn't ready to meet that matron in person, evidently. Someone was more eager for her to make friends and engage socially, thereby curtailing her perilous magical experiments. "Lostt, at least let me gather my things. I'll do it myself." Lostt grasped the car door, hoping to use tidying up as an excuse to return, only to see Halson and Hershon already approaching with neatly packed luggage, which floated into the trunk at a snap of their fingers. "Hershon, your belongings are ready. Tailored to your preferences, Miss Lostt. Rest assured, I shall take care of matters at home. At your age, it is quite suitable for you to partake in some social activities with peers. Halson, if you find yourself in need of anything, do not hesitate to call upon me. I am at your service, Miss Lostt." The two house elves waved goodbye, effectively cutting off her last avenue of retreat. Ultimately, Lostt found herself seated in that car, arms crossed. Resigned to reality, at least Harry was willing to swap places with her, allowing her to sit in the passenger seat rather than crammed in the back with 2 birdcages and 2 boys. Due to unexpected circumstances, their return journey had to be somewhat rushed. Poor Harry was squished by the birdcage, while Ron, clutching Finder's cage, felt that either he or the cage would surely tumble out of the window. Fred's driving was remarkable, primarily in terms of speed rather than smoothness, and they arrived safely within their anticipated time frame. The only mishap occurred when Lostt nearly tumbled out as the car door swung open, crouching by the roadside, her complexion pale. "Ron, so what is wrong with her?" Ron asked, somewhat perplexed. Harry gazed at Lostt for a long while, reflecting on the tumultuous return journey, and offered a definitive conclusion. "Harry, she gets car sick." In the end, Fred and George supported Lostt on either side as they approached the uniquely enchanting building. Though still somewhat disoriented, Lostt mustered her strength to gaze upon the almost magical structure. "Lostt, wow, this is my first time seeing such an intriguing building," she expressed surprise, while Ron sighed in relief. Harry had lived with the Dursleys, so he wasn't overly concerned. But he had seen the vast 2-story Crake residence and the orderly environment maintained by the house elves. As Lostt reached the entrance, she waved her hand, recalling the Crake household's decorum, which warranted her to at least face the kind lady with dignity. She took a deep breath at the door, resolutely intending to enter on her own. Ultimately, they carefully and quietly followed Fred and George through that doorway. Fred and George remained anxious about being discovered by their mother, thus speaking in hushed tones. Lostt nodded at Harry, and they cautiously trailed behind, clearly entering a home that was both intriguing and warm, albeit less spacious and orderly than the Crake house, yet imbued with a palpable sense of life. Harry scanned the surroundings, noticing the pots he had scrubbed, the 2 knitting needles turning toward home, and the photographs of Ron and the brothers, as well as the automatic knitting needles. Lostt shared his curiosity, but was particularly fascinated by the familial atmosphere and environment. "Ron, it may be a bit humble, but it's a home nonetheless." "Harry, I think it's brilliant." "Lostt, I completely agree." Harry wore a smile while Lostt seemed somewhat lost in thought. She had never lived in such a place. Filled with curiosity, yet feeling somewhat out of place. The notions of family and home felt distant to her, both in the past and the future. Before they could delve deeper into discussion, Mrs. Weasley rushed down from upstairs. "Mrs. Weasley, where have you all been?" Each word was deliberately elongated, her voice booming and slightly high-pitched. Lostt could discern that the gentle lady was currently in a less than pleasant mood. "Mrs. Weasley, oh, Harry, it's so wonderful to see you, and with that dark hair and those lovely blue eyes, you must be lost, my dear girl." Mrs. Weasley's gaze shifted to Harry, her tone softening instantly, nearly matching Lost's expectations, before her eyes settled on Lostt, softening even further. "Mrs. Weasley, the beds are empty. No notes left. The car is missing. You could have been harmed, or worse, spotted." She directed her gaze at Fred and George, then at Ron, hands on her hips, her eyes seemingly ablaze. Yet, as her gaze returned to Harry and Lostt standing together, her expression melted into one of warmth. "Mrs. Weasley, of course, I'm not angry with you, dear Harry, dear Lostt. Ron, but they've not been kind to Harry, Mum. He was locked in his room the entire holiday. And if it weren't for Lostt, he might have been kept locked away." Although Ron's words held considerable merit, and Harry nodded in agreement, attempting to rationalize the situation, Lostt felt that this was hardly an opportune moment to speak. "Mrs. Weasley, be careful, or I shall lock you in the house too, Ronald Weasley." Ron's eyes widened in terror as he glanced at Fred and George, but the twins merely stared back, showing no inclination to assist him. "Mrs. Weasley, all right, Harry, Lostt. It's time for breakfast." They made their way to the dining table, with Lostt being seated on the opposite side of Ron, at the corner of the table. Although Mrs. Weasley intended for her to sit further up, upon noticing the vacant seat at the front, Lostt instinctively declined. She felt that regardless of whether Mrs. Weasley or the yet-to-arrive Mr. Weasley occupied the seat, she would likely be too anxious to speak, as she had little experience interacting with parents. While she was also not particularly familiar with Percy, at least they were both students of Hogwarts. "Fred, I reckon she's a bit shy, like Ginny." "George, I think you're right." "Ron, but Lostt isn't even afraid of Snape." "Percy, so you're the Slytherin who visits Professor Snape's office every day?" Lostt selectively pretended not to hear the brothers' teasing and merely nodded in Percy's direction. "Lostt, I apologize for not introducing myself sooner. I am Lostt Krakow of Slytherin." "Percy. Ah, Lostt, I've heard your name. You were quite remarkable at the House Cup banquet." Percy Weasley, their elder brother, a Gryffindor, smiled amicably at her. "Fred, here he goes. George, he always does this." The twins whispered quietly, but with only a table separating them, Lostt found it hard to ignore them. Though she managed to maintain her facade. "Lostt, that was merely luck. Oh yes, I remember you. You're the head boy of Gryffindor, aren't you?" Percy nodded with a smile, clearly proud of his title, while the twins exchanged glances and shrugged. Now Lostt understood what they had been discussing. Mr. Weasley. Good morning, Weasleys. A booming voice echoed from the doorway, prompting Harry, Lostt, and the Weasley clan to look up. The Weasleys responded in unison, and Lostt realized that this was indeed Mr. Weasley. Just as she had surmised, the empty seat had been reserved for him, and she was relieved she had not chosen to sit there. Mr. Weasley, what a night. 9 surprise inspections, 9. Mr. Weasley complained, his voice tinged with evident annoyance. Harry, inspections? Ron. Dad works in the department for the regulation and control of magical creatures. He has a fascination with muggles. It's almost an obsession. Listening to Ron's explanation, Lostt glanced at Mr. Weasley while slowly nibbling on her bread, striving to remain silent, praying that Mr. Weasley would not notice her presence. Mr. Weasley. So who are you? The busy father, having settled into his seat, finally acknowledged the additional guest in his home. He looked at Harry and then at Lostt in the corner. Mr. Weasley. And you? Harry. Oh, sorry, sir, I'm Harry. Harry Potter. Lostt. I apologize for not introducing myself sooner. I am Lostt, Lostt Krakow. Pardon the intrusion. Harry appeared somewhat nervous, while Lost's anxiety was even more palpable. Mr. Weasley. Good heavens, Harry, is it really you? Ron has told us about you. And Lostt. I remember you. Ron mentioned that you nearly secured the House Cup. But you managed to turn the tables for Slytherin with those final 20 points. When did you arrive? Lostt felt reassured as Mr. Weasley did not pursue the topic further. Instead, he picked up his knife and fork to tackle the eggs on his plate. Mrs. Weasley, this morning, your sons flew to Surrey last night in your car and returned overnight. Fred, actually, it was a bit further. George, yes, because Harry was taken away by Lostt. The twins murmured discreetly. Mr. Weasley, really? How was the car? Harry instinctively praised it, and Fred and George nodded in affirmation. Even Ron chimed in with a nod, prompting Lostt to do the same. However, truthfully, Mr. Weasley received a light reprimand from Mrs. Weasley on the shoulder. Mr. Weasley. I mean, it was very wrong, utterly wrong. He quickly changed his tone to one of moral authority, a statement that would have carried more weight had he not let slip his previous enthusiasm. Mr. Weasley. Harry. You must know about muggles. Tell me, what is the purpose of a rubber duck? Harry. Oh, that. Harry seemed to be gathering his thoughts when a bird's chirp drew everyone's attention, and all 7 at the table, including Mrs. Weasley, turned to look. Mrs. Weasley. It's Errol delivering the mail. Lostt watched as the owl approached, only to collide with the glass. All 8 of them shivered in unison, instinctively lamenting for the poor glass and the unfortunate owl. Mr. Weasley, go fetch it, Percy. Percy stood and walked to the window, retrieving the letter from Errol's beak. Percy, it's a letter from Hogwarts. Harry's has arrived too. Mr. Weasley, Dumbledore must know you're here. Harry, nothing escapes his notice. Mrs. Weasley, oh indeed. Percy began distributing the stack of notices, with each person receiving a single sheet, but Lostt was not among them. She surmised that her letter might have been sent to her home. Leaning forward to glimpse at the notice in Ron's hand, she gasped. It was long and numerous, and it appeared quite costly. Why was there such a hefty stack of books for the Defense Against the Dark Arts class? George, this isn't cheap, Mum. The spellbook alone is quite pricey. George glanced at the list, handed another copy to Fred, and looked back at Mrs. Weasley, his tone laced with concern. Mrs. Weasley, we'll find a way. She took the list from Harry's hands. Mrs. Weasley, there's only one place to get these things, Diagon Alley. Lostt blinked, feeling an inexplicable chill creeping down her spine. Chapter 36, A Return to Diagon Alley. After breakfast, Lostt quickly comprehended the instinctual sense of foreboding she had experienced when Mrs. Weasley presented the fireplace. She was aware of this method. She had never tried it before, as the Krakow household's fireplace was not connected to the Flow network, perhaps due to their preference for using apparition. However, that was beside the point. The crux of the matter was that Lostt had never attempted Floo powder, and at that moment, she had no desire to try. Later, she inquired of others which was more painful, Floo powder or apparition. And the majority of responses were that if one could apparate, why resort to Floo powder? Thus, when Harry ventured into some unknown realm and Mrs. Weasley encouraged her to try, Lost's face paled in an instant, and she stiffly stepped back, shaking her head fervently. Fred, perhaps this clever little girl is not only car sick, but also fireplace sick. Fred quickly muttered a phrase before tossing the Floo powder, vanishing into the fireplace before Mrs. Weasley could scold him. George, I didn't say that. George immediately spoke up upon realizing Mrs. Weasley's gaze upon him, as he grabbed a handful of Floo powder and approached the fireplace. George, just kidding, I feel the same way. Diagon Alley. He too disappeared into the fireplace. Lostt was not at all vexed. In fact, when Mrs. Weasley glanced over, he was enthusiastically nodding in agreement with their statements. Mrs. Weasley, but you still have to go. You need to buy your books, my dear Lostt. What saved Lostt was the sudden appearance of Helsing, or more accurately, the letter in his hand. Lostt, thank Merlin. He took the letter, exhaling deeply, feeling as though he had been granted a reprieve. He displayed the letter to Mrs. Weasley, which contained not only the list of items required for the new term, but also a piece of paper scribbled with a few lines, identical to the first letter he had received, pinned in Dumbledore's handwriting, still notifying him that Professor McGonagall would be responsible for taking him to Diagon Alley for book shopping. And it was to occur shortly. Thus, Mrs. Weasley finally relaxed, watching Lostt wave goodbye while holding the little elf's hand. Lostt, thank you very much for your hospitality, Mrs. Weasley. Breakfast was delightful, and I absolutely adore that sweater. I look forward to our next meeting. The next moment, Lostt landed smoothly at the entrance of the Krakow residence. Thankfully, although she had forgotten, Helsing had not neglected to bring back her luggage, along with the unfortunate finder. Lostt hurried back inside, checking her belongings and promptly changing into her Hogwarts robes, but just as she finished dressing, before she could even sit down for a cup of tea, a knock echoed at the door. As punctual as before, Lostt, clutching the small suitcase that she had purposely left some space in for her textbooks, dashed to the door, opened it, and looked up, her prepared smile momentarily faltering before blossoming into a brighter grin after a fleeting moment of surprise. Lostt, long time no see, Professor Snape. Standing at the door was not the Professor McGonagall mentioned in the letter, but rather the very embodiment of Slytherin himself, Severus Snape. Clearly, while Lostt was delighted by his unexpected appearance, he did not share the sentiment of missing this little serpent after a summer apart. Snape, Professor McGonagall had an urgent matter to attend to. This time, I am responsible for taking you to Diagon Alley. I trust you will not waste too much of my time, Miss Krakow. The long-absent voice did not intimidate Lostt, who instead smiled brightly upon hearing Snape's voice. She lightly stepped outside, nodding vigorously in agreement. Snape casually flicked the corner of his sleeve towards her, and Lostt immediately raised her hand to catch it. In the blink of an eye, it seemed she had once again made contact with the ground, still not in a completely unscathed manner. But perhaps due to her newfound ability to apparate, she did not turn into a mushroom before Snape. Her complexion was merely a tad pale. Snape, evidently unfamiliar with the process of taking students shopping, was not accustomed to the bustling atmosphere of Diagon Alley. His brow gradually furrowed, and Lostt, ever observant of the professor, took the initiative to speak. Lostt, perhaps I can manage this process by myself, Professor Snape. She noticed his gaze scrutinizing her complexion, those dark eyes betraying a hint of distrust, which Lostt surmised stemmed from that failed return to the dormitory experience, as well as every subsequent encounter. Lostt, after all, this is just an alley. She attempted to bolster her own confidence. Snape's expression remained skeptical. He glanced at Lostt, then at the lively Diagon Alley, bustling with its throngs of people and the raucous chatter of young witches and wizards. Lostt, at the very least, I can make it to the Leaky Cauldron. It's just at the end of the street. Lostt resolved to reclaim a bit of her dignity. Snape remained silent, but he tossed a bag towards her, which she promptly caught. It was heavy, filled with smooth, hard metal coins. Snape, I will wait for you at the Leaky Cauldron. I hope Miss Krakow will not find herself lost once more. Lostt nodded vigorously, realizing something was amiss, and then shook her head emphatically. Snape let out a slight huff, but granted her this opportunity nonetheless. Lostt tucked the bag into her pocket and sprinted towards the bookstore. She had actually forgotten where the shop she had visited before her first year was located, but at least she still had her voice. Asking a few people until she found the right place, only to unexpectedly spot Harry and his friends there. Harry was being pulled onto the stage, while Lostt seized the opportunity to discreetly grab a set of books from her list, swiftly checking out at the nearby counter. Once she finished organizing her books and turned around, she noticed a platinum head at the edge of her vision. Recognizing that color, she focused her gaze. It was Draco. Lostt was somewhat surprised to encounter him here, but quickly remembered that he too had come to purchase books. Her gaze was unreserved, candid, and forthright, so Draco swiftly spotted her as well. When their eyes met, Lostt nodded towards him and casually waved her hand. Draco, quite surprising. The orphan from the Krakow family still has spare change to buy new books. Lostt, indeed, it seems there are still some funds left in Hogwarts treasury. And I must thank the generosity of the Malfoy family. Just like Draco's every attempt, Lostt was not angered this time either. She even politely bowed slightly towards Draco, expressing her sincere gratitude. Draco, if you were to plead a bit more, perhaps this allowance could be increased, so you wouldn't find yourself unable to afford even a meal. Krakow. Lostt watched as Draco gradually descended the steps, blinking her eyes. She didn't quite understand why Draco always enjoyed provoking her, but to be honest, in terms of sarcasm, Snape far surpassed him. Lostt, if you wish, I would be more than willing, I mean regarding the allowance. Draco's mood visibly soured. He had been harboring resentment over Lost's rebuttal during the sorting feast in their first year. He wanted to claim victory, but since then, every encounter felt like his punches were landing on cotton. No matter how sarcastic he was, Lostt remained composed, her blue eyes quietly observing him. And she politely distanced herself with responses that were beyond his expectations. Evidently, Draco knew how to improve his mood. He glanced towards Harry, who was emerging from the crowd, forcefully shoved Lostt aside, and positioned himself in front of Harry, revealing the venomous tongue of a Slytherin. Draco, you must enjoy this, Potter. The illustrious Harry Potter gracing the front page even while shopping at a bookstore. His tone dripped with sarcasm, the name Potter almost pronounced differently. Ginny, don't bother him. Ginny stepped forward, her tone unfriendly. It was the first time Lostt had seen that shy girl display such an expression. Draco, look, Potter, you found yourself a girlfriend. Draco's tone grew more malicious, his face twisted into a mocking smile. A cane's handle landed on Draco's shoulder, nudging him aside with force, followed by the voice of its owner. Lucius, enough. Draco, be friendly. Chapter 37, Lucius Malfoy. Lostt raised her head and gazed at the owner of the voice. Noting the identical platinum blonde hair and the same gray eyes, she surmised that this must be Lucius Malfoy, father of Draco and a member of the Board of Governors. It must be said that the Malfoy lineage is indeed remarkable. Both father and son are strikingly handsome and possess melodious voices, inheriting numerous admirable traits, though Draco's temperament leaves much to be desired. Lucius, Mr. Potter, Lucius Malfoy. It is a pleasure to finally meet you. Lucius extended his hand, and Harry met his gaze before reluctantly taking it, yet he did not release it swiftly. Lucius, I beg your pardon. He drew Harry closer, whose tense back felt as rigid as iron, his entire being resembling a mere statue, instinctively leaning back to evade the approaching cane. Ultimately, however, his short hair was swept aside, revealing the lightning-shaped scar exposed to the air. Lucius, your scar has become legendary, much like the wizard who left it upon you. A legend in his own right. Lucius's tone was gentle. Were it not for the unpleasantness of his words, Lostt might have mistaken him for a storyteller, lulling someone to sleep with his unique voice. She felt a slight itch in her ears. Harry, Voldemort killed my parents. He is a murderer. Yet Harry clearly did not hold this view, as he appeared tense, rigid, calm, yet seething with anger. He stepped back from Lucius, creating distance between them, and Lostt distinctly observed the faint smile on Lucius's face vanish. Lucius, you must be quite brave to utter his name. Or perhaps, rather foolish. Lostt tilted her head. Oh, indeed, they were a father and son duo, both possessing equally vile dispositions. The disdainful, mocking smile Draco likely inherited from him. Hermione, fearing to speak his name only breeds greater fear of the man himself. Lostt had not noticed when Hermione arrived. She turned her head slightly and noted that Hermione's expression was also far from pleasant. The atmosphere had grown somewhat tense, and she felt a flicker of uncertainty regarding her own position. Lucius, you must be Miss Granger. Draco has mentioned you, as well as your parents. They are muggles, are they not? Hermione maintained a composed expression, while Lucius seemed unfazed, shifting his gaze to Ron. Lucius, let me guess, red hair, impassive demeanor, and secondhand books. You must be the Weasley family. Lucius pulled a book from the tube Ginny was carrying, his tone laced with disdain. Mr. Weasley. Children, it's far too chaotic here. Let us step outside. Lucius. Well, Mr. Weasley. Mr. Weasley, Lucius. Just as Mrs. Weasley treated Harry with her dual faces, Mr. Weasley displayed a stark contrast in his demeanor towards the children and Lucius. It seemed that Fred and George's theatrical talents were indeed inherited from their parents, Lostt mused. Lucius. The ministry must be quite busy, Arthur, with the increase in inspections. I hope they are compensating you for the overtime, though judging by your current state, I suspect not. Not only are you likely to receive no decent pay, but you also risk bringing shame to wizards. Mr. Weasley. On the matter of bringing shame to wizards, I utterly disagree with you, Malfoy. Lucius, clearly, associating with muggles, I had thought your family had already sunk low enough. Until we meet at work. The second-hand book was returned to Ginny's tube, and Lucius cast a glance at those present before turning to leave. Instinctively, Lostt stepped back 2 paces to avoid obstructing the way, only to inadvertently attract his gaze. Lucius, I remember you, the orphan of the Krakow family. Lucius's tone was ambiguous, and Lostt could not discern whether it was mockery or a greeting. She merely lifted her gaze to meet his gray eyes, offering her own salutation. Lostt, it is an honor, Mr. Malfoy. Krakow, Lostt Krakow. Her tone remained unperturbed, akin to how she addressed Draco, responding to Lucius with a calm demeanor. However, he cast a glance at the group behind her and ultimately refrained from uttering a second sentence. Malfoy strode past her, casting a fierce glare her way. Lostt felt somewhat innocent. Merlin above, she merely wished to purchase a textbook. Harry, Lostt, are you all right? Harry had noticed Lostt confronting Draco earlier, but the crowd was too loud and too crowded for him to discern what had transpired, and he had not had the opportunity to extend a helping hand. Lost's posture, with her head bowed, had undoubtedly led him to believe she was being bullied by Draco, after all. Lostt had always been perceived as a brave little lion clad in serpent skin. Lostt, clutching her small box, greeted everyone. Lostt, of course, Draco cannot take advantage of me. Relax. I am also a Slytherin, remember? Lostt smiled, yet for reasons unknown, she felt her attention drifting, as if something was drawing her in. She instinctively glanced around, ultimately locking her gaze on the tube Ginny was holding, noticing a black outline behind the secondhand book. Ginny also caught her gaze, awkwardly shifting the tube slightly aside. Lostt had an idea. As they slowly made their way outside, Lostt walked alongside Ginny, waiting until the two Weasley parents went off to purchase items for the other children before speaking up. Lostt, Ginny, have you gathered all your books? If you don't mind, you can use mine. I still have last semester's books. Ron, oh right, Lostt's books are filled with notes, especially the potions class 1. You certainly won't regret it, Ginny. Ron happened to catch up from behind, overhearing their conversation and chiming in. Lostt, no, that one won't do. The others are fine. That book was virtually Snape's personal manuscript. She could not bear to part with it. Lostt, my head of house happens to be the potions professor. Are you sure you want me to part with that book? Lostt presented a perfect rebuttal. Ron, belatedly realizing, uttered a soft "oh" and stepped aside, disinterested in the whispers between the young girls. Ginny, thank you so much, but how can I repay you? Lostt, no need for such formality, Ginny. Mrs. Weasley previously gifted me a Christmas present and even invited me to a lively family gathering today. I am at a loss as to how to thank you. Lostt responded with a smile, yet the stubborn little girl holding the tube seemed to want to express something but was at a loss for words. Lostt sensed her emotion. Lostt, how about this? You can give me that old notebook? I like black, and I happen to need a notebook for this semester. Lostt pointed casually at the black outline, and Ginny took out the notebook, somewhat surprised. She did not recall when this notebook had appeared. Perhaps it had been mixed in during a purchase. It looked rather worn and old, indeed a second-hand notebook. Ginny felt this was not a fitting return gift, but Lostt simply smiled and extended her hand, so she eventually handed the notebook to Lostt. Ginny, I will send you a few new notebooks later. Thank you so much. Miss Krakow. Lostt, just call me Lostt, as you do with Harry. We are classmates, though I am a Slytherin. I hope that does not make you dislike me. Lostt put on a pitiful expression, pointing to the crest on her chest. Ginny looked surprised for a moment, but quickly shook her head. Ginny, not at all. Brother. I mean, Ron has spoken of you, and he mentioned that you are as brave as a Gryffindor. Surely the Sorting Hat must have made an error in placing you. Lostt, upon hearing this, chuckled lightly, ultimately refraining from retorting. She merely waved her hand at her, promising that after the term commenced, she would have the school owl deliver the textbooks, and asked Ginny to convey her thanks to Mrs. Weasley. As she dashed towards the leaky cauldron, she passed by Harry, Ron, and Hermione, waving at them and cheerfully declaring, "See you at school." Her tone mirrored Draco's, yet the sentiment was entirely different. Ron remarked, "I told you she doesn't resemble a Slytherin." Hermione concurred, "I share your view." Chapter 38. Life is hard. The professor is speechless. Lostt sprinted down the street. Not to flee, but to make haste. Heaven knows how long she was delayed by the unexpected appearance of Draco and Lucius. Snape was still waiting at the pub. It was hard to determine which location was more favorable compared to Diagon Alley. Clutching that tattered notebook, Lostt raced onward, striving to keep Snape from nearing that irate boundary too soon. Fortunately, despite spending some time at the bookstore, she ran swiftly enough, and upon bursting into the pub, her eyes instantly fell upon the dark figure emanating a chill. She hurried over in a few strides, gently grasping the hem of his robe. "Professor Snape, I apologize for keeping you waiting. I have procured everything. I intended to be quicker, but I happened to encounter Mr. Malfoy on my way out, by which I mean the elder one, of course, as his son was present too, so I exchanged pleasantries and lost a bit of time." Lostt swiftly organized her words, speaking before any potential inquiries could arise from him. "You encountered Lucius." Snape arched an eyebrow, his tone subtly charged. "Indeed. I was quite surprised to see them there, but after all, the term is about to commence." Lostt refrained from divulging the exchange of barbs between the Malfoys and the Weasleys at the bookstore, as she was uncertain of which side to take in this matter. One was her friend, while the other belonged to Slytherin. One engaged with Muggles, while the other exhibited a vile disposition. Why, oh why, did Merlin always seem to put her in such predicaments? Snape's gaze fell upon her, sweeping from her disheveled hair to her flushed cheeks, then over her somewhat rumpled robes, finally landing on the old notebook in her grasp. As if recalling something, Lostt secured the notebook tightly and fished out a pouch from her pocket, clearly containing a significant sum. "Professor Snape, may I inquire about what remains?" She raised her gaze, her blue eyes appearing innocent as she cautiously inquired. "That is your pay for the overtime during the holidays." Snape met her gaze, but withdrew his eyes after a brief moment. "Oh, thank you so much, Professor. Lostt beamed, nearly bouncing with joy. Snape remained silent, allowing her to grasp the corner of his sleeve as he led her away from the leaky cauldron. In but a few breaths, Lostt found herself standing firmly at her doorstep. She dashed towards the door, though a brief moment of dizziness caused her to stumble. Yet her reflexes prevented her from collapsing at the entrance. She deftly began to gather her belongings, not forgetting to invite Snape inside first. He did not heed her suggestion to find a seat or even enjoy a cup of tea. Instead, he stood silently at the door, arms crossed over his chest. Hecklin and Heshian gazed curiously at him, then, due to his piercing stare, averted their eyes slightly, but still offered him a cup of coffee. Snape ultimately accepted the coffee. Though his expression soured upon tasting it, it was excessively sweet, wholly failing to serve as a pick-me-up, the milk having completely blended with the coffee, rendering it a mere shadow of its true essence. How could he have overlooked the overpowering scent of milk wafting from it? Lost's movements were rapid, particularly contrasting her earlier pace at the bookstore. Thanks to the Weasley family, her luggage was already packed. She merely needed to stow away that old notebook and find a small trolley. "Miss Lostt," Hecklin called out, as Lostt turned to descend the stairs. She was unexpectedly met by Hecklin standing at her door. "What is it, Hecklin?" "I'm a bit pressed for time," she replied, hastily carrying her packed suitcase outside, opting to slide down the banister for convenience, as the suitcase made her balance precarious. The sound of her landing was clear and substantial, causing her feet to tingle slightly. Hecklin followed her down, but closed his mouth upon seeing Snape. Lostt cast a glance at Hecklin and, following his gaze, spotted Snape at the door, who was also observing her. Perhaps due to the noise of her landing, it was difficult to ignore, yet being caught wandering at night, or even lost, was something that hardly required attention. After all, her Gryffindor label was so plentiful, she could practically field an entire Quidditch team alongside 3 other houses. "Should you need anything, Hecklin, feel free to send me a letter. I must take my leave now. Heshian, take care of the house, and thank you for your efforts." With a final wave, she piled her last suitcase onto the trolley and approached Snape's side. "Thank you for your patience, Professor Snape. I am ready." Snape glanced at her, his gaze sweeping over the long staircase's banister and recalling her earlier landing. Perhaps he had considered saying something, but ultimately, his lips remained sealed. He merely extended his arm, or rather, offered his sleeve. Lostt, ever perceptive, grasped the edge of his robe, and they eventually arrived at the train station. "Oh, no matter how many times it happens. I always find it exhilarating." Lostt shook her head, feeling somewhat disoriented as she stood still for a moment. "Thank you very much, Professor Snape, for your efforts. I look forward to seeing you again this evening." Snape, rarely patient, simply awaited her to regain her composure, withdrawing his hand only once she released his sleeve. "See you tonight." Lostt looked at him in surprise, and as Snape's gaze shifted toward her, she quickly turned away, shaking her head before taking a step forward. "Good night, Professor Snape," she softly echoed, then pushed the trolley across the platform. Snape quietly observed the somewhat flustered figure vanish behind the wall, not lingering any longer, but rather disappearing into the throng of people. Even upon returning to the school, Snape found his mind reeling with those fleeting images. The girl was only able to adjust her breathing, believing she had concealed her distress, yet her disheveled robes and flushed cheeks betrayed her flustered state. She was always so reckless, whether it was the fleeting shadow she cast during their first encounter in the corridor, the girl who had impulsively intervened during the confrontation with Quirrell, or that moment she had slid down the banister, landing heavily on the floor. From any perspective, there was no trace of Slytherin elegance or agility. She disregarded life and death, caring not for her safety, and even dared to brew advanced potions alone during the summer when no one was watching. Who could say what other unbelievable feats she may have accomplished unbeknownst to him? Lostt seemed oblivious to the raised hand, which was revealed only after the robe fell naturally, exposing a faint, almost imperceptible mark on the wrist, an injury that appeared to have been inflicted by a sharp blade, yet resembled fresh flesh regrowing from that very spot. It was not merely the wrist. Beneath her long hair, as she lifted her gaze, he discerned similar traces on her ear. Without a doubt, these were the consequences of a failed transformation. Had she lost her mind, believing herself capable of such magic at her age? Did she dare to clandestinely practice transfiguration? Was her house elf merely a servant to prepare meals? Who was there to restrain her? Snape still recalled the letter from the summer, penned in a distinctly different handwriting, yet originating from the same address. He had been unaware of the events that transpired that day, but it was now apparent that some magical practice had gone awry, rendering her incapable of even holding a quill. How could an entire summer pass without her making any progress, devolving instead into a thoughtless little giant? Chapter 39, The Train. Lostt remained unaware that her little secret had been entirely unveiled by the professor, just as she was oblivious to the state Snape was in after her departure. She had boarded the train early, seated with her chin resting on her hand, idly perusing the new textbooks to pass the time while awaiting Harry and the others, as well as the train's departure. She hardly noticed that she was unconsciously stroking the cover of the old notebook she had acquired from Ginny. Ginny could not recall where it had come from, nor could Lostt, but only Lucius had touched that second-hand book. Perhaps he had placed it there. But why would he do such a thing? What made this notebook so special? Lostt closed the book and spread the notebook across her lap, leafing through its pages one by one, finding nothing but emptiness. An entirely blank notebook, save for the first page, which bore a single name, Tom Marvolo Riddle. She softly uttered the name, finding it somewhat familiar, though she could not quite place it. Today, she felt perpetually dazed. Her reverie was interrupted by Hermione entering the compartment, greeting her, prompting Lostt to close the notebook and respond. Lostt, by the way, where are Harry and Ron? Hermione, I don't know. Harry and the Weasley family went shopping, and I came ahead. They should be here soon. Look, isn't that Percy? Following Hermione's pointing finger, Lostt indeed spotted Percy, followed closely by Fred and George. They recognized Lostt but, pressed for time, could only nod in acknowledgement, soon trailed by Ginny and the Weasley parents. There was but a minute remaining before the train's departure. Yet neither Lostt nor Hermione had located the two boys. Lostt gently tapped the cover of her notebook, suddenly struck by a possibility. That little elf, Dobby, was intent on preventing Harry from reaching Hogwarts. What could be more effective than ensuring he missed the train entirely? Lostt, Helsing. She called the name within the compartment, and with a snap of her fingers, the house elf materialized on the seat. It was Hermione's first encounter with a house elf, and her eyes widened in astonishment. Lostt, go fetch Harry and Ron. They might be in trouble. With urgency, Lostt issued the command, and in a mere blink, the two disheveled boys appeared in the compartment. Hermione, so what on earth happened? Hermione stared at the disheveled Harry and Ron, their belongings strewn across the floor, then glanced at the house elf, finally fixing her gaze on Lostt, seeking an explanation. Lostt, perhaps we should help the two of them with their luggage first. Then we can sit down and discuss this matter at leisure. With a shrug, Lostt waved her wand, using the levitation charm to reorganize the luggage, and led Ron and Harry to find Percy to sort out their belongings. After a brief detour, they returned to the compartment, where Lostt recounted how the letters had been intercepted, the dangers looming for the next term, and the situation with Dobby. Harry, so it's that Dobby causing trouble again. What does he want? Harry, seated, appeared furious, while Ron rubbed his sore shoulder. Ron, clearly, he doesn't want you to go to school, even going so far as to close the passage. Hermione, you both owe Lostt a huge thank you. Otherwise, you would have been late. And Gryffindor would have lost a significant number of points right from the start. Hermione cradled her head and shook it, ultimately embracing Lostt in lament for the points they had nearly lost. Ron, we wouldn't have. If we'd missed it, I would driven my dad's car. We would made it. Ron, clearly unconvinced, retorted defiantly. Lost? Oh, if that were the case, it wouldn't just be lost points. Mrs. Weasley would certainly have locked you in at home, Ron. Have you forgotten how furious she was when you came to fetch Harry? Lostt did not finish her sentence, but the pause was sufficiently laden with dread for Ron. The compartment fell into a brief silence before erupting with chatter, as Harry regaled them with tales of his time at Lostt's home. Meanwhile, Lostt lowered her gaze and resumed reading. Upon turning the next page, she discovered a note that had seemingly materialized from nowhere. It was Helsing, indicating he had something to say and requested she bring the notebook. Lostt was taken aback that he had not returned. Then she recalled that he had wanted to say something before she left. So she discreetly tucked the notebook into her robes and excused herself to the restroom. In a corner of the compartment, she found a somewhat anxious Helsing. Helsing, I apologize for the interruption, Miss Lostt, but I have something to convey. The notebook you brought back seems rather peculiar. I'm not certain what it is, but it is undoubtedly not an ordinary notebook. Lostt crouched down, retrieving the notebook. Truth be told, she too sensed that it was different. Rarely did anything captivate her without warning. Yet since this notebook had come into her possession, she had found herself occasionally drifting off in thought, drawn to that empty book. Helsing noticed Lost's gaze had begun to wander again. He snapped his fingers, and she felt as though she had been splashed with cold water, instantly becoming more alert. Helsing, a little magic to make it less conspicuous. Perhaps you should consider disposing of it, Miss Lostt. It does not appear particularly safe, but if you truly cherish it, at least refrain from showing it to others. They may not possess the same fortitude to resist its allure. That is a privilege granted only to the Krakow family. Lostt pondered for a long moment before nodding, rising to return to the compartment, only to be hailed once more by Helsing. Lostt, what is it? Helsing, this may seem trivial, but I feel it is necessary to inform you. Your friend, the one from the Weasley family, his pet seems off. Helsing's expression was peculiar, and Lostt blinked in confusion. Lost, Ron? His pet Scabbers, that old rat. What's wrong? Helsing, no rat can live for 12 years, Miss Lostt. Unless it is not a rat at all. Remember, you spent an entire summer practicing Animagus transformation. Helsing's subtle reminder prompted Lostt to raise an eyebrow, gradually becoming aware of something significant. Nodding in understanding, she instructed Helsing to return alone, while she carried this startling revelation back to the compartment. She carefully placed the notebook back into the small box to avoid drawing attention from others. Then, as if nothing had transpired, she leaned against the window. Engrossed in her book, listening to Harry, Ron, and Hermione share tales of their holiday and discuss house elves, her home, and Ron's parents. Lost's gaze was fixed on the pages, yet not a single word registered in her mind. Her peripheral vision was consumed by Ron's rat. If that were indeed an animagus, who was the person concealed beneath that rodent facade? And why had he chosen to hide as a mouse for so many years? From whom was he hiding, and for what reason? Lostt began to fiddle with her fingers. Perhaps her inquisitive gaze was too conspicuous, as Ron could not help but glance in her direction. Lostt, why do you keep staring at Scabbers? Ron inquired. Because I haven't seen many mice before. Lostt replied earnestly. In the home cared for by Herschend, not even a mouse nor a speck of dust could be found. Perhaps I could take a closer look at him? Lostt tentatively extended her hand. Ron glanced between the rat and her. Albeit reluctantly, he handed Scabbers over to her. Cradling the rat in her hands, Lostt examined him with curiosity, studying every inch and gently stroking the short fur. Scabbers, in turn, regarded Lostt with his small, black eyes, seemingly sensing her innocent curiosity rather than any malice, and he remained peacefully nestled in the girl's palm. I think he quite likes you, Ron remarked. Many animals tend to take a liking to me. As Helsing would say, it's a privilege of the Krakows, Lostt casually responded, unaware that her words would later prove quite beneficial while simultaneously inciting Snape's ire. Chapter 40. The start of term. That rat, suspected to be an animagus, lingered in Lost's hands for nearly half the journey. Indeed, she possessed an innate affinity for animals, even those who were currently embodying animal forms. She casually offered Scabbers an assortment of snacks, which he eagerly accepted, enjoying himself to such an extent that when Ron finally took him back, those beady black eyes lingered on Lostt for a moment longer, as if reluctant to part ways. Ron muttered under his breath that he was the rat's rightful owner. Although the journey commenced with a few bumps, the train ultimately arrived safely and smoothly. As Harry stepped onto solid ground, he let out a deep sigh of relief. Despite their silence on the matter throughout the journey, Harry had been concerned that Dobby might cause further trouble. Perhaps due to Helsing's previous intervention, the rebellious house elf did not appear after they gathered to head towards the carriages. They were soon captivated by the carriages. Second-year students no longer needed to traverse the Black Lake by boat, and the seemingly magically propelled empty carriages enchanted the first-time travelers. I read in a book that these carriages are drawn by creatures called thestrals, but most people cannot see them. Only those who have witnessed death can, Hermione observed, peering curiously towards the front of the carriages. Unfortunately, she saw nothing. Ron, listening to her, scoffed. Oh, come on, Hermione, they're just magically driven. Lostt held back her comments, intrigued as she examined the creature harnessed to the carriage. As she approached step by step, the black beast, resembling a horse with wings, turned its head and affectionately nudged her outstretched hand. Ron and Hermione watched in astonishment as Lostt appeared to be petting something. But soon Ron recalled some rumors about the Krakows. The young head of the Krakow family had witnessed the deaths of all her direct relatives in the previous generation, an immense trauma that had nearly claimed her life in nightmares. Hermione also remembered Lostt mentioning that there weren't many people in her family. Her parents had passed away when she was young. Lostt, it seems they like you as well, Harry remarked, stepping forward. The thestral responded warmly to him, though not with the same intimacy it had shown Lostt, as it nudged its head against her hand, eyes closed in contentment. I told you. It's a privilege of the Krakows, Lostt chuckled lightly, not lingering too long, as they still needed to make it to the sorting ceremony. Fortunately, the journey was safe. The thestrals pulled the carriage steadily and swiftly, and they disembarked at the entrance to the castle. Lostt lagged behind a bit, waving goodbye to the thestral and gently stroking the peaceful, gentle creature's head before rejoining Harry and the others. Professor McGonagall was likely welcoming the new students, with Flitwick and Snape standing at the entrance, one offering gentle encouragement, the other casting a cold, indifferent gaze, creating a rather amusing sight. Walking alongside Harry, Lostt quietly murmured as she passed Snape, I wish you a pleasant meal, Professor Snape, with a slight nod of her head. She did not intend to await a response, but sensed that his gaze lingered on her back for a brief moment. On the first day of school, as with the house cup, they were required to sit separately by house. Lostt shrugged, bidding farewell to Harry and the others as she made her way to the Slytherin table. A vacant space lay at the front of the table, reserved for the new students. With her hands clasped behind her back, she ambled along the Slytherin table, searching for an available seat. knowing she would have to step forward to greet the newcomers if none were found. Gemma came to her rescue, guiding her to a relatively empty spot, which was fine, except that she would be facing Draco. Having only seen him that morning, Lostt refrained from initiating conversation, instead sharing stories of their summer adventures with the classmates beside her. It was not until the sorting ceremony began that she diverted her attention, but not towards the newcomers. Rather, she observed the professor's table. Snape remained in his usual position, his face dark as a scorched cauldron. Beside him sat the new defense against the dark arts professor, perhaps the source of his foul mood. All of Hogwarts knew that Snape coveted the position of defense against the dark arts professor, yet it seemed only Dumbledore was oblivious, continually denying his application. Lostt scrutinized the new professor, a man with a radiant smile. She recognized his face from that bookstore and all her new defense against the dark arts textbooks. How could he be so enamored with his own visage? And his teeth? Why was the former plastered everywhere, while the latter was perpetually exposed to the air? Lostt felt a nagging intuition. This man would likely be incapable of imparting any useful knowledge. Surviving the year would be his greatest achievement. Perhaps it was her prolonged gaze. Or perhaps those striking blue eyes were hard to ignore. But the man turned to look at her, offering a confident smile that sent a shiver down Lost's spine. What was even more alarming than his confident grin or the fact that he winked at her was the evident peculiarity of it all. Drawing Snape's attention away from Gryffindor to the Slytherin table, Lostt endeavored to maintain her composure, smiling as she nodded towards both professors before swiftly turning to blend into the crowd, half draped over the table. Indeed, whenever Harry was absent, her luck seemed to plummet drastically. She could still feel the intense gaze of that professor boring into her back. The sorting ceremony concluded swiftly, and as the banquet was laid out, Loster's spirits visibly lifted. A smile graced her lips as she began to relish the much-anticipated dinner. To her surprise, throughout the entire evening, Draco, seated across from her, made no further attempts to engage her in conversation. Draco remained the venomous serpent he was, spewing his malice towards others, yet he consciously avoided her, which left Loster feeling somewhat perplexed. Nevertheless, this was a welcome development, and she paid it little mind, turning her attention back to the ice cream she had longed for. After the feast, the Slytherin students, under the guidance of their prefect, made their way to the dormitories. The first years were ushered to the front to receive their instructions, while Loster, as was her custom, gradually drifted from the front to the back of the line. Snape remarked, "It seems Miss Croco has managed to find her way to the dormitory on her own." The familiar sensation startled Loster, causing her to falter momentarily. She heard a disdainful chuckle from above, dripping with scorn and unmistakably laced with Snape's unique brand of sarcasm. She lifted her gaze, tilting her head back to see Snape standing quite close, his unwavering gaze fixed ahead. She mused that if she halted in her tracks, she might very well collide into his embrace. Loster thought to herself, "No, I merely assumed Professor Snape would be trailing at the end of the line to ensure the first years returned safely to their dormitories." Though her mind wandered elsewhere, she quickly provided a response that was neither entirely truthful nor a fabrication. She tilted her neck slightly, eventually returning to a normal posture as discomfort tugged at her throat. "I have a piece of good news and a piece of bad news. Which would you prefer to hear first, Professor Snape?" Loster did not expect a reply, so she continued seamlessly. "The good news is that I have mastered the disillusionment charm. Would you like to see?" Snape responded, "Performing magic in the corridor will result in Slytherin losing 5 points due to your recklessness." This was a clear refusal. Loster shrugged, as though she had anticipated this outcome, and calmly placed her hand behind her back, away from her wand. "Now, only the bad news remains. I clandestinely learned the apparition spell during the holidays. I swear it was merely an experiment, but it proved rather intriguing. Seeing my body nearly split in two was another matter entirely. Nevertheless, I have grasped a bit of it, and will refrain from demonstrating in the corridor." Loster dutifully reported her progress and the knowledge she had acquired during the long journey, finally lifting her head to speak to Snape. He cast a fleeting glance her way, noticing the mandrake leaves in her possession. "After all this talk, are you awaiting my praise, Miss Croco?" Snape's words were never soft, and his gaze was particularly piercing. Loster tilted her head, allowing her peripheral vision to capture Snape's presence. She was not disheartened by the absence of compliments. In fact, she appeared somewhat pleased. "I merely wish to share my joy with you. If you would permit it, I would like to request access to the restricted section, but that requires your signature." Snape regarded the audacious student before him, who had just confessed to violating his regulations over the holiday by clandestinely learning the apparition spell, and now dared to request entry to the restricted section. Did she not remember which year she was in? Would this reckless Gryffindor next seek permission to study dark arts? He had no doubt that before her graduation, she would be asking him to learn the unforgivable curses. "If you can manage your coursework and responsibilities, I shall consider it," Snape replied, his tone flat, yet emphasizing specific words. Lostt felt a sense of being singled out. She glanced at Snape, but the professor appeared utterly unperturbed, exuding an air of unshakable authority. "Very well, Professor Snape. Thank you for escorting me back to the dormitory once again. I sincerely hope you have a splendid evening." They finally paused before the stone statue, and Lostt dashed inside the hidden passageway just before it closed, turning to offer a radiant smile and wave to Snape at the boundary between light and darkness, before vanishing entirely into the inky blackness of the tunnel. Snape lingered for a long moment, astonished that he had refrained from uttering a single word of derision at her audacity. Had he inadvertently agreed to her request? Was his mind so unhinged from prolonged contact with the troll? He fell into contemplation. Chapter 41. The chaotic start of term. If given the choice between the beginning of term and the holiday, Lostt would undoubtedly opt for the latter. Once, she had been rich in time, but now, it was a precious commodity in short supply. During the holidays, she could practice at her leisure, assured that with Haleson's guidance, her life would not be at stake due to her magical endeavors. However, the start of the school year was not something she could alter, and Lostt had no intention of graduating early. Rather than succumb to the agony of returning to school, she chose to adopt a more positive outlook, reminding herself that the school offered thrilling adventures and a few genuine friends, albeit not from Slytherin. At least the potion's master belonged to Slytherin, and Lostt had some queries she wished to pose to Snape. For instance, what potion could revert an animagus to their original form? The day before the start of term was typically the most leisurely, and as Lostt gazed at her packed schedule, she could only exclaim, "It truly is Hogwarts." Following their prior arrangement, she sifted through her notes and textbooks from the previous semester and sent them via owl to Ginny. She then began to tidy her dormitory. Lostt possessed few belongings, fewer still for this semester. Aside from a stack of books, she had only a handful of clothes, with the books neatly arranged in a trunk by the edge of her desk for easy access. Once she had finished organizing, Lostt settled on her bed with a blank notebook, propping her chin on her hand as she flipped through its pages. She felt as though this notebook harbored some secret, yet the means to uncover it eluded her. "Tom, where have I heard the name Tom Riddle before?" She muttered the name repeatedly, staring at the first page, convinced she had encountered it somewhere, yet the memory eluded her. Unable to recall, she reluctantly set the notebook aside, tossing herself onto her bed. The first lesson of the new term was herbology, a subject that had seemed friendly last semester but had now lost its appeal. Upon seeing the pots of mandrakes, Lostt nearly swallowed the leaf in her mouth. Having dealt with mandrakes all summer long, she was acutely aware that while they appeared innocuous now, their true nature would unleash chaos once removed from the soil. Nevertheless, Lostt accepted the reality, adjusting her somewhat oversized gloves and straightening her heavy robes, her gaze landing on Harry, Ron, and Hermione not far across the room. This was yet another class shared with Gryffindor, which struck her as peculiar, given the historical enmity between Slytherin and Gryffindor. Who had designed this schedule? Lostt had no opportunity to converse with Harry and the others before Professor Sprout entered the classroom. Hermione promptly scored the first points of the term, and Lostt offered her an approving thumbs up. Under Sprout's guidance, they learned that the lesson involved repotting mandrakes, which sounded straightforward enough, if not for the fact that the moment those plants were uprooted, they would begin to scream. Although equipped with earmuffs for protection, most of them would not lose their focus due to the piercing noise, yet it did not diminish their distaste for the shrill sounds, nor the disparity between the seemingly simple task and the actual challenge of repotting. As each pot of mandrake was uprooted, the enclosed greenhouse was utterly engulfed by piercing screams. Through the layers of her earmuffs, Lostt felt as though her ears were on the verge of being torn apart. She could only strive to deftly toss the screaming sapling into another pot, swiftly covering it with soil to restore its silence. In her eagerness to liberate herself from this cacophony, Lostt exhibited an unusual zeal, assisting her classmates with repotting and filling the soil, eventually earning 2 points for Slytherin due to her enthusiasm. The relentless screams throughout the lesson left Lostt slightly dazed, leading her to ponder whether it was her imagination or if the mandrakes were indeed crying out. Removing her gloves, she patted her head and cupped her ears. Ron reassured her, "Don't worry, you're not the only one thinking that." He too was rubbing his ears. The four of them strolled towards the great hall, exchanging idle chatter. And during the brief respite, Lostt and Hermione found themselves seated together. Hermione was enthusiastically introducing her to the new defense against the dark arts professor. Suddenly, a loud snap and a bright flash drew the attention of everyone around. A young Gryffindor with eyes solely for Harry had captured their focus. Truly, Harry Potter was a phenomenon, already attracting admirers in his second year. Lostt nodded quietly, reflecting on this. "Ron, is that your owl?" echoed an unknown voice throughout the hall. Lostt looked up just in time to see an owl swooping down. It was Errol. She recognized it, along with the unfortunate glass it had previously shattered. Swiftly, she moved her books off the table and onto her lap, anticipating its imminent crash. Sure enough, it once again plummeted, this time landing headfirst into a bowl of crisps. As the crisps scattered across the table, Lostt breathed a sigh of relief for her book's narrow escape. The letter was from Ron's mother, a howler, showcasing once more how a woman can wear two faces, berating Ron for his unexplained absence, causing them to worry he was lost, only to later express joy upon confirming his arrival at Hogwarts and celebrating Ginny's acceptance into Gryffindor, while also inquiring about Harry and Lostt. This once again provided Lostt with evidence for her theory that Fred and George undoubtedly inherited their traits from their parents, while Draco seemed to have inherited his from his father. Ron, deflated and somewhat indignant, felt it was unfair since the blame should fall on Dobby rather than himself. Yet, without Lost's presence, the howler might have been even more scathing. This is my first encounter with a howler. As a gesture of gratitude, I shall assist you in composing a reply to Mrs. Weasley, Lostt offered, clearing the scattered crisps from the table. Seizing the brief pause, she organized her thoughts, pulled out a blank piece of parchment, and composed a reasonable explanation, carefully omitting any mention of Dobby, merely stating they had been brought in by their house elf. Let's focus on something cheerful. We are heading to defense against the dark arts. This hardly constituted a proper joke, as even the joke teller herself couldn't muster a laugh. Yet Ron sighed with relief upon receiving her letter. Lostt followed Hermione and the others towards the classroom, where Hermione bubbled with excitement. Lostt surmised Hermione was particularly fond of the professor named Lockhart, though she couldn't quite fathom why. She found it difficult to appreciate the man who had winked at her during the feast. Chapter 42. Greetings, Empty Head. Lostt asked, must we attend his class? Propping her chin on her hand, she gazed at the animated cover of the textbook, still bearing that confident face and self-assured smile, feeling an unusual lack of enthusiasm. Don't be like that, Lostt. Professor Lockhart is an impressive individual. You will come to like him, Hermione insisted, firmly patting her shoulder with unwavering conviction and shining eyes. Yet, Lostt weighed the matter in her mind, unable to shake the image of that man from the bookstore and his wink during the banquet, no matter how she viewed it. He seemed rather dubious. Lockhart began, allow me to introduce myself, your new defense against the dark arts instructor, Gilderoy Lockhart, recipient of the 3rd Class Order of Merlin, honorary member of the Society for the Protection of Magical Creatures, and 5-time winner of the Most Charming Smile Award from Witch Weekly. His voice echoed from above as the young witches and wizards looked up, watching him descend the staircase while he spoke, his deliberately elongated and exaggerated enunciation prompting Lostt to rub her ears, as if she were hearing the mandrakes speak. However, I never boast about these accolades. I do not rely on my smile to banish banshees, Lockhart continued, oblivious to the lack of audience engagement, still chuckling to himself in a rather peculiar manner. Lostt, who enjoyed adventure and a bit of spectacle, found the situation amusing, while Harry and the others were cringing on Lockhart's behalf. She found his humor oddly entertaining and watched intently with a serious demeanor. Hermione was thoroughly engaged, and Lostt was surprised that Lockhart seemed to remember that fleeting glance from the banquet, winking at her once more, making her wonder if he had perhaps consumed something peculiar. Unexpectedly, after rambling for an extended period about topics unrelated to the course, the professor announced a test. A set of neatly bound questions fell from Hermione's hands onto Lost's desk. What is all this? She couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, scanning the absurd questions one by one, unable to suppress a chuckle. This hardly resembled a defense against the dark arts examination. It felt more akin to a fan club quiz for Lockhart. Why else would he compose 3 pages of such ludicrous questions? Should she commend him for this? Lostt held the paper in one hand while massaging her forehead with the other, feeling an overwhelming reluctance to put pen to paper, her quill merely tapping the surface of the table without touching the ink. Clearly, her confusion and discomfort were not solitary. From several desks away, she could hear Harry and Ron voicing their complaints. However, soon enough, Lostt devised a plan and was determined to put it into action. You have 30 minutes. The time starts now, Lockhart declared. Lostt dipped her quill into the ink and began to write with surprising agility. Favorite color, black. Oh, perhaps green as well. Aspiration, to become a professor of defense against the dark arts. Greatest achievement, the youngest head of Slytherin in history. Birthday, well, this one eludes me. Ideal birthday gift, a letter of appointment as a defense against the dark arts professor. Smile award, 0 times. Unlike those around her, Lostt wrote with remarkable speed and fluidity. Yet, upon submission, she knew without a doubt that she would earn no marks. The only correct answer on that paper would surely be her name. Folding her arms on the table, Lostt watched as Professor Lockhart rambled on about the answers to the paper, completely indifferent to the absurdity of her responses. Beginning to drift into her thoughts, the sole thing that brought her back to attention was Hermione's name. To her surprise, Hermione had earnestly answered the questions and had even gotten them right. Perhaps this young lady was more infatuated with the new professor than Lostt had anticipated. It wasn't until Lockhart, in an exaggerated fashion, suddenly stood up that Lostt stifled a yawn, refocusing her gaze on the covered cage. She peered with curiosity, her anticipation slightly ignited by the deliberate descriptions from the other party. When the cloth was finally lifted, it revealed a cage filled with Cornish pixies. Lostt paused momentarily, only to lose interest swiftly. She could not fathom what was so fearsome about these diminutive creatures. Then, utterly unprepared, she, along with them, was about to experience the most chaotic lesson since her enrollment at Hogwarts. The Cornish pixies wreaked havoc throughout the classroom, tearing at papers, dragging books, tugging at robes and ears, and even hoisting Neville onto the chandelier. Hermione found her hair yanked by a mischievous pixie, while Harry utilized the textbook for its sole purpose, forcefully swatting one of the pixies aside. Lostt sighed, feeling a sense of helplessness akin to being deceived, as she wielded her textbook to fend off the approaching pixies. Meanwhile, Professor Lockhart stood at the podium, seemingly amused, allowing his students to be tormented by the pixies. Pescapixie pesternami, Lockhart exclaimed. Lostt was unaware of the purpose of this incantation, for as soon as he uttered it, the pixies seized his wand. This esteemed professor of defense against the dark arts, after the dragon skeleton collapsed, fled in a flustered manner, abandoning his wand and hurriedly retracing his steps, shamelessly instructing them, "You four, get the rest back into the cage." He then vanished down the corridor, quite literally fleeing the scene. The four students exchanged silent glances, momentarily at a loss for words, before being compelled to deal with the troublesome pixies once more. "What do we do now?" Ron exclaimed. "I've had enough," Lostt replied, rising to her feet, her voice resonating with a rare, deep tone that conveyed her irritation and dissatisfaction. "Wingardium Leviosa." She did not even draw her wand, but waved her hand over the swarm, gathering all the pixies together. Hermione followed suit, brandishing her wand and casting the spell to immobilize the ruckus. Thanks to the two girls' efforts, the noisy pixies were ultimately confined back into the cage, which Lostt shut with a resounding thud. "Can I put him in there too?" Lostt inquired, her tone ambiguous, leaving one to wonder if she was jesting or genuinely contemplating such an action. Ron, however, sensed her seriousness. It was the first time he had witnessed a second-year student wielding magic without a wand. They can be quite frightening at times, but they are impressive, Ron murmured to Harry, clutching his book. "I feel the same way," Harry replied, glancing at the slightly warped cage door and making a difficult swallowing motion. Lostt began to gather the scattered textbooks, contemplating how delightful it would be to toss Professor Lockhart into a cauldron. The only silver lining of this chaotic class was that there were no further lessons scheduled for the day. "Shall we head to the library, Lostt?" Hermione suggested after checking the timetable, extending an invitation. However, Lostt waved the stack of books in her hand. "I must first pay a visit to Professor Snape's office to discuss this year's work-study arrangements," she replied. Hermione had intended to accompany Lostt, but hesitated at the mention of Snape. It was best to refrain from visiting his office. Harry, on the other hand, received a notification about Quidditch practice and had to bid farewell first. "We'll likely see each other later. I just need to discuss a few things. It shouldn't take long." "I hope," Lostt added, her uncertainty evident. Ultimately, Hermione and Ron decided to escort Lostt to the staircase before waving goodbye and heading off to seek their own teachers. "See you later," Lostt called, waving to them as she departed. Chapter 43. Chit-chat in the office. Lostt never anticipated that one day she would use the word lively to describe Professor Snape's office. She knocked on the large door, and upon receiving a response, opened it to unexpectedly find a group of individuals clad in deep green robes, donning gloves, and holding flying brooms. She recognized the attire without a doubt. These were members of the Slytherin Quidditch team. But why were they here? Were they not supposed to be training on the pitch, seeking additional instruction from Snape? With practiced ease, Lostt placed her stack of books on the desk left for her, leaning against it in silence. She intended to wait for the group to leave before seeking out Snape, but to her surprise, she garnered their attention, receiving nods and greetings. Although she was not acquainted with all of them, it was difficult for the Slytherins not to know her name, whether due to her outstanding performance throughout the previous year, her remarkable comeback in the House Cup, or her frequent presence in Snape's office. Lostt had unwittingly gained a reputation within Slytherin. Not to mention, she boasted a stack of Strato report cards. With her arms crossed, Lostt stood quietly, her head slightly tilted in curiosity as she observed the group until the leader retrieved something from Snape's desk, seemingly a note. Perhaps an application had been approved? She watched them leave, raising her hand to wave at each passing individual, only to spot an unexpected figure, a platinum blonde head among them. What are they here for? Professor Snape? Lostt could not contain her curiosity and turned her gaze to Snape at his desk as the door closed. "They're applying to use the Quidditch pitch for training." "In search of a new seeker," Snape replied. "A new seeker? Who?" Though Lostt had little interest in Quidditch itself, She was intrigued by matters beyond the game. Moreover, after enduring a dreadful morning, she was in need of a distraction. Snape seemed somewhat surprised by her interest and glanced up at her. Draco Malfoy, he stated. Wow. The sound escaped her lips, succinctly expressing her astonishment. Malfoy is interested in such activities? I would have thought he preferred something more refined. Lostt continued to lean against the desk, still unaccustomed to the demeanor of a student after spending the summer at home. Snape, having witnessed Lostt glide down the slide in the office, recognized that she bore little resemblance to nobility in private settings. Thus, neither found anything amiss in this exchange. Oh, I nearly forgot the main reason for my visit. I also have something to discuss with you, Professor Snape, Lostt said as she fished a folded piece of paper from her pocket, unfurling it as she approached the desk. She laid out the issues that she had previously failed to address, analyzing the possibilities herself. Snape accepted the paper, effortlessly transitioning his pen from grading a senior's essay to marking her document. Lostt's academic prowess was undeniable, despite being only in her second year. She was already nearing the completion of her third-year potions curriculum and likely progressing even faster with her charm studies. To what extent have you progressed with your apparition studies? Snape inquired. Without any preamble, Snape posed a question, causing Lostt to lift her gaze from the annotations, uncertain of how to articulate her thoughts. After a moment of contemplation, she replied, I haven't reached the point of losing a part of myself. I attempted it during the summer nearby, and it was manageable at home, though I haven't ventured further for fear of being caught. I had considered trying without my wand, but Heshin warned me that if I did, he would pierce his own neck with it. Lostt answered with utmost seriousness. Snape recalled the name Heshin, tracing Lostt's connections and realizing it must pertain to one of the two house elves. He fell into silence, seemingly deep in thought, while Lostt refrained from interrupting him, instead continuing to examine the paper, piecing together the logic. Professor Snape, can an animagus be restored by potions? Lostt inquired. Snape replied, have you finally realized that your progress has surpassed that of your year, Miss Krakow? He was quick to mock her while speaking plainly. Lostt muttered to herself in irritation. A mute when it comes to conversation, yet the fastest to retort when mocking. To be precise, I am preparing to assist a gentleman who appears to be more foolish than myself. For some reason, he seems utterly trapped in his animagus form. Lostt did not attempt to deceive Snape, yet she withheld certain truths, primarily because if Snape were to discover them, what fun would she have left? What a surprise. There exists someone more reckless than Miss Krakow. Perhaps I shall have the honor of witnessing this, Snape remarked. You will, provided we can revert him first, Lostt replied. We? Snape echoed. Because I have yet to learn animagus transformation, and I haven't even attempted the polyjuice potion, which apparently takes half a month to brew, Lostt stated candidly. Then perhaps you should commence your attempts now, Snape suggested, his tone unperturbed. Lostt froze momentarily, clearly taken aback that her casual mention had inadvertently ensnared her in a commitment. A month, indeed. She exhaled, yet resolutely prepared to seek out the necessary books, reasoning that should she successfully brew it, she would not suffer for it. Professor Snape, could you teach me defense against the dark arts? This was not an ideal topic, yet it was indeed one of Lost's objectives for her visit. Her academic progress during the holidays had been commendable, but the opportunities to practice at school were limited, and fewer still were those who could guide her. If she were to approach Professor McGonagall to express her eagerness to learn animagus transformation, the gentle professor would likely just inform her that it was still too early. Snape, however, was different. He would mock her for advancing too quickly and chastise her for being reckless, yet he would not deter her. Lostt even felt at times that Snape was encouraging her to continue her studies. If I recall correctly, you should have already met your new defense against the dark arts professor today, in fact. Snape's response was impenetrable, yet Lostt keenly sensed his displeasure in the lowering tone, clearly indicating his dissatisfaction at having been deprived of his class this year. Upon recalling that lesson, her mood plummeted even further than Snape's. Perhaps you mean Mr. Gilderoy Lockhart? Do you truly expect me to address him as professor? His inaugural class was a catastrophe, the most entertaining lesson I've had since enrolling. You should have seen that brilliant piece of work, a full 3 pages of fill-in-the-blank questions, and not a single one related to defense against the dark arts. Oh, and the entire cage of Cornish pixies? What a surprise. The classroom after that lesson looked as though a band of trolls had just finished a Quidditch match. Lostt was aware that her mood had soured, and her tone would not be particularly pleasant. But she remained oblivious to the fact that her diction and phrasing had begun to mirror Snape's own sharpness. Unbeknownst to her, Snape had never seen Lostt in such a light, not merely with her disdainful demeanor, but also in her tone, which struck a familiar chord, reminiscent of his more youthful self. This resemblance was likely why Snape occasionally showed forbearance towards Lostt. They were both half-bloods, both Slytherins, both having lost their parents early, and both having toiled diligently in the study of potions. It was merely unfortunate that Lostt's talents did not lie wholly in potion-making, evidently. Her prowess in charms surpassed her aptitude in potions. Snape pondered her interest and innate ability concerning the dark arts. Recalling the potion that had put a troll to sleep for a week and the apparition she had mastered over a single summer, all at the tender age of 12. Truly, she was leagues ahead of that Potter. Yet, why did she willingly associate with that crowd? Chapter 44, Hagrid's Hut. Lostt remained oblivious to Snape's distraction, just as she was unaware that she had begun to adopt a portion of her head of house's essence in her speech. Her words laced with sharp sarcasm as she vented her frustrations and shared the absurdity of that defense against the dark arts class, not forgetting to criticize the professor. I am quite interested in this course. There is much I wish to learn, yet I believe Gilderoy can teach me nothing, she stated firmly. Expressing everything had indeed lifted her spirits considerably. Lostt took a deep breath, finally finding a semblance of cheer as she called out Snape's name. Snape noted that this time, Lostt had even omitted the honorifics, addressing Lockhart by his name directly. So, what are you trying to convey, Miss Krakow? Snape inquired, fully aware that she was cognizant of his intentionality. I wish for you to teach me something regarding defense against the dark arts, Lostt asserted as she approached the desk, speaking plainly and earnestly. Of course, I am also interested in potions and charms related to dark arts. It was to be expected that Snape would not acquiesce. Not only did he refuse her, but he promptly ejected her from his office. Lostt, along with her books, was unceremoniously tossed out, the door slamming shut behind her. She felt a sense of déjà vu, yet it did not deter her. She intended to return the next day to work, during which time she could seek his guidance again. Though she referred to it as a request, her exchanges with Snape often resembled mere notifications. After all, they had never been the kind to heed each other's words. Although Lostt ultimately forgot to inquire about the work-study program in that diary, there was still good news. She had indeed been granted a reprieve today. However, she found no sign of Hermione or the others in the courtyard, and after inquiring around, learned from Wood that they had encountered a conflict with Slytherin and subsequently went to Hagrid's. Last semester, Lostt had consciously avoided Hagrid, but now she had come to terms with it, showing no intention of evading him any longer. With her bag slung over her shoulder, she headed outside. Hagrid's hut was quite conspicuous and easy to locate. She knocked on the large door, and the half-giant opened it, slightly taken aback by her presence. And upon noticing the Slytherin crest, he merely scoffed. Who are you, and what brings you here? This isn't a place for students, Hagrid remarked, appearing less than welcoming. Yet Lostt could discern from the crack of the door that there were others inside, so she responded with poise. Lostt Krakow. I heard from Wood that Harry and the others are here. Lostt, Harry exclaimed, having heard her voice, and he approached to take a look, introducing her to Hagrid upon recognizing her. Harry, Hagrid, this is Lostt, the Slytherin who was misplaced, as we previously discussed. We are friends. Lostt, this is Hagrid. You should have met him before. Lostt, yes, at the train station during our first year. It left quite an impression. Good day, Mr. Hagrid. With a gentle demeanor, Lostt received permission to enter, and upon stepping inside, she found Hermione with reddened eyes and Ron, pale-faced, clutching a bucket. Lostt, so, who can enlighten me about what transpired? What is this? Would only mention a conflict with Slytherin. Then Ron's spell seemed ineffective or something. Lostt glanced at Ron, who was painfully expelling slugs. Instinctively gasping at the sight, it appeared rather dreadful. Harry, he intended to use that against Malfoy, but his wand malfunctioned, likely damaged before boarding the train. It has been acting up during class. Lostt, Malfoy? Why? Sitting beside Ron, Lostt patted the poor boy still tormented by the slugs. Although Draco had never been a paragon of virtue, and their relationship had been fraught with conflict, it hardly seemed to warrant a wand being drawn. Harry, because he called Hermione. I don't know what it means. Harry struggled to recall, his gaze shifting from Lostt to Hermione, ultimately unable to articulate the word. Hermione, he called me a mudblood. Her mood was palpably dismal, eyes glistening, with a hint of redness around the edges. Hagrid, that is utterly disgraceful. The towering half-giant shook his head, his tone laden with disbelief. Harry, what is a mudblood? Lostt, what is a mudblood? Their voices harmonized in unison. Harry was merely unfamiliar with the wizarding world, while Lostt, having been raised in a nurturing environment, had little exposure to such derogatory terminology. Hermione, it refers to someone of dirty, lowly blood, individuals whose parents are non-magical, derogatorily termed mudbloods, like me. Educated individuals typically refrain from using that term. Hermione was seething with anger, and Lostt could see the tears welling in her eyes. She rose from her seat and approached Hermione, gently wiping her tear-stained cheeks. Hagrid, the issue is, Harry, that some wizards, like the Malfoys, consider themselves superior due to their so-called pure bloodlines. Harry, that is outrageous. Lostt softly stroked Hermione's hair, akin to soothing a distressed kitten, unsure of what words to offer as comfort, as her ire was not directed at the term itself. Lostt, don't let it upset you, Hermione. He can't even pass his exams compared to you. She patted Hermione's shoulder again. Her initial thought of asserting that a so-called pure blood was inferior to a mud blood had to be swallowed, seeing how deeply Hermione was hurt by the term. Hagrid, indeed. The notion of dirty blood is sheer nonsense. The majority of wizards today are of mixed heritage. Besides, the magic Hermione has yet to learn hasn't even been invented yet. Listen to Lostt, don't dwell on it. Hermione, it's not worth a moment as concern. Lostt, exactly, it's an antiquated belief, at least. The Krakow family has long since abandoned it. Both my parents are of mixed blood, as were their parents, some even hailing from Muggle families, yet they are formidable wizards. Seeing the smile return to Hermione's face, Lostt felt a sense of relief within her heart. Ron continued to heave into the bucket, and Lostt feared he might choke on the slugs, but fortunately, the spell had a limited duration, and they ultimately bid farewell to Hagrid. Lostt, Harry, are you still going to practice today? Holding that cumbersome textbook, she regretted not having dropped it off at the dormitory first. Harry, no? Today the training ground has been booked by Slytherin. Snape approved their request. Harry sighed, his mood evidently dampened. Lostt? Oh right, I forgot. I saw them in the office when I went over there. Malfoy is involved as well. Ron, yeah, thanks to his dear father. Lostt, what do you mean? Hermione, the entire Slytherin team has new brooms, courtesy of Malfoy's father. Now, the trio wore glum expressions, and Lostt instinctively licked her lips, exclaiming, Lostt, their family is quite wealthy. This earned her the attention of the three, and Lostt shrugged. She had merely spoken the truth. Chapter 45, The Mysterious Whispers Lostt. So, shall we head to the library together, Harry? Ron? She redirected the conversation. Ron, can't we go somewhere else? Must it be the library? Harry, I'm afraid I can't. Professor Lockhart has asked me to stay behind, and I need to see him shortly. Harry shook his head, sighing deeply. Although he wasn't fond of the library, he perceived Lockhart as a more formidable opponent. Lostt. Oh, that is unfortunate. Let us create some good news then. Hermione, are you interested in reviewing potions? Hermione, absolutely. She recognized that most of Lostt's time was spent with Snape, although she wasn't particularly fond of his antagonistic demeanor. It didn't diminish her respect for his expertise. Ron, you're not suggesting we go to Snape's office, are you? Ron swallowed hard, and Harry stiffened. If Snape was an option, Lockhart seemed the lesser of two evils. Lostt. Or we could find an empty classroom with fewer people, the more secluded, the better. I think I know who to ask for such a place. Lostt cast her gaze toward Ron. While Harry was curious about where Lostt intended to go, he had to depart early due to his detention, leaving Lostt to accompany Ron and Hermione in search of his two older brothers. Fred, you're looking for an empty classroom? One that is a bit out of the way? George, then you've come to the right place. Are you planning some mischief? Lostt? No, just doing a bit of practice, though we might engage in some other activities as well. Fred and George perked up at this, and Lostt maintained a smile, offering a deliberately vague response. Lostt, I also need to practice some magic in secret. She had heard of the Weasley twins, not solely from that breakfast at Grimmauld Place, but also due to their notable exploits at school. The Weasley brothers, true Gryffindor demerit machines. Fred and George did not disappoint Lostt. They navigated the castle effortlessly, discovering a spacious, abandoned classroom that was both secluded and familiar, allowing Lostt, who still found the school building labyrinthine, to feel quite at ease as she sat at one of the tables. Lostt, this is truly a splendid place. Clearly satisfied with the classroom, which had tables and chairs, a dim location devoid of light, and a space she could never have found on her own. She promised the twins she would assist them in brewing potions under Snape's guidance twice as a reward. Ultimately, they spent half the day tidying up the room, transforming it into their desired haven. Only when they realized the time had slipped away did they bid farewell to Fred and George, preparing to seek out Harry and subsequently venture to the Great Hall for a bite to eat. It seemed as if they were in perfect sync. As they descended to the first floor, they unexpectedly encountered Harry, who appeared somewhat flustered. Hermione, she called out, halting him in his tracks, and the three approached. Harry seemed to be searching for something, turning to inquire upon spotting them. Did you hear that? Harry asked. Hear what? Ron replied, his brow furrowed in confusion. What voice? Lostt responded, equally puzzled. Ron's bewilderment mirrored Lost's curiosity. That voice, Harry insisted, scanning his surroundings as if he truly had heard someone speaking. Ron, perturbed by Harry's odd demeanor, began to glance around anxiously, fearful that some creature might leap out at any moment. What voice? Hermione pressed. I first heard it in Lockhart's office, and then again. Harry paused, as if straining to catch the sound. Lostt tilted her head, her ears keenly attuned. She closed her eyes and could hear the breaths of the four of them, as well as the faint, abrasive sound of something hard scraping. But it was so subtle that it quickly faded beyond her grasp. It's moving. I think it intends to kill, Harry declared, abruptly darting down the corridor. Kill. Ron's voice rose in pitch, a mix of confusion and alarm. Lostt opened her eyes and pursued him, her excitement contrasting sharply with Hermione's tension and Ron's fear. This was an adventure, perhaps even a thrilling escapade. They raced through the corridor and turned a corner, spotting water stains on the floor, alongside a cluster of spiders scuttling along the wall, escaping through the shattered glass into the darkness. As they observed the spiders, Lostt turned away, following the trail of water, but found nothing, no signs of the disturbance they sought, merely other students who had just finished dinner. Thus, they navigated around the crowd, making their way outside, with Harry feeling perplexed, not only by the mysterious voice, but also by the lack of any substantial findings. Harry, could it be that you're simply too tired and misheard? Hermione suggested. Yeah, you were in Lockhart's office for quite a while, Ron added, attempting to reassure Harry, who was scratching his head in confusion. Lostt, glancing over, interjected calmly. I think Harry might actually be onto something. I heard a sound there too. When I encountered him in that corridor, though it wasn't a voice, rather the sound of something moving. Harry turned to Lostt, the glimmer of hope igniting in his eyes. So what did you hear? Harry, tell me what I missed. As they strolled along the corridor, Harry recounted everything he had heard. Cool, maybe you can hear things we cannot. That's impressive, Lostt remarked, her eyes sparkling with excitement rather than trembling in fear like Hermione and Ron. This made Harry uncertain whether he should feel anxious or not. This isn't a bad thing, is it? I mean, being able to hear what others cannot, Harry pondered aloud. At least I find it fascinating, Lostt replied, noticing Ron about to speak and swiftly cutting him off. Perhaps I should inform Dumbledore about this? I have a feeling something ominous is brewing. Maybe you recall that house elf who intercepted Harry's letters over the holiday? Hermione suggested. Of course. That insane creature even sent us crashing into a wall. My wand was broken. Ron could not help but complain. Harry looked toward Hermione, who in turn glanced at Lostt, who simply smiled in response. I have a premonition that this term will bring us another adventure. The children of the Krakow family have an instinct for such things, as Halshin said. She laughed joyfully. Chapter 46, The Chamber of Secrets. Lostt ultimately parted ways with them in the corridor, continuing down to her dormitory, tossing aside the cumbersome books. She retrieved the only unused blank notebook, glanced at its cover, and opened it to the first blank page, casually writing a line. Good news. Another adventure is likely to unfold this semester. Yet, as she penned the words, they vanished from her sight, replaced by another line. Who are you? And why is my diary in your possession? Lostt stared at the elegant script, blinking in surprise. Was this notebook truly capable of speaking for itself? How remarkable, indeed. To be at Hogwarts. Lostt Krakow, who are you? Tom Marvolo Riddle. Lostt flipped back to the first page to confirm the spelling and handwriting, which were indeed identical. Truly astonishing. This notebook possessed a consciousness, or perhaps it was merely the awareness of its former owner. Krakow. I recognize that surname. Perhaps you know A.L.? Another line appeared, causing Lostt to pause. A.L., she knew that name, entirely through Halshin and Hershin. Yes, that was my grandfather. But he has been gone for many years, and I scarcely remember him. What a pity. I was once friends with him. So, were you a student at Hogwarts in the past? Lostt considered her question trivial, quickly adding a follow-up. Were you also a Slytherin? Indeed? How surprising. You are also a Slytherin. You must be, as A.L. was an exceptional Slytherin. Lostt noted that the handwriting appeared slightly hurried, as if the writer had excitedly scribbled. So, how did you accomplish that? She could not resist writing that question. A little trick. If you wish to learn, I can teach you. I'll learn quickly. However, in exchange, I need you to assist me with something. Evidently, I am just a diary and cannot truly enact any deeds. But I suspect you would be willing to embark on a small adventure, yes? Lostt gazed intently at those lines, feeling her heart pounding in her chest. An adventure was something she found hard to resist. All right. She ultimately penned that word and closed the diary. The next time Lostt encountered Harry and the others was during Transfiguration class, where McGonagall demonstrated at the front of the room. A poor little mouse sat on her desk, evoking memories of Ron's own mouse. Following her explanation, they moved on to practical exercises, resulting in Ron receiving a furry, tail-bearing cup that squeaked, courtesy of his broken wand. You ought to replace your wand, Mr. Weasley, McGonagall remarked. Lostt observed the cup in Ron's hands, her gaze unmistakably drawing McGonagall's attention. Perhaps you would care to demonstrate, Miss Krakow? McGonagall proposed. Lostt did not decline. She casually waved her wand and recited the incantation, transforming the mouse into an exquisite, elegant goblet. Very well. Miss Krakow earns 5 points for Slytherin, McGonagall announced. Professor McGonagall, since there is a spell to turn animals into objects, could it not also transform people into animals? Lost's inquiry took McGonagall somewhat by surprise, yet this young lady was known for her ability to astonish everyone. She merely chuckled lightly. McGonagall, of course, but you have not yet reached that part of your studies. Lostt. So, Professor McGonagall, are you aware of the Chamber of Secrets? This question astonished McGonagall even further. She gazed at Lostt, who met her gaze unwaveringly. The surrounding students were drawn to the question, engaging in hushed discussions about the so-called Chamber of Secrets. McGonagall, how do you know that term, Miss Claw? Noticing the Slytherin crest on Lost's chest, McGonagall belatedly grasped the implication. After a moment of silence, she finally spoke under the watchful eyes of her students. McGonagall, you all know that Hogwarts was founded over 1,000 years ago by 4 of the greatest wizards, Godric Gryffindor, Helga Hufflepuff, Rowena Ravenclaw, and Salazar Slytherin. Among them, 3 founders coexisted harmoniously, while 1 did not. Salazar Slytherin wished for a more selective admission process at Hogwarts. He believed that magical education should be restricted to those from pure-blood families, in other words, those of pure lineage. The others disagreed, prompting him to leave the school. Legend has it that Slytherin constructed a hidden chamber within this castle, referred to as the Chamber of Secrets. Before departing, he sealed the chamber, vowing that it would remain closed until his true heir returned to the school, for only that heir could unlock the chamber and unleash the terrifying creature within, thereby purging the school of all those whom Slytherin deemed unworthy of learning magic. Hermione, those of Muggle descent? Hermione ventured tentatively. McGonagall nodded in her direction. McGonagall, however, the school has undergone several searches without uncovering this so-called chamber. Lostt. Professor McGonagall, what is said to reside within the chamber? McGonagall, it is said that the treasures hidden within can only be controlled by Slytherin's heir. It is rumored that a monster dwells inside. Hermione turned to Lostt. But Lostt merely blinked slowly, raising a finger to her lips upon noticing Hermione. Ron, is that true? Are you saying there really is a chamber? Ron appeared visibly shaken by the discourse from class, having just exited the charms classroom, and could scarcely contain his rising pitch. Hermione, judging by Professor McGonagall's demeanor, it does not seem to be merely a legend. She appears somewhat concerned. Lostt, how do you know about this? Lostt, who had been trailing behind the trio in silence, finally lifted her head when addressed. Lostt, shall I remind you that I am a Slytherin? She tugged at the crest on her chest, a reasonable excuse. Harry, so? The chamber truly exists? Lostt, and it appears that it has been opened. Ron, what? Harry swiftly covered Ron's mouth, who was on the verge of shouting, while Lostt rubbed her right ear. Harry, it has really been opened? Lostt, consider this, Salazar Slytherin, the founder of Slytherin House. Need I remind you what Slytherin's emblem is? A serpent. Harry, remember, you once mentioned speaking to a python at the zoo when you were a child. Lostt attempted to clear her thoughts, recalling that she knew a snake would be killed by Harry this semester, yet had never paid much attention to it. Now, entangled in this situation, she realized how much she did not know. The mysterious Riddle's diary, the chamber's enigma, a snake released by an unknown entity. How could Harry comprehend the serpent's tongue? She had an inkling that something crucial remained unconnected. Hermione, you spoke to a python? Hermione, at least, maintained her composure better than Ron, though her astonishment was palpable. Harry, I merely conversed with a snake. It is nothing extraordinary. You should all be able to do it. Harry was oblivious to Hermione's incredulity. He was merely perplexed. Hermione, no. Harry, not everyone can converse with snakes. Ron, only the descendants of Slytherin can speak to snakes. Such individuals are known as parselmouths. Ron finally wriggled free from Harry's grasp, explaining in hushed tones. Harry, but how could I possibly be related to you-know-who? Harry was taken aback by this notion. He had never considered himself exceptional, yet he had not anticipated that what he perceived as ordinary could lead to such trouble. Lostt, shoo. This time, Lostt pulled at Harry, bumping into them, causing the trio to temporarily halt their conversation. Draco happened to pass by them. Lostt, perhaps we should discuss something else, such as who precisely opened the chamber. Harry, but if the chamber truly exists and has been opened, that means Hermione, Slytherin's heir has returned. But the question is, who? Ron, think about it. Who considers Muggle-borns to be scum? Ron glared at Draco's receding figure, his tone dripping with disdain, unconcerned about whether Draco could overhear. Hermione, are you implying Malfoy? Ron, of course. He even calls you a mudblood. Hermione, I am well aware, Ron. But how could Malfoy possibly be Slytherin's heir? Harry, perhaps Ron is onto something. Hermione, look at their family. They have been Slytherins for centuries. Lostt merely drifted off into her thoughts, realizing that they had unwittingly directed their suspicion towards someone. Draco? How could they even conceive that she had witnessed such a scene? The last one to suffer was Snape. Ron, Crabbe and Goyle must know. Perhaps we can trick them into revealing something. Hermione, they are not that foolish. But there may be other ways. However, executing them is no easy task, not to mention it would mean violating nearly 50 school rules. Moreover, it would be exceedingly dangerous. Hermione suddenly halted, and Lostt sensed her intention, leading them to the library. When that book was presented before them, Lostt paused momentarily, contemplating the coincidence. Lostt, you intend to use Polyjuice Potion? Lostt raised an eyebrow at Hermione, who was flipping through the book, casually helping her locate the right page. Hermione, how did you know? Lostt. Perhaps we should inquire about a more pressing matter, such as where you intend to procure these ingredients, Hermione? Hermione glanced at Harry, who looked at Ron, and Ron returned the gaze, leading to a silent exchange. Harry, we happen to know a potions professor. Ron, I doubt he would notice if he was missing a few things. Lostt raised her hand to her forehead, covering her face. What did they take Snape for? Chapter 47. A Failed Practice. Lostt was neither curious nor concerned about whether Hermione had indeed planned to raid Snape's storeroom. While they had become accustomed to including Lostt in their escapades, they were mindful of her Slytherin affiliation and her employment under Snape. The notion of pilfering might land her in a cauldron. Yet, prior to this, Lostt had engaged in extensive discussions with Hermione regarding the preparation of Polyjuice Potion. Casually mentioning that her current task involved the same potion, she offered her assistance, assuring Hermione that she could consult Snape should any issues arise, which proved to be of great help to Hermione. After a long day of classes, Lostt hurriedly made her way to the office. Typically, her haste was driven by a desire to learn more, but this time she sought to complete her tasks swiftly in order to depart earlier. With a sigh, she lamented the insufficiency of time, wishing she could split a single day into two. Upon entering, she found only Severus Snape present. Rolling up her sleeves, Lostt instinctively began searching for ingredients for the potion. Snape spoke, breaking the silence. Professor McGonagall informed me that you inquired about the Chamber of Secrets during class. I am quite curious, Miss Clacko, how you came to know of it. Lostt slowly licked her lips, a small habit she had developed to shift her focus before speaking. How could she explain? What should she disclose? Professor Snape, are you familiar with Riddle? Tom Marvolo Riddle. Snape raised his gaze to meet hers, but offered no response, an indication of ignorance. Good, she had won her bet. I borrowed some books from the library, which you had previously approved. Within them, I discovered a notebook belonging to one Tom Riddle. It contained speculations about the Chamber of Secrets, and I found myself intrigued. As she sifted through the truth, she carefully selected what to reveal, contemplating whether to have Riddle create a fake notebook for her. She was not opposed to lying. Rather, she cherished her rapport with the erudite professor and doubted her ability to deceive him. However, Snape did not press further, leaving her uncertain if it was due to disinterest or if he already possessed greater knowledge. Having gathered her materials, Lostt returned to the table and began experimenting with the convoluted notes she had transcribed the previous night, silently hoping that Hermione's potion-making would also proceed smoothly. Professor Snape, have you reached any conclusions regarding dark magic? You did not address it yesterday. Snape often communicated his refusals through silence. Indifferent, Lostt shrugged, confirming that the concoction no longer required her constant supervision. She then retrieved her wand and began practicing transfiguring a glass bottle into various forms, both animate and inanimate. Thus, the silence of the room was finally interrupted by the melodious chirping of a small bird, a common creature in the Muggle world, perched on Loster's hand. That's peculiar. It shouldn't be this. She recalled the incantation, yet the tiny bird remained on her finger, tilting its head curiously at her. With her wand raised, their eyes met. The bird emitting a delicate sound meant to evoke sympathy from others. No, that is not it. With a flick of her wand, the bird chirped once more before vanishing, reverting back to the glass bottle resting in Loster's palm. Unbeknownst to her, Snape had been observing her. It was only when she furrowed her brow and set the bottle down that she noticed him, his gaze fixed upon her rather than lowered. Apologies for the spectacle, she said, continuing her practice, employing whatever came to mind. The pile of glass bottles on the table became her targets, shattering into fragments only to be restored as if nothing had transpired, and finally, she levitated them back to their original positions. To her surprise, despite the ruckus, Snape remained silent. Lostt glanced over, noting not only his indifference but a complete lack of acknowledgement. Professor Snape? Snape lifted his head, their eyes locking. Lostt felt a lump form in her throat. She had assumed he was genuinely oblivious. Prepared to explain, she hesitated, recalling how such an admission might invite his sardonic wit, prompting her to swallow her words and rephrase. Professor Snape, could you teach me some dark magic? It was not an ideal topic, as Snape seemed to consistently avoid it. Yet Lostt sensed an underlying willingness, as if he were tacitly granting her permission. Come back when you can control flames with proficiency, he replied. Caught, Lostt fell silent. Heirs of magical prowess, as Halson had once told her, were often bestowed with talents by their parents, a privilege of the Clacko lineage. Yet her parents had never instructed her on how to harness that power. Any harmful spell she attempted wielded an absurd potency, far surpassing her years. Perhaps her parents did not wish for her to protect anything, but rather to obliterate threats for her own safety. Lost's mind wandered as her hands continued to work instinctively. until she faltered, realizing she had attempted to conjure a Patronus. Concentrate, do not lose focus. Retrieve your happiest memory, Snape instructed. Lostt raised her gaze to him. But he did not lift his head. She averted her eyes, closing them to summon memories of joy. Yet, like the endless days of summer, she could not conjure a single recollection. Her wand emitted only faint glimmers. None of her past experiences could support the spell. Snape finally looked up, observing as Lostt opened her eyes, her blue irises devoid of life, fixated on a singular point. With a deep sigh, she briefly succumbed to disappointment, only to quickly shrug it off with a self-deprecating smile. It appears I lack the requisite talent. The girl jested lightly, while Snape regarded her retreating figure, recognizing that her magical aptitude rivaled his youthful proficiency in potions. Even if she was starting her studies prematurely, it was not due to ignorance that she struggled to cast spells. The only conclusion left was that she lacked a memory powerful enough to evoke genuine happiness. She was devoid of a yearning to live, a hope for the future. Lostt could not comprehend why she consistently faltered with the Patronus charm, much like her ongoing struggle to pass the first month of her animagus transformation. Ultimately, she attributed it all to her notoriously poor luck. Lostt remained in Snape's office until curfew, the potions still simmering. Snape assured her he would monitor them in her absence, but before she could feel pleased, he added that if any issues arose, he would not assist in salvaging her potion, forcing her to start anew. This revelation stifled any hope of a smile, and she was escorted back to her dormitory. Snape departed swiftly, offering her no chance to bid him good night. All right, accept reality. Off you go, Lostt. The first adventure of this term awaits. Chapter 48, The Secret of the Lavatory. What do you need me to do? Go to the second floor lavatory. Say the phrase I instructed, and you will enjoy this adventure. Clutching the notebook, Lostt navigated the dark, silent corridor, glancing at the portraits on the walls to orient herself. Finding her way had never been an easy task for her, but fortunately, her destination was not far. The second-floor girls' lavatory was empty, as quiet as if Voldemort had just passed through. Approaching the sink, she searched among the faucets until she discovered one adorned with a small serpent. Opening her notebook, she inscribed a line. Found it. Riddle chose not to respond verbally this time, but instead allowed her to witness a fragment of memory, a boy standing in this very spot. Emitting a hissing sound, Lostt could not discern it clearly. The indistinct noise seemed to blend with human speech, though she could not identify the words. Did you hear that? Try to mimic it. Lostt pondered how a human throat could produce such an eerie sound, yet she remained positioned before the sink, attempting to open her mouth. To her astonishment, she managed to replicate it, clear and precise, unlike any human voice emerging from the throat. Suddenly, everything around her shifted. The faucet vanished, the buildings faded away, and what materialized before her was an unfathomable passage. I see a corridor. You succeeded on the first attempt. Your talent exceeds my expectations. Truly the child of the House of Krakow. The handwriting was somewhat erratic as Lostt leaned against the wall, contemplating the vast passage, recalling the legend of the basilisk. So, there really is a basilisk left by Salazar in the Chamber of Secrets. You are a clever girl. I should have praised you long ago. Were you the one who opened the chamber 50 years ago? Lostt twirled her pen for a while before posing her question beneath the compliments. This time, he did not respond immediately. He fell silent for a long moment, as if weighing something. Ink appeared on the page, but only a few dots. As if the writer hesitated, Lostt sensed she had touched upon a crucial point. Rather than provide an answer, he showed her another memory, of Hagrid, spiders, and him. Is that Hagrid? He liked to raise them even back then. Was that boy you? You don't seem surprised. Of course, I am surprised. I just don't believe it. To be honest, you're rather good-looking. Leaning against the wall, Lostt slid down to sit, nearly laughing at her absurdity and the imagined expression that might grace his face. What do you mean? Hagrid may have raised a dangerous spider. But that snake, you released it. You made Hagrid the unfortunate pawn. The children of Krakow have sharp instincts, don't you know? I'll said the same. But I never expected you to be so remarkable, Lostt. I have a feeling we could become friends. Aren't you afraid I'll expose you? Dumbledore surely has ways to uncover your little tricks from this diary. You want to turn this over to Dumbledore, just as you're not even angry right now. Lostt brushed her chin with a feather. She ought to be angry, for his deceit, for his past actions, for what he now compelled her to do. There were countless reasons to be furious, so many that she could not untangle them. Yet, she felt no anger. Riddle seemed even more certain of her thoughts than she was herself. Rising from the ground, Lostt exited the restroom. Hearing that sound, the noise of something scraping across the floor, the snake emerged. Perhaps we could converse. I've forgotten much, including the matters of the Krakow family. Perhaps you could enlighten me as a form of payment. Aren't you going to learn this little trick? Lostt was indeed curious about this wondrous magic. Yet her instincts warned her that Hagrid could not be the one to raise and release the basilisk. Now, Her intuition cautioned her against learning this magic. It was not an adventure, but a one-way train to death. If she took the first step, there would be no turning back. Only endless regret over this choice in the years to come. Ultimately, she left the restroom and returned to her dormitory before being discovered by Filch. There, she exchanged messages with Riddle for an extended period, recognizing him as a dangerous individual brimming with secrets. Yet, while remaining cautious, she was inexplicably drawn closer to him. Lostt. Perhaps you don't even realize how similar we are. Those words floated before her, and this time, Lostt did not respond immediately. She simply lingered in silence before finally taking up her pen. Then I suppose Dumbledore also once gazed at you in silence with those very eyes. It appears that we are far more alike than I had imagined. This was Riddle's reply. Lostt chose not to respond further. She closed her notebook, concealing everything within its blank pages. The following morning, Filch's cat was discovered in the corridor, stiff and seemingly lifeless, yet the good news was that it was merely petrified. However, no one had any clues, nor could anyone identify a possible culprit. The cat was ultimately taken to the infirmary, awaiting the growth of the mandrakes. Lostt was somewhat surprised by this, but did not react strongly. She knew Riddle could not have merely released the basilisk for a breath of fresh air. He must have done something more substantial. She was only curious about the petrified cat. Astonished that the basilisk possessed such an ability, she had thought that merely seeing it would result in death. With no culprit to be found, and having recently discussed the Chamber of Secrets in class, rumors began circulating among the students. Some claimed that the chamber had been opened, others that the heir of Slytherin had returned, and many predicted misfortune for Muggleborns, with Slytherin's little snakes particularly excited. The good news was that few suspected Lostt. Draco seemed to attract far more animosity. Moreover, everyone knew Lostt was a half-blood. The Krakow family had no connections to Slytherin whatsoever. Unlike the students' tension and fervent discussions, the professors appeared somewhat anxious. Although nothing directly linked Lostt to the events, Dumbledore was clearly watching her. Lostt could feel that gaze, an almost omnipresent scrutiny, as if seeking to delve into her mind and expose everything to the world. This sensation felt oddly familiar. The last person treated this way had been Snape. Though unlike him, she was indeed guilty of her actions, yet on the surface, no evidence pointed to her. Perhaps Riddle was right. They were alike, at least in Dumbledore's eyes, both requiring vigilance and caution. Chapter 49. Is Quidditch destined for chaos? The Quidditch match arrived as scheduled. While Lostt held little enthusiasm for the competition itself, it was nonetheless a contest determining the fate of the Quidditch Cup, a trophy that, before Harry's enrollment, had been claimed by Slytherin for 6 consecutive years. And then, the first year Harry managed to seize the Quidditch Cup from Slytherin, almost snatching the House Cup as well. Much to the chagrin of the upperclassmen, sitting in the Slytherin stands, Lostt watched the match with a lack of interest. She could not comprehend the joy derived from a sport involving flying and colliding in the air. The position of Seeker seemed the only slightly reasonable one, for at least one could play independently without the frantic need to stop and accelerate in search of the quaffle. Of course, that was merely hypothetical. If someone were to thrust her onto a broomstick, she would unhesitatingly bring it crashing down onto their head. Although Slytherin was currently in the lead, Lostt did not believe they could win without having captured the elusive golden snitch worth 150 points. This was not due to any underestimation of Draco, but rather a greater respect for Harry. However, it appeared that someone's spirits were markedly better than hers. Lostt scanned the seating area where the professors were situated. And indeed, she spotted the seemingly cheerful Severus Snape, alongside Lucius Malfoy. What was Lucius doing here? Was there a board meeting or some event? Lostt retracted her surprised gaze, belatedly recalling that the man's son was also present, competing against Harry. Ah, that explained it. No wonder these two appeared to be in such high spirits. Generally speaking, whenever Lostt and Harry found themselves in the same environment, one of them would be fortunate while the other suffered misfortune. It was rather magical, as luck seemed to be conserved. Then Lostt observed the bludgers on the field, as if they possessed eyes, relentlessly pursuing Harry. No matter how he twisted and turned, made sudden stops or accelerations, brushed the ground and soared again, even weaving through the crowd, the bludger continued its relentless chase. Lostt instinctively leaned forward, resting her body against the railing, and soon heard 2 whooshing sounds behind her. It was Harry, accompanied by the bludger in hot pursuit. Lostt thought, just don't crash into the spectators, and why is it fixated on Slytherin? A personal vendetta, Harry? She ran her fingers through her tousled hair, letting out a deep sigh as she watched him fly chaotically across the pitch, the bludger following closely behind, darting through the wooden posts of the stands, maintaining its speed and power, as if intent on smashing Harry to pieces. This no longer seemed like a game. Lostt retrieved her wand from her pocket, but hesitated before casting a spell, recalling Snape's admonition. She was certain she could obliterate that bludger, yet she was equally aware that with Harry flying so closely and swiftly, he would be hard-pressed to escape unscathed. Fortunately, Harry ultimately caught the golden snitch, and Hermione arrived just in time to intercept the bludger that nearly crushed Harry's head, albeit at the cost of breaking her arm. It seemed someone on the field could manage the situation, but the same could not be said for the one off the field. Lostt descended from the stands and snapped her fingers to summon Helsing. You should remember that little troublemaker who likes to give us a hard time. Go find him, capture him, and then wait for my signal. Lostt's tone was flat and indifferent. Helsing acknowledged her command and immediately vanished from sight. Miss Crackrow, what a surprise to encounter you here, Lucius remarked, his voice almost laced with amusement. Reminiscent of the first time he met Harry. Lostt turned, her brows furrowing in confusion. It is an honor to meet you, Mr. Malfoy. She paid little mind to whether he had overheard her earlier conversation, as it contained no valuable information. She merely bowed to fulfill the basic courtesies. Our last meeting was rather rushed, and this occasion seems somewhat ill-timed as well. If you are free, perhaps we could arrange another time and place to sit down and chat. Mr. Crackrow and I were once classmates, and we have a rather amicable relationship. Lucius's invitation resembled a slice of cake, yet Lostt was uncertain of its ingredients, the possible entrapments within, and whether she alone had taken the fork. Nonetheless, she was never one to shy away from adventure. It would be my privilege. As Lucius gradually walked out of her line of sight until he disappeared, Lostt regained her focus and sought out the Gryffindors to inquire about Harry's whereabouts. Upon reaching the infirmary, she found it teeming with people, the entire team present, evidently. This sea of red left no room for green. Lostt resolved to find something else to occupy her time before meeting Lucius. Back to the lavatory. Although Lost's luck had always been dismal, it was curious that she had yet to encounter the most renowned ghost, nearly headless Nick, despite this being only her second visit. Crossing her arms, she approached the sink, and as Riddle had taught her, she finally began to understand her own words. The passage materialized before her, and she attempted to recite the phrase learned the previous night. The phrase was somewhat obscure, containing someone's name, and the only two words she could comprehend combined to form "close your eyes." Lostt heard a rustling sound growing nearer, and a gigantic serpent emerged from the passage. Its eyes tightly shut. Upon sensing her presence, it tilted its head slightly to avoid direct eye contact. Wow! Lostt tentatively extended her hand. The serpent's head was already larger than her own, yet she felt no fear as her fingers brushed against its cold, hard scales. The serpent nudged against her hand, the scales scraping her palm painfully. This would be quite a scandal if anyone saw. She shrugged casually, patting the serpent's enormous head and allowing it to slither away, disappearing from sight. As you suggested, I let it out. Well done, Lostt. You have exceeded my expectations. Did you release it to petrify those students? Just as you did back then? To cleanse the mudbloods? I saw Philip's cat had already turned into a statue. He was furious. Lostt pondered momentarily, uncertainly scribbling the word down. To be precise, it was to seek proof. Lostt, you know quite a bit, and you should be aware that only the heir of Slytherin can control a basilisk. Do you wish to prove yourself as the heir of Slytherin? Lostt raised an eyebrow, the final letter of the last word curling slightly upwards. You should understand, Lostt. At least you do. You are a Slytherin. Perhaps. Lostt remained silent for a long while, watching the basilisk return from outside, eyes closed, slipping back into the passage as it sealed behind it. She stood up, taking her notebook with her as she departed. For the sake of proof. For the pursuit of recognition. A fully absurd rationale. But as long as it did not affect her, she considered it a worthy adventure. As long as it did not impact her and all that she held dear. Chapter 50. Doubt. Testing. When Lostt emerged from the girls' lavatory, it was still early. She could only imagine what the infirmary would be like. With Harry's situation taking precedence, she risked encountering Draco. In the past, such encounters had been brief and easily dismissed. But now, Draco's lack of confrontation created an unsettling atmosphere. Where to go next? With her hands clasped behind her back, she wandered the corridors. A tattered notebook filled with secrets in her pocket, her mind swirling with endless questions. She aimlessly roamed the school, uncertain of her purpose. Whether in this moment or in the days preceding. What do you wish to do, Lostt? What do you wish to do? She queried herself. She recalled that she initially sought merely to partake in an adventure, to witness a broader world. Later, she desired to make her dreams a reality. She wanted what she saw to manifest in truth, and she wished for everyone to survive. But why had she agreed to Riddle's proposition? She had released that basilisk, unleashing danger upon the entire school. Someone would be petrified. Riddle had been so candid in revealing his motives. He sought to prove himself, to attain the validation he had once been denied. But what did any of this have to do with her? She had become involved because Riddle claimed it was an adventure, which it certainly was, and in some respects, far more thrilling than any previous escapade. If discovered, expulsion would likely be the best outcome. As it stands, if this serpent hails from the Chamber of Secrets of Slytherin, Then the basilisk that Harry ultimately intends to slay within the chamber must indeed be this very serpent. If Harry were to vanquish it, what of Riddle? Lostt halted abruptly, suddenly cognizant of the myriad questions she had been neglecting. She understood that Harry would confront the basilisk, yet she had remained oblivious to its origin until now. The basilisk resides in the chamber, a legacy left by Slytherin, and Riddle, being Slytherin's heir, could only exist within the confines of the diary. But wait, this diary should not be in her possession. It ought to belong to Ginny. This implies that it was Ginny, influenced by Riddle, who would have ventured to unlock the chamber. The basilisk was unleashed, and Harry became aware of it. However, how did Harry come to the conclusion that he must slay the basilisk? He appeared to possess less knowledge than she did. Would the basilisk truly communicate to Harry, stating, "I petrified everyone. Come to the chamber to kill me, and the entrance can be opened with Parseltongue"? Such a notion seems implausible. If anyone could elucidate everything, it would be Riddle. The diary was in Ginny's hands, and given her affections for Harry, she would never willingly hand over such a perilous object to him. Was it Riddle who compelled her to do so? Or did she misplace it, allowing Harry to find it? Surely, Harry would become infatuated with Riddle and seek the truth from him. If Harry were to witness that memory, he would undoubtedly sense something amiss. Perhaps he would consult Hagrid, or even approach Dumbledore. Dumbledore, yet again, Dumbledore. Why must he always be present? Dumbledore, would you care to come in for a moment, Miss Krakow? You have been standing there for quite some time. Lostt stiffened at the sound, abruptly lifting her gaze, only to find herself directly before the door to the headmaster's office. Had she truly stood there contemplating for so long? Merlin had never shown her any favor. Yet, she was aware that Dumbledore would inevitably seek her out to discuss matters concerning the Mirror of Erist, Voldemort, and perhaps now the Chamber of Secrets. It was simply unexpected that she had delivered herself to him so readily. She ascended the steps, entering the familiar office where a chair awaited her. She glanced at Dumbledore, who gestured casually for her to sit. As she settled into the chair, she exhaled, leaning back against the backrest. When a cup brimming with hot chocolate floated into her view, eventually landing in her outstretched palm. Dumbledore, I sense that something weighs heavily on your mind. At your age, one ought to embrace joy and refrain from overthinking. Lostt, I am merely striving to pursue my desires and work towards what I truly want. The mirror offers us nothing, does it not? As you once said, Headmaster Dumbledore. As Lostt savored the rich chocolate, its sweetness bordering on overwhelming, the warmth cascaded from her mouth to her stomach, lifting her spirits considerably. She shrugged resolutely. Dumbledore, perhaps I may have the opportunity to discern what you saw within that mirror? Lostt did not harbor any disdain for Dumbledore, nor did she particularly admire him. He was undoubtedly a remarkable and formidable individual. Yet perhaps it was precisely this quality that caused him to gaze too far into the future, burdened with worries, unable to reveal his concerns. He could see through everything. Yet he refrained from acting. He posed a question to Lostt, his tone imbued with a sense of request. Lostt, I glimpsed the future, those I know, Harry, Ron, Hermione, Professor Snape, Professor McGonagall, all present, alongside some I barely recognize, those I have met only once or twice, and even some whom I have yet to encounter. I do not know their names, but everyone was smiling, alive, looking somewhat older, yet radiating happiness. She had no intention of concealing this revelation. There was nothing to hide. Merely an unrealistic, yet beautiful wish. Dumbledore, what a splendid wish it is, my child. I fail to comprehend why such a future leaves you feeling so fatigued. You appear utterly exhausted. Minerva informed me that you inquired about the Chamber of Secrets, which seems rather unrelated to your studies. Dumbledore's expression morphed into one of confusion. At that moment, he truly resembled an old man. Yet, Lostt was uncertain of how much of this persona was genuine, having had little interaction with the elderly. Lostt, Headmaster Dumbledore, are you familiar with the saying that prophecies spoken cannot be altered? Once uttered, they become reality. But what of those unspoken? What of prophecies unknown? Might I be able to render them false before they manifest as truth? Lostt raised her head, and Dumbledore observed the youthful face devoid of the expressions typical for her age, while the blue eyes concealed boundless madness, her obsession, her yearning, her rebellion against everything. Dumbledore, this seems to diverge somewhat from our discussion, Miss Krakow. It was challenging for Dumbledore not to perceive a reflection of another within her eyes. The same brilliance, the same resolve, the same kindness towards others. He pondered the consequences of allowing a child to embark on an irrevocable path, and now, how to prevent this child from treading that very road. Lostt, there is nothing to worry about, Headmaster Dumbledore. I have witnessed certain things and possess knowledge that drives my efforts. I am merely striving to draw closer to that goal. Perhaps you could place a bit more faith in me. I only wish for everyone to survive. Lostt carefully articulated her absurd truth. Dumbledore, may I entrust my faith to you, Krakow? The headmaster gazed at her with calm sincerity, his blue eyes gentle yet piercing. as if they could see through all pretenses, ensuring that no one could conceal anything from his scrutiny. Lostt, if you are willing to trust me, I shall reciprocate with the same trust. As Lostt held her gaze, the blue of her eyes mirrored another shade of blue, until Dumbledore averted his gaze. Lostt then allowed a smile to grace her lips, exhaling a sigh of relief deep within her heart. Thankfully, he remained the trustworthy headmaster she had come to rely upon, and they could still share a space, enjoying hot chocolate and sweets, at least for the time being. Lostt, Headmaster Dumbledore, you could certainly trust me a little more. I have a penchant for adventure, and accompanying Harry and the others leads to many intriguing escapades. I am more than willing to assist them in averting potential dangers. This is neither a burden nor a responsibility. I simply find it entertaining. After all, I am still but a child. I would never deceive you. Lostt chuckled, shrugging with a light-hearted tone, embodying her usual demeanor. A phoenix flitted through the window, landing on its perch, its small eyes meeting Lostt's as Fawkes emitted a bright trill. Dumbledore, remarkably, Fawkes seems quite taken with you. As if to affirm his words, the phoenix spread its wings and glided down to settle upon Lost's lap. Tentatively, she extended her fingers, and the beautiful creature affectionately brushed against her fingertips. Lostt, it is truly magnificent. She could not help but express her admiration, her tone gentle and reverent. Dumbledore, perhaps you might visit Fawkes occasionally. I seldom witness him take such a liking to anyone. Lostt smiled, gently stroking the phoenix's small head before lifting it and allowing it to return to its perch. Lostt, though I would love to linger a while longer, I must assist Professor Snape. Please forgive my rudeness, Headmaster Dumbledore. Lostt stood up and bowed, descending the staircase under watchful eyes. At the entrance, she waved goodbye to the elderly gentleman, and only after the grand door closed behind her did she finally exhale deeply. Lostt, you ought to be grateful I didn't betray you. I mean it. As she hurried down the stairs, she muttered softly to the diary in her possession. Chapter 51, Lucius's Visit. Claiming to seek Snape was merely an excuse. However, once she stepped outside, that pretense transformed into a legitimate reason. A Slytherin student was there to see her, delivering a simple message. The headmaster requests your presence in his office. Thus, Lostt raced down from the rooftop, making her way to Snape's office, knocking on the door. At his response, she followed the familiar routine, entering the room. As she opened her mouth to speak, her gaze fell upon a platinum-haired figure leaning against the desk. Lostt, Professor Snape, you summoned me, Mr. Malfoy. Occasionally, unexpected visitors graced Snape's office, such as Draco or members of the Quidditch team, but Lucius's presence felt rather absurd. What exactly was the Hogwarts Board of Governors up to? Snape, Mr. Malfoy is here to see you. With a bland tone, Snape offered this explanation, and Lostt discerned a rare gentleness in his words, an attitude he did not extend to Dumbledore, compounded by his complicated history with Draco. Just as Lostt had come to recognize Snape's nuances over the past year, Snape noted the young girl's momentary distraction, captured by her fixed gaze. Lucius, I apologize for not informing you in advance, Miss Krakow. Allow me to formally introduce myself, Lucius Malfoy. Lucius extended his hand, reminiscent of his earlier encounter with Harry. Lostt blinked and stepped forward, offering a courteous albeit somewhat perfunctory handshake. Lostt, I am Lostt Krakow. It is an honor to meet you, Mr. Malfoy. Unlike her demeanor with Harry, Lost's attitude was relaxed and unpretentious. She bore no fear of the Malfoy family, nor did she feel intimidated by Lucius. Ironically, the source of her anxiety stemmed more from Snape's watchful gaze than from the man before her. She had done nothing wrong. Lucius, I sincerely apologize for the abruptness of our meeting here. I intended to invite you to Malfoy Manor, but clearly, Professor Snape is quite concerned for your safety. Thus, we are obliged to meet here. Lucius's politeness left Lostt in awe. His choice of words and sentence structure was impeccable. If Halson were present, he would surely applaud him. Although Lostt found the conversation somewhat taxing. Lostt, it's quite all right, Mr. Malfoy. Please feel free to express your concerns directly. Location and timing are not of great consequence. Perhaps you are aware, my parents passed away when I was young, and I have little recollection of them. Thus, I do not hold much sentiment regarding such matters. I apologize if I have caused you any discomfort. Lostt did not wish to expend energy engaging in convoluted conversation with someone like Lucius. Instead, she opted for a straightforward approach, maintaining a light tone and relaxed demeanor, accompanied by a gentle shrug, as she sought to express goodwill while getting to the point. Snape cleared his throat discreetly, prompting a surprised glance from Lucius, who adjusted his demeanor accordingly. Lucius, it is evident that Miss Krakow is quite sincere. In light of that, I shall reciprocate with the appropriate attitude. You may not be aware, but your father, Mr. Krakow, and I were classmates and good friends. Miss Krakow, you bear a striking resemblance to your father. You both share a fervor for learning, excellence, and a commitment to bringing honor to Slytherin. Lostt perceived this as a rather aristocratic method of establishing rapport, second only to a census. Though she did not particularly require such small talk to foster a connection. She relished stories and thus listened intently as Lucius recounted tales about her father, the esteemed Slytherin. Lucius, the last time we met, you were just a newborn, swaddled in your cradle. It is regrettable that we never had the chance to see him one last time. Nor did we find you sooner to spare you such difficult days. Lucius sighed with a sense of loss, while Lostt merely blinked. She had no memories of her father or mother and found it challenging to grieve their absence based solely on the words of others. Lostt, it's all right, Mr. Malfoy. Perhaps you are unaware, but after my mother passed, I fell ill, and my memories of them have faded. Thankfully, Halson and Hershon have cared for me. And Professor Snape is also assisting me here at Hogwarts. This is not your burden to bear. It is an honor for your concern to stem from my father's memory. And for that, I am grateful. Lostt lowered her gaze, obediently bowing her head to express her sincere gratitude. Lucius, it was indeed our dereliction as elders to allow you to live alone for so long. If you are willing, perhaps you could engage with Draco. I have already advised him accordingly. Lostt, suddenly enlightened, realized the reason for Draco's recent compliance. Clearly, he had been spoken to by his father. She maintained a brief silence, uncertain whether Lucius wished for her to oversee Draco or genuinely sought to protect her. But why would he extend such assistance? Was it merely out of former camaraderie? Wait a moment. If their last meeting was at her birth, how close were their families? Lostt, of course, that would be wonderful. Mr. Malfoy is an outstanding Slytherin, and Professor Snape holds him in high regard. Though that was true, she could not help but think him rude, uncouth, with a sharp tongue and a penchant for mischief. His exam scores not surpassing her own or Hermione's. Yet aside from that, he was not half bad. Lucius, Miss Krakow, you can trust us. Perhaps you could inquire with Hershon and Halson. Those two house elves should provide you with a reliable answer. Lucius was more astute and perceptive than Lostt had anticipated. Directly addressing her uncertainty, the house elves would not deceive their master. If she were to inquire with them, she would indeed receive a credible answer. One likely more trustworthy than anything emanating from Lucius himself. Yet, why had Halson and the others never mentioned the connection between the Malfoys and the Krakows? Lostt, please excuse my rudeness, Mr. Malfoy. I have little recollection of my parents, which causes me to ponder more than I should. I truly apologize. However, I feel you do not seem like someone who harbors ulterior motives. Do you, Mr. Malfoy? Lostt spoke casually, her smile betraying a jest. While she lacked the skill of keen observation, she relied on her instincts for survival. Lucius had come with a purpose. For how else could a half-blood orphan from a fallen family find her way to Malfoy Manor? What benefit could she possibly offer? Or was there something about the Krakow family she was yet unaware of? Lucius, of course, Miss Krakow. Cunning old fox, Lostt thought to herself. Undoubtedly full of schemes, yet uttering not a single truth. Lucius appeared in no hurry to depart, his interest in Lostt palpable. He spoke of the past and present of the Krakow family, even inquiring about Lostt's academic performance, making her feel as though she could almost be Lucius's illegitimate daughter lost to the world, were it not for her name. The conversation was primarily led by Lucius, while Lostt was mainly responding to a variety of inquiries. Snape did not actively participate in the discussion, only occasionally offering curt remarks when prompted by Lucius, who still managed to convey a sense of approval towards Lostt, which took her by surprise. This absurd dialogue came to an end only when Lucius took his leave, having the discretion not to prolong the conversation to the detriment of Lost's rest, nor to exhaust the young lady standing so rigidly. Lostt couldn't help but muse that conversing is indeed an art. Although she occasionally found herself bewildered, Lucius's topics never failed to capture her attention, leading her to agree rather casually when he subtly suggested that she might spend more time with Draco. Lostt, so what exactly was his purpose here? After a brief silence following the closing of the door, Lostt turned back to Snape, who had been listening intently throughout the entire exchange, blinking in a state of confusion. Snape, observing her foolish expression, realized that Lucius's efforts had been largely in vain, as Lostt likely hadn't absorbed much of what was said and had merely treated it as a story. Snape, perhaps it was in consideration of Draco's academic pursuits. Your grades are rather commendable. Maintaining ties with the Malfoy family could prove beneficial for you, but do not draw too close. Be aware of your own standing, Miss Krakow. Leaning against the wall with her arms crossed, Lostt nodded in response, honestly reflecting on the multitude of questions swirling in her mind, which would necessitate a thorough inquiry with Halson later. Snape, you mentioned earlier that you have amnesia? Lostt, lost in her thoughts, only snapped back to attention upon hearing this unexpected question. Lostt, yes. Snape's gaze fixed upon her, his brow furrowed, revealing his displeasure. Lostt raised an eyebrow in confusion, but continued speaking, as was her custom. Lostt, however, not many are aware of it, as it hasn't significantly impacted my life. Halson told me that when I was 5, I suffered a blow from my mother's passing, followed by a high fever that nearly claimed my life. I survived, but I lost my memory. I cannot recall anything prior to that, not even who my parents are. All of this information was relayed to me by the house elves. Had Mr. Malfoy not mentioned it today, I would have been oblivious to the fact that my father was acquainted with him. Why has Halson never shared this with me? As she pondered, she recalled that Riddle had claimed to know Al, which made her wonder if he was privy to some information regarding the Krakow family. It struck her as odd that the current head of the Krakow family knew so little about her own lineage. Lostt furrowed her brow in silent frustration, inadvertently ignoring Snape's unwavering gaze. Chapter 52, The Midnight Infirmary. The purpose of Lucius's visit remained ambiguous, yet Snape's advice provided Lostt with some direction, essentially, to reap the benefits without being presumptuous enough to think she could exploit Lucius. However, given Draco's conduct in Slytherin and the Malfoy family's imposing stature behind him, it seemed there was little she could do to assist, rendering her involvement a fortunate circumstance. Lostt found no reason to refuse. Snape did not detain her for long. After inspecting the cauldron still simmering with potion, he allowed her to leave before curfew, which was a pleasant surprise. With pressing matters to attend to, Lostt did not delay her departure, expressing her gratitude and bidding him good night. Instead of returning to her dormitory, she took a detour and ascended again. The corridor after curfew was quieter than during the day. Without Mrs. Norris around, it was easier to navigate, and besides, Lostt had made considerable progress with her disillusionment charm, to the point where Snape no longer felt the need to mock her for it. The infirmary was remarkably quiet. Harry lay on a bed in the corner, and as Lostt approached, preparing to rouse him, she inadvertently startled him, causing their heads to collide painfully. One fell back onto the bed while the other buried itself under the covers, resulting in quite a jolt. Harry, oh sorry Lostt. Upon donning his glasses and recognizing who was beneath the covers, he exclaimed her name in surprise. Lostt rubbed her head before lifting her hand to look at him. Lostt, yes, it's me. I appreciate your warm welcome, but this is rather excessive. Harry, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I just had a nightmare. I heard some voices, the snake, I could hear its voice. Harry took a deep breath, his words tumbling out nervously. Lostt, relax, don't be anxious. Let's set aside thoughts of that snake for now and discuss something else, such as who made your afternoon so miserable. With a snap of her fingers, reminiscent of Halson, a house elf bound tightly in ropes plopped on Harry's bed, another elf perched atop its back, and Harry instantly recognized who it was. Harry Dobby. Had his arm not been bandaged, Lostt had no doubt Harry would have swung a fist at him. Thus, she preemptively pressed down on Harry's shoulder, signaling him to listen. Dobby, Harry Potter. You must heed Dobby's warnings. That day, Harry Potter should have gone straight home after missing the train. Even while being restrained by Halson, Dobby remained fervent, struggling against his bonds, but Halson held him fast, granting him no opportunity to escape. Harry, so it was indeed you. You closed the passage and prevented Ron and me from getting through. We almost missed the train. We could have faced punishment or even expulsion. Thankfully, Lostt helped us. Harry's anger flared, his voice rising, only to lower again upon realizing how late it was. Dobby, but that would have at least kept you away from here. Had it not been for this young lady, Dobby's plan would have succeeded. Harry Potter must go home. Dobby believed that his bludger would convey this to Harry Potter. Finally, escaping Halson's grasp, Dobby was about to dash away when he noticed Lostt shaking her head. Harry, your bludger? You sent that bludger after me? You did that too. You really should have run away sooner, Dobby, while my bones were still healing. Otherwise, I would undoubtedly strangle you. Harry spoke through clenched teeth. Yet Dobby appeared oblivious to the threat, or perhaps he simply did not care. Dobby is accustomed to threats of death. He hears them 5 times a day at his master's house. Harry sighed deeply, lying back on his pillow in resignation. Lostt, at the very least. Tell me why you always want to harm Harry? Dobby, harm him? Oh no, not to harm him. Dobby merely wishes to protect Harry Potter. Lostt had more questions to ask, as did Harry, but faint sounds from outside made Dobby spring up to approach Harry. Dobby, dangerous events will unfold at Hogwarts. Harry Potter must leave Hogwarts. Past events will repeat. Just as Harry grabbed Dobby's collar, wishing to inquire further, the little elf vanished with a snap of his fingers. Lostt, first of all, I assume you didn't bring your invisibility cloak. Lostt glanced at the shadow by the door, then back at Harry, who, after a moment of stunned silence, nodded and retrieved his wand, casting a disillusionment charm before retreating into the corner. Halson snapped her fingers, disappearing from the bed, while Harry immediately lay back down, pretending to be asleep. Entering the room was Madame Pomfrey, followed closely by Dumbledore and McGonagall, the latter carrying a stretcher upon which lay a petrified boy. Lostt recognized him as the one who had taken a photo of Harry. Madame Pomfrey, what happened? Dumbledore, another attack has occurred. As they carefully lifted the boy onto the bed, they exchanged information, while Harry and Lostt listened intently from a distance. McGonagall, I believe he has been petrified, Pomfrey. Look, perhaps he captured an image of the assailant. However, when Dumbledore cautiously removed the camera and opened the back, only sparks flew and smoke billowed forth. Clearly, they had lost any lead on the attacker. McGonagall, what does this signify, Albus? She glanced at the camera and then back at Dumbledore, her tone laden with concern. Dumbledore, it signifies that our students are in grave danger. McGonagall, how should I communicate this to the staff? Dumbledore, speak the truth. Simply state that Hogwarts is no longer safe. Just as we feared, Minerva. The Chamber of Secrets has indeed been opened once more. His gaze fell upon McGonagall's face, then inadvertently drifted further away. Lostt felt a chill run down her spine. Perhaps Dumbledore had noticed her presence, just as he had seen through the invisibility cloak before, let alone a second-year student's disillusionment charm. Yet, like last time, Dumbledore chose not to expose her, appearing oblivious as he departed. Harry, did you hear that, Lostt? They said the chamber has truly been opened, just as you suspected. Harry sat upright on the bed, and Lostt lifted the disillusionment charm, moving to sit beside him. Lostt, yes, just as I thought. Indeed, Hogwarts never lacks for the extraordinary. Lostt let out a deep sigh, running her fingers through her hair, realizing her headband was lost somewhere. She could only gather her long hair slightly. Resting her chin on her hand in frustration, Harry was evidently filled with concern. The professors appeared increasingly anxious. Yet, how could she explain? To say that she had opened the door, that she had unleashed the serpent, simply because Riddle sought to prove himself? He wouldn't kill anyone, merely frighten them? Please. Such an explanation would surely land her on the gallows of shame. Harry, we must inform Hermione and Ron about this. Lostt remained silent, merely nodding in response. Chapter 53, Problems Abound. This was not Lost's first visit to the girls' lavatory on the second floor, but it was the first time she witnessed other living beings within. Upon entering with Harry, she found Hermione seated on the floor brewing potions, while Harry excitedly shared news from the previous night. Hermione, are you saying the chamber has been opened before? Just as Lostt mentioned. Lostt, you haven't dabbled in prophecy, have you? Lostt, observing the cauldron of polyjuice potion, assisted Hermione with the ingredients, shaking her head, pondering if these components might have indeed been pilfered from Snape. Ron, it certainly seems so. Lucius Malfoy opened it during his time here, and now he has taught Draco to do the same. Ron leaned against the doorframe with an air of conviction, firmly believing Draco was behind this mischief. Hermione, perhaps, but we won't know for sure until the potion is properly brewed. Hermione added more ingredients to the cauldron, and Lostt reached out to pause her momentarily, observing the color before allowing her to proceed. Ron, may I inquire why we are brewing potions in broad daylight in the girls' lavatory? Aren't we afraid of being caught? Hermione, not at all. No one comes here. Ron furrowed his brow in confusion. Ron, why not? Hermione looked up at him. Hermione, moaning Myrtle. She uttered the name that Lostt knew, albeit only vaguely. Ron who? Ron appeared even more puzzled, and Lostt distinctly saw a ghost emerge from the stall behind him. Hermione noticed too, nodding towards Ron. Hermione, moaning Myrtle. She repeated, and Harry realized something first, turning to look. However, Ron evidently remained oblivious, still perplexed. Ron, who is moaning Myrtle? Myrtle, I am moaning Myrtle. The ghost suddenly shouted at Ron, startling him into a rigid stance against the wooden boards. Then, the girl in school robes and glasses floated up to the platform. Speaking to herself, it was Lost's first encounter with the ghost, and she couldn't help but gaze at her curiously. Eventually, she watched as the ghost plunged headfirst into the toilet, disappearing with the flow of water. Well, now she understood why Myrtle sometimes vanished. Lostt reassured herself. They did not linger long in the lavatory, merely exchanging information and brewing the potion for a while before hiding the cauldron in a corner and returning to their tasks. Lostt remained silent throughout, which puzzled Harry, but she merely attributed it to having stayed up too late the previous night. Yet, in truth, Lostt had not been lying. She had indeed slept very little, nearly insomniac. After bidding farewell to Harry in the hospital wing, she sneaked back to the dormitory and summoned Helson. Lostt, Helson, why have you never told me that the Malfoy and the Krakow families are actually connected? This was an unexpected question, and it was the first time Lostt had seen such a look of terror on Helson's face. Helson, Miss Lostt, have you encountered Lucius? Or has he sought you out? What did he say to you? The little elf was uncharacteristically flustered, akin to a crazed Hecate punishing himself. He seemed on the verge of throwing himself against the wall. Yet Lostt pulled him back by the collar. Lostt, answer my question. Did Mr. Malfoy say he knew his father, or that they were good friends? Tell me, is this true? Helson, yes, Miss Lostt, it is true. The master once attended Slytherin, and he and Lucius were classmates and good friends. Of course, the same goes for the old lady. After giving birth to you, she went with the master to the Malfoy estate, bringing you along. Helson grimaced in pain, turning his gaze aside, eyes tightly shut, yet he dutifully divulged everything. Lostt. Then why have you never mentioned this before? Helsen. It was the wish of the master and the lady. They hoped you could grow up happily, unburdened by their past connections. They did not wish for this to become a shackle for you. Helsen gritted his teeth, breaking free from Lostt's grasp to bang his head against the dormitory wall. Lostt casually tossed a pillow to block him. Yet, Helsen seemed oblivious, continuously muttering. Helsen, I should not have said. How could Lucius come here? How could Lucius discover the young master? It is all my failure. Lostt had summoned Helsen to obtain an answer, yet now she found herself even more bewildered. The Krakow family and the Malfoy family evidently shared a profound friendship. Whether it was genuine camaraderie or mere mutual benefit, a solid relationship had undeniably been established, even to the extent of visiting with their newborn children. However, why did her parents wish to keep this from her? If Lucius had nefarious intentions, they would not have brought her along. Yet why, when they could have trusted him, did they ultimately choose to conceal it? Snape had also mentioned that Lucius was manageable but should not be approached too closely. Perhaps Lucius harbors secrets of his own, and these secrets are laced with a certain peril, which would account for their cautious demeanor. Yet why? They have ostensibly verified that Lucius poses no threat. Yet they ultimately decided to withhold the truth from her. Could it be that her parents have had a change of heart? What unforeseen circumstances could have led to such a transformation? She remained starved of information, lacking a crucial piece that would weave together these fragmented clues. Lostt sat on the edge of her bed, lost in prolonged contemplation. Her mind seemed to be perpetually overworked of late. The more she pondered, the more convoluted the mysteries became. Perhaps the Krakow family was even more formidable than she had anticipated. Ultimately, she released Helsen, commanding him to cease his harm towards her. Yet confusion still enveloped her. She spread the diary open on the table. What do you think of El? What sort of person is he to you? As I mentioned before, he is a dear friend, a trustworthy companion, and my most loyal supporter. Supporter, a term rich with intrigue. Riddle had caused quite a stir at Hogwarts and had even left Hagrid to shoulder the blame. Yet, her grandfather El continued to follow him, aiding him regardless. What manner of person was Riddle, then? Lostt often found herself yearning to inquire about certain matters, but a voice within cautioned her against prying into those secrets. Do you think I could ever be your friend? I believe we already are, Lostt. But I am unworthy of trust, and I have not become your supporter. You will be. Riddle's unwavering confidence was perhaps the very quality that had drawn El to him in the past, much like it now intrigued the ever-curious Lostt. From the customs of the Krakow family, it was evident that no one could be dismissed lightly. Chapter 54, The Dueling Club. The news of the Chamber of Secrets being opened spread swiftly, rendering the school an unsafe haven. Professors escorted students to and from classes, and solitary excursions were nearly forbidden, compelling Lostt to consign all her concerns until the curfew that followed her late-night studies. The effects of sleep deprivation were starkly evident in children of her age. Lostt appeared somewhat listless during every moment outside of class, nearly prompting Harry to send her to the hospital wing. She felt an urgent need for something engaging to divert her attention and allow her to unwind, yet there were simply too many tasks at hand. Fortunately, an entertaining activity presented itself. In light of the recent dangers, the school had initiated a collective endeavor, a dueling club, aimed at enhancing students' practical skills through mutual sparring. From the moment Lostt caught wind of this news, her interest was palpable. It was clear to all that she was eagerly anticipating the event. The venue was the Great Hall, transformed for the occasion, with tables pushed together to form a long dueling platform. Students gathered on either side, whispering about the forthcoming lesson. Lostt remarked, "Though I have little hope for Lockhart, at least this may provide some amusement." She rubbed her hands together, excitement coursing through her for the entire day, leaving Hermione somewhat concerned. How did I never realize Lostt was such an avid learner? Hermione mused. Congratulations on finally noticing. You're quite similar to her, Ron teased, arms crossed with a grin. But it seems she merely wishes to have fun. Harry hesitated to express his view. The trio turned their gazes towards the girl, who appeared to be glowing with anticipation, her hands unknowingly rubbing together in eager readiness. I think you're right, Ron concurred. Agreed. Someone is bound to face misfortune, Hermione added. Their attention was drawn to Lockhart, who bounded onto the platform, eschewing his usual coat in favor of a flamboyant one-shouldered cloak. Strutting about like a peacock in the Muggle world, exuding confidence with his dazzling smile and pristine teeth. Come closer. Can everyone see me? Can you hear my voice? He bellowed, striding from one end to the other, capturing the attention of all, before pivoting to face the students. In light of the recent series of terrifying incidents, Professor Dumbledore has graciously permitted me to establish this dueling club to thoroughly train you. Perhaps one day, you may find yourselves in need of self-defense, just as I have done in countless adventures. For further details, please consult my published works. His tone mirrored that of a classroom, boasting and meandering into unrelated topics, finally halting at the center, where he removed the utterly meaningless cloak and tossed it into the crowd, eliciting a chorus of gasps from the girls who caught it. Meanwhile, Lostt had entered a state reminiscent of her dark arts defense class, arms crossed, lips pursed, leaning slightly forward, her fingers tapping rhythmically on her arm in irritation. Unable to contain herself, she leaned towards Hermione to complain, how utterly rude, tossing things about carelessly. Hermione, having witnessed Lost's impatience towards Lockhart in their dark arts defense classes time and again, gently tugged at her sleeve to silence her. That Lockhart is quite a character, isn't he? Truly brave, remarked Justin Finch-Fletchley from Hufflepuff, extending a hand to Harry, which piqued Lost's curiosity about whether the Hufflepuff dormitory was conveniently close to the dining hall. Oh, pleased to meet you. Harry began. I know who you are. We all do. Even those of us from Muggle backgrounds recognize you, Justin interjected. Harry appeared delighted, as boys his age often were over such matters. Lostt had just bent forward in preparation to engage when Lockhart's voice jolted her upright. Allow me to introduce my assistant, Professor Snape. Lostt did not glance at the inept teacher, but leaned over the platform, straining to catch a glimpse of the assistant approaching from the other end. Why hadn't Snape mentioned this? Oh, right, this was a defense against the dark arts class. Wait, defense against the dark arts? Had Gilderoy lost his mind? He had enlisted Snape as his assistant? Did he not appear formidable? Lost's mouth hung open in disbelief. At the opposite end of the dueling platform stood Snape, arms crossed, his expression icy. As he ascended the stage, he finally uncrossed his arms, though his demeanor remained grim. Today, he was not clad in his grand cloak. Rather, his fitted attire accentuated the physique of the potions master, long limbs, a slender waist, and a straight back. The bat-like figure showcasing a serpentine elegance. Lostt felt an urge to whistle at him deliberately. Wow. Though she refrained from actually whistling, she couldn't suppress a soft exclamation of admiration. He has graciously agreed to assist me in a small demonstration. Fear not. After the demonstration, I will return your potions master to you unharmed. Lockhart's words captivated Lost's attention. She was genuinely taken aback by his statement, casting a glance at Lockhart that was laced with concern for his mental state. However, it was evident that Lockhart perceived only the aspect of concern and remained oblivious to the underlying worry for his well-being. Lockhart reassured, do not fret. He will be just fine. Self-aware, he even playfully winked at Lostt, who, under his scrutiny, merely closed her mouth in a complex array of emotions, directing a gaze filled with unutterable anguish towards Snape. How on earth was this man appointed as the professor for the defense against the dark arts? Had Dumbledore truly muddled his mind with honey? Snape noticed her, but merely cast a fleeting glance before returning his focus elsewhere, as if entirely indifferent. Lostt continued to lean against the edge of the platform, her feelings more convoluted than before. She propped her chin in her hand, quietly observing Snape, despite his lack of attention in her direction. Eventually, Lockhart and Snape stood face to face, raising their wands, lowering them, and bowing to one another. Lostt rubbed her ears. She could distinctly hear the rush of air as Snape's wand moved. Had Lockhart never bothered to investigate Snape's capabilities? Turning away, she walked slowly to a fixed distance before turning back. It was the first time she had witnessed Snape adopt such a formal stance for combat. Typically, she had only seen his wand raised before she would take flight, followed by the door slamming shut. Lockhart counted 1, 2, 3. As he slowly finished his countdown, Snape finally spoke. Expelliarmus. His enunciation was clear, each syllable articulated with precision, slower than Professor McGonagall's lectures, almost too disjointed to form a coherent spell. Yet, despite this leniency, Lockhart received the spell squarely, sent flying along with his wand. Was the disarming charm truly meant to possess such force? Had he just been launched from the platform? Harry questioned, should that spell have such power? Hermione shook her head slightly, her gaze shifting toward Lostt, who was the most adept in magic among them. Lostt replied, when I was 8, I made a vagrant sleep for 3 days. I thought knocking someone out would make them sleep until death. Ron conjectured, I doubt that spell should have such an effect. The three of them relinquished their inquiries, turning to observe the disheveled Lockhart. Hermione asked, is he all right? Ron dismissed. Who cares? Hermione couldn't help but glance at the fallen Lockhart, clearly still worried, while Harry and Ron laughed heartily. Lostt merely cast a glance at the man who had been flung away before retracting her gaze, propping herself against the edge of the platform, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Snape. When his gaze swept over her, she immediately gave a thumbs up and beamed a smile, unabashedly expressing her joy. Were there not others around, she would have openly praised Snape, but even with witnesses, she couldn't restrain herself. At least Professor Snape performed admirably. His disarming charm was executed beautifully, she exclaimed. Lockhart, rising from the ground, approached with his usual confidence, unfazed even by his recent humiliation. It was indeed impressive to demonstrate that, Professor Snape, but with all due respect, your intentions were rather transparent and easily discernible. It would be child's play to thwart you. Chapter 55. Unexpected Gains from the Duel. Snape retorted, perhaps we should first teach the students how to counter unfriendly spells, Professor. His tone and diction perfectly conveyed his less than pleased demeanor, and the sarcasm nearly made Lostt laugh aloud. I quite like that, she whispered to Hermione. What? Hermione inquired. What he just said, Lostt clarified, gesturing towards Snape with her chin. Without comparison, there could be no harm. Lockhart might not be the most exceptional professor, but standing before Snape, he lacked any advantage, whether in verbal exchanges or physical confrontations. Lostt chuckled silently to herself. I also appreciate his voice, she added softly. Lockhart remarked. That suggestion is splendid, Professor Snape. Let us find a pair of volunteers. At least the potion's master belonged to Slytherin. He turned, scanning the crowd for a poor soul to serve as a participant. Ultimately, his gaze settled near Harry. Potter, Weasley, how about you two? Harry maneuvered through the crowd, while Ron stood frozen in place. Snape interjected. Weasley's wand would wreak havoc even with the simplest of spells. He might inadvertently send Potter to the hospital wing in a matchbox. He added, May I recommend a student from my house? Snape's tone shifted from cold to gentle, and upon hearing my house, Lostt perked up, her eyes gleaming as she fixed her gaze on Snape, seemingly having a candidate in mind. Snape looked at Lockhart, but was compelled to glance at the girl who was nearly pushing herself onto the stage. Their eyes met, and Lostt were filled with excitement. Krakow, how about it? Snape finally conceded, casually calling out the surname while gesturing toward Lostt, raising his hand toward the stage, suppressing her overwhelming joy and the urge to cheer. Lostt couldn't contain her radiant smile. She dashed through the crowd, approached the stage from the other side, and softly whispered a thank you as she passed Snape. Harry stood at the far end, surprised to find himself facing Lostt. To be honest, he felt a bit uncertain. In contrast to Harry's visibly tense demeanor, Lostt approached with the ease of a leisurely stroll, pulling out her wand with a smile, confidently making her way to the center of the platform. Once they stood together, Lostt announced, I have 2 pieces of news for you, Harry. What? Harry replied. Lockhart interjected, wands at the ready. They raised their wands. The good news is that I've learned this spell, Lostt declared. That's great. What is the other piece? Harry inquired. As their wands lowered, the sound of wind rushed past them. The bad news is that I've never used it on a person. Lostt maintained her cheerful demeanor, while Harry's expression faltered. They turned to walk to opposite sides, then faced each other again. Harry's stance mirrored Snape's almost perfectly, whereas Lostt stood at ease, her wand raised before her. Appearing relaxed and casual, had Snape not insisted she learn to control her wand, she might have resorted to using her hand directly. Lockhart announced, I will count to 3, and you will disarm your opponent. Just disarm. I wish to avoid any accidents. 1, 2, 3. Disarm your weapon, Lostt declared, clearly enunciating the spell as Snape had taught her. Harry reacted swiftly, though not as adeptly as Lostt, slightly lagging behind. That mere delay in the 2 syllables sent him flying off the platform, much like Lockhart. But Lostt quickly followed up with a levitation charm to prevent Harry from crashing into the wall. Lostt, I apologize, Harry, but would you believe me if I said it was unintentional? With one hand, Lostt controlled Harry, levitating him back onto the platform, while her other hand awkwardly scratched her cheek. She had not anticipated Harry would take off like that. Harry, of course, Lostt, but please refrain from using that on me again. Harry had been struck quite hard and stood on the ground, unable to resist rubbing his chest where he had taken the blow, taking a while to straighten up. Lockhart, clearly, this victory belongs to Krakow. I knew you would achieve it, truly remarkable, as expected from my student. Lockhart effortlessly claimed the credit, indulging in self-praise and swelling with pride. Lostt tilted her head towards Lockhart, blinking expressionlessly. She stood there, one leg supporting the other, with her toes delicately touching the ground, her hand resting behind her back. Her wand lightly caught between her fingers, appearing utterly innocent. Lostt, thanks to Professor Snape's demonstration, his pronunciation was crystal clear and his stance impeccable. Unfortunately, my talent is merely mediocre, and I failed to master it fully, much to your amusement. With a slight smile, she did not conceal her inclination, nodding respectfully before turning to walk towards Snape. In the instant she turned, her obedient smile transformed into one of pride and exuberance. As the Slytherins watching her erupted into enthusiastic applause, even Snape cast a glance her way. Though he said nothing, he clearly nodded in approval. Rather than rejoining Harry and the others, Lostt stepped into the ranks of Slytherin, carefully maneuvering her way to Draco's side. Lostt, I sincerely apologize for seizing your opportunity. I sense that Professor Snape intended for you to participate, but I have been eagerly anticipating this for quite some time. With her eyes downcast, she adopted her usual submissive posture while apologizing, leaving Draco at a loss for words. Ultimately, He merely clenched his teeth and retorted, "Draco, I'll let it slide this time. Considering you embarrassed that Potter." Yet the boy's emotions were clearly not entirely concealed, and he could not help but add, "Draco, you should have sent him flying directly into the wall. Who cares? Lostt, because I wish for this class to continue." Lostt did not disguise her intentions. If Harry were to be hurled into the wall, the lesson would undoubtedly be forcibly interrupted, and she had yet to witness Snape without his cloak. Feeling quite pleased at the moment, Draco noticed her gaze lingering on Snape. "Draco, he's quite formidable, isn't he?" The boy exhibited a sense of pride. "Lostt, indeed. I take great pride in being his student." Lostt openly displayed her emotions. "Draco, my father has known Professor Snape since their time at school. They were both Slytherins." Lostt widened her eyes in surprise. "Lostt? Oh, how interesting. My father was also a student of Slytherin and is said to have known your father, Krakow." Draco crossed his arms and stroked his chin, as if reminiscing, before finally exclaiming, "Draco, I've heard that name. My father mentioned it, along with another name." "Lostt, Lucy?" Draco attempted to recall, his brows furrowing, prompting Lostt to tentatively offer a name. "Draco, yes, that's her. Lucy. When I heard it, I asked them. They said it was a friend's name, that they were classmates back then and remained friends after graduation. They even mentioned that their child was born and visited, saying I had met that child, but we were too young to remember. By the way, who is Lucy?" Draco raised an eyebrow, looking at Lostt with curiosity, while she was busy piecing together the information she had gathered. "Lostt, she is my mother." Lostt furrowed her brow slightly as she provided an answer. Since the Krakow family and the Malfoy family were indeed old friends, why did her parents ultimately have Halson conceal their connection? Surely they could not have been responsible for the downfall of the Krakow family. The Krakow family had declined long before her birth, yet afterward, the Malfoy family continued to maintain friendly relations. Was it due to other individuals or matters? For instance, the culprit mentioned by Halson, Voldemort. Chapter 56, The Headmaster's Office. A series of duels unfolded on stage, while Draco and Lostt engaged in enthusiastic conversation, transitioning from family to academics to Harry Potter, causing Snape, who was observing with arms crossed, to frown increasingly. Although Lucius had indeed expressed the desire for the two children to grow closer, he provided a plethora of grandiose reasons, such as Draco's still lacking grades, the Krakow family being old acquaintances of the Malfoys, and Lostt being alone. Without the support of her fallen family to shield her in Slytherin, she needed a pillar of support. However, were they not getting a bit too close? Snape's mood worsened as he observed the two heads nearly touching. As Lostt walked through the corridor and caught sight of the statue, her heart sank heavily. When Harry, unsuspecting, approached to touch the petrified hand in midair, and Filch came stomping down the corridor, Lostt realized that Merlin was once again playing tricks on her. Everything had been an accident. They had been engaged in a perfectly normal class, and after class, Lostt and Harry walked slowly, with Lostt contemplating a visit to the restroom to close the Chamber of Secrets and send the basilisk back when they stumbled upon Ron forgetting something, with Hermione following him back to look for it. Only she and Harry were left, exchanging glances as they discussed recent events. When they encountered Hagrid and chatted for a moment, after parting ways, they distinctly heard the basilisk's ruckus echoing again, prompting Harry to follow the sound, with Lostt trailing closely behind. However, at the corner where the noise ceased, they found the petrified ghost and the petrified Justin in the middle of the corridor. The next to arrive at this indefinable scene was Filch, who had been acting like a powder keg ever since the cat was petrified. What a lethal combination of moves. Filch paid no heed to the two students' explanations, angrily berating them while rushing off to summon help. "Lostt, I feel like we're in trouble, Harry." Lostt crossed her arms, her expression one of numb resignation. "Harry, do you think they'll suspect us?" Harry looked at her, somewhat uncertain. Lostt gestured toward the petrified statue on the ground, then indicated the empty corridor, pointed at Harry, and finally at herself. "Lostt, while I lean towards the belief that learning is not a bad thing, recently, what I've been learning is far from good. I've heard things." Harry gasped, his mouth agape, torn between amusement and the inappropriateness of the situation. "Lostt, it's all right. You can laugh. Now you have a companion." Lostt shrugged nonchalantly. Next to arrive was McGonagall, who, upon witnessing the scene, appeared both astonished and flustered, ultimately fixing her gaze on the two children standing together. "Harry, Professor, I swear, this wasn't my doing." Harry felt somewhat lacking in confidence under her scrutinizing gaze. "Lostt, neither was it mine." Lostt appeared somewhat dejected. The school had been struggling with a complete lack of leads, and now, the potential culprit and the real perpetrator had walked right into the trap. "McGonagall, I cannot concern myself with that, Potter, nor with Krakow." Before they were finally brought before a statue, McGonagall mentioned that Professor Dumbledore was awaiting them. A glimmer of hope flickered in Harry's eyes, while Lostt turned inwardly and clenched her teeth, wondering why they had to go back after just having emerged from that place. At the sound of a command, They ascended the automatically rotating staircase towards Dumbledore's office. Harry remarked, "I feel a bit nervous, Lostt." "Do not fret, Harry," Lostt replied. "Dumbledore will believe in you. Besides, being anxious is futile." Although Lostt did not voice the latter sentiment, she exhaled softly, attempting to maintain a calm demeanor, hoping to ease Harry's tension as well. The office was unexpectedly serene at that hour, with the portraits on the walls mostly yawning. Lostt walked slowly beside Harry, glancing around. Although it was not her first visit, she endeavored to maintain a relaxed posture, lest Dumbledore discern any unease. Harry paused before the sorting hat, and Lostt was uncertain if the hat had spoken. Merely hearing Harry's quiet inquiry, "I just want to know if you placed me in the right house." Perhaps the hat had said something more, but ultimately, Harry coldly replied, "You were wrong." Lostt tilted her head and stepped forward. The sorting hat remarked, "You seem to harbor your own secrets, Lostt." "Indeed," Lostt acknowledged, now understanding what Harry had been conversing about with the hat. "I suppose I'm all right," she replied casually before posing the same question. "Did you place me in the right house?" "Certainly," the hat responded. "Your sorting was quite challenging, yet I have always believed that Slytherin is the most suitable for you. Moreover, you are now more resolute than when you first arrived. I trust you agree that my choice was correct, do you not?" Lostt smiled softly, reflecting on Slytherin, Lucius, Draco, and the adventures they had shared. Finally, the image of Snape nodding at her surfaced in her mind. "I think you are right. But do not let Harry know you just had a quarrel," she whispered. "Lostt, come look at this," Harry exclaimed, his voice soft yet brimming with excitement. Nodding toward the sorting hat, Lostt followed Harry to see what he had discovered. "Oh, how lovely," she breathed in admiration. Fawkes, the phoenix, noticed her as well. Despite appearing somewhat weary, it still made an effort to flap its wings and lift its head in greeting. Yet in the next moment, the phoenix burst into flames before their eyes, turning to ash. Both children were taken aback, astonished by the scene before them. "Dumbledore? Harry?" "Lostt," called Dumbledore. "Professor," Harry gasped, still recovering from the shock of the earlier spectacle. "Your bird, I couldn't do anything. It just caught fire all of a sudden." Harry appeared bewildered and somewhat fearful. "Well, it was about time," Dumbledore replied. "It has looked dreadful for several days. I regret that you had to witness its passing on the day of its rebirth." Harry's expression shifted continuously, struggling to comprehend what had transpired, while Lostt, having seen Fawkes before, stood relaxed with her hands behind her back, contemplating the pile of ashes. "Fawkes is a phoenix, Harry," Dumbledore explained. "When a phoenix dies, it ignites and is reborn from its ashes." He gently gestured toward the pile of dust. And under the gaze of 3 pairs of eyes, a small head emerged, a little bird chirping weakly, evoking memories of the small bird that had once perched on Lost's hand, memories that were far from pleasant. Chapter 57, Doubt and Trust, the Truth Under the Veritaserum. "Hagrid, Professor Dumbledore, wait, listen." The sound of Hagrid bursting through the door jolted Lostt from her reverie. She turned to see the pitiful scapegoat from decades past. Hagrid, it wasn't he, Harry, or Lostt who did it. Perhaps only those who have truly experienced similar injustices could understand, much like Hagrid at that moment, who rushed in, flustered, eager to explain. "Dumbledore, Hagrid." Dumbledore squinted slightly, his tone calm as he attempted to provide clarification, yet he barely managed to utter a second word. "Hagrid, I swear before the Ministry of Magic." "Dumbledore, Hagrid." Dumbledore raised his voice, calling out the name with enough force to finally silence the half-giant, who had also endured wrongful accusations. "Dumbledore, calm down. I do not believe Harry has attacked anyone, of course, including Lostt." "Hagrid, absolutely." The half-giant remained steadfast but suddenly paused, as if reflecting, glancing at Dumbledore, then at Harry and Lostt standing aside before continuing. "Oh, fine, then Ahem, I'll wait outside." "Dumbledore, very well." Hagrid cleared his throat emphatically, casting a final glance at the two before exiting Dumbledore's office at the latter's nod. "Do you think I did it, Professor?" Harry inquired, turning to meet Dumbledore's gaze, his eyes sparkling with hope. Lost's reassurances were merely comforting, but when the situation unfolded before him, it was difficult for him not to feel elated. "Dumbledore, yes, Harry. I do not believe it was you. However, I must ask if there is anything you wish to confide in me." Harry hesitated, and Lostt tilted her head, observing his shifting expression. She suspected Harry had briefly considered revealing the strange sounds he had heard about being a Parseltongue, perhaps even more, such as her own prophecies. Yet in the end, Harry shook his head. "No, sir, nothing." His response echoed that of another. "Dumbledore, very well then, you may go." Dumbledore gazed intently into Harry's eyes for a long moment, but ultimately remained silent, merely nodding and speaking softly. As Harry made his way toward the door, Lostt naturally followed suit, but as she turned, she heard her name called. "Dumbledore, Lostt, wait a moment. I have a few matters to discuss with you." Harry turned back to look at Lostt, who had halted, concern flickering across his face, but Lostt merely smiled and waved at him. "See you tomorrow, Harry," she said cheerfully. Lostt settled into the chair she had occupied before, now with a warm cup of milk, appearing more at ease than last time as she sipped slowly. "Dumbledore, you seem utterly unconcerned, Lostt." "Lost, because neither I nor Harry was responsible for the attack. Something else is at play here. Isn't it, Headmaster Dumbledore?" Her voice was soft, the warm, sweet milk soothing her weary spirit. "Dumbledore, you always seem to possess a wealth of knowledge, Lostt." Dumbledore chuckled as he sat back in his chair, observing Lostt, who, regrettably, was fixated on her cup, completely oblivious to his gaze. "Lostt, yes. Hermione even claims I have a gift for prophecy, but I believe I am better suited for learning magic." She gently blew on the milk, which was not particularly hot. She merely wished to disperse the foam. Her mind was laden with an abundance of secrets, brimming with myriad thoughts, yet in the presence of Dumbledore, it was advisable that she harbored none. "Dumbledore, Harry is concealing certain matters from me." The abruptness of this topic caught Lostt in surprise. Her breath hitched momentarily as she finally lifted her gaze, her eyes slowly closing and then opening again. She felt a wave of fatigue wash over her, accompanied by a slight dizziness. "Lostt, I believe he fears to burden you. Harry is quite sensitive to others' perceptions and judgments. On his way up here, he was preoccupied with the worry of being perceived as a murderer. After all, he is but a child. Dumbledore, yet you are also a child, Lostt. Bearing secrets is an arduous endeavor. Do not tire yourself excessively." Lostt tilted her head slightly, taken aback by the manner in which he addressed her. As the last time they met he had referred to her as Miss Krakow. "Lostt, if you seek to extract Harry's secrets from me, that would be rather inappropriate. We are friends, and I cannot betray him." She endeavored to muster a smile, but unlike before, Dumbledore revealed his inquisitive nature this time, compelling Lostt to lower her gaze to avoid his penetrating stare. One hand clutched her cup while the other supported her head. The dizziness was no longer merely disorienting but had begun to sting, and she was uncertain of what Dumbledore perceived. She felt fortunate that her mind had indeed been occupied with thoughts of Harry's troubled visage and her attempts to console him. "Dumbledore, of course not. I do not wish for you to betray him. I hope you will continue to protect him, to be a friend he can rely upon. He needs friends." Lostt maintained a brief silence, allowing the remnants of dizziness and discomfort to pass before sitting upright. "Lostt, I will, Dumbledore, I certainly will. However, I hope, dear Headmaster, that you might exhibit a modicum of politeness, rather than barging in after merely greeting me and subsequently unceremoniously opening my chamber door." Her tone bore a hint of irritation. She did not relish the sensation of dizziness, particularly since Snape had not employed legilimency on her for quite some time. "Dumbledore, you appear to be even more perceptive than Severus has suggested. Perhaps you will surpass your father, Lostt." This moment allowed a veil of regret to envelop Dumbledore as he raised his hand. Like a gentle breeze, the dizziness that had enveloped Lostt dissipated instantaneously, leaving her feeling considerably more at ease, as though the weariness of recent days had melted away. She smiled appreciatively. "Lostt, I accept your apology, Headmaster Dumbledore." Her tone was now much more composed. "Lostt, I can comprehend your concerns. You bear a heavy burden, with many matters to contemplate, and it would be unwise to rely solely on my word, Headmaster Dumbledore. However, I assure you that I will not engage in any irrevocable actions. I do not wish my fate to culminate in Azkaban. As I mentioned, I desire for all to survive, including you. I have goals for which I strive, and I would do so at any cost. Yet I will not harm anyone, nor will I allow anyone to suffer injustice." Her response was both candid and resolute. Yet after she spoke, she paused momentarily, blinking and furrowing her brow, a premonition stirring within her, though she chose not to dwell on it. "Dumbledore, and what then? After all is said and done, once your wishes are fulfilled, what do you intend to do?" Lostt leaned back in her chair, relaxing entirely. This was a test, a probe from Dumbledore, yet she sensed that the desire to test did not rest solely with him. "Lostt, if possible, I would like to return to Hogwarts to teach after graduation. The position of potions professor's assistant seems a fitting internship." This was the truth, undoubtedly, for Lostt had initially intended to voice something else entirely. She blinked, unable to suppress a laugh, clutching her cup of milk. "Lostt, I am honored, Headmaster Dumbledore. It is a privilege for a second-year student to receive such recognition." She laughed joyfully, yet the more she did, the more Dumbledore's brow furrowed, as he was enveloped by a long-forgotten sense of guilt. He had envisioned this before taking such actions. Perhaps that child would remain oblivious, or perhaps she would not. Given her assistance under Severus, what would happen if she discovered the truth? But all that would transpire after he received answers. And as long as those answers offered him peace, all else would merely be the requisite price, one he was willing to pay. She ought to be angry. She had every right to be, yet she was not. after she candidly expressed her own unrecognized aspirations. Upon gaining awareness and uncovering the entire truth, she felt neither anger nor disappointment. Instead, she laughed heartily, as if she had merely endured a prank rather than a probing inquiry. This could only indicate that Lostt had never held expectations of him. She understood. She knew he would not extend complete trust, just as she had articulated. She could comprehend that. Yet she was still just a child. Lostt, do you have any further inquiries, Professor Dumbledore? She drained the remaining milk in her cup and smiled at his gaze, calling him in the same tone as Harry, shaking the empty cup in her hand. Yet he almost instinctively turned away. Dumbledore, no, none. Return to rest, Lostt. Please forgive my rudeness. Lostt, it is quite all right, Headmaster Dumbledore. I forgive you, I understand. I merely hope that this might procure me even a modicum of your trust. She placed the cup down, rising to her feet as a refreshing breeze swept through, which she surmised was a consequence of the milk. Lostt, wishing you sweet dreams, Headmaster Dumbledore. Bearing too many responsibilities can be quite burdensome. Lostt exited through the door, vanishing from Dumbledore's view. Dumbledore sat in his chair, letting out a deep sigh. Snape, do you not think it too late to regret now, Dumbledore? Snape emerged from the shadows, and heaven knew how much he wanted to curse when Dumbledore inquired about whether Lostt could identify the truth serum. Snape, what an honor it is. The truth serum I painstakingly concocted is intended to interrogate a second-year student, the very student who has repeatedly saved Harry Potter. Snape scoffed coldly, unleashing his venomous disdain. Dumbledore remained silent for a considerable time before shaking his head. Dumbledore, we cannot afford to take risks. A potentially resurrected Voldemort is already enough to incite certain thoughts in some individuals. Severus, you know Lucius, but you may not have heard much about Carl. Snape, Carl? Snape recalled the name. Lostt had mentioned it once during a duel. But how did that relate to Dumbledore's intention to interrogate Lostt? Dumbledore, Carl Krakow, Lost's father. A Slytherin of remarkable talent, though not particularly prominent. Lostt resembles him too closely. Gentle, humble, exceptional, able to befriend all, even as a half-blood. He maintained a good relationship with Lucius. I held great affection for him, yet I have been worried. After his graduation, I have not heard of him since. In that moment, Dumbledore appeared as an ordinary old man, reminiscing about a departed friend, concerned for a young student, filled with helplessness and melancholy. Snape, that is not a justification for your treatment of Krakow. As you mentioned, her father is merely an accomplished Slytherin. Snape frowned, his tone unfriendly. Dumbledore always harbored prejudice toward Slytherins, from Carl to himself, and now to Lostt. Even though the child stood resolutely behind Potter, Dumbledore remained vigilant. He shook his head, a hint of sorrow glimmering in his eyes. Dumbledore, Carl's father, L. Krakow, was Voldemort's most trusted confidant. They were best friends from a young age, and continued to be so. Wherever Voldemort tread, his shadow followed. He was like the sharpest blade in his arsenal. The most loyal hound. The Krakow children are exceptionally gifted, quick to learn, and courageous, yet they learn too swiftly, not just the virtuous. Ael embarked on a misguided path, and after Carl graduated, he vanished without a trace. The next I heard of the Krakow family, they had become pitiable victims, sacrificed due to their discord with Voldemort. But I know well how close Ael was to him. Dumbledore sighed once more. Dumbledore, Severus, I desire more than you for Lostt to avoid a similar fate. Yet I cannot quell my concerns. Snape, well, congratulations, you have your answer. She will not emulate her grandfather, nor will she become her father. She is simply herself, Dumbledore. She is lost. You should know that she fell gravely ill at 5, losing all her memories. Even her parents are but shadows now. Snape looked at him, his discontent nearly spilling over. Dumbledore, amnesia? He furrowed his brow, for the Krakow family had been notorious during Voldemort's reign, yet as Voldemort's power surged, they gradually faded from view. By the year Voldemort was defeated, the Krakow family had been decimated, their remnants sacrificed. Yet during this time, the sole heir, Lostt, who should have known everything, lost all her memories. Dumbledore could not help but begin to doubt, though Snape clearly disagreed. Snape, indeed, amnesia. She has forgotten everything, even the fact that Carl knew Lucius. Do you still wish to worry that she will follow another who has been dead for 12 years, like her grandfather? Dumbledore regarded him and eventually nodded. Dumbledore, perhaps you are right, Severus. Snape, you should extend her a measure of trust. A trust she has earned on her own. Dumbledore, you seem quite invested in her, Severus. I have never seen you care for anyone so deeply. Dumbledore gazed at Snape. Yet those dark eyes were hollow and devoid of emotion. He gleaned nothing. Snape, because I am her head of house, and her potions professor. Snape replied impassively, while Dumbledore leaned back in his chair, observing him with keen interest. Snape, do not attempt to change the subject, Dumbledore. Dumbledore, very well, I shall, Severus. I will grant her trust. Yet you must see, She harbors too many secrets, some of which she is unaware of. I cannot allow anything to go awry. Snape, she will not falter. Dumbledore opened his eyes in surprise, gazing at the shadowy figure. Dumbledore, that is quite a substantial assurance. Snape, it is the guarantee she has forged herself. You just stated you would trust her. Snape was nearly about to reveal a sardonic smile, mocking the very notion of Hogwarts headmaster, the greatest of white wizards, refusing to trust even a second-year student. Dumbledore, Severus, I wish to ask you a favor. Snape remained silent, already anticipating Dumbledore's request. Dumbledore, if Lostt strays onto the wrong path, I hope you will intervene. Snape scoffed, genuinely amused by the absurdity. Snape, how could I possibly stop the formidable adversary in your eyes? Dumbledore, she trusts you. Severus, she trusts you alone. You must see that. Dumbledore stated casually. Snape, she does not even hold out hope for you, Dumbledore. Do you wish me to use potions on a second-year child? Or would you prefer a curse? Snape retorted with derision, expressing his discontent, venting his emotions. Yet this time he refrained from further argument. Ultimately, he simply turned and exited the office, leaving Dumbledore to gaze longingly at the closed door. His mind was flooded with images. Lostt, who always stood by Harry's side, that brave and clever girl. He recalled her standing before the mirror of Ariste, her blue eyes shimmering with madness and obsession. He remembered her trembling on the basement floor, wand raised before Quirrell's corpse. He thought of the moment during the House Cup when he awarded her points, that unknowing smile lighting up her eyes with excitement. He recalled their first meeting in his office, the child's eyes filled with defiance and an unwavering zeal for the future she desired. He envisioned the shadow hiding in the corner of the infirmary, covering her mouth, cautiously concealing herself. He remembered just moments ago when Lostt told him she understood him. Hence she never aspired for more. Dumbledore, He finally reclined in his chair, letting out a heavy sigh. Chapter 58. The Calm Amidst Chaos. Lostt was unaware of the events that unfolded in the office following her departure. She merely returned to the dormitory before curfew, sharing news with Riddle and temporarily setting aside the matter of the basilisk. As they had anticipated, the school entered a state of true lockdown the following day. Students were accompanied by a professor at all times, even when transitioning between classes, and were entirely supervised, only able to move in groups. Harry inquired about Dumbledore's conversation with her, to which Lostt thoughtfully responded that Dumbledore had offered her a glass of milk and advised her not to overexert herself. Harry sighed in relief at this answer. Due to the alterations in school curriculum and activities, Lostt began participating in Slytherin-esque collective endeavors after a long absence. Whenever possible, she would venture to Gryffindor to chat with Hermione and the others. Yet during class, she had to return to her fellow snakes. She was assigned a new desk partner, Draco, which Lostt suspected was due to parental admonitions. Perhaps also due to the delicate nature of her situation in Slytherin. As a Slytherin, her closeness to Gryffindor was evident, especially since Harry and his friends were the most prominent figures in Gryffindor. Thus, even though the snakes did not bully her much, they expressed their dissatisfaction through isolation, exemplified by the vacant desk beside her. This was understandable. She had not formed alliances in Slytherin and lacked a prestigious family to support her. Yet she enjoyed Snape's favor and possessed a power that instilled fear in the snakes. Just recently, she had used a disarming charm to send the savior flying higher than Lockhart. Nonetheless, Lostt herself did not mind sharing a desk with a striking platinum-haired boy, especially since he had been instructed by his parents to keep his distance. Thus, she took the opportunity to encourage Draco's studies, despite Snape's assurance that it was unnecessary. Lostt believed in the adage that one should not take advantage of kindness, even though she had not yet received any material benefits. Who could say what the future might hold? Moreover, she had promised to assist, and thus felt compelled to honor her commitment, making an effort to keep a watchful eye whenever within her means. However, the extent of her so-called capabilities was sufficient to exhaust Draco to the point of disbelief. Each morning began with a knock at her door, the dawn barely breaking as she prepared for her lessons. Immediately after class, she would dive into revision, ensuring that her assignments were completed at the earliest opportunity, followed by random questioning to reinforce her learning. The young master yearned for the completion of classes, for it was only then that Lostt would be momentarily liberated to assist in Snape's office. Almost all the professors were inundated with tasks, rescheduling classes, working overtime, patrolling, or being dragged off to shepherd duties. Snape was among them. Often, when Lostt visited his office, it was deserted, and it was only during her practice that the master of the Slytherin den would return, accompanied by a gust of silence. Lostt would typically offer a heartfelt greeting. "Thank you for your hard work today, Professor Snape." He would respond with silence, merely nodding slightly upon catching sight of her, acknowledging her words. Despite the chaos enveloping the school, Lost's life continued to progress steadily. She had finally refrained from consuming that accursed mandrake root, choosing instead to securely stash the wretched little leaves in a vial. Although her attempts at summoning the guardian spirit had yet to yield any tangible progress, her fervor had ignited with promising advancements. The flames could be manipulated at the tip of her wand, changing in shape and size. Yet, what astonished her most was Snape. He remained as silent and busy as ever, but seemed to possess an astonishing patience towards her. Even when the flames nearly devoured a Senior S assignment, Snape merely furrowed his brow and waved his wand, advising her to concentrate and maintain the proper posture, rather than unceremoniously tossing her and her books into the cauldron. It was quite terrifying. This led Lostt to ponder another matter. Christmas was drawing near, yet she had not yet decided on a suitable gift for Snape. After a year of toil, her modest funds had grown slightly, but procuring something extravagant with such a limited budget seemed unrealistic. Snape did not strike her as a person who would appreciate jewelry or diamonds. Gifting him gemstones would be less prudent than providing him with some materials. Oh, materials. Suddenly, an idea sparked in her mind, and she resolved to test it out after today. As she became lost in thought, the small flames spiraling around her wand erupted into a roaring fire. Fortunately, her reflexes were sharp. With a swift flick of her wand, she cast a freezing charm, dissipating the imminent blaze before it could wreak havoc upon the desk. Snape turned his gaze towards her movement, and Lostt met his eyes with calmness, immediately rousing her mind to seek a way out of the situation. Professor Snape, might I inquire if a combination of roaring flames and the levitation charm could yield something intriguing? Snape straightened slightly, intrigued by her proposition. You may give it a try. This was the first time she had received encouragement by Snape of all people. What a remarkable day it was. With a flourish of her wand, Lostt demonstrated her proficiency with the levitation charm, capable of executing it without incantation or wand. However, if she lost focus, the flames could easily transform into genuine, consuming fire, potentially enveloping her in their wrath. The flames at the tip of her wand expanded and contorted into the shape of a creature, while she used her free hand to silently guide the magical energy, directing the fire away from her wand and preventing it from running amok. Furrowing her brow, she concentrated intently, observing the flames as they gradually adopted the form of a bird. With the levitation charm, she commanded the fiery avian to circle around her. Finally, with a decisive flick of her wand, the bird was wrested from her control by a more powerful sorcerer, spreading its wings beside her before disintegrating into sparks. Do I possess a modicum of talent after all? She gazed in astonishment at the embers fading from view, then turned to Snape. Regret washed over her as soon as the question slipped from her lips. Snape was not one to offer praise. Moderately satisfactory, he replied. Merlin S. Beard. Snape had spoken in human terms. Surely this wasn't he, a ruse concocted by Polyjuice Potion? Lostt felt a surge of surprise, her thoughts racing. Yet she remained oblivious to how radiant her smile had become due to that single compliment. In addition to her schoolwork, Lostt practiced some less-than-safe spells whenever she confirmed Snape had time to spare. They were incantations she had unearthed in the restricted section, supplemented by a few tomes that Halshin had procured from home, books she had previously found incomprehensible. She would consult Riddle while experimenting on Snape. Initially, she hadn't intended to wait for Snape, but a minor disaster nearly obliterated his office, leading to a rule that she must await his permission before practicing. Nevertheless, this did not deter her from attempting the blasting curse, which almost resulted in her being thrown into the Black Lake. Consequently, she was completely barred from using that spell. To quell her protests, Snape demonstrated an exceedingly effective incantation, the silencing charm. Occasionally, through their prolonged interactions, Snape would teach her minor spells, including, but not limited to, the silencing charm, the reverse jinx, and the earplug charm, each one remarkably useful. In addition to her steady progress with Snape, Draco also exhibited visible improvement. His quiz scores surged, prompting Lucius to send congratulations, advising Draco to invite Lostt to Malfoy Manor for a visit. However, once again, Snape curtly declined the invitation, citing that second-year students were not permitted to leave the school during term. Despite Lucius's failed invitation, young Malfoy seized the opportunity to invite Lostt to study together. While studying was hardly an engaging endeavor, if it meant he could surpass that mud-blood by the end of the term, he found it acceptable. Those were Draco's exact words. Lostt had little interest in his desire to outshine Hermione, yet she could not refuse the offer of a study partner. Thus, the following day, Snape glowered as he watched the two small heads emerge from the dueling platform into his office, neither of whom seemed suitable to be ejected. However, after 3 days of enduring Snape's icy demeanor, Draco abandoned the idea of frequenting the office, instead opting to accompany Lostt to classes, meals, and study sessions. He was convinced that if he ventured to the office again, Snape would undoubtedly, without a doubt, throw him out, though he remained oblivious to what he had done to provoke such a sour disposition from the man. Chapter 59, Building a Snowman. The school remained vigilant. Students were still tense, professors were busy, and time continued its steady march. The first snowfall descended upon Hogwarts after the last of the autumn leaves had withered, blanketing every stone and brick. As the semester reached its midpoint and Lostt adapted to the new schedule, she occasionally found herself with moments of leisure. Like now, as she leaned against the railing, gazing skyward, lost in thought, merely watching the snowflakes swirl gracefully through the air, drifting down to land upon her face. Melting away, some even finding their way into her eyes, where they, too, dissolved, tracing paths down her cheeks. The snowflakes dampened her vision, filling her eyes with moisture. Becoming somewhat uncomfortable, she lowered her head and blinked, allowing the excess tears to spill forth, gliding down her cheeks. With a casual swipe, she wiped them away and strolled leisurely downstairs, avoiding the crowd, seeking a relatively secluded corner. Once there, she retrieved her wand, waved it, and began to chant a spell, accumulating the snow into shape, piece by piece, crafting the likeness of a person. Fred, hey, is that Harry? George, this is the most lifelike snowman I've ever seen. Lostt did not realize when the two brothers arrived, and was taken aback, nearly causing the snowman, Harry, to sprout a second nose. Lostt, it's him. I'm attempting something. She calmly replied, making subtle modifications to certain details to ensure the snowman resembled her memories as closely as possible. Fred, I should go fetch him. He will surely be horrified. George, indeed, I just saw him earlier. Just as Lostt was oblivious to their arrival, she was also unaware of how, upon turning her head, the two had vanished. Nonetheless, she shrugged it off and proceeded to construct the snowman for the brothers, resulting in two identical figures, to the extent that Lostt herself could not distinguish between them. Fred and George worked with remarkable efficiency. Just as the new snowman was completed, Harry and his companions were brought over, and the brothers could not resist circling around the three snowmen. Harry stood there, utterly astonished, gazing at the snow creation that bore an uncanny resemblance to him. Lostt, arms crossed and quite satisfied, waved her wand to conjure several more snowmen. While Harry and the others eagerly identified each one, Professor Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall, Professor Flitwick, and Professor Sprout, Lostt dedicated particular attention to the last one, continuously using magic to adjust it, resulting in a statue of Snape, arms crossed, resembling more of an ice sculpture than a mere snowman. Ron, am I the only one who thinks she is particularly serious about this? Ron murmured. Hermione. After all, she is a Slytherin and Snape's prized pupil. Hermione quietly reminded him. Ron scoffed, somewhat unconvinced, believing Lostt's potion making was only at this level. Harry, I don't particularly care about the reasons. But does anyone else feel like that Snape might spring to life and scold me at any moment? Harry rubbed his arms, already hearing that cold, disdainful voice in his mind simply by looking at the lifelike ice sculpture. Fred, Mr. Potter. George, 10 points from Gryffindor. The brothers stealthily approached, lowering their voices, mimicking Snape's tone as they flanked Harry, turning his nightmare into reality. The two girls busied themselves refining the other snowmen, while the boys began to frolic in the snowy expanse for reasons unbeknownst to them. Lostt was in the process of gathering nearby snow to craft the representative animals of the four houses when a snowball flew in from the edge of her vision. She leaned back to evade it, only to turn and see Ron had removed the head of the snowman resembling Harry, which was then twisted off its shoulder by Harry himself. The snowmen Fred and George met the same fate. She witnessed the scene unfold, silently rolling up her sleeves as the impending chaos threatened to engulf Professor McGonagall. Hermione, hey, you boys. Hermione attempted to intervene on Lost's behalf, but before she could finish, Lostt tugged her aside, a smile gracing her lips. She raised her wand, and the boys turned at Hermione's voice, only to find Lostt smiling, sleeves rolled up, wand raised, with countless snowballs soaring behind her. Ron, Merlin's beard. Ron instinctively swallowed hard. Fred, I think we're in trouble. The little lady is about to engage us in a snowball fight. Fred casually drew out his wand while maintaining a light-hearted tone. George, does she always get this angry? George echoed in an equally nonchalant manner. Harry, no, she never gets angry, but during our first class with Lockhart, she controlled an entire classroom of Cornish pixies without even using her wand. This caused the four boys to momentarily freeze. As Lostt tilted her head, the battle was imminent. The next moment erupted into a flurry of snowballs flying back and forth, with Lostt casting protective armor on the snowmen, fighting valiantly against four opponents. Hermione, initially reluctant to join, found the intensity of the battle too compelling and ultimately allied with Lostt. The six of them engaged in fierce combat in one corner of the yard, culminating in the boys being completely buried in snow, transforming them into four remarkably realistic snowmen, signaling the girls' victory. Fortunately, the protective armor had been timely cast, sparing the remaining snowmen and the ice sculpture from damage. Lostt diligently completed all her envisioned creations, finally transforming each into the likeness of an ice sculpture, feeling a deep sense of satisfaction as she concluded her work. Hermione, you went to such great lengths. Yet you allowed them to remain like this? Hermione remarked, gazing at the ice sculptures that resembled true works of art. Harry, at least you should sign it. Harry pointed to the base Lostt had thoughtfully crafted. Lostt pondered with her arms crossed, and ultimately, under everyone's encouragement, scrawled a hasty inscription in the corner. The next day, every student passing the courtyard beheld the exquisite statues, a neatly crafted base inscribed with the name of Hogwarts, adorned with the house crest. 5 ice sculptures stood proudly. Professor Flitwick with a soaring eagle on his arm, Professor Sprout cradling a badger peeking out, Professor McGonagall with a majestic lion behind her, Professor Snape flanked by a large serpent, and at the center, Professor Dumbledore, with a beautiful phoenix perched on his shoulder. In the lower right corner of this masterpiece, a hastily written line read, "Stray lamb find a home here." This artwork not only captivated all who beheld it, but was also magically preserved by Professor Dumbledore himself, remaining unscathed by wind or snow, and it was said that it finally melted come spring. But that was a tale for another time. Lostt stood amidst the crowd of onlookers, once again feeling as if she were on public trial. Ron, I told you, you should have signed your name. Hermione, Lostt is not like you. Ron, she has no interest in such accolades. The two engaged in a quiet debate, while Lostt continued to gaze at the ice sculptures. Harry could not help but softly inquire what was troubling her, to which she merely shook her head, indicating nothing was amiss. She could not reveal that she had overheard someone lamenting. It was peculiar, though each sculpture was lifelike. Professor Snape's seemed as if he might truly open his mouth to scold someone. Hermione, Lostt, did you add some sort of magic? Lostt turned to face Hermione, who had concluded her argument, raising an eyebrow. Hermione, even though you crafted each one beautifully, there is something particularly unsettling about Professor Snape's. It feels as though merely looking at it sends chills down my spine. Lostt, perhaps it's because I see him so often. Like that time outside the Quidditch pitch. Lostt lied effortlessly. Chapter 60, Christmas Gifts, More Than One. As the Christmas holidays approached, anticipation filled the air. The professors looked forward to the break when the children could return home, granting them a reprieve, while the students eagerly awaited the holiday to relieve the tension and heavy workload momentarily. During this time, Lostt was particularly busy. Hermione's polyjuice potion was nearing its final stages, a time fraught with potential mishaps, and she felt a tinge of anxiety. As for Lostt, she was primarily concerned about other matters, such as her Christmas gift. Though she had begun preparations since the day the idea struck her, the gift indeed posed certain challenges, primarily due to its time-consuming nature. The Forbidden Forest was vast. She had exhausted all her luck by managing to walk out before her disappearance was discovered. However, she steadfastly continued with her plans. Yet, history's lessons always reminded Lostt that when everything seemed to align with her desires, unforeseen circumstances would inevitably arise, much like the present situation. After class, Draco stood up and tugged at her sleeve, clearly indicating his reluctance to let her leave. Lostt raised an eyebrow and ultimately sat back down. Only then did Draco clear his throat twice and seriously extend an invitation. Lostt, are you implying that Mr. Malfoy wishes for me to be a guest at Malfoy Manor during the Christmas holiday? Lostt raised her eyebrow, her tone tinged with surprise. Draco nodded earnestly. Draco, indeed. My father mentioned this to me. Here is his letter, along with the invitation. Draco extracted 2 envelopes from between his textbooks. Lostt observed the lengthy correspondence, the elegant script, and the unsealed invitation that exuded opulence. She inwardly scoffed at how someone could be more stubborn than her. After all, Snape had already declined twice, yet still remained undeterred. Of course, it was possible to leave school during the Christmas holiday, but it seemed Lucius had found his opportunity. Lostt realized she had been remiss. She leaned against the edge of the table and diligently read through the letter, while Draco stood nearby, arms crossed, awaiting her response. Draco, so will you go? Draco did not appear particularly hopeful. Lostt raised an eyebrow. Draco typically rushed home to enjoy the life of a young master. Was it because she was going that he seemed disinterested, or was there another reason? Lostt, you won't be going home this holiday? She ventured a guess. Draco, no. My father has instructed me to remain at school. Lostt, is it because of the Chamber of Secrets? Draco, Draco averted his gaze, seemingly indifferent to Lost's response. Yet he glanced in her direction once she lowered her head. Lostt, then please convey to Mr. Malfoy my sincere gratitude for the invitation, but regrettably, I have decided to stay at school to study during the Christmas holiday, so I may not be able to attend. Lostt finalized her response. Studying was merely an excuse. Her primary intention was to remain and engage with Snape regarding dark magic. Additionally, she recalled that Hermione's polyjuice potion would soon be completed, and where there was excitement, she would prefer to witness it firsthand. Although Lucius's invitation was indeed tempting, She had some matters she wished to discuss with him. However, Snape had cautioned her against getting too close to Lucius. Attending the invitation alone, without Draco, clearly seemed too intimate. The situation could be aptly summed up as a mix of joy for some and sorrow for others. Although Lostt and Draco could both envision that Lucius's mood would likely not be favorable, their own spirits were visibly high. Amidst Loster's bustling efforts, she successfully prepared all the necessary gifts before Christmas, though it meant that her house elf, Helsin, had to toil at home for quite some time, yet the outcome was favorable. Like the previous year, Snape announced on the last day before the holiday that they could rest during the break and need not come to the office, even promising to help wrap up the polyjuice potion, leaving Lostt so astonished that she almost approached him to inquire if he had inadvertently consumed a polyjuice potion himself, only to be dismissed due to her overly evident expression. And poor Finn found himself facing the most arduous night of the year. Last time, he only had to deliver one gift, but this time, Lostt had sent out quite a few, making it a challenging task for the owl that had been idle for a year, now forced to work through the entire night. All the gifts were delivered successfully, lifting Lost's spirits. Before heading to bed, she briefly contemplated whether to send a gift to Riddle, but after much deliberation, she pondered what she could offer the diary. A brand new cover, perhaps? Unlike last year, this time she awoke early, her eyes fluttering open in the dim light of dawn. Finn, who had been busy all night, had not even managed to return to his cage, and the owl had simply nestled at the foot of her bed, eyes shut. Lostt quietly slipped out of bed, opened her diary, and sent a blessing to her senior from 50 years ago. This is already a gift. Merry Christmas, Lostt. A splendid day began with the speaking riddle, as Lostt donned her familiar black attire, well suited for messes, and cheerfully made her way to the common room. She effortlessly located the large gift box from the house elf. Rather than a gift, Lostt felt it should be termed luggage. Inside were a new notebook, several potion books that appeared significantly more challenging than the previous ones, some clothing, and a letter of apology signed by Helsin and Hershin. Curious, Lostt opened the letter, which rambled on about various matters, ultimately summarizing that they had concealed certain things at the behest of Lost's parents, which they could not disclose. Hence, they were apologizing to her, and the truth would only come to light 5 years later, serving as a graduation gift. In other words, if she wished to uncover the truth, she would have to rely on herself or wait until she came of age. However, this was not contradictory. She could gradually investigate until adulthood, but if she could discover it on her own, that would be preferable, lest she feel as though she had been outdone by her unseen parents. The Malfoys were indeed a stubborn lot. Sitting on the floor, Lostt leisurely unwrapped the other gifts. Harry had gifted her a brand new set of potion tools, while she had given him a set of her own potion notes, highly targeted and beginning with the basics. Hermione had gifted her a set of stationery, complete with a new quill and various colored inks. If her memory served her correctly, Hermione's was actually a notebook, albeit a more advanced version. In terms of price, Lostt consistently prioritized sentiment, though there was also the fundamental issue of being financially constrained. Ron's gift, along with those from Mrs. Weasley and the twins, were all packed together, 3 boxes labeled with the Weasley name. Lostt could only gamble on her luck. And as soon as she opened the packaging, a springing clown head startled her considerably. It was immediately obvious who had sent it. Glancing at the card inside the box, she read, "Mischief managed." Initially, she regretted sending them those potions whose effects she was uncertain about, but now it seemed she should have sent them several more. The remaining 2 boxes were easy to unwrap. One contained a scarf, akin to a sweater, stitched with a large L, undoubtedly from Mrs. Weasley. As for what to send Mrs. Weasley, Lostt could not conceive, ultimately resorting to asking Hershin to personally deliver meals to the Weasley household over the next few days. Ron's gift was a chocolate cauldron. Lostt stared at the cauldron for a long time before solemnly bringing it back to her dormitory to place on her desk, even stacking several charms atop it to prevent it from melting or spoiling. Thank Merlin, and poor Gryffindor. Her gift for Ron was the simplest and most straightforward, a seemingly ordinary box that, when opened, would spring forth a 4-layer cake, sure to enliven the Gryffindor common room. Lostt waved her wand to tidy up the discarded gift wrappings and discovered she had overlooked 2 beautiful boxes, both signed by Malfoy. Lostt, she had not anticipated receiving gifts from that family, and she hesitated to confirm the recipient's identity. After repeatedly verifying that the recipient was Draco, she settled into a chair to unwrap the gifts, needing no mental effort to discern which Malfoys they were. Even the handwriting made it clear which was her classmate and which was her elder. The gift sent by Lucius was a necklace, its sapphire mirroring the hue of Lostt's eyes almost perfectly. The design was minimalist, yet the intricate patterns and the gem's luster hinted at its considerable worth, suggesting that it was a thoughtfully crafted present. She found herself at a loss for how to reciprocate. After all, the Krakow family could hardly compare to the Malfoys in terms of wealth and connections, even after 2 decades of endeavor. Within the box, there was also a handwritten note from Lucius. Draco has already informed me of your intentions. This is a token of gratitude for your assistance to Draco. Please accept it graciously. Lucius Malfoy. In essence, it conveyed that there was no need for a return gift, and Lostt sighed in relief, finding a way to extricate herself from the obligation. The second box was clearly the handiwork of Draco. Its packaging was rather exquisite, yet it was unlikely to have been crafted by the young master himself. As Lostt contemplated this, she opened the box and gasped at the sight of the deep blue gem languidly nestled inside. Ultimately, she closed the lid with a smile, reflecting, "It's wonderful to be wealthy." Chapter 61. Must Christmas be so boisterous? To her surprise, Lostt did not encounter Harry and the others in the Great Hall. Perhaps she had risen too early, or they were still preoccupied with their Christmas surprise. After enjoying a hearty meal, she returned to her dormitory and fortuitously bumped into Draco. "Happy Christmas, Malfoy," Lostt greeted, her spirits high, her tone unusually gentle, while the freshly awoken young master appeared less haughty than usual. "Happy Christmas, Krakow," Draco replied. After exchanging pleasantries, Lostt turned to head towards the dormitory, but paused halfway down the corridor to poke her head back out. "The gift is splendid. I truly adore it. I hope you will enjoy mine as well. Wishing you a wonderful day," she added, not waiting for Draco's response before retreating to her room. She had prepared a gift for Draco too, having deliberated on whether or not to present it. However, since she had already received his gift that morning, she decided to leave hers in the common room. Although the Krakow family lacked substantial wealth, as Harson would say, the estate left by the Krakows was invaluable, a veritable treasure trove of assets. Lostt recalled finding a pair of emeralds during her childhood, which she had carelessly discarded into a box and subsequently shoved into a drawer, as their color did not appeal to her. Harson had rummaged through the house for quite some time before uncovering the box from the bookshelf. Fortunately, the box remained intact, and the contents were unharmed. A little elf and a young wizard spent a considerable time in the dormitory fashioning those gems into cufflinks, adding several protective charms against magic, until they deemed the piece worthy of the young lord from a pureblood family. Yet, Lostt still intended to avoid witnessing him unwrap her gift in person. Her knowledge of gemstones was limited, and she would be unsure whether to nod or shake her head in response to any expert commentary he might offer. The entire morning was spent organizing the multitude of gifts within her dormitory, sorting them to their rightful places. Once everything was in order, she nestled into a chair with the new books Harson had sent her and began to delve into them. It wasn't until hunger struck that she realized she had missed lunch, but she could still make it for dinner if she left now. While searching for a seat, she spotted Hermione and slipped into a chair behind her. "Happy Christmas, Harry, Ron, Hermione. Though it's a bit late to say it, I hope you all enjoy your gifts," Lostt said, deftly popping a small cake into her mouth as she finished her sentence. "Happy Christmas, Lostt. Your notes have been incredibly helpful," Harry replied. "Happy Christmas, Lostt. Thank you for your notes. However, Ron's gift made us clean up all morning," Hermione added. "But I think the cake is truly delicious. I'm a fan of chocolate." "Oh, happy Christmas, Lostt. Did you receive Mum's gift?" Ron chimed in, still carrying a hint of chocolate's aroma. Lostt surmised that Ron had been the most affected by the cake. "But that was all right since it was Ron. I did receive it. Please thank Mrs. Weasley for me, and I hope she enjoys my gift too." Lostt acknowledged with a nod. "You sent a gift to Ron's mother too?" Harry asked, a mixture of surprise and curiosity evident in his voice. "Mother sent a letter around noon. She was very grateful and said that Harson is undoubtedly the most polite and capable little elf she has ever encountered," Ron revealed. Answering Harry's question, Harry exchanged glances with Ron and then with Lostt, exclaiming, "Wow. Enough about me. Let us talk about you. What are those 2 little cakes in your pocket, Hermione?" Lostt redirected the conversation back to her curiosity. "Oh, yes, we have some important business to attend to. The polyjuice potion is nearly ready, but we still need some items belonging to the people you wish to transform into," Hermione explained, her voice lowered. "Crabbe and Goyle," Harry interjected. "We also need to ensure that while impersonating Malfoy, the real Crabbe and Goyle don't intrude," Hermione added. "How do we do that?" Ron asked, furrowing his brow in genuine confusion. Lostt observed the 2 cakes Hermione had produced and suddenly realized their purpose. "But why not simply knock them out? I've already thought it through. I've added some sleeping draft to these cakes, simple, yet potent. Once they fall asleep, we can stash them in the broom cupboard. Pull a few strands of their hair and switch into their clothes," Hermione explained, her urgency palpable as she prepared to leave. Ron and Harry exchanged glances, contemplating the plan while Ron asked, "So she never considered pulling your hair directly?" Ron turned to Lostt, who blinked innocently in response. "Trust me, it was for the best that she didn't tea," Lostt replied. Harry and Ron exchanged one last look before hurrying off with the 2 little cakes. Just as Lostt had arrived, she, on the other hand, felt no urgency at all. After satisfying her hunger, she returned to the Slytherin common room. Initially, she had intended to visit Snape, but her curiosity about the polyjuice potion's effects prevailed, and she ultimately decided to witness the unfolding drama first. "Please, make yourselves comfortable," Draco said. Lostt could not recall when she had dozed off on the couch, but she was roused by Draco's voice. Stretching lazily, she acclimated to the abrupt awakening while listening to the conversation. "The Weasleys are nothing like pure bloods. Their impoverished appearance is truly disgraceful for the wizarding community," Draco declared, his disdain evident. Lostt felt as though she had been directly addressed, yet remembering that the Krakow family was not pure blood either. She found solace in her circumstances and relaxed back against the armrest of the sofa. "What is wrong with you?" Draco inquired, turning to Crabbe. "My stomach hurts," came the response. Lostt lifted her head at the familiar voice, realizing it was not Crabbe's, but rather Ron's. How had he managed to infiltrate so seamlessly? "The Daily Prophet hasn't even reported on the school's attack. I suspect Dumbledore is trying to suppress the news," Draco continued. The father often lamented that the greatest misfortune of this school was the presence of Dumbledore as its headmaster. At long last, Lostt had mustered the resolve to sit upright from her cozy nook, only to be startled by a sudden outburst. "You are mistaken. Harry, oh Harry, when will you learn to remain composed?" In the prolonged silence, Lostt discerned the sound of fabric rustling, prompting her to straighten up and lean against the back of the sofa, observing the spectacle unfolding not far away. Draco exclaimed, "What? Do you believe there is anyone worse than Dumbledore here?" The gradually rising intonation and elevated pitch unmistakably conveyed the young gentleman's inherent skepticism. Lostt pondered whether to intervene, yet as she descended from the sofa and took but a few steps, she overheard Harry's own retort. "Harry Potter?" Lostt could not suppress a chuckle, stifling it with great effort. However, the unusual sound drew the attention of the trio, and she ultimately found herself embroiled in the commotion. "I believe you are entirely correct," Lostt asserted, and, now that her presence was acknowledged, she allowed herself to genuinely laugh, sauntering over to the side of the sofa with her hands clasped behind her back. "Crabbe?" Draco seemed taken aback by Lost's sudden appearance, momentarily choking on his words as he recalled his previous comments regarding poverty and disgrace. The young master's silence and stiffness were painfully evident. With a mere glance at Snape's face, Lostt could easily surmise his thoughts. "Good evening, Malfoy. Do you fancy my gift?" Lostt casually released her hold and flopped onto the sofa, mirroring the carefree demeanor Draco had displayed earlier. Noticing the curious gazes of Crabbe and Goyle, Draco naturally adjusted his tone. "Not bad." He recalled the cufflinks, crafted from undeniably high-quality gemstones, albeit with a somewhat crude craftsmanship that bore the hallmark of a handmade product, carefully engraved with the initials DM. Reflecting on the circumstances of the Malfoy household and the busy demeanor Lostt had exhibited over the past few days, it was evident that the girl had made them herself. He felt a swell of satisfaction, not merely content, but rather smug. "By the way, what were you discussing? What have you reached so far? I wish to listen." Lostt had not forgotten her initial intention of enjoying the spectacle. "We were discussing how Harry Potter is worse than Dumbledore," Goyle replied, his tone tinged with a hint of frustration that was subtly masked by the descending intonation. "Well said, Goyle. You are absolutely correct," Draco remarked, as if recalling the earlier topic, his tone and demeanor shifting dramatically, contrasting sharply with his demeanor when conversing with Lostt. Leaning languidly against the sofa, Lostt wore a contented smile, buoyed by Draco's affirmation and Harry's self-deprecation. This lively exchange was indeed a fortuitous encounter. "St. Potter. Does everyone genuinely believe he is the heir of Slytherin? Why must I always be referenced?" The true heir of Slytherin, currently in possession of the title, found himself suddenly devoid of mirth. "Then you must know who the mastermind behind it all is," Goyle interjected. As Draco turned, Lostt had returned to her usual self, reclining languidly on the sofa, occupying his space with a relaxed posture. Draco navigated around the crowded sofa, casually placing his hands in his pockets as he approached a nearby table, resting his hands upon its surface while seated. "You are aware I do not know Goyle. I mentioned this to you yesterday. How many times must I repeat myself?" Draco shrugged, his tone tinged with impatience. "However, my father did inform me that the Chamber of Secrets was opened 50 years ago. He refused to disclose who was responsible, only stating that the individual was expelled. The last time the chamber was opened, a mudblood perished. Thus, it is only a matter of time before tragedy strikes again, for my part. I hope it is Granger who meets her end." Reclining on the sofa, Lostt felt at ease, cognizant that she possessed more knowledge than those present, including the fact that it was Riddle who had opened the chamber, and that Hagrid was the one expelled. However, the revelation of a death during the last incident was something Riddle had never mentioned. It appeared that not only Hagrid but also Riddle had withheld the complete truth from her. Why do intelligent individuals always speak in half-truths? As for the so-called hope that Granger would die, Lostt felt no concern, for she knew that no one would perish this time. Nevertheless, she indeed needed to inquire with Riddle regarding the matter of the deceased mudblood. Ron, irked by this statement, was fortunately restrained by Harry's quick reflexes, while Draco's face was etched with confusion. "What is wrong with you two? You seem rather peculiar." "It's because he has an upset stomach," Goyle replied. While not a particularly good excuse, it sufficed to deflect attention at that moment. However, the effects of the polyjuice potion were time-sensitive. As the scar revealed itself and the familiar red hair made its appearance, Lostt gestured toward the large door, prompting Harry and Ron to turn and flee. "Hey, where are you two going?" Draco called. "Perhaps to find the restroom? Did you not mention a stomachache?" Lostt replied with a laugh, responding casually. Chapter 62. Truth? Sincerity? Questions abound. This farce concluded with the genuine return of Goyle and Crabbe, and Lostt was in no hurry to retire to her dormitory. Instead, she engaged in conversation with Draco in the common room, discussing topics related to Harry, the Weasleys, Hermione, and subtly steering the discussion toward the Chamber of Secrets. "So, Mr. Malfoy, you are aware that someone opened the chamber, and you even know who it is?" Lostt feigned nonchalance, continuing the conversation. "Just as I mentioned earlier, he knows a mudblood died, and someone was expelled, but he did not divulge any more information," Draco responded. Lostt unconsciously began to rub her fingers together, nodding along while contemplating just how much Riddle had concealed from her. They ultimately concluded their discussion and retired early to rest. Upon returning to her dormitory, Lostt retrieved the notebook and, using the feather quill Hermione had recently gifted her, began to write on the blank page. "Why did you not mention that someone died when the chamber was opened?" Riddle took an unusually long time to reply, leading Lostt to believe he was deliberating. Perhaps because there were significant matters intertwined within this revelation. "Indeed, a student perished. A mudblood? Did you kill them?" "Yes." This response came swiftly, and Riddle's candor left Lostt feeling somewhat hesitant. Leaning back in her chair, she gently swayed the quill in her hand, gazing out the window, where only the inky blackness of the lake was visible, obscuring the sky. She could not help but click her tongue in frustration. As a child, sleeplessness often plagued her due to anxiety. She lacked the memories that Hagrid spoke of, and the prophecies she possessed could not be shared with anyone. She found herself trapped in a state of absurd bewilderment, feeling as though she did not belong in this world. During those times, the only solace came from the starry sky outside, where she found peace in the stillness of the profound darkness. Regrettably, stars were nowhere to be seen here. Rising from her seat, Lostt donned her robe, clutching the diary and a pen as she exited the dormitory. Her wand was tucked into the inner pocket of her clothing. She no longer needed to fear Filch, as her real concerns lay with the overly enthusiastic professors. Yet, it seemed that Merlin was particularly benevolent toward her this night, for she encountered no one on her winding path to the rooftop terrace, where she was greeted by the long-missed sight of the stars. The rooftop was frigid, yet Lostt sat directly on the ground, exhaling deeply as she tilted her head to gaze at the stars. After enduring the biting wind for a considerable time, she felt as though she had regained her senses. She picked up her pen once more. "Why?" This was an impolite inquiry, tinged with an intrusive quality, somewhat offensive. Yet Lostt still posed the question. "For the task I intend to undertake." Her heart began to race with fervor as anticipation built within her, envisioning countless possibilities. Infinite tales woven with love and enmity, only to gradually regain her composure upon witnessing the answer. Did you ultimately succeed? The ink left its mark upon the paper, and Lostt felt as if the act of asking this question rendered her excessively callous. Should she not be interrogating? Interrogating Riddle. Questioning what deeds necessitated the taking of a life. If the only route to achieve one's goals lay in murder, why embark upon the endeavor at all? If one were to slay the innocent for their aspirations, what then? In an instant, Lostt felt as if she had plunged into an icy abyss. Acutely aware that this horrifying thought had taken root in her mind, for her goals, even if it meant taking another's life, even if it was an innocent. What of it? I succeeded. She lowered her head, belatedly acknowledging the answer, her breath quickening once again. She needed to divert her attention. Who was the deceased? You already possess an answer, do you not? There are not many ghosts in school who don the uniform. Myrtle. Lostt had encountered that girl. As fate would have it, she had never seen Myrtle when she ventured alone, but had chanced upon her alongside Harry and the others, spotting that girl clad in uniform. Adorned with glasses, that was the muggle-born student whom Riddle had slain. But for what purpose did he kill her? He claimed it was for what he intended to accomplish. What was it that he sought? What was the culmination of sacrificing another? Lost's thoughts became a whirlwind. Yet her wildly beating heart offered her an answer as her gaze fell upon the diary. He knew everything. He was a true fragment of Riddle. That living Riddle had left a part of himself within this diary. The price was the life of another. Lostt had never felt so close to the truth. But before she could fully grasp it, she realized she had grown somewhat numb. Her fingers could barely hold the pen, rigid and unyielding, trembling as they traced meaningless dots upon the blank page. "Are you afraid, Lostt?" Lostt blinked, and with trembling hands, she inscribed 2 words in the notebook, then crossed out the former with a single line. Afraid. Surprised. Alas, she could no longer remain here, for she could not muster the strength to write the next word. She closed the notebook and nearly crawled to her feet. It was not just her hands that had grown numb. Her legs were tinged with a similar sensation. Yet the deeper chill seemed to emanate from within her very being. Summoning the disillusionment charm, she found solace in the clarity of her incantation despite her trembling hands. She navigated her way down, evading Filch, gradually making her way back to the dormitory. In the pitch-black corridor, Lostt unexpectedly recalled the man who would lead the way before her. She yearned to see Snape, yet she had no idea what she would say upon encountering him. Should she confess, "Yes, I did all of this. I deceived Ginny into handing me a diary that houses a basilisk. He taught me how to open the Chamber of Secrets and unleash the serpent. I complied with him because it was exhilarating. Now I've discovered this person has taken a life, yet what terrifies me is not his act of murder or my misdeed, but rather that I feel he has done nothing wrong. I have come to realize that Dumbledore's concerns for me were not unfounded. I truly am not quite right. Oh, and by the way, this diary came from your dear friend Lucius." Huh. Every word absurd and incredulous. Lostt. Huh. Lostt, you are indeed remarkable. Living up to the name of the Malfoy lineage. You dare to roam at night, bold and reckless. A fool who runs amok in a perilous school, standing on the rooftop, buffeted by the wind like a simpleton. She relentlessly mocked herself in Snape's tone, finding a semblance of comfort in the notion that Snape was somehow with her in spirit. But why? Why did she wish for Snape to be by her side? Because she liked him. Lostt knew the answer all too well, though it was an unfamiliar feeling. Could affection truly be magnified in such a manner? She had liked many things before, yet never had that fondness overwhelmed her so completely. Perhaps it was because Snape was different. He deserved a unique kind of affection. Ultimately, Lostt made her way back to the dormitory through the darkness, having walked for what felt like an eternity. Yet she found her way back, just as she had every time before, clasping her hands together, murmuring a heartfelt invocation. "Lostt, thank you, Professor Snape, for your protection." She lowered her hands, straightened herself, uttered the password, and stepped into the dormitory, entirely oblivious to the dark shadow lurking behind her. Lostt was never favored by Merlin, yet someone watched over her. Chapter 63. Illness comes like a mountain. This was hardly an opportune moment for a visit, regardless of the perspective one chose to adopt. Attempting to enter Snape's office would be less fruitful than approaching Dumbledore's. At least for now. Lostt sat in the Slytherin common room, in a prolonged silence. Having remained there since returning in the dead of night, before a warm fire that seemed incapable of thawing the chill that had seeped into her bones. Perhaps it was because this coldness rose from the very depths of her heart, coursing through her veins, embedding itself in her bones, etching itself into her soul. This was an alien sensation, as if another voice resided within her mind, as if her body possessed a second heartbeat, infinitely similar yet distinctly different. Lostt could hear 2 small voices quarreling within her head. One posed a cold, indifferent question. "Are you ready to give up now? Will you bow down to all of this? Do you desire nothing at all? Will you forsake everything you have sought, all your efforts, for a vacuous notion of undefined light and justice?" The other voice roared in retort. "But what if you truly are the kind of person Dumbledore fears? What if you are akin to that Voldemort? If wanton slaughter is not acknowledged as wrong, if the loss of life fails to evoke any emotion, then how are you to discern right from wrong? If the sacrifices of others can be countenanced, what distinguishes you from all of this, from Dumbledore or Voldemort?" She could not abide the notion that Harry's heroism was built upon a list of the dead. Could she truly accept that Riddle's success was founded upon Myrtle's life? Lostt found herself ensnared in a web of contradiction and hesitation, as if she were sinking into a mire of self-doubt. "Draco Clark?" His voice, hoarse yet tinged with youthful curiosity, broke through her reverie. Lostt was momentarily pulled back by that voice. With a stiff movement, her body, now entirely numb, sluggishly turned to face him. It was Draco, appearing as though he had just awoken, his brow furrowed in concern as he regarded her. "Draco Clark? Can you hear me?" Lostt blinked slowly, nodding her head. Yet she could discern the distrust etched upon his features, so she endeavored to reassure him. "Lostt, I am fine." But the sound that escaped her lips was hoarse, imbued with profound exhaustion. Draco appeared increasingly anxious. The boy's brows were nearly knitted together in worry as he approached, seizing the exposed part of Lost's arm as if grasping a piece of burning coal, causing her to instinctively flinch and release her hold. Once he regained composure, he reached for Lost's forehead, which felt even hotter. "Draco, you're ill. Come, we must go to the hospital wing." Lostt remained unresponsive. No wonder she felt muddled. It was not the chill that clouded her mind, but rather the fever. She sat there, motionless, as Draco tugged at her arm in an attempt to help her rise. But after hours of being immobile, her legs faltered before her onerous resolve. Lostt briefly straightened, only to collapse to her knees moments later. The sound of her knees striking the floor echoing painfully. Draco was now fully alert, half kneeling as he shook Lostt, who furrowed her brow and raised a hand as if to stop him, yet it lacked strength, merely resting on his wrist before falling limp. That hand even hotter than his. Draco Clark. Clark, stay awake. Stand up. This was the first time Lostt witnessed the young masteress panic. As she was pulled to her feet, she realized Draco possessed considerable strength. Nevertheless, she had not lost her autonomy entirely. She allowed him to assist her towards the exit. Though the direction was incorrect, it was not towards the hospital wing. She knew this path through the school so well that she could traverse it with her eyes closed. Lostt, this way, Professor Snape. She attempted to alert Draco to his misdirection, but he merely nodded. Draco, this way, Professor Snape must be nearby. I'll take you to him. How unfortunate to encounter him at the most inopportune moment, in the most disheveled state. The office's occupant was indeed present, yet before receiving permission, Draco barged through the door, calling out before Snape could even respond. Draco, Professor Snape. Clark. She. Lostt squinted at the urgent call beside her. Bursting in without knocking would surely infuriate Snape. Imagining the glare that might be directed at them, and the abrupt silence that fell as Draco halted his voice. She felt a slight urge to laugh, yet she did not truly laugh. A gust of wind swept by, and darkness enveloped her vision. She felt a hand on her forehead, a cool palm, somewhat rough and large, easily obstructing her sight. The familiar sense of ink and parchment mingled with the fragrances of herbs, evoking the presence of one particular individual, the master of this office. Supported by that hand, she was effortlessly lifted, as if she had fallen upon something, a sensation entirely foreign to her. She felt as if she were being cradled, her legs drawn up. An unfamiliar position, yet strangely imbued with a sense of safety. Lostt realized she was dulled by the potent scent of potions surrounding him, overwhelming to the point that it felt as if she were a substance steeping in a cauldron. She had never been this close to him, close enough to hear the steady thump of his heartbeat. Is a human's heartbeat normally so rapid and strong? Snape, what is the matter with her? Snape moved with an urgency akin to flight, yet his tone remained unwaveringly calm, as Draco struggled to keep pace. Draco, I don't know. She seemed fine when I saw her before curfew last night. This morning, I found her sitting in front of the fireplace. I thought she was asleep, but she was completely still, like a statue. I tried to rouse her, but she didn't respond. When I got her to stand, she just collapsed. Her voice is hoarse, but she seems aware enough to know the way to your office. Breathless, Draco endeavored to articulate everything he could recall. Astonished by his own capacity for speech and stamina, they arrived at the hospital wing, where Madame Pomfrey took over the silent girl who had not uttered a word all the way there. Snape expertly began searching for potions, while Draco, still trying to catch his breath, approached the bedside, gazing at the girl. In his memory, Lostt was always vibrant, possessing a confidence that was not arrogance, humble yet polite. His father had always advised him to foster a good relationship with her, hoping they might become friends or partners. Yet now, that typically lively girl lay like a doll, her eyes wide open but unfocused, staring vacantly at the ceiling, lost in thought. Madame Pomfrey approached with the potion, but Lostt merely flicked her gaze in that direction, refusing to speak, drink, or sleep. Madame Pomfrey, Lostt, open your mouth. You must take the potion to get better. Be a good girl. This is medicine. But they remained at an impasse. Even as the cup was presented to her lips, she would not part her mouth. Snape was drawn to the standoff, his expression dark and foreboding, as if the very air around him chilled. Draco instinctively stepped back. Snape, I'll handle this. Snape's mood had reached a peak of severity as he took the cup from Madame Pomfrey's hands and lifted the feverish girl. As the cup approached her lips, Snape was about to speak when Lostt blinked, opened her mouth, and grasped the cup, slowly consuming every last drop of the potion. Snape observed the now empty cup in his hand, awkwardly retracting it, and Lostt flopped back onto the bed, still refusing to close her eyes, merely gazing at the ceiling. Lost in her thoughts. Snape, close your eyes, Clark, unless you wish for another dose of potion. His voice seemed to trigger something within her, and Lostt obediently shut her eyes. Before long, her breathing became slow and steady. Draco, Professor Snape. Draco tentatively ventured, taking a couple of steps forward to position himself for support, but Snape did not acknowledge him. Snape, you did well, Draco. Now return to rest. Madame Pomfrey and I will take care of the rest. Draco dared not test Snape's limits at that moment, retreating with lingering glances back at the hospital wing. He saw Snape standing motionless, arms crossed, a cold expression etched on his face, yet he remained beside the bed, his gaze unwavering. Chapter 64. trust. Lostt was shrouded in a deep slumber, her dreams a kaleidoscope of past moments, both joyful and sorrowful, as if someone were helping her review her life thus far. She recalled the argument of two voices, both hers and yet not hers. She was a student of magic, not pathology. She could not comprehend it. Now, with a calm mind, she found it rather noisy. Both voices were. Lostt did not sleep well, yet upon awakening, she found no trace of twilight. Turning her head, she beheld the hanging moon and a sky full of stars. How splendid! Slowly blinking, she marveled at how she had managed to sleep through an entire day and a daze while admiring the starry sky. Her body felt even more fatigued than before. Breathing was somewhat labored. The vile-tasting potion had been effective. She no longer felt cold, merely drained. Then came the thirst, from the time before until now. Aside from that potion, she had consumed nothing. Lostt instinctively licked her parched lips, retracting her gaze to behold a shadowy figure standing by the bedside. A glass of water extended toward her. After a brief moment of contemplation, a smile unexpectedly graced her lips. "Merry Christmas, Professor Snape," she greeted, realizing that perhaps that was not the most appropriate opening line. Yet, upon seeing him, her heart and mind were instantly cleared of all else, and an inexplicable joy surged through her being. Snape seemed poised to speak, but confronted by the pale visage illuminated by moonlight, that radiant smile, and those eyes shimmering with starlight, he found himself utterly speechless. With great effort, Lostt managed to sit up, pressing the pillow against her back as she leaned against the headboard, cradling the cup of warm water as though it were a lifeline. Snape stood silently with his arms crossed, and as Lostt looked up at him, she sensed he was awaiting an explanation. Their gazes interlocked, and his brow furrowed even deeper. Snape opened his mouth, diving straight into the matter at hand. "What did you do last night?" Lostt had been awake while Draco conversed with Snape, and as she licked her lips slowly, she weighed her words, contemplating deeply. When she finally attempted to speak, it felt as though her throat had been constricted, rendering her voiceless. She recalled this sensation. It always emerged when she tried to articulate the prophecy. Forbidden to be seen, forbidden to be spoken. Noticing her unease, Snape's gaze remained fixed upon her face. With an audible sigh, Lostt shifted the topic. "I slipped out to stargaze after curfew last night. On the rooftop terrace." She was still clad in the outer garment from the previous night, and indeed, it felt as if her mind had been whisked away by a giant. Pondering the meaning of life on the terrace in such attire, it was fortunate she had not turned into an ice sculpture. "When I was a child, I would gaze at the stars when I couldn't sleep. The Slytherin dormitory is beneath the lake, dark and silent, but the stars are nowhere to be seen." Snape quipped. "Does Miss Krakow still require bedtime stories at this age?" His teasing tone was unmistakable, yet Lostt felt no embarrassment. Instead, she couldn't help but chuckle softly. The empty cup was taken from her and placed on the table. While Snape's expression remained stern, at least he had ceased to be cold. Retrieving her diary from her pocket, she opened it to reveal its blank pages, displaying the emptiness within to Snape. Then she flipped it back, showcasing a particular name. "The notebook I mentioned is, in fact, a diary, his diary. However, this journal is somewhat different." Lostt felt that explanation would never suffice as proof, and the absurdity of Riddle's matters left her uncertain whether Snape would believe her, as if she were still half asleep. Casting her gaze around, she eventually found a quill on the table. Snape, seemingly enlightened, waved his wand to summon an ink bottle, which he set down before her. Nodding, Lostt dipped the quill in the ink and, under Snape's watchful eyes, inscribed letters upon the blank page. "Perhaps you could share with me the successful parts of your endeavors. What did you accomplish?" Snape raised an eyebrow at her words, though he did not rush to respond. He then observed the line of text vanish, replaced by another, more neatly penned. "Perhaps you recall our first conversation. That little trick, when you killed Myrtle to leave a piece of yourself in this diary. Lostt, you are exceedingly clever. That display was sufficient." Lostt closed the diary and set the quill aside. "As you can see, this is how I glean all my information. The Chamber of Secrets, the basilisk. He revealed it all to me. He is indeed the heir of Slytherin, urging me to unlock the chamber's door and unleash the basilisk, claiming it was all for recognition. To prove himself as the true heir of Slytherin." Lowering her gaze, she began to recount the evidence that could lead to her expulsion 100 times over. "Headmaster Dumbledore has always harbored doubts about me. I am uncertain of the exact reasons, but his suspicions are not entirely unfounded. I told him that I did not petrify those individuals. Something else within the school did. Indeed, it was the basilisk. However, I was the one who opened the chamber, and I released the basilisk, so this is somewhat tied to me. I simply did not provide the complete narrative. Is this not a bit reminiscent of Dumbledore?" Her tone held a subtle nuance, and she offered a self-deprecating chuckle. However, she soon regained her composure, exhaling deeply. "There are matters I must convey to you, Professor Snape." She licked her lips. Snape recognized this as her sign of organizing her thoughts. You should know that when I was 5, I fell ill and lost my memory. Yet upon awakening, I did not know nothing. I became aware of a prophecy. However, I cannot articulate that prophecy. Whenever I attempt to express it, no sound escapes my lips. I have tried to write it down, but others could only decipher jumbled letters, failing to form coherent sentences. For a time, I believed it to be nothing more than a dream, but later I realized it was not. The boy mentioned in that prophecy is Harry Potter. In the first year, Professor Quirrell will bring Voldemort to the school. I know this. In the second year, no one at the school will perish. I know that too. Lostt spoke as though someone were constricting her throat. Snape watched her, wishing to speak, yet no sound emerged from his open mouth, as if he were under some binding curse. Just like that, I know a limited number of things, all of which are intertwined with Hogwarts and you. These events will unfold in the coming years, with the first already realized and the second in progress. I have never disclosed this to Dumbledore, nor do I intend to. Whether he believes it is secondary, I simply feel that if he were to learn of it, it would lead to no good. Snape listened in silence. He did not disbelieve her, yet he found it hard to fully accept such absurdity. Could a child truly glimpse 6 years into the future at the tender age of 5? Not just one event, but a series spanning several years? Even the most gifted wizard could not conjure such a prophecy. Or perhaps this prophecy was not something the child beheld, but rather something conveyed to her by another. Dumbledore had mentioned that the last heir of the Krakow family should know the entire truth. However, Lostt had lost all memory at 5. He could not fathom that a child would possess such an ability. The only remaining possibility lay with her parents. They were the ones orchestrating it all, whether it be the decline of the Krakow line or Lost's lost memories. Lostt remained silent for a considerable time. While Snape may not believe her words, at least he did not deem her insane, which was a positive outcome. She let out a long sigh, unsure how to proceed, ultimately deciding to start from the beginning, plainly stating that her initial intent in coming to Hogwarts was for adventure, and everything she had done since had not strayed from that core desire. In comparison to the prior prophecy, these admissions made it easier for Snape to believe her, for he had come to deeply understand the bold spirit concealed within that small frame. Setting aside past grievances, focusing on the present, she had openly admitted to unlocking the chamber and releasing the basilisk. Did she not care for her own life at all? Why tell me all of this? Snape inquired. Because I trust you, Professor Snape. I believe you are worthy of that trust. The children of the Krakow line possess keen intuition. She bestowed a smile upon Snape, one that was both candid and sincere. Snape, however, averted his gaze from her penetrating eyes and deftly shifted the topic. Snape, that gift, where did you procure it? Lostt, the Forbidden Forest. Caught off guard by the abruptness of her inquiry, Lostt hesitated before uttering the word. This time, Snape's sharp inhalation was distinctly audible. Snape, Miss Krakow. I had presumed you would at least remember the reason behind the forest's ominous name. If discovered, Lostt, I will not be discovered, nor will I lose any points. Snape's gaze suddenly pierced through her like a dagger, causing her to falter momentarily, instinctively revealing more. Lostt, I went alone, without anyone else. I assure you, I will not be seen. Snape, just you? He enunciated each word with deliberate slowness. To prove her point, Lostt quickly replied. Lostt, just me. A silence stretched between them, and Lostt belatedly felt a jolt of realization. What had she just uttered? The Forbidden Forest, alone. With 8-eyed giant spiders. These two phrases together spelled trouble. She had monopolized the danger, compounded by the fact that her head of house was none other than Professor Snape. A far more intimidating keyword. Snape. It seems that 15 inches of reflection has not sufficed for Miss Krakow to remember her year. Lostt lowered her gaze, pouting slightly. She had never anticipated that the gift could become a source of peril. How foolish she had been to deliberate for so long over what to present to Snape. Convinced she needed to put forth genuine effort, yet uncertain of what constituted sufficient sincerity. However, she recalled reading that the venom of the 8-eyed spider was rare and costly due to its difficulty of collection, and that common folk could hardly extract it from such creatures. But who could claim to be unlucky? After all, Hagrid had once raised a giant spider, and Riddle had testified that it was quite likely that the creature had not perished but fled to another location, perhaps the Forbidden Forest. Lostt, unsure, decided to explore on her own, thinking that if she failed to find anything, she could simply seek something else. The vastness of the Forbidden Forest promised a myriad of possibilities. Fortunately, despite her unreliability, Riddle had proven trustworthy. Indeed, there were 8-eyed spiders in the forest, not just one, but an entire clan. Lostt ventured forth daily, slaying one here and capturing another there, painstakingly assembling the gift, the 500 milliliters container concealing the remnants of countless unfortunate spiders. Regrettably, her lack of skill prevented her from extracting the venom alive or cleaning it thoroughly, yet she had managed to compensate for her inadequacies through sheer quantity, elevating the quality through abundance. She believed this would be a gift worthy of Snape. Losst, I was mistaken, Professor Snape. I swear I shall at least bring Hailson next time. Snape's labored breaths prompted Losst to look up in bewilderment. Snape, the recklessness of the Claco family will sooner or later cost you your life, Claco. He spoke through clenched teeth. Yet the girl, for whom he expressed such concern, merely gazed back at him, a mixture of confusion and innocence in her expression. Chapter 65, Confession. Losst, I need to speak with Professor Dumbledore immediately. Snape acquiesced to this unreasonable request, opting to escort her personally. The rationale was simple. The moment Losst landed, she almost collapsed to the ground. Given her current state of distress, Snape felt compelled to adopt a gentler approach, carrying her as he made his way to the headmaster's office. The girl nestled in his arms, tranquil and compliant, clutched her notebook, her eyes sparkling with curiosity as she surveyed her surroundings. Losst, is this how you bring me here? Professor Snape? Her tone brimmed with curiosity. Snape, do you expect me to fetch a carriage for you, Miss Claco? Yet Snape's deliberately frosty retort fell flat. Losst, this is far better than a carriage. I prefer this. She beamed up at Snape, who barely managed to suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. His voice dry. Snape, there shall be no next time. Their arrival was rather late, yet the headmaster of Hogwarts remained awake, appearing unfazed by their unexpected visit. Only upon noticing Losst in Snape's arms did his eyes widen in surprise. Dumbledore, it appears I have indeed missed quite a few tales. Curiosity flickered in Dumbledore's eyes. Yet one protagonist was preoccupied while the other was hardly inclined to divulge anything. Thus, he could only click his tongue in regret. Losst, I apologize for disturbing you at such a late hour, but I have matters to discuss, Professor Dumbledore. Losst was seated in what was nearly her designated chair, and Snape, having set her down, did not withdraw but instead stood silently behind her. Dumbledore observed Losst and, with a wave of his hand, offered a plate, not filled with sweets this time, but with bread. At that moment, Losst realized she was famished. She nodded in gratitude before shoving a piece of bread into her mouth, washing it down with milk, and did not forget to discreetly offer a less sweet morsel to Snape, gently placing it in his palm. Once she had satisfied her hunger, she redirected her focus. Losst, Professor Dumbledore, you must remember a student's name. Riddle, Tom Riddle. Losst cut straight to the chase, causing Dumbledore's smile to fade considerably, his brow furrowing with a hint of wariness. Dumbledore, indeed, he was my student, but I am quite curious as to how you know this name, Losst. Losst retrieved the notebook from her clothing, and Dumbledore accepted it, noting the blank pages within, yet the cover bore unmistakable handwriting, Riddle's own. Losst, this is a notebook I fortuitously acquired, but it actually belongs to Riddle. He left a part of himself within it, at the cost of the Myrtle's demise. 50 years ago, he was the one who opened the Chamber of Secrets and unleashed the basilisk. Hagrid may have raised many dangerous creatures, yet he never caused any fatalities. Lost's expression remained neutral, her tone flat, and she exhaled softly upon finishing her explanation. Losst, he taught me how to unlock the chamber's door, how to release the basilisk, and how to permit the basilisk to petrify others. To prove his identity as Slytherin's heir, the petrified individuals were not my doing, but rather the basilisk's. However, it was indeed under my assistance that it was set free, for all that remains here is merely a diary. Dumbledore fell into a long silence, glancing at the notebook before looking at Snape, who silently nodded in affirmation of Lost's truthfulness. Dumbledore returned the notebook, and Losst tucked it away. Dumbledore, you could have chosen to remain silent. Losst, why did you opt to share this? Losst caressed the surface of the notebook, offering a gentle smile. Yet her eyes betrayed a lack of mirth. Losst, you are hailed as the greatest wizard, Professor Dumbledore. But what lies beneath greatness? What of those shrouded in death and darkness, those lost lives, those unreciprocated feelings? What are they? The price of victory? Or the steps leading the Savior to ascend the ladder of heaven? Dumbledore remained silent, and for a fleeting moment, a shadow of melancholy crossed his features, revealing that he too harbored an unspoken, indelible past. Losst, I am not a great person, Headmaster Dumbledore, nor am I a savior. I do not desire a staircase made of human bones. I do not wish to witness the vibrant lives extinguished. I seek no glory. I merely wish for everyone to survive. My yearning is simple yet profound, to hope that beneath the weight of victory, there lie no scattered bones. This is the meaning I strive for. Losst had never been so candid before Dumbledore or Snape, laying bare her innermost thoughts for them to see. Dumbledore remarked, "It seems you are well versed in many matters, Losst." With a subtle sigh, he leaned back in his chair. Losst replied, "Indeed, but there are things that cannot be spoken. A prophecy, once uttered, becomes reality. I trust you remember this. Therefore, I wish to alter the course of fate before it unfolds, granting the dying a chance to live, allowing those who ought not to perish to remain vibrant." Dumbledore cautioned, "Losst, The world does not accommodate such idealism. Everything comes at a cost. There are no gifts without sacrifice. You yearn for beauty and the resurrection of the dead, but what price are you willing to pay, Lostt? What will you offer in exchange? Dumbledore furrowed his brow, striving to counsel this stubborn yet passionate child. Perhaps her heart was not wicked, but such defiance of nature's laws could easily lead her to become another Tom Riddle. Lostt replied with unwavering resolve, "My everything." She gazed at him, calmly uttering those words. "I would exchange all I possess for the future I envision." The girl, fearless in her convictions, mirrored the image of another he once knew. Dumbledore instinctively turned his gaze to the man standing silently behind her, seamlessly merging with the shadows, his grip on the loaf of bread nearly crushing it into stone. Lostt continued, "I share all of this to ease your mind. Of course, I know you cannot be entirely reassured. Yet, you may trust this. I shall not deceive you. I had no intention of revealing all this, but I have uncovered certain truths, including those concerning Riddle and myself. Thus, I chose to disclose everything to you. In return, I do not expect your trust, but if I must act, I hope you will not impede my efforts." As she fidgeted with her fingers, her speech quickened slightly, a hint of mirth bubbling up from her words. In her eyes, Dumbledore loomed like a formidable force, yet she continually gravitated toward him. The adventurous spirit of the Krakow family was indeed daunting. Lostt asserted, "I will confine the basilisk and ensure that no one perishes this academic year. But I need your promise that you will not hinder or obstruct my actions." She lifted her chin, meeting Dumbledore's gaze. His brow remained furrowed, clearly still apprehensive. Lostt extended her hand toward him. "I can swear to you. I have read of such oaths. Should I betray it, I would perish without your intervention." Dumbledore regarded her outstretched hand and then her earnest eyes, ultimately shaking his head. "But you must at least tell me what you intend to do, Lostt." Lostt replied, "I wish for Harry to encounter the basilisk and Riddle. I need to ascertain whether the prophecy holds true." Dumbledore refrained from binding her to an oath, perhaps still troubled by her intentions, but Lostt hoped the old man would at least grant her a modicum of trust. Otherwise, facing the world alone would be unbearably bleak. Stumbling slightly, she resembled a fawn taking its first steps, while Snape was tasked with escorting her away. As she leaned against his arm, resting her head on his chest, her only thought was how meticulous he was, truly adhering to his word that there would be no second chances. Yet, this position felt oddly more comfortable. As for the potion's master, whose shoulder was gradually stiffening beneath her weight, she remained blissfully oblivious. Chapter 66. On course. Before dawn, Snape returned Lostt to the hospital wing, ensuring she was settled before remaining to observe how she would initiate her plan. Dumbledore had promised Lostt that he would not interfere, a relief that allowed her to breathe easier, and she vowed to protect the boy who had narrowly escaped death should danger arise. However, Snape discerned that the old headmaster intended to tether the two together. Harry required fortification, and Lostt could become a formidable ally in times of peril. Dumbledore's agreement was merely a pretext. The delay served only to elicit a guarantee from Lostt. Moreover, for Dumbledore, having such a vibrant target was a serendipitous stroke of luck. Though the foolish girl remained oblivious to her role as bait. Seated on her bed, Lostt pondered deeply before finally putting pen to paper, while Snape discreetly averted his gaze. "I have a friend I'd like to introduce you to. Slytherin, Gryffindor, a child known as the Savior, said to have once defeated Voldemort. I shall take a liking to your friend." Their communication was succinct and effective, conveying emotions with the simplest of words. After a few more cautions not to mention her, Lostt successfully completed the first step. Next, she needed to place the notebook where Harry could find it, ideally ensuring he would keep it safe. Ultimately, Lostt opted for the simplest method. Snape remarked, "So your meticulously crafted plan, after much contemplation, is to have an owl deliver an anonymous notebook to Potter?" Lostt comprehended Snape's meaning, but his inquiry indicated only one thing. "My dear potions professor, I believe you do not yet grasp Mr. Potter. Had you any awareness, you would know that his last anonymous delivery was an invisibility cloak. I need not elaborate on how much he cherishes that cloak." Lostt produced a sheet of paper and handed it to the slightly stiff Snape, who raised an eyebrow in response. "My handwriting is too recognizable, so I would appreciate it if you could transcribe Riddle's handwriting. I do not possess such skill." Lostt opened the notebook to reveal the line left by Riddle, and after a moment of silence, Snape indeed copied Riddle's script onto the paper. "Wow, impressive. I copied it several times, yet it bore no resemblance." All were rejected by Riddle himself. With wide eyes, she exclaimed, her articulate praise softening the slight scowl on Snape's face. At last, the notebook was meticulously packaged, accompanied by Snape's note, ready to be delivered to the owl shortly. "So, do you like your gift?" Lostt gazed at the neatly wrapped parcel before suddenly turning to Snape. "Acceptably so." Lostt felt as though she had heard this phrase more than once this year, but this time it seemed a bit more courteous. She took it as a compliment. Snape observed the inexplicably cheerful girl, his brow furrowed in confusion. Why gift that? Lostt blinked, lifting her gaze, and after a moment of realization, she understood he was inquiring about the gift. So she sat up straight, ready to explain earnestly. Lostt, I believe that gifts do not necessarily need to be extravagant. Rather, they must be imbued with genuine sentiment. Ideally, they should be something the recipient can truly utilize. Although the potion venom is not particularly inexpensive, I feel you are entirely deserving of it. If only time had permitted, I would have gifted you 2 bottles. What a pity. The news of Lost's admission to the infirmary had spread by noon. It remains unclear who let the information slip. However, when I saw Harry and the others arriving with food, I felt a wave of gratitude. This friendship was indeed worth cultivating. By the time they arrived, Snape had already departed, taking her delivery to the Ollery and inquiring if Lostt was still paralyzed. It was then that Lostt realized the bundle of blankets on the adjacent bed was Hermione, who, it was said, had consumed a potion laced with cat hair and needed to remain in the infirmary for an additional 2 days. Lostt, so? You were the one who divulged the news? Lostt glanced towards Hermione, and upon realizing she had a companion, joyfully requested to change her bed. Technically, she could have left now that her fever had subsided, but Snape had insisted she stay for 2 more days, which Lostt perceived as a subtle form of confinement. Surely a form of retribution for her earlier comments. Hermione, I awoke this morning to see Professor Snape burst in. You cannot imagine how terrifying that was. But what was even more alarming was that he was carrying you. Malfoy trailed behind him. I intended to inquire about your condition, but Professor Snape guarded you all day, and I dared not utter a word. Eventually, I took my potion at night and fell asleep, only to wake and find you still slumbering. Lostt gazed at the ceiling, calculating the time. Good, she mused. There had been no slip of the tongue. She had indeed been utterly exhausted, oblivious to the fact that another soul was still awake in the infirmary. Lostt, I woke up at night, chatted for hours, and then fell asleep again in the morning. What unfortunate timing. As Lostt munched on the comforting biscuits, she reflected, casually offering one to Hermione, who shook her head in refusal. Hermione, I've been feeling nauseous and might vomit up hairballs, so I should probably refrain from eating too much. Lostt, how disappointing. I genuinely mean that. Lostt turned to pat Hermione's shoulder, lamenting the situation. The 2 young women, confined to the infirmary, found solace in each other's company, passing the time by quizzing one another on spells and potion-making procedures, leaving Harry and Ron utterly astounded. Harry arrived the following evening with Ron, just as Lostt had closed her eyes to rest, when she overheard them talking next door. Hermione, the diary has a name, Tom Marvolo Riddle. That name successfully roused Lostt from her slumber. She propped herself up, intrigued by the conversation next door. Ron, Tom Marvolo Riddle? Wait, I know that name. Why do I know that name? Oh right, on the night I was punished with detention, my task was to polish the silverware in the trophy room. I remember it was because I kept sneezing, and I ended up sneezing on Tom Riddle's trophy. Harry, what trophy? Ron, he received an award 50 years ago for his special contributions to the school. Hermione, 50 years ago? Are you certain? Ron, yes, why? Hermione, remember what Malfoy said? The last time the Chamber of Secrets was opened was, Harry, 50 years ago, which means, Hermione, when the chamber was opened, Tom Riddle was at Hogwarts. If he documented everything he saw and heard, he very likely knows where the chamber is and how to open it. He might even know what lies within the chamber. If that is the case, the true culprits certainly wouldn't want this diary to be carelessly scattered about, would they? Harry, excellent deduction, Hermione. But one point hasn't been considered. The diary is blank. Lostt, I apologize for interrupting, but may I inquire what you are discussing? Lostt languidly stretched on her bed, waving her hand, finally drawing the trio's attention to the fact that they had roused the occupant next door. Harry, I received a diary. It belonged to Tom Riddle, but it's completely blank. Lostt rested her head on her arm and yawned. Lostt, how unfortunate. It seems you'll have to let it fulfill its initial purpose. Ron, what purpose? Lostt smiled knowingly. Lostt, why, of course you can use it to write. Good night, everyone. With that, Lostt pulled up her blanket, commending herself for knowing when to cease. It occurred to her that Riddle had indeed received an award for denouncing Hagrid, portraying himself as the heroic whistleblower. The Christmas holiday stretched long enough that both Lostt and Hermione were discharged, leaving them with some time to spare. Lostt then made her long-awaited visit to the potions professor's office, only to be swiftly expelled. Clutching a box and a piece of parchment inscribed with a note, "Return to your dormitory until the school term begins. Draco will be watching you." It bore no signature, yet the handwriting was unmistakably familiar. As for the box, Lostt surmised it was a belated Christmas gift, remarkably arriving a few days early this time. Cradling the box, Lostt returned to her dormitory, joyfully unwrapping the present. Last year's gift still adorned her desk, having been perused thoroughly, marked with notes in 2 different handwritings. Habitually, she seated herself on the floor, tearing away the outer packaging to reveal a modest box, accompanied by a card that neatly wished her a Merry Christmas, complete with a signature. Lostt skillfully tucked the card into her notebook, precisely on the page following last year's. Eagerly, she opened the box, which was small enough to heighten her curiosity about its contents. Nestled inside were 2 textbooks, accompanied by 2 notebooks. As Lostt flipped through them, she recognized the familiar handwriting and paused, opening both the notebook and the textbook to the first page, revealing a conspicuous signature, Severus Snape. Lostt, I would love to frame this. After all, these are the classroom notes of a potions master. Caressing the notebook and textbook, she clutched them tightly for a while, resisting the urge to display them prominently. After tidying her dormitory for some time, she prepared to venture out to find Harry and the others. Upon entering the common room, however, she spotted Draco lounging on the sofa, arms crossed. Draco, return to your dormitory, Clara. Both my father and Professor Snape have instructed me to keep an eye on you. Is everything all right? Chapter 67, Clara. By the time Lostt was finally released from Draco's oversight, the Christmas break had entirely concluded. On the first day of the new term, after classes, she made her way to Dumbledore's office, where she recounted all her conjectures regarding the diary. She also disclosed her plans concerning the Chamber of Secrets. Although she refrained from mentioning the prophecy she knew, Lostt, I merely venture to guess, a trivial game to pass the time. This diary should not have come into my possession. It arrived through a series of coincidences, and I wish to explore what might have transpired had it not reached me. Lostt candidly laid bare the side belonging to the Malfoy family before Dumbledore, deciding that she likely would not disclose the prophecy to him either, as the old headmaster was already sufficiently wary of her. Dumbledore slowly sipped his coffee, which was laden with milk and honey, its original flavor obscured, and glanced at the creator of this peculiar concoction. Dumbledore, it should not have found its way to you. Lostt. Indeed, it was inadvertently given to someone by another, and I took it upon myself to remove it prematurely. Thus, I presume neither the victim nor the perpetrator is aware of this matter. Lostt sat in her chair, swaying her legs, savoring the sweet coffee that, despite having lost its invigorating purpose, thoroughly delighted her. After days of medication, her tongue felt nearly ruined. Lostt. Professor Snape's potions are undeniably effective, though the taste, it leaves much to be desired. It's about time. I must go earn some money. Placing her empty cup on the table, Lostt slid off her chair and made her way towards the small door. After several visits, she had come to realize that using the main entrance required traversing numerous flights of stairs. While she didn't mind the exertion, she was reluctant to waste time making Snape wait. To be precise, it was she who did not wish to linger. They hadn't seen each other in quite a while. Dumbledore, Lostt, may I pose one more small question? As Lostt stood before the steps, Dumbledore's gentle voice, imbued with mirth, reached her. She turned her head, tilting it slightly, and gestured for him to proceed. Dumbledore, how did you come to notice that notebook? Forgive my candor, but it does appear rather inconspicuous, does it not? Dumbledore's inquiry posed no issue. Lostt met his inquisitive gaze with a calm demeanor. Lostt, because I sensed it. It may sound peculiar, but it is indeed the truth. Airsling, our house elf, informed me that there was something amiss with that notebook, that an additional spell had been cast upon it. Thus, I refrained from becoming too engrossed. I suspect it was one of Riddle's little tricks. I hope this answer aids you, Headmaster Dumbledore. With a casual wave, Lostt uttered the incantation as she descended the steps, vanishing from Dumbledore's sight. Lostt had not lied to him. He could discern that much. Yet, the notebook itself bore no enchantment. It was she who had been enchanted. Dumbledore, you harbor an abundance of secrets, Lostt. Leaning back in his chair, Dumbledore took another sip of coffee, watching that young girl before him, setting aside her worrisome surname. She was merely a 12-year-old girl who relished sweets, detested bitter potions, craved adventure, cherished friendships, and wished not to miss a single meal. He recalled how she had unhesitatingly devoured candies, savored hot cocoa, and drank that glass of milk, all while being acutely aware of his distrust. Yet, she never wavered in her certainty. Perhaps this was the reason he had always favored Carl and Al. He remembered how those children, in their youth, possessed eyes that seemed to glow with hope for the future and trust in him. Dumbledore, Krakow, Krakow. He mulled over that surname repeatedly, a lineage both complex and pure, one that embraced half-bloods while opposing contact with muggles. Their children were invariably intelligent and courageous, a cadre of born adventurers, yet they invariably found their way into Slytherin. Even if he were to consult the Sorting Hat, that ancient headgear would only assert, I have no regrets in sending them to Slytherin. That is where they longed to be, the place most suited for them. A group of ambitious yet oblivious, perilous aspirants. They merely required a shepherd to guide them, and the lost lambs would transform into swift hounds. Ultimately, they would achieve fame, becoming the stuff of legends. Yet, all of this was fraught with uncertainty, much like Al. Dumbledore sighed, recalling that child. Al was like every Krakow child, cheerful and brave, capable of befriending anyone, excelling academically, and possessing integrity, until Al and Riddle became friends. Initially, Dumbledore believed this to be a good thing. Riddle, having no home, regarded Hogwarts as his own. Upon learning this, Al made it a point to invite Riddle to the Krakow estate each holiday. If Riddle declined, Al would remain with him at school. They were inseparable, equally brilliant, equally polite and humble, and almost universally liked. Yet, there was one troubling aspect. As Al's relationship with Riddle grew closer, that child ceased to meet his gaze. Al was not adept at deceit, nor did he wish to deceive. Thus he became increasingly reticent. Dumbledore clearly recognized the insurmountable chasm that had formed between them. He stood on one side while Al followed Riddle into realms beyond his sight. After graduation, Al completely withdrew from view. Even when Riddle returned to see him, Al merely stood silently at the door, waiting from a distance, before departing again. With him, the Krakow name vanished from his world. It wasn't until Carl's enrollment that the name Krakow re-entered his purview. That child, like all those before him, was brave, humble, polite, and cheerful, yet still a Slytherin. Carl even managed to befriend the younger James, Sirius, and Remus. At that time, Carl's spirit had yet to be tainted by Voldemort. He was a child of the Krakow lineage, his eyes reflecting the legacy of every one of his predecessors, always looking towards him, yet ultimately being pulled away by others. The child who dominated the top of his class for 7 consecutive years graduated without a trace. Along with him, the illustrious Krakow family faded into obscurity, becoming victims of a sacrificial banner due to mere hasty disagreements. Yet, what transpired in that darkness remained a mystery to all. Dumbledore, Lostt. What am I to do with you? The Krakow family had vanished from the wizarding world for many years. Everyone claimed they had all perished at Voldemort's hands. Having fought valiantly, yet none survived. Until Lost's appearance, the surviving scion of the Krakow family, nearly indistinguishable among the masses, bore the resplendent title of the Child Savior. Yet Dumbledore knew that a child of the Krakow family would never merely be an ordinary student. In her first year, she shone brilliantly, courageously facing Voldemort, her name and surname emerging before all after a stellar performance. His influence was not negligible, as evidenced by that particular house cup. The elusive Lostt clearly had no desire to showcase herself, yet her valor deserved commendation, and Harry needed allies. Moreover, being a child of the Krakow lineage, they were born to inherit the family's glory. With that surname, they would ascend to the pinnacle once more. If the Krakow family had indeed been targeted by Voldemort, he ought to protect this child just as he did Harry. However, Al, Carl, and countless others he had encountered or not, all bearing the Krakow surname, had previously fought valiantly, concealing their identities as they forged a path for Voldemort. How could such a calamity arise merely from disagreements? Yet, nothing was entirely impossible. The current Voldemort was not the same Tom Riddle of yore. He cared little for the lives of these individuals. Dumbledore furrowed his brow, torn and conflicted. He ought to trust Lostt to protect her. Yet that girl repeatedly displayed ambitions and obsessions far exceeding those of the Krakow legacy, traits that seemed almost Riddle-esque. Just as Harry refrained from revealing the truth, Lostt was similarly enshrouded in a veil of concern, tempered by an undercurrent of wariness. He pondered whether it was justifiable to treat this child based on the transgressions of others. Yet, the entire lineage had opted for Riddle. And individuals like Black were exceedingly rare, so scarce that he found it challenging to lower his guard around this Krakow. Nonetheless, perhaps she deserved at least a modicum of trust, for all that she had done warranted such faith. Chapter 68. Is this vengeance? Indeed, it is vengeance. The plan unfolded even more seamlessly than Lostt had anticipated. Harry, just as she had envisioned, exhibited no suspicion regarding the peculiar diary, utterly captivated by its enigmatic allure. Indeed, his fascination seemed even more profound than she had conceived, leading her to question whether Hallison's enchantments might have faltered. Nevertheless, Harry remained lucid during lessons, though after class, he often engaged in fervent discussions with Hermione and the others. Lostt had been drawn into one such conversation, likely pertaining to Hagrid, but she listened for only a brief moment before being whisked away by the potions professor for an unexpected overtime assignment. It appeared that Snape was either still seething or perhaps had never truly been angry. Lostt was uncertain. He consistently found various excuses to extricate her from Harry's company, inundating her with an overwhelming workload. Thanks to the relentless overtime, the potions office had even acquired an additional shelf, specifically designated for her recently concocted potions. Lostt, Professor Snape. Did the sun rise in the west today? She inquired with a serious yet absurd demeanor, her gaze fixed upon the potion-making process before her. The title catching her eye, Amortentia. If her mind served her correctly, this was not the subject matter for second, third, or even fourth-year potions classes. Finally, She turned her attention to Snape. Snape, if you suspect that your vision is impaired, you may find the materials you require on the shelf and brew a potion yourself. Should you mistakenly concoct something erroneous, you can also locate the necessary ingredients to prepare an antidote, Miss Krauko. Snape remained his usual unsparing self. Yet Lostt discerned that he was now more willing to converse than before, a delightful improvement, albeit seemingly confined to the office. In class, he continued to deliver his biting sarcasm, which left the Gryffindors seething. Lostt, I indeed require an antidote, but I shall not brew it myself. As she approached the materials shelf to select what she needed, she responded effortlessly. Snape typically cast her a glance, awaiting her to provide her own answers or pose another question he deemed worthy of discussion. Lostt, Professor Snape. May I inquire what potion could alleviate the exhilarating state of my heart racing with joy? She continued without raising her head. There was a tearing sound. Lostt suspected that someone's minor thesis had met its demise, but she paid it no mind, continuing to select her materials before returning to her designated table. This table, once ordinary, had gradually transformed into a repository for Lost's textbooks, notes, the new potion-making apparatus gifted by Harry, ink and quills from Hermione, and occasionally, textbooks that refreshed Snape's curriculum. Practicing under the tutelage of a young potion master's revisions was exhilarating, especially with the prospect of triggering Snape's supplementary corrections. Thus, the table, which was meant to be a mere surface for storage, seemed to belong increasingly to Lostt. After once again asking, "May I use that table?" and receiving Snape's sardonic reply, "I suppose it does not bear my name, so by all means, Miss Krauko," Lostt promptly inscribed her name on the corner of the table. Placing the parchment detailing the potion-making process down and anchoring it with 2 potion vials, she rolled up her sleeves and donned gloves, skillfully preparing to handle the array of materials. Lostt, so, dear Professor Snape, will you not assist your second-year student? Snape, having just calmed from her previous banter, was taken aback once more by her familiar address. Snape, it is surprising to learn that Miss Krauko is merely a second year. I distinctly recall her potions studies advancing to the preparation for 4th-year material. Poor old professor, I fear I am of little help. Here it came, that familiar sardonic tone. Though he spoke more than usual, he remained as unyielding as ever, the very embodiment of the serpent that instilled dread in Gryffindor's hearts. However, Lostt had long acclimated to this dynamic, responding with a composed demeanor, conceding just enough to navigate Snape's jabs. Lostt, yet. This fragile student has finally escaped the infirmary and Headmaster Dumbledore. She sighed, feigning vulnerability, primarily to gain an edge in their verbal sparring. However, upon hearing the sound of a chair being shifted, her pretense of pity transformed into genuine concern, for she might genuinely be ejected. Witnessing the potion's master in action was an indulgence. The materials and tools were meticulously arranged on the table, which became a realm of his own. Even through gloves, he expertly gauged the quantities, scarcely needing a scale, his blade falling with precision, effortlessly slicing the ingredients to their required dimensions. Lostt, Professor Snape. Have I ever praised you before? Regardless of whether I have, allow me to reiterate, you are truly remarkable. She stood transfixed, her gaze riveted upon his hands. Snape, I trust you understand that I am demonstrating rather than performing, Miss Krauko. Snape's eyes narrowed at Lostt, who almost instinctively raised her hands to applaud, his expression decidedly unamused. Lostt promptly lowered her hands and transitioned from an observer to an apprentice, diligently emulating his techniques. Weighing the materials with utmost care, she lacked the innate precision to grasp the quantities effortlessly. As he demonstrated, he would complete one step before supervising Lostt's process. And she learned swiftly, progressing from replicating his actions to nearly mirroring them step for step. Lostt, if only I possessed a scale on my hand, I would not be any slower than you. She muttered to herself, yet her hands did not falter in their pace. Snape, if you truly had a scale on your hand, you ought to consult Professor McGonagall. His tone remained flat. Lostt, do you not possess even the slightest hint of humor, Professor Snape? She paused her work, gazing earnestly at him, articulating each word with clarity. Snape gestured toward the table, signaling her not to cease her labor. Snape, does your mind contain no space, not even a smidgen, devoid of the insipid weeds, Miss Krauko? He then opened his mouth, articulating each word with the same precision. Lostt chose selective silence, turning her attention to the next step. She conceded, not due to Snape's words or tone, but because she surrendered to the divine resonance of his voice. At this distance, his slow and deep timbre did not merely enter her ears, but reverberated directly into her heart, even if the words spoken were, by all accounts, insufferably trite. However, it was only after Lostt had calmed down that she realized Snape had not yielded in the least. For what he had imparted to her was not the craft of potion-making, but rather the rudiments of material handling. She had not even glanced at the instructions inscribed on the parchment, nor had she noticed that the ingredients she had sliced did not even match those she had previously taken. Yet, under the pretext of reviewing and avoiding waste, Snape instructed her to dispose of all the potion ingredients on the desk, indeed, to contemplate all related potions, and then produce 2 identical concoctions. As for the amortentia, please. Its second ingredient was a teaspoon of honey that had solidified after 2 months of storage. This was merely a professor's act of revenge in potionology, Lostt was convinced. Chapter 69, Return to the Team. Lostt had been enduring a prolonged existence in Snape's office, where the physical darkness of potion brewing enveloped her. It was not until she received news from Harry that she was successfully liberated. Hermione had been petrified. This was an unexpected occurrence for everyone. Dumbledore sought her out regarding this matter. When she learned of the news, she was still engaged in potion brewing, and soon thereafter she was taken by Snape to meet Dumbledore. Lostt, first and foremost, I am not responsible for this. Upon entering, Lostt immediately raised her hands in defense. Lostt, I swear, I have been utterly absorbed in the grand trap of potion making lately. Dumbledore, I certainly have no doubts about you, my child. However, this situation is rather peculiar. If the diary was not in your possession, and Harry had no reason to act, then how did that snake escape? With a wave of his hand, Dumbledore alleviated her tension. She settled into a chair, her legs dangling in the air, head held high, face devoid of expression, her gaze fixated on a point before eventually lowering her head. Lostt, perhaps it is because the diary has returned to its rightful owner. Although I cannot fathom the process, I have surmised a possible outcome, and the only way to truly ascertain the truth is to bear witness. Snape, I hope you do not mean to suggest that the brave Miss Krakow is about to embark on yet another grand adventure. His tone was indifferent, with only a hint of mockery, prompting Lostt to tilt her head back and glance at him, a joyful smile gracing her face. Dumbledore, I believe it is Severus. After all, she bears the name Krakow, and no Krakow can refuse a grand adventure. Dumbledore interjected in her favor. Snape scoffed, but refrained from further comment. Lostt straightened her posture and turned her gaze back to Dumbledore, somewhat surprised by his support, but the old headmaster merely smiled at her. Dumbledore, and to ensure our brave Miss Krakow does not truly suffer any harm during her adventure, Severus, perhaps you might be inclined to provide some assistance? Snape, I am neither a babysitter nor a bodyguard, Dumbledore. This was a clear refusal. Dumbledore, yet, you could at least safeguard your studentess life, ensuring the little lamb does not lose its way home. He was playing the emotional card. Lostt once again looked towards Snape, but this time, she turned around. Kneeling on the chair, her eyes sparkling as she gazed up at him, curious to see if the great professor of potion-making could be swayed by sentiment. Snape regarded her for a moment before averting his gaze, his expression impassive as he stared off to the side. This was the second refusal. Dumbledore, how unfortunate, Lostt. It seems you must embark on this adventure alone. Dumbledore feigned regret, but Lostt felt no disappointment. In fact, she was quite exhilarated by the prospect of the adventure. Meanwhile, Snape could not help but furrow his brow. Was he the only one concerned for the lives of those reckless Gryffindors? And what on earth was this little lamb nonsense? Had Dumbledore truly eaten too much sugar? Due to yet another petrification incident caused by the basilisk, the Academy's schedule had once more been revised, this time with even more aggravating adjustments. The news that the school might close if the culprit was not apprehended left many in a state of panic, with Harry evidently among the most anxious. They scoured for clues, hoping to salvage the situation. Of course, some remained unfazed, such as certain members of Slytherin, led by Lostt and Draco. Draco, if Hogwarts closes, you can stay at my house. My father said it would be no problem. My mother has been eager to meet you when I wrote to her about a few matters. She mentioned that her relationship with Lucius exceeds that of Carl and my father. It seems she has something to tell you. Draco displayed no concern over the potential closure of Hogwarts, which Lostt attributed to the fact that his father was a member of the board and he had no academic worries. Lostt, the Krakow family does indeed have a place for me to stay, but I will consider it. Let us discuss it during the summer. Before that, I must first get through Professor Snape's scrutiny. Lostt deflected casually, her mind already contemplating what Harry and the others might be doing. Lostt, all right. I need to report to the office. Ever since Lost's disillusionment charm had reached a level of proficiency that allowed her to deceive several professors, she no longer feared being caught and losing points. As a result, night excursions had become a regular activity for her. Currently, Dumbledore seemed to turn a blind eye to her movements, while as for Snape, she could only describe him as a shadow, elusive and untraceable. Avoidance was futile, and since all her practice was under Snape's watchful eye, it was akin to having personal instruction. Deceiving him was no easy feat, yet thus far, Lostt had not witnessed Snape deducting any points from Slytherin. Thus, even with the recent changes to the school regulations, Lostt, who knew the truth and feared not the basilisk, remained an entity that existed outside the confines of the rules. On the surface, the most plausible excuse was still to seek out Snape. However, she was not lying. She indeed first sought out Snape, who appeared to have just returned from elsewhere. Snape, they went to find Hagrid, clad in the invisibility cloak. Dumbledore has sent you to check on them. Lostt, understood. Lostt raised her hand high, responding cheerfully. Then cast the disillusionment charm and turned to exit in search of those Gryffindors who had left her behind to pursue their own actions without a hint of loyalty. When Lostt arrived at Hagrid's hut, the situation inside was rather dire. To summarize it in one sentence, aside from the two individuals she sought, everyone else was present. Hagrid, Dumbledore, Lucius, and an unknown man. Lostt climbed onto a barrel, leaning against the window, straining to listen to their conversation. Through the window, Lostt could not hear everything clearly. Some words were muffled, but the topic of discussion was evident, a joint motion from the board to impeach Dumbledore. No one believed that Lucius was not involved in this matter. Yet for Lostt, whether the headmaster changed or not mattered little. If Lucius had a hand in the removal, the new head would likely be someone he was acquainted with, which would ultimately be beneficial for her, especially considering Snape's relationship with Lucius, as well as the delicate ties between the Krakow and Malfoy families. Draco had just mentioned that his mother wished to meet her, were it not for her mixed blood heritage. Lostt might have thought this was leading to a marriage alliance. However, for now, Dumbledore allowed her presence, so it was best not to change headmasters. Moreover, this headmaster was on her list. If he were to disappear, she would have no idea where to search for him. She rested her chin on her hand. One leg propped up while the other dangled limply, only the toes touching the surface of the barrel. Her arm rested on the windowsill, the other hand supporting her chin, completely absorbed in the spectacle of the unfolding conflict. It was not until the seemingly reliable, yet utterly unreliable adults had departed that Lostt turned her gaze towards the door, speaking as two boys burst forth. Lostt, should I be greeting you? Harry and Ron looked in astonishment towards where Lost's voice emanated, but saw nothing. Only then did Lostt casually drop her disillusionment charm. Lostt, how utterly unfair of you to sneak out without me. I thought I was part of your little escapade. Harry, Lostt. No, of course you're one of us. It's just that you're in Slytherin, and we haven't seen you in ages. Harry approached with delight, and Lostt leapt down from the barrel, leisurely brushing off the dust from her attire. Ron, Merlin's beard, how did you end up here? I thought Snape had thrown you into the Black Lake. Lostt, regrettably, I am thriving quite well. So, shall we chase after that? She gestured towards the spider that was already scuttling away. Harry and Ron immediately shifted their focus back to the task at hand. Ron, but that's the Forbidden Forest. His face was a canvas of refusal. Lostt, we must at least take a look. She seized one of Ron's arms while Harry grasped the other. And thus they officially embarked on their journey. Chapter 70, Spiders and the Chamber of Secrets. Ron, but this is the Forbidden Forest. We really shouldn't be here. His voice cracked, fear evident in his expression. Yet Harry was wholly engrossed in the mission to clear Hagrid's name, striding ahead with fervor, while Lostt, having come to protect these two little lives, kept pace beside Ron. Lostt, but we are already inside, Ron. The trio followed the spider's path. Ron's face a mixture of panic and regret, his incessant murmurs filling the air. The noise was grating, almost stifling. Lostt shot a glance at Ron, who finally recognized the more perilous creatures around them, promptly covering his mouth. Aragog, who goes there? A heavy, ethereal voice resonated from a distance. The very place where the spiders had vanished. Curiosity piqued, Lostt tiptoed, straining to glimpse the creature that could converse in human tongue. Yet, she was the only one brimming with excitement. Ron appeared frozen in place, while Harry could only offer him quiet reassurances. Aragog, Hagrid, is that you? Harry, we are friends of Hagrid. Amidst the clamor resembling some colossal entity in motion, a multitude of legs appeared before their eyes, revealing the creature's visage, a true eight-eyed giant spider. Lost's immediate thought was the copious venom it could yield. Harry, you are Aragog, aren't you? Harry was evidently startled, but managed to maintain a semblance of composure in his query. Aragog, indeed, Hagrid has never sent anyone to us. Harry, he is in trouble. As Harry attempted to engage Aragog in conversation, Lost's mind was consumed with thoughts of how much venom this spider could provide, while Ron, overwhelmed by the surrounding arachnids, darted his gaze around in a panic. Ron, Harry. Unable to restrain himself, Ron clutched Harry's sleeve, but Harry, preoccupied with Aragog, merely urged him to remain silent. Ron, Lostt. Thus, Ron turned to the other companion, and Lostt glanced back. Lostt, yes? She observed Ron curiously, then followed his line of sight to the many eight-eyed spiders surrounding them. A sensation akin to potential for 3 vials of venom. Ron was on the brink of despair due to Lost's enthusiasm. He tugged at Harry's sleeve, striving to make at least one person aware of their precarious situation. At last, Harry's reckless bravery began to wane in light of their surroundings, and he yearned to leave. But Aragog did not acquiesce to this request. Harry lost her. When Lostt returned to her senses, they found themselves encircled by a swarm of 8-eyed spiders. Harry and Ron gazed at her. Lostt, this time, I bear not just 2 pieces of news. Which would you prefer to hear first, Harry? Ron, must you really say this now? Ron's voice broke under the weight of the spiders and Aragog's words, pushing him to the brink of collapse. Harry, choose the best one. Lostt, the best one. Harry was well aware of Lost's audacious spirit, and thus promptly provided his response. Lostt sighed dramatically, feigning disappointment as she snapped her fingers. Lostt, Helsing. In an instant, the house elf materialized before them, instantly grasping the gravity of their situation. Lostt, just outside the Forbidden Forest will suffice. With one hand grasping Harry and the other pulling Ron, she allowed Helsing to seize their hands, then clasped the elf's arm. In the blink of an eye, they found themselves standing outside the Forbidden Forest, precisely where they had begun. Lostt, having not experienced apparition in ages, squatted on the ground in agony. Ron, following the spiders, if Hagrid escapes from Azkaban, I swear I'll kill him. As Ron regained his composure from the dizziness, the sensation faded, and his fear dissipated, replaced by indignation. Harry, Lostt, are you all right? Lostt weakly raised a hand to signal her condition, but could not suppress a couple of dry heaves. Ron, so what exactly was Hagrid's intention in sending us to the Forbidden Forest? Have we gleaned anything? The 3 of them sat on the grass. Ron finally exhaling a sigh as he spoke. Harry, we've uncovered one truth. Hagrid has never opened the Chamber of Secrets. He is innocent. Lostt agreed. Lostt raised a hand, having finally emerged from the lingering effects of her dizziness, once again. Tonight's adventure, disrupted by unexpected events and Lost's vertigo, came to an early conclusion. As she returned to the dormitory, she resembled a stray dog, only to be rescued by Helsing, who ensured she could collapse onto her bed rather than the floor. Due to the relentless surprises, Lostt scarcely found time to rest on her own bed. Harry and Ron dragged her across the globe daily, seemingly unconcerned about the imminent final examinations. They appeared to have tacitly accepted that this crisis would lead Hogwarts to cancel the exams. Only Lostt continued to carve out time to review her textbooks, fearing that failing this term's exams would be far more terrifying than not being admitted to school at all. She meant it. Although Lostt had repeatedly verified that the prophecy did not foretell any deaths in the second year, her intuition had not warned her of any irrevocable consequences from submitting her notebook. However, the appearance of the blood message and Ginny's disappearance were still somewhat unexpected. Riddle was indeed creative in instilling panic. Snape sat opposite her, seemingly awaiting an explanation, having witnessed the ominous message along with the other professors. Lostt leaned against the edge of the table, unable to stifle a yawn. Lostt, I apologize. I've been a bit pressed for time lately. Forgive me. Let us speak seriously. I will keep a close watch on Harry and Ron, and of course, Ginny will be fine. I swear it. Snape continued to gaze at her, showing no sign of satisfaction despite her assurances. I understand, Lostt said, rising to her feet while stretching lazily and making her way outside. The door swung open on its own, and accompanying her was a vial of potion, which she accepted without a glance, uncapped it, and drank it down in one swift motion, grimacing slightly at the bitterness. Just as its taste was unimpeachable, its effects were equally remarkable. The fatigue and drowsiness from several nights of sleeplessness evaporated instantly. Lostt stretched comfortably, feeling invigorated enough to venture into the Forbidden Forest for a few more rounds. Thank you very much. It works splendidly, but couldn't you make it just a tad sweeter, Professor Snape? Lostt tilted her head toward the figure behind the desk. But the door closed before her, signaling a refusal. She shrugged it off, unperturbed, and with her hands clasped behind her back, she ascended the stairs with a lightness in her step, intent on finding Harry. After meandering through the building a couple of times, Lostt realized that no matter where he had gone, he would ultimately end up in one specific location, just as Ginny would. Thus, she altered her course towards the girls' restroom on the second floor. This time, however, Myrtle was present, perhaps anticipating Harry's arrival. She cast a disillusionment charm before stepping inside, leaning against the wall with her arms crossed, waiting for a more suitable individual to come and open the door. Lostt found herself entertained by a lively scene involving 3 boys, and as they were either reluctantly or willingly drawn into the passage, she approached the entrance. More curious than fearful, after a brief moment, she waited until the individuals below had landed before following suit. Upon landing, she found no one in sight, nor any further paths to choose from. Lostt quickly set off to catch up with the trio. However, by the time she reached them, only Ron and Lockhart remained, as the path was obstructed by rubble. After a moment of contemplation, she opted for the simplest solution and called out, Hylson. Unfortunately, it was well known that apparition was strictly forbidden at Hogwarts. Not wanting to bring Ron along, she had no other choice. Passing through the already open door and descending the ladder, Lostt finally stepped into the heart of the Chamber of Secrets. It indeed bore the hallmark of Slytherin's legacy. What halted Lost's admiration was not Harry, but Riddle. Wow, a living Riddle. With her hands clasped behind her, she stepped closer, eavesdropping on their conversation. Tom Riddle. What do you mean she won't wake up? Harry's astonishment contrasted sharply with Lost's inquisitive gaze as she appraised the man she had only encountered a few times. He was undeniably handsome, just as she had first assessed. His voice was pleasant, though perhaps not as melodious as Snape's. Perhaps it was due to his youth. Had he been older, he would likely possess a more captivating timbre. Indeed, Harry, it was Ginny Weasley who opened the chamber, Riddle confirmed. No, it's impossible. She wouldn't do that, Harry insisted. It was Ginny who commanded the basilisk to attack those Muggleborns and Filch's cat. And it was Ginny who inscribed those words on the wall, Riddle elaborated. Why? Harry pressed. Because I persuaded her to do so. I have a knack for influencing others. Lostt nodded in agreement, entirely captivated by Riddle's words, acknowledging that he had indeed benefited from her assistance, only to be thwarted by a minor hiccup. It appeared that, had she not intercepted the diary, Ginny would have accomplished these tasks, opening the chamber, unleashing the basilisk, petrifying Filch's cat. Poor girl, overwhelmed with work. But wait, wasn't she the one orchestrating all of this? Why was Riddle attributing the credit to someone else? She was unaware of her actions. One could say she was hypnotized. Yet the diary's power began to frighten her, so she cast it aside. But who could have foreseen that after changing hands multiple times, it would ultimately end up in your possession, precisely the person I yearned to meet? After several transfers, Lostt pondered, tracing the diary's journey from Lucius to Ginny. From Ginny to herself, from herself to Dumbledore, then back again, ultimately to Snape, and finally to Harry. Riddle's discourse was quite precise. Although Lostt knew he was spinning a tale, this was because she had provided Riddle with a thorough briefing on who Harry was before handing the diary over. Emphasizing not to mention her name, Lost's interest in the conversation waned. She was primarily there for the spectacle and to ensure Harry's safety. Initially, that was her rationale. Voldemort is my past, present, and future, Riddle declared. Lost's eyes widened as she turned to see the name floating in midair, rearranged into a completely different phrase. It's you. You are the heir of Slytherin. You are Voldemort, Harry exclaimed. Ah, so Riddle was Voldemort. Lostt pondered vacantly. How awkward. She had just vanquished an upperclassman last semester. Did you think I would keep my filthy Muggle father's surname? No, I devised a new name for myself. I knew that when I became the greatest wizard in the world, all wizards would fear to speak it. Albus Dumbledore is the greatest wizard in the world, Harry retorted. I drove Dumbledore from this castle using only my memories. He will return, as long as there are those loyal to him, Harry asserted. For the first time, Lostt found Harry somewhat exasperating. She rubbed her temples, her thoughts in disarray. An inconspicuous truth had become the keystone connecting everything. No wonder Dumbledore did not trust her, because Riddle, whom Elle had been so closely associated with, was Voldemort. But why did Voldemort murder the Krakows? If Elle truly had such a close bond with him, why were the Krakows used as an example to instill fear in others due to their blood status? Riddle undoubtedly trusted Elle, as evidenced by Dumbledore's unwavering vigilance over her. It was not merely trust. Perhaps they had continued to assist one another after graduation, or rather, it was a one-sided loyalty. What of Carl? Her father? Carl, did he have ties to Voldemort as well? Yet Dumbledore hardly mentioned him, suggesting Carl was not aligned with Voldemort, hence the Krakow's demise? Was it because the new head of the family, Carl, was unwilling to pledge allegiance? And thus, the Krakows revolted? Did Elle simply allow her son to wreak havoc? What role did Lucius play in all of this? As the basilisk and Harry chased each other throughout the chamber, she recognized her responsibility to uphold her promise, which diverted her thoughts, compelling her to observe as Harry darted about, pursued by the creature. She watched as Harry scaled the statue, sword in hand, and without forewarning. She spoke, her body acting faster than her mind had processed the reason behind it. Stop, come back. The succinct command, enunciated with clarity, bore Riddle's unmistakable imprint. Lostt finally revealed herself before the two. Lostt, Harry exclaimed. How many times must I tell you to remember to include me in the fun? She smiled. As the basilisk obeyed her command, retreating to its lair, Riddle stood there, not obstructing her, though his brow was furrowed in concern. Who are you? And why are you here? Riddle inquired. It must be said, Riddle was quite adept at acting. Lostt turned, feigning surprise as she faced him. Lostt, it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Krakow, Lostt Krakow, esteemed Tom Riddle. She formally bowed to him. Harry descended from the statue, the sword firmly in his grasp. He had a multitude of words to express, yet understood that the moment was not conducive for conversation. Seizing the opportunity while Riddle's attention was captivated by Lostt, he gradually approached Ginny.